Boom, boom. One after another, figures rushed towards the stone gate at an extremely fast speed. They only had eyes for treasure and no room for anything else. In the jungle, seeing so many people rushing towards the ancient blue brick city, Su Qingying and the others were also shocked for a moment, especially when they saw Su Yu still standing there motionless. They became extremely anxious. This bastard, the stone gate is already open, and he still doesn't know how to get out of the way. That stinky boy will be killed by you sooner or later. Sister, let's go. Asshole, you can only die in my hands. I haven't avenged the humiliation of breaking off the engagement yet. Several people were so anxious that they cursed Su Yu hundreds of times in their hearts, but no matter how much they cursed, Su Yu was still their younger brother. They also couldn't bear to watch Su Yu die in front of them. But just as they were about to leave, the next scene made the four of them stop in their tracks. When the stone door was completely open, Su Yu below slowly opened his eyes, put away his cushion, stood up, and stood straight in front of hundreds of people rushing towards the ancient city. Su Yu looked around, grinned, and said, if you want to enter the city, you have to get past me first. Buzz, an inexplicable pressure spread out from Su Yu's body, causing everyone's speed to slow down for a moment. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded beside Su Yu. Boy, why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Can you stop them here by yourself? Go to hell. Click. A figure rushed out with a gun, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He fired decisively, aiming straight at Su Yu's head. Facing the sneak attack from this third-level Yenshin realm expert who was good at assassination. The smile on Su Yu's lips faded. Next second, boom. A deafening sonic boom sounded, interrupting the progress of countless people. Bang. Then, in just a moment, the body of the powerful man with a gun who had just appeared was torn into two halves in full view of everyone. Boom. The body was thrown to the ground and torn into two halves, but at this moment, its eyeballs were still moving, with a lingering look of disbelief and confusion. If you want to enter the city, you have to get past me first. Boom. Chapter 063, Solo Battle. One man challenges all the masters in the Yenshin realm. It only took a moment to kill a killer at the third level of the soul condensation realm and return to his original position. Looking at the two halves of the body on the ground, everyone was shocked. Among the crowd, a cultivator in the soul condensation realm who cultivated his physical strength swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief, in this place with such rules, where we can't use our physical skills or fly, he can actually break the sound barrier with his physical body. He broke the sound barrier with his physical body without any injuries. His body is comparable to a humanoid warrior. And he is an earth-grade soldier. Breaking the sound barrier with the physical body is extremely rare at the level of the soul condensation realm. If you want to break the sound barrier with your physical body, not only does you need to be fast, but more importantly, your physical body must be able to withstand the damage of breaking the sound barrier in an instant. Why are you panicking? No matter how strong he is, he's just one person. I don't believe he can stop so many of us. He's also a soul-forming being. No matter how strong he is, could he be at the Dharma realm? Kill. Attack together. They are not low-level monks, nor are they flowers grown in a greenhouse, so they will not give in easily. In front of a treasure, even an ant can't help but show its fangs to the strong. Clang. A bunch of weapons appeared in their hands, and no one hesitated, and they all rushed towards Su Yu. They had only one thought. That's killing. Anyone who blocks their cultivation is their mortal enemy. In this world where the strong prey on the weak and the strong are respected, anyone who stands in the way deserves to die. None of the cultivators who dared to come here when the ancient city was first opened were weak. At the very least, they had to be at the first level of the soul condensation realm to confidently come here and compete for a chance. Hundreds of people in the Yenshin realm attacked at the same time, most of them had orange destiny, and there were even a few sons of destiny with red destiny. Even someone at the peak of the soul condensation realm would be terrified by such a formation. The soul enriching realm is not the same realm, and one cannot be afraid of ants. The energy of the soul yunning realm will eventually be exhausted. As long as there are enough ants, even a giant can be torn to pieces and knocked down. Dragon Elephant Mountain Collapse Bomb. Yunji Sword Technique. Star Crusher. Various martial arts were displayed one after another, disrupting the airflow around them. Hundreds of people in the soul condensation realm exploded at the same time. The power of the leak breath alone was enough to tear apart the strong men in the spirit sea realm. Facing this might that could almost pierce the sky, Su Yu didn't show any fear at all. On the contrary, he actually became excited at this moment. That's the feeling. If we're going to fight hard. Come on, beat me to death if you can. For some reason, Su Yu seemed like a different person ever since he knew that he could no longer live the peaceful and lazy life of a young master. Faced with all kinds of murderous intentions, he couldn't lie down even if he wanted to. Since I can't lie flat, then let those who want to kill me be reduced to ashes. They all become background materials for my own growth. Buzz. Facing the attacks of hundreds of people, Su Yu felt that the blood in his body was boiling, and an unprecedented feeling was stimulating his heart to beat faster. With a raise of his left hand, the Delua sword appeared in his hand. Swish. As the Delua sword fell into his hands, Su Yu's figure instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared. The only sound was the roar of a fighter jet engine. In less than a moment, one of the people who rushed to the front was cut in half. Ah! Screams were heard but were quickly drowned out. Here, after someone caught Su Yu's position, they immediately shouted, he's extremely fast. Be careful, don't let him get close to you. The fighting instinct of the Yenshin realm should not be underestimated, although Su Yu killed several people in an instant with his speed. But they all adjusted quickly. Dozens of people simultaneously unleashed sword and gun energy, bombarding Su Yu from a distance. Dozens of Yenshin realm masters took action, and even Yenshin high-level masters had to temporarily avoid the attack if they saw it again. But Su Yu was fearless and chose to fight head-on. Destroy the void. Su Yu held the Delua sword in his hand, facing dozens of different auras. In his crazy eyes, there was a sharp edge that could pierce people's souls. Boom! Su Yu slashed with his sword, sweeping away the attack in front of him. After destroying these swords and spears, before Su Yu could make the next move, a burly man nearly 2 meters and 3 meters tall rushed out from the side, smashed his huge fist into Su Yu's face, and roared with a ferocious face, I caught you, die. Facing the close combat of a cultivator who has practiced physical cultivation, an average cultivator at the 5th level of the soul condensation realm would find it difficult to withstand the output of such extreme power. Even if someone is weaker, they may get punched through the abdomen. What's more, the human brain is fragile. If this punch hits, it won't be a problem to have your head blown off. However, facing this punch, Su Yu's reaction speed was extremely fast. Su Yu's eyes turned cold, and his right hand suddenly stretched out like a dragon emerging from the sea, with his 5 fingers bent into claws, grabbing the strong man's head. With a bang, Su Yu smashed his head hard onto the ground. The terrifying power poured out without reservation. The ground beneath Su Yu's feet collapsed under this full-strength blow, and a pit with a diameter of 100 meters and a depth of dozens of meters was formed instantly. The strong man's head shattered and exploded like a watermelon. The headless corpse fell into a deep pit, and its still living nerves made the corpse twitch constantly. With your mortal body, you dared to attack me, Su Yu said coldly. Not to mention the hardness of his body after being strengthened by his magical power of swallowing gold, even with the physique of the prison-suppressing body, it is enough to withstand it. A cultivator from the outside world, without a systematic training, no matter how strong his physical body is. It's just a chaotic intensity. How can we compare with him? Ah, boy, don't be so arrogant. Someone rushed up with bloodshot eyes and grief in his eyes. It was obvious that he was a fellow disciple of the strong man. Facing this presumptuous attack, Suyu slapped back with his palm, and the terrifying force exploded the opponent into a bloody mist. Suyu had no mercy on this kind of person. He could feel pity for ordinary people who suffered from natural disasters and famine, but he would not feel pity for those strong men who wanted to kill others and steal their treasures. They are here to kill people. The path of cultivation is inherently cruel. If you want to reach the top, you have to climb higher step by step on the corpses of others. Until the peak, gods, fusion. After seeing Suyu's terrifying and boundless combat power, the powerful men no longer dared to be arrogant and summoned the phantoms of gods to merge with him. To nourish the spirit is not as simple as to nourish the gods. The reason why Yunshin is the first watershed is that, in addition to nourishing the gods, another function is to merge with the phantom of the nourished gods to enhance one's own combat power, and this enhancement is exponentially increased with the strength of the nourished gods. Various gods appeared one after another, and hundreds of Yunshin summoned gods to merge at the same time, and the increased combat power was terrifying. Looking at their rapidly increasing combat power, Suyu also put away his coldness. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Suyu opened his hands, looked around, and slowly uttered a few cold words. The Emperor of Heaven appears. Chapter 64, Jushao. What happened? Facing hundreds of people alone, even though Suyu is very confident in his combat ability, he will not underestimate the enemy. If he wants to fight, he must fight with all his strength. The shadow of the Emperor of Heaven. The moment Suyu's voice fell, a figure with an incomparable stature appeared behind him. It was so majestic that people could not help but feel awe at first sight. The face could not be seen clearly. The figure was wearing a pearl crown and imperial clothing. The outline of the figure slowly appeared. Emperor of Heaven, the most powerful god recognized by the human race, the ancient Emperor of Heaven. The moment the divine shadow of the Emperor of Heaven appeared, the momentum of the hundreds of people in the soul condensation realm in front of Suyu weakened significantly in an instant. Many people were horrified when they felt the power of the gods in their bodies weaken. Some sharp-eyed people, after seeing the phantom of the god behind Suyu, couldn't help but shout out loud, "This is the phantom of the number one god in the history, the Emperor of Heaven." Oh my god, haven't the portraits of the Emperor of Heaven been extinct? How could he have them? Legend has it that the soul condensation realm, fused with the heavenly Emperor's phantom, can unleash astonishing power, even capable of turning the sun and moon upside down. Although the divine shadow of the Emperor of Heaven has disappeared for countless epochs. But the records about him have always been passed down. Because this is the most powerful existence in the history of human race. The former Emperor of Heaven built the heavenly palace with his own strength, controlled the universe, and all races submitted to him. Many of the paintings of gods that exist today were canonized by the heavenly court. Even the Dragon Clan, the most powerful clan among all clans, was under the jurisdiction of heaven in that era. Even the Dragon Clan is just an official who controls the clouds and rain. One can imagine how glorious the heavenly court founded by the Emperor of Heaven was in that era. Even the myriad races dare not offend the majesty of the Emperor of Heaven. It is still the same even now. The human race's heavenly emperor is still feared by all races. Facing their shock, Suyu nodded nonchalantly and said calmly, "Not bad. It truly has the power to turn the sun and moon upside down." Seeing Suyu like this, everyone was shocked. Some people couldn't help but shout, "Quick, take action. Don't let him merge with the heavenly emperor's phantom successfully, otherwise it will be even more difficult for us to deal with him." The realm of Yunshin naturally means borrowing some abilities bestowed by gods. It is also the iconic ability of the Dharmakaya. Hearing this, everyone rushed out without hesitation. Hundreds of people shot out of their guns like hundreds of cannonballs and rushed towards Suyu. Everyone uses the abilities given by their gods. As someone rushed forward, flames gradually appeared on his body, and he eventually turned into a fireman. The burning aura even distorted the space. Some people also summoned thunder and transformed into the god of thunder. Hundreds of people attacked at the same time, and even cultivators at a high level of the soul condensation realm would be frightened. Among them were some geniuses from the Holy Land who were able to fight against opponents of higher levels. In an instant, Suyu was surrounded by countless attribute forces, as if they could burst the heaven and earth. Watching everyone unleash their divine powers, Suyu raised his head with a hint of amusement. Too late. Boom! Suyu took a step forward, and in an instant, the shadow of the Emperor of Heaven merged into him. In just a moment, Suyu was filled with majesty, making it impossible to look directly at him. Sun and moon reversal isn't quite right. This move's ability is called sun and moon reversal. Suyu waved his hands, and in an instant, the sun and the moon appeared in the sky. The two most powerful energies, the moon and the sun, poured down and fell into Suyu's hands, allowing him to master the power of yin and yang in that instant. The world is turned upside down. As the sun and the moon appeared at the same time, the originally aggressive crowd suddenly staggered and almost fell down like a deflated ball. Certainly, it wasn't that Suyu really turned the heaven and earth upside down, but that he used the power of the moon and the sun to separate them. In the time it took them to stagger, Suyu's body suddenly grew larger. Although not extremely tall, it was still nearly 4 meters tall. With a loud bang, Suyu disappeared from the spot. Next second, an unlucky guy was grabbed by the feet by the giant Suyu, and then he was thrown around like a plush toy. Bang bang bang. After several loud noises, the monks in the front were smashed to the ground one by one. Fortunately, the man Suyu caught was a cultivator from the outside world who had practiced physical cultivation. Otherwise, he would have been torn apart on the spot by Suyu's attack alone. But even so, his situation was not much better. His breath weakened instantly, and he was like a dead dog, motionless. Throwing him away casually, Suyu, who had grown to a gigantic size, looked forward again and grinned, "Keep fighting. It's fun at the beginning, but we can't stop like this." He also likes fighting, especially when you bully the weak. This feeling is the best. Seeing Suyu showing his big white teeth, many people shuddered subconsciously. Monster. Even if they succeeded in injuring Suyu in the melee, it seemed to be of no use. After Suyu's body was injured, the speed of healing was abnormal. Hundreds of cultivators of the same realm attacked him, but they only weakened his aura by 20%. Only 20%. By this time, these hundreds of people had suffered heavy losses, some seriously injured and some dead. Anyone who wants to kill Suyu will die. Someone stood up and shouted in a deep voice, "If you do this, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the major forces when you get out? No matter how strong you are, with your murderous nature, no one can tolerate you." At this time, they began to reason. Before they were beaten, they all thought of just forcing their way in. But now they realized that even hundreds of them couldn't take him down, so they started to reason with him again. No matter who you are, the people present here all come from different powerful forces. Are you sure you can offend them all by yourself? If the elders behind you knew about this, I'm afraid they wouldn't forgive you. Seeing them stop attacking one by one, Suyu also stopped and asked with a smile, "Are you threatening me?" This is not a threat, this is a fact. No matter how strong you are only at the soul condensation realm. Could it be that you can withstand the murderous intent of the Dharma realm, the Yin-Yang realm, and the Saint realm? The elders outside are at least in the Yin and Yang realms. The elders of the Holy Land are even at the quasi-saint level. The competition in the world of immortal cultivation is about strength, and at the same time, your background is also one of your strengths. As long as the background is strong enough, even if you were just a waste in the body tempering realm, you can make those Dharma image great lords in the outside world bow down to you and dare not go against your will. Some disciples from ordinary holy lands looked at Suyu with burning eyes and said gloomily, you stopped us from going in to look for opportunities. If our elders knew about this, they would definitely not let you go. The forces behind you will also be liquidated. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way right now, otherwise. Before he could finish his threat, he was interrupted by Suyu's chuckle. Otherwise, the forces behind you will come after me for settlement. How could my Jushao Holy Land not know about this? How dare the outside forces act so rashly? As soon as the word Jushao came out, everyone was choked. Jushao, what happened? Chapter 065, still that familiar bastard smell. So what, even if you were from the Jushao Holy Land, can you say that Jushao won't punish you for offending so many people? Someone said viciously, Jushao also needs to be reasonable. Everyone in the entire Eastern Wilderness knows that Jushao is the easiest person to talk to. If you make sense with your words, the top leaders of Jushao will listen to you. This time this person did something so excessive, he didn't believe it, so he went out to complain to Elder Jushao, but he thought Jushao would just sit back and do nothing. However, Suyu raised the corner of his mouth and said, what's the point? In the entire Eastern Wasteland, Jushao, Zaiwei, and Tianchuan are the greatest truths. As he spoke, Suyu waved to the Jushao disciples who were hiding in the jungle watching the battle, signaling them to come out. Seeing this gesture, Jushao's disciples came out happily. The disciple from the Yenshin realm of Qishao Peak smiled innocently and said, Junior Master, what are your instructions? Suyu glanced at him, then pointed at the group of people and chuckled, come on, tell them who I am and whether what I say can represent Jushao. Upon hearing this, the bald disciple glanced at them and shouted, what are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? What my Junior Master Jushao said represents Jushao's meaning. Do you have any objections? There's no point in having opinions. Call your elders out to speak. After hearing these words, the group of people were frightened. One by one, even the phantom of the god that had just merged was scared back. Junior Master, anyone who can be called Junior Master by these disciples must at least be from the generation of elders. That is, they are of the same generation as the Holy Lord. Doesn't that mean he is the direct disciple of a certain supreme elder? Among the crowd, the disciples from Tianchuan and Zaiwei Holy Land silently withdrew the phantoms of the gods after hearing these words and then left the crowd. What the hell, if my master knew that I had attacked my junior uncle from the Jushao Holy Land. I'm afraid I'll be chopped to pieces alive. Not many people present knew Suyu. Those who knew Suyu and were qualified to come to the secret realm for training were the top 10 people who stood out in the Tianjiao competition. They mingled among the crowd because they couldn't stand the fact that Suyu was being fought over by the Holy Land. I originally thought that I would have the chance to kill him, but the other party was too old, and everyone on Jushao's side seemed to listen to him very much. Forget it then, don't wait until you lose more than you gain, or you will be in trouble when you are liquidated. Some cultivators from the outside world were unhappy when they heard these overbearing words. They stood up and grumbled, what's wrong, Junior Master? Can't you just stop us from entering? However, the bald disciple from Qishao Peak instantly locked his eyes on him, then dodged and chopped at him with a knife without saying a word. What the hell are you talking about? When did I, Jushao, need to ask for your permission to do anything? I'll chop you to death. Boom, the burning sky flame blade exploded, and a flame blade energy dozens of feet long burst out. Although the power was not too outrageous, the flames all over the sky were indeed a bit intimidating. When the knife came down, the person who was speaking felt his scalp go numb. It took all his strength to resist this attack. Even if he blocked it, he would not feel good, because the intensity of the flame could even give a cultivator at the third level of the soul condensation realm a headache, let alone him who was at the second level. If you keep pushing me, I'll chop you to death, the bald young man spat in disdain. Then he turned to Suyu and said flatteringly, Junior Master, how did I perform? Suyu looked at his face full of praise and couldn't help laughing. He said, well done. Ah, it feels good to have someone to speak for you. Of course, this little bald guy is not a simple character. The light black fate pattern on his head alone proves that this guy is a complete villain. Very good, I really admire this kind of talent. After praising this bald talent, Suyu turned his gaze towards those who were somewhat unconvinced and said calmly, it's not impossible to get in if you want. But I want 30% of your profits this time. If you don't agree, just stay here peacefully. Clang, Suyu drew out the Deluo sword and sat down. The bald man from Qishao Peak was also very considerate. He took out a chair from his storage ring and quickly placed it behind Suyu. Then he stood behind Suyu with his head held high and his chest puffed out. I want to see who can go in if I don't agree. Suyu's eyes swept across the faces of the group of people one by one. This group of people, not a single threat. Sisters who posed a threat to him were naturally allowed to enter freely, and Jushao's disciples were also naturally allowed to enter. Only outsiders must maximize their interests. You dare to attack me, can't I collect some interest? There's no doubt that Suyu's domineering attitude is really infuriating, but there's nothing anyone can do about it. Because they really seem to be unable to win. Beatable. They are all on Jushao's side. The three holy places are of the same blood, so they will not take action easily if they can avoid it. After a while of silence, they found that no one dared to speak up, because at this moment, all the disciples of Jushao came out and stood on Suyu's side. It seems like I can't win. Most of the people in the Yenshin realm are here. Those who dare not come to the center of the secret realm are at the 9th level of the Ningnan realm, searching for treasures on the periphery. Only a few who are at the peak of the condensation core realm and can fight against the gods across levels dare to come here. Now they are all gathered together. After a long silence, someone finally nodded and said, okay, I agree. One person agreed, and then more and more people agreed. Nothing else. Instead of wasting time here or going out to dig mountains and look for minerals, it would be more reliable to search for treasures in the ancient city. Even if you pay 30%, it's still better than earning outside. Certainly, there were also those in the Yenshin realm who could not stand this humiliation and chose not to go in, instead hunting those in the Ningnan realm who were searching for treasures outside. In this secret place, it is your luck to find the treasure, but it is your fate to fail to keep the treasure or even lose your life. Here, it's not surprising that they would do anything perverted. Soon, most people chose to compromise and walked into the ancient Blue Brick City. The Blue Brick Ancient City will drive out everyone on the last day. If anyone insists on staying inside, they will be directly wiped out by the rules of the secret realm after the ancient city is closed. After everyone who was supposed to go in had gone in, Jushao's disciples also walked in excitedly. Looking at the empty plain, Suyu looked into the jungle and said with a smile, Sister, don't you want to go in? The words fell. 4 figures walked out of the jungle, their faces filled with complicated expressions. Su Qingying just opened her mouth when she was ruthlessly interrupted by Su Yu. Su Yu said seriously, although you are my elder sister, you have seen my strength. However, since you and I are siblings, I will give you a discount and charge you both. The three sisters of the Su family. Good. Sure enough, he still has that familiar bastard flavor. Show off when you feel a little energetic. Chapter 066, this punch all the places that shouldn't be concave or concave. Su Miao gnashed her teeth in anger, her beautiful eyes almost spitting fire as she stared at Su Yu and said, don't go too far, you're even trying to trick us. Which good person would want a bastard like this, especially his younger brother? Oh, it would be better to drag him out and shoot him. Su Wanqing even said with disdain, a bastard is a bastard, how can you expect him to change for the better? Let us in quickly, others are afraid of Su Yu, but they are not afraid at all. Can't beat him, you'll have to fight to find out. Even if he is at the third level of the soul condensation realm, so what? The four of them are not powerless to fight. Chen Yanqi clenched her fists, a sinister smile that didn't belong to her on her beautiful face. Such nonsense, a beating will make him behave himself. I just don't believe it. Can he really rebel against the heaven? Clang. The next second, Chen Yanqi drew her sword and stabbed Su Yu, shouting, die, you bastard. You dare to cancel my engagement and humiliate me. Wait for death. When Su Miao and the other two saw Chen Yanqi rushing forward, they didn't hesitate and just raised their swords to chop. Let's not talk about whether to kill or not for now. However, we must not allow Su Yu to continue to be so arrogant. As his sister, it is necessary to teach him what it means to be low-key. Su Qingying used the time magic to control Su Yu on the spot. After such a long period of practice, Su Qingying has gained preliminary control over the abilities of the Supreme Bone. Although she cannot directly reverse time or accelerate time to make the enemy die of old age, she can still control the enemy. Prevents the enemy from repeating actions for a certain period of time. The true meaning of Divine Phoenix. Insight. Heaven-breaking sword technique. After Su Qingying controlled Su Yu, Chen Yanqi, Su Miao and Su Wanqing attacked in unison. The full force of the three of them would be difficult to resist even for a high-level soul condensation realm cultivator. After all, not everyone has supreme bones and double pupils, let alone the reincarnation of a female fairy. Facing the attack of the three people, Su Yu just smiled slightly, and then, still in the state of fusion with the Emperor of Heaven and the gods, he used tremendous force to break free from the restraints. The sun and the moon are both wrong. In an instant, the sun and the moon rose, and the magnetic fields of heaven and earth were momentarily disrupted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yu directly interrupted Su Qingying's time repetition, jumped behind her, and after a certain distance, Su Yu's Adam's apple rolled, and then he opened his mouth, and a heart-shaking roar burst out from his mouth. Taiyin Xiaoyu, roar. For martial arts like this that are dominated by yin energy, Su Yu would use the skills of the corpse immortal tribulation heaven. With a wisp of corpse immortal energy, there are few yin forces in the world that are stronger than his. Circles of sound waves spread out, causing the four people to frown. Although this kind of sound wave has no effect on the physical body, it can cause serious damage to the soul. Even the attack paused for a moment. At this very moment, Su Yu's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. His position could not even be detected by the naked eye. Only the sonic boom sound produced by breaking through several times the speed of sound in the sonic boom cloud could distinguish where he passed by. Stupid One-chan, things are different now. You can't beat me now. Su Yu grinned with a perverted smile, grabbed Su Miao's foot and smashed it hard into the distance. After Su Wanqing calmed down and saw this scene, she was about to dodge but was caught by Su Yu. Rumble. The two sisters were ruthlessly thrown out by him, and their bodies fell far away, knocking down one tree after another. The damage caused was like using thousands of tons of explosives to blow up a mountain. Even the ground was smashed into a large bulge. Take it, Chen Yanqi had no intention of helping his teammate who was knocked away. Only after taking the opportunity to eliminate the enemy can we provide more effective treatment. She must not ruin her life because of indecision. Chen Yanqi successfully thrust out with a sword. This sword was not an ordinary martial art, but a holy martial art, the Zhedian sword technique. One sword can break the sky, the ultimate sword technique of using softness to overcome hardness. It is impossible to catch this sword by brute force, as this will only increase the damage caused by the Zhedian sword technique to oneself. Unless the power you unleash can break the upper limit of what Chen Yanqi can bear. This sword made Su Yu's face look a little serious. It's true that he is very strong, but he is not too strong. What's more, he is someone of Chen Yanqi's status. Although he is confident, he can't really ignore the other party. If he was really confident, he would not have started fighting by merging the shadow of the Heavenly Emperor. You know, Chen Yanqi hasn't merged with the shadow of the god yet. Su Yu waved his hand, and the moment that the Luo sword fell into his hand, Su Yu's aura underwent a qualitative change. Before, it was just majestic, but at this moment, it was 3 times sharper and more aggressive. Yin-yang breaks the sky, Su Yu shouted sternly. With a slash of the sword, the two most powerful spiritual powers of the moon and the sun intertwined together. The two completely opposite forces were perfectly integrated at this moment, and the power that erupted even made the spiritual power surrounding them retreat. The moon and the sun are opposites. If they could be combined into one, it would be chaos. In progress, the two forces of the moon and the sun are born intertwined with each other and are usually only born in twins, a boy and a girl. If people with different bloodlines awaken the moon and the sun, those two were born to be a pair. The offspring they give birth to will not inherit a single physique, but have a chance to become the legendary chaotic body. The two, one hard and one soft, when combined, are far more powerful than the strength of a single attribute. Of course, it is very difficult to balance the power of both. The reason why Su Yu was able to use this sword technique was not only due to the immortal chi brought by the corpse immortal tribulation, but also because the martial arts rewarded by the system all had some initial accomplishments. Otherwise, Su Yu would definitely not be able to perform this sword move. Without going through the two realms of Jia Yin and Jia Yang, he is still unable to unleash the power of this sword. Boom, the Yin Yang sword energy shattered the Zhedian sword energy. The two powers were equal and almost cancelled each other out. Seeing that his sword attack was easily broken by Su Yu, a hint of surprise flashed in Chen Yanqi's eyes. But the current situation does not allow her to be distracted at all. It was at this moment that the eyes of Su Yu, a man without any emotions, lit up. Good opportunity. Boom, with a height of nearly 4 meters and incredibly agile, Su Yu appeared in front of Chen Yanqi in a flash. Seeing Su Yu appear in front of him, Chen Yanqi's face changed. Just as he was about to withdraw, Su Yu attacked him with a loud laugh. You narrow-minded person, today I will punch you in the heart with my fist as big as a sandbag. Bang, the next second, a scene appeared that made Su Qingying and her two sisters stunned and petrified. Su Yu rushed to Chen Yanqi at an extremely fast speed. When his huge fist came down, it was like a super truck equipped with a rocket engine, crashing into Chen Yanqi's chest at an extremely fast speed. Bang, one punch all the places that shouldn't be concave or concave. Chapter 068 3000 steps are like a chasm, the dividing line between genius and mediocrity. After entering the ancient blue brick city, Suyu had a clear goal and ran straight towards the tallest building in the ancient city. A quasi-emperor took great pains to build a small world for himself as a cemetery, and built it so luxuriously and buried so many treasures. Suyu didn't believe that a man at the top could be so kind. Can a peak quasi-emperor who has no children, no family, and no grandchildren be kind to the cultivators in the world? Definitely not. He must have a deeper plan for building this secret mausoleum for himself. If he hid a treasure or wanted to find a successor, he would definitely place his most precious things in his coffin and tomb. The place that is most qualified to be used as a mausoleum is the Golden Temple, which is out of tune with the other buildings in the blue brick ancient city. The Golden Temple standing at the highest point. Stepping into the ancient blue brick city, Suyu could see people coming in and out of every building. These are the figures of the monks who came in to search for treasures. The Golden Temple was so conspicuous that they could naturally see it, but they did not choose to search for treasures in the Golden Temple. The reason is simple. They can't grasp it, not to mention that they could not compete with the more powerful geniuses. The dangers in the Golden Temple alone were beyond their ability to handle. If the secret realm is really a blessed land with treasures everywhere, then the number of people arranged by the major forces and holy places to enter here would not be so small. There are many opportunities in the secret realm, but people will also die. And the probability of falling is very high. Thousands of people came in, and after the secret realm was closed, the number of people who died in various traps and monsters in the secret realm, as well as those who were killed by mechanisms while searching for treasures and stabbed to death by their own people, was at least over 2,000. The secret realm has been open for so long, and the one that suffered the most casualties was when the entire army was almost wiped out. That time, out of a team of tens of thousands of people, only more than 1,000 people survived. So, nowadays, most of these people will only look for the treasures they need within the scope of what they can afford. Suyu ignored this group of treasure-hunting rats. His goal was very clear, heading straight for the Golden Temple. As for the baby of this group, anyway, the day before the secret realm closes, they will be teleported outside the ancient blue brick city, and 30% of the profits will be theirs. As for offending people, good job, I'm a villain now. I even dare to offend the son of destiny with a golden fate. Why should I not dare to offend these treasure-hunting rats? As long as I can remain strong, no one in the world can go against my will. Crossing the crowd in the streets, Suyu arrived at the foot of the Golden Temple. Looking up, the gate of the Golden Temple stands proudly on thousands of steps. On the steps, many monks were climbing with difficulty. Retracting his gaze, Suyu took a step forward and stepped onto a step. Then he noticed that the step was different. The moment he stepped onto the step, he felt a subtle and imperceptible gravity pressing down on his body. But this kind of pressure is too weak for him and can be completely ignored. A test. It looks like a test based on the strength of the body and soul. If the body and soul are not up to standard, if you try to step on it by force, your body or soul will be crushed on the spot. The strong are not philanthropists. They can reach the top by stepping on the corpses of others. If the test doesn't kill people, then the purpose of setting it up in the first place will be meaningless. Suyu's thoughts returned, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. A test that can kill people is better. This way, I won't let down my guard against anything. Suyu walked up step by step, leisurely, and it was hard to tell that he was going through a test. 1 hour. Suyu had already walked up more than 1,000 steps. Suyu had already walked up 1/3 of the 3,399 steps. Those who were at the ancient realm, who were at the 1,000-step level, felt unwell when they saw Suyu walking up step by step as if he was strolling in the back garden. Damn, comparing yourself to others makes you feel awful. We struggled so hard to climb 1,000 blocks and were almost exhausted, but he just took a walk. Are the strengths of his body and soul so outrageous? How do you think he could have held off all of us by himself if he wasn't outrageous? Oh my god, I don't want to climb anymore. If I keep climbing like this, I'm afraid I'll die. Are you going to continue like this? Don't forget, if you quit halfway, you will lose 1/3 of your cultivation. It's better than climbing 2/3 of the way and then retreating. By then, you'll have lost more than just your cultivation. Of course you can withdraw from the test if you want to. There will be corresponding punishment for quitting no matter where you climb. 1/3 of the distance will reduce the corresponding cultivation level, and 2/3 of the distance will directly wipe out 2/3 of the soul. Even if you can survive, your cultivation level will regress to the innate realm, and even your intelligence will be affected. There was once a genius from the outside world who was extremely confident and held on to 2/3. Later, he couldn't hold on any longer and wanted to quit, but he was worn down to a semi-insane state. Some people were naturally upset when they saw Suyu so relaxed, and then they chose to quit. Even if 1/3 of your cultivation is destroyed, it is better than holding on until death. 1/3 of their cultivation would at most make them regress to the peak of the first level of the soul condensation realm, which was not unacceptable. Suyu turned a deaf ear to the conversation between these people. His gaze was always fixed on the Golden Temple at the top. As he rapidly approached the top, the pressure on his body and soul increased. When he crossed 2/3 of the stairs, the pressure also increased sharply. If an ordinary person at the 3rd level of the soul condensation realm was placed in his current position, the pressure from the stairs would instantly crush him into a pile of meat paste. The brown marks on the steps are the best proof. Here, there was once a person who didn't know how to live or die and forced his way across 2/3 of the stairs to reach the last part, but this forced step made him stay here forever. Actually, anyone who can reach the 3rd level of the Soul Yuan realm can be considered a genius. At the very least, he can easily crush a standard Yenshin venerable of the same realm, and even fight with a strong man of the 4th level of Yenshin realm. But in the end, they still died at this distance. This distance is like a natural barrier that completely separates geniuses from mediocre people. Just like Suyu at this moment, when he stepped over the step that was like the dividing line of fate and stopped there steadily, the expressions on the faces of the geniuses who had been staying in the 2/3 area for a long time were also very wonderful and complicated. However, Suyu didn't bother to guess what they were thinking. He continued to move forward steadily, as if he didn't feel any pressure at all, and his forward speed didn't slow down at all. At this time, there were only a few people left walking in front of him. Only a dozen or so people can enter the final part, and each of these people has an orange or above fate, and only a part of them has a red fate. But does it matter? All the geniuses will become his stepping stones. Suyu walked quickly towards the finish line, constantly surpassing those geniuses who were finding it increasingly difficult to advance. Under the complicated gazes of everyone, Suyu finally stepped over the last step at the end of the 3rd hour. The deep and clear bell sound seemed to have spent countless time and rang at this moment. Clang. Chapter 69, Nearly Immortal. Little fellow, are you interested in carrying the cause and effect and inheritance of this emperor? The deep bell sounded, as if it had crossed countless years to arrive at the present moment. The bell sounded, spreading throughout the entire secret realm. Even those who were digging for top-grade spirit stones underground could hear the penetrating sound of the bell. For a moment, everyone looked towards the direction of the Golden Temple. Next second, a loud voice without any emotion sounded and reached everyone's ears. Unparalleled talent, immortal quality. Breaking the fastest time record for reaching the summit, every step is a test of the limit. There are 3,399 grids. If you can reach the top, you will have the qualifications of an emperor. Suyu reached the top before he even unleashed his full strength, completely breaking the upper limit of his emperor-level talent. Countless people stood there in a daze, their mouths wide open in shock. Immortal resources. This legendary qualification actually appeared. Isn't this the Dharma ending age? Why would someone with such qualifications choose to appear at this point in time? Shouldn't he be forcibly sealed into the divine source by the clan ancestors, waiting for the arrival of the golden age before being reborn? If you show up now, aren't you afraid of wasting your qualifications? Countless people racked their brains but couldn't figure out why such a top-notch person would appear in this era. The potential of an emperor can drive the Holy Land crazy. What's more, he has the potential to become a human immortal. Is the golden age about to arrive prematurely? Will the Dharma ending age end in the near future? Doesn't that mean that with our qualifications, we can also become saints? Is a new round of power reshuffle about to begin? Countless people were talking about it and speculating about various outcomes. Suyu had no intention of understanding this. Boom. Suyu pushed open the heavy golden door, making a loud noise, and walked into the golden temple. Suyu's eyes immediately looked forward. A high platform was built in the middle of the hall. On the high platform, a coffin stood quietly. The space around the coffin seemed to become distorted, as if there was a great existence in it that even space could not bear. I once stood at the top, overlooking the world from the summit. Even though he's been dead for countless years, he still commands awe from heaven and earth. Even space can't withstand the might of his fallen body. Suyu's eyes were burning as he stared at the coffin and muttered to himself. Is this the terrifying thing about the peak strongman? Even if I die, neither heaven nor earth can bury it. In the two realms of yin and yang, one cultivates the two energies of yin and yang, and after fusing yin and yang, one becomes a celestial being. A celestial being has 5 decays: body, strength, soul, origin, and destiny. After overcoming the decay of the body is reborn and the innate body is reshaped. When all 5 stages of decline are overcome, one reaches the realm of quasi-saint. Anyone who has survived the 5 stages of decay and is reborn will have a body that remains intact for 1,000 years after death, and his bones will retain their radiant properties for 1,000 years. At the same time, the lifespan of the strong who have survived the 5 declines will be infinitely extended. The lifespan of a quasi-saint can be 2,000 years, making him incomparably powerful. Below the holy realm, the longest lifespan is no more than 1,000 years. Even the Dharmakaya has a lifespan of no more than 600 years. Yunshin only has 500. All those below the holy realm are ants. This is not just a saying, it is true. Their lifespans are too short. No matter how amazing they are, they cannot become saints. They are just fleeting fireworks and cannot leave any mark in the long river of history. Just like him, no matter how strong he is just a young man with unparalleled talent. If you really want to catch the eyes of a powerful person, without the Dharma realm, you are just a little guy with amazing talent who can be crushed to death at any time. Don't be fooled by the fact that Jushao's attitude towards him is so enthusiastic and full of goodwill now. Even the ancestor wanted to break the divine source and teach him. But it's been so long, where's the ancestor? It only takes a few days for the divine source to recover. The reason why he didn't come out is that he is waiting for him to break through the Dharma realm and show that he really has the potential to reach the holy realm. Suyu was very clear about his trump card, which was to maintain this abnormal breakthrough speed in exchange for the strongest support. Otherwise, if you really go out into the outside world, you could be crushed to death at any time. Even some slightly stronger dynasty forces have the opportunity to hunt him down. I am too weak. If one day I can reach this point, no one, no force, will dare to act presumptuously in front of me, right? There was deep anticipation and envy in Suyu's eyes. It is precisely because he knows the cruelty of cultivating immortals that he is so fearless. As long as you can offer the corresponding conditions, even if you offend the whole world, there will be people who dare to cover for you. Suyu will not have any feelings for anyone or any force because everyone is using each other. Even Jushao was just placing some hopes on himself. As for the Su family, Suyu knew very well that even if he lived an ordinary life, the Su family would keep him safe. It was too easy to see through the thoughts of that cheat father. He just hoped that he could live a good life. He has feelings for the Su family, but Jushao sorry, everyone is just using each other. There's no need to talk about feelings. I really want to keep getting stronger. Suyu secretly clenched his fist inside in his heart. He didn't want to live this kind of life, but he had no choice. Because he is weak. Weakness is the original sin. Putting this thought aside, Suyu looked around the golden palace. The interior was also very luxurious. Even here Suyu saw a human figure carved from the finest divine source. Handsome and full of majesty, the faint imperial power still lingers on the portrait even after countless years. If an ordinary person stood here and looked directly at the statue, he would probably kneel down. In addition to the top-grade divine source statue, various rare medicinal herbs are also well preserved in the hall. After countless years, even half of their medicinal properties have been preserved. Even if it is a holy medicine, you can find dozens of them here. You idiot, Suyu couldn't help but curse inwardly. The peak is worthy of being the peak. The resources displayed casually are enough to make saints jealous. After taking a quick look, Suyu didn't find any very useful information. Finally, he turned his attention back to the coffin. There is nothing here that he wants, so the most likely possibility is that the thing was brought into the coffin as a burial object. Think of this, Suyu walked towards the coffin without hesitation. The closer he got to the coffin, the more imperial power and oppression Suyu felt. This kind of pressure is several times stronger than when climbing stairs. The outside world only screens those who are qualified to enter here, but here's the real test. Suppress it, less than a meter away from the coffin, Suyu was forced to use all his strength to resist the erosion of the pressure. Veins bulged, his expression was ferocious, and his Adam's apple rolled. Suyu roared in a low voice, the remnant of a corpse, you think you can make me kneel. Dream, boom, Suyu's prison-suppressing body was fully activated, and he tried his best to resist the pressure and take this final step. Click, when Suyu took this step, the platform shattered and the coffin fell. Immediately afterwards, a voice full of vigorous power came from the coffin. He is close to being an immortal, truly admirable. Little one, are you interested in bearing this emperor's karma and inheritance? Chapter 70, little guy, now are you willing to take me as your master? As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of clear light emerged from the coffin made of the ancient star tree in the ruins of the collapsed and shattered platform, and then an illusory human figure slowly condensed into shape. It was the image of an old man with a hunched back. The old man opened his eyes and stared at Suyu for a long time, then smiled kindly. Little guy, I think you have extraordinary talent and have the potential to be an emperor. Come, accept this emperor's inheritance, become this emperor's only disciple, inherit the name of Dudian quasi-emperor, and stir up the storm in Xuanyan. The old man opened his arms, as if to welcome Suyu. When Suyu in front of him heard the word Dudian, his expression changed slightly, as if with a hint of surprise. Because he had heard of the name of Dudian quasi-emperor. Tens of thousands of years ago, a peak quasi-emperor lived in the early stage of the Dharma ending era. His spiritual energy was so weak that even quasi-saints could not enter or leave freely. However, Dudian quasi-emperor seemed to have been given a cheat and began to counterattack continuously. He was not a disciple of the Holy Land, and he was always walking in the outside world, or accidentally broke into some secret realms to break through to a high level. Then, he continued to make breakthroughs in the Dharma ending age, as if he was not restricted by the rules of heaven and earth. It only took 1,000 years for him to become a quasi-emperor. Peak, a quasi-emperor at the peak level, with extremely strong combat power, he even overwhelmed all the major holy lands at one point. If we had not lived in the most powerful early stage of the Dharma ending age, he might get a chance to prove his truth through force. He is a legendary figure, and he is qualified to have his existence recorded in the history books of major holy places. But even such a powerful peak-level quasi-emperor had fallen. The shadowy figure of Dudian quasi-emperor saw Suyu lost in thought, and then he said in a gentle and persuasive manner, "Little fellow, I am an invincible quasi-emperor who roamed the universe 70,000 years ago. In that era, whether it was the top holy lands, the gods, or the myriad races, they were all suppressed by me and could hardly breathe. Become my disciple, learn my method of fighting against the heavens, and you will become invincible. Your talent is unparalleled. With my Dudian method, you will surely be able to achieve the status of a great emperor in this final era and suppress everything." Although it may sound misleading, he is not wrong to say so. The method of fighting against the sky was invincible back then. Even the peak quasi-emperor ancestor of the Golden Crow clan would be defeated by him after struggling for more than 100 moves. His imperial title was called Dudian, and there was naturally a story behind it. According to rumors, Dudian quasi-emperor has mastered a volume of Tianzun's secret method, Yuanshi Tianzun's Do secret, which is said to be the ultimate in the world and has unparalleled attack. The Do character secret can evolve all the battle tactics and magic skills that one has ever seen in the world. Even the battle tactics and magic of the great emperor can be simulated and evolved. So strong that it can be called abnormal. It is most suitable for strong people with abnormal physical constitutions, because through evolution, they can even defeat the strong with the weak. After Do Dian quasi-emperor finished speaking, he sighed again and said regretfully, "Little guy, if I hadn't been ambushed back then, how could I have disappeared so quickly? Otherwise, I can fight even the emperor." As he spoke, he regained his strong confidence. As if recalling the past, Dudian quasi-emperor's eyes fell into reminiscence. Finally, he shook his head and said with emotion, "Now, I just hope that my Dudian method will not be cut off. Of course, if there's a chance, I naturally hope to train an invincible person to help me conquer the restricted area." Speaking of the latter part, quasi-emperor Dudian became a little serious, and a strong hatred flashed in his illusory eyes. It doesn't look like an act. However, Suyu did not believe what he said. As the saying goes, you only need to believe half of what others say. No matter who it is, you should always keep all doubts in mind and never believe blindly. You can't believe a single word an old fox like this says. Suyu met his gaze, raised his head, and asked seriously, "Is this true?" Seeing that he seemed to believe it, the shadow of Dudian quasi-emperor smiled even more brilliantly. "Of course, otherwise, what else do you think I can do in my current state? I, Dudian, am a recognized honest man." As he spoke, the old man's shadow even rubbed his hands, as if he was looking forward to it. He waved towards Suyu and said expectantly, "Come, come, little one, let me teach you the true method of the emperor realm. A quasi-emperor is still an emperor, let alone a man like me who is infinitely close to being an emperor." "Good, what a good seedling." Looking at Suyu's life force that was as vigorous as a furnace and his extraordinary physique, Dudian's mouth was drooling. "It smells so good. Such a young and vital body is simply the best. It's rare for someone so young to focus on strengthening their foundation. So greedy." After hearing this, Suyu showed a look of longing. He took a step forward and was getting closer and closer. Do Dian quasi-emperor's voice also became hurried. "Yes, good seedling, come here quickly and let your master check your body thoroughly." When he was 3.14 meters away from quasi-emperor Dudian, Suyu suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Do Dian quasi-emperor could not help but anxiously said, "Little fellow, what's wrong? Come here quickly and let me pass on the supreme method to you. In this way, you will be the man who suppresses everything in this era." Suyu stopped where he was, the longing and confusion in his eyes faded away, a smile appeared on his handsome face, and he said, "Senior, you're not acting like it at all. Look at you, you're almost drooling. How can I feel that he's coming to see you?" It's not that Suyu doesn't want to continue acting with this boring old guy, but this old guy's acting skills are really too bad. All those little thoughts are written on his face. It's really so heartless, I can't even continue acting. Hearing Suyu's words, the shadow of quasi-emperor Dudian seemed to have pressed the pause button and paused for a moment. "No, is my acting so bad?" Dudian quasi-emperor's face was stiff, his tone was dim, and he sighed softly. "He has acted very well. When I broke into those secret realms in the past, the spirits of those old ghosts were not so easy to talk to. When they saw that I had passed the test and came in, they immediately rushed out and wanted to take over my body. He has already promised so many benefits, but this little guy didn't take the bait." Suyu said seriously, "It's not bad, it's just unbearable to watch. It doesn't look like acting at all." He was speaking the truth. Dudian Jundi's acting is really very bad, it doesn't look like he's acting at all. These words made the shadow fall into a bleak mood, and it seemed a little lost. But this loss only lasted for a moment. After putting aside these emotions, the old man's aura changed instantly. The aura was as vast as a sea of stars, so dazzling that people could not look directly at it. The hunchback straightened up at this moment, and his appearance changed from old to middle age. He was a majestic, handsome and extraordinary man who looked like a banished immortal. He had a tall and straight figure, dressed in a white robe, with his long hair moving slightly, and he was extremely dazzling. Dudian quasi-emperor, who had returned to his original appearance, had an arrogant look in his eyes that looked down on the world. Looking at Suyu, a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. "Little guy, now, are you willing to take me as your master?" Chapter 071 Obtaining Inheritance, 70,000 years ago, stunning and unparalleled, Dudian quasi-emperor. The unparalleled middle-aged man at this moment is the supreme existence who shook the universe 70,000 years ago, the quasi-emperor Dudian. Only someone like him has the courage to look down on the world. Instead of the wretched old man before, the handsome middle-aged man, with unparalleled temperament and emitting a strong imperial majesty, stood with his hands behind his back, looked at Suyu and smiled. "How is it? Your foundation can improve faster, and you can continue to improve yourself without fear of the constraints of the rules of the outside world. I will give you everything I have." He said this from the bottom of his heart, without any intention of deceiving others. He is Dudian, an almighty being who dares to fight against the sky. Possessing another's body, little Boyle, if he were in the golden age, he would have many ways to resurrect himself and live a second life. Only, years of fighting alone made him realize that he could never reverse the situation alone. Those restricted areas are more terrifying than I imagined. To pacify the restricted area, break the rules, and break the blockades of the aristocratic families, holy places, and sects is definitely not something that can be done by one person alone. He needs help. Suyu did not agree immediately after hearing this, but asked, why choose me? Why do you trust me? Duty and quasi-emperor asked back, the question, would you kill your loved ones for the sake of success? Would you choose to kill those who are truly kind to you in order to achieve the great Tao? Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately replied, does achieving the great Tao require a murderous heart? If there is, even if this great way doesn't work, I will find him to prove his way. Suyu didn't need to think about this question at all, he could answer it based on his heart. Kill people who were good to you. No, he couldn't do it. No matter how sharp his knife was, he would not point it at those who were good to him. This was his last bottom line. As for strangers, he can kill them without hesitation. Being a villain also requires principles. A villain, not a ruthless devil. Even if the world is destroyed, what does it have to do with me? I just need to protect them. A bright smile appeared on the face of Duty and Quasi-Emperor. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. After laughing, Duty and Quasi-Emperor narrowed his eyes, as if he was very happy. He said loudly, look, you have already handed in the most perfect answer. Since this is your true intention, why should I plot against you? This little guy is just like him. I love it so much, it's exactly the same as when I was young. Innocent and cute. However, this innocence is what he values most. Your heart has satisfied me. I, Duty, have no children in my life. I was abandoned on the roadside when I was born. It was an ordinary couple who picked me up and took me home, saving me from freezing to death that winter. They treated me very well. Although our lives were hard, we were happy. Unfortunately, they died of plague when I was 6 years old. As for me, I ended up living the life of a refugee, begging everywhere, getting beaten up, and also being treated kindly. I don't blame life, nor do I blame my parents for abandoning me. I only blame those who harbor ill towards me. There are people who want to kidnap me. For such malicious people, even if I die, I will do my best to bite off a piece of flesh from them. Someone treated me with coarse flour buns, giving me the strength to continue living. I will repay his kindness with all my heart. If someone from the government office comes to humiliate his family, I will risk my life to take them away. Even if I'm wanted by the dynasty afterwards, I won't regret it. All my life, I have always acted according to my heart, without caring about right or wrong. He is good to me, even if he is a demon, he is still someone I want to protect. For my true heart, I dare to fight against the heavens. Quasi-Emperor Dudian spoke slowly and simply about his life, and also explained why he chose the title of Emperor as Dudian. He can fight against the heavens for what he believes in. The top holy places, noble families, and restricted areas can all be considered as heaven. After listening to this, Suyu had no other thoughts. He just said seriously, will you accept me as your disciple? Then teach me the secret of your fighting character. Quasi-Emperor Dudian, who was originally feeling emotional, was choked by his sudden action. After a moment, he came back to his senses and laughed dumbly. You little guy, you are not polite to me. You asked for this thing from me. The secret of the word, dough. But it's not the cabbage on the street that can be seen everywhere. This is the secret technique of the Heavenly Lord during the mythological era, comparable to the technique of immortals, and the most powerful secret technique in the Shuandian realm. If you get one of the 9 secrets, you can become a king, open up a holy land, and establish your own dynasty and be called the emperor. When others saw this, they would be eager to kneel down and give up everything they had just to get a glimpse of the 9 secrets, but this little guy in front of him was different. He asked for it right away. This made him feel a little helpless. Suyu touched his nose, coughed, and said in a serious tone, isn't it strange to be polite to you? You're going to die anyway. If you don't pass it on to me, do you still want to bring it down to the underworld to cause trouble? Upon hearing this, Dudian Quasi-Emperor was stunned for a moment, then glared at him fiercely and said unhappily, you're so rude, kid. Who told you that I was dying? I am merely hiding here to repair my body and wait for the arrival of the Golden Age. It's the early stage of the Dharma ending age. How could he possibly survive until the end of the Dharma ending age? At that time, he had only broken into the restricted area and stolen an elixir of immortality and a piece of immortal source, and then was beaten to death by the master of the restricted area. Fortunately, the rules of heaven and earth were at their most powerful at that time, preventing the lord of the restricted area from chasing out. This is how he managed to survive. Now he just sealed his body with the immortal source to isolate himself from the influence of time. Even this golden temple was actually built with the divine source he had plundered and accumulated in the northern territory back then. Even though the quality of the divine source was not high, it was still priceless. The value of this golden temple alone is probably enough to buy the lives of 100 small holy places. It is so luxurious just to maintain one's own immortality, but as for death, that's too early. When the golden age comes and the influence of the emperor's laws loses its effect, he will be able to break out of the source, until the battle of destiny comes and he will be the first to compete for the throne. Although his body was sealed with the immortal source, 70,000 years would still take away his life force. The elixir of immortality is his backup plan. As long as the great era is about to come, he will break through the source and be born in the first place, then immediately swallow the elixir of immortality and live a second life. The exclusive property of the great emperor was ruined by him, a quasi-emperor at the peak level. It was really like a wild boar eating chaff. As he spoke, Dudian Quasi-Emperor waved his hand and said nonchalantly, well, you have passed my test, and my method should be passed on to you. From now on, you can practice here peacefully for a year. I have a lot. If I give it all to you at once, your brain will burst. So I need to come a few more times. When Suyu heard this, his eyes were full of strangeness. Amount a lot, give it all at once. What kind of vulgar words are these? However, Quasi-Emperor Dudian ignored his strange behavior, floated out of the temple on his own, and then waved his hand. Everyone who has nothing to do with me, get out. Buzz. The next moment, the rules of the entire secret realm began to emerge, and each cultivator was teleported out by the rules in an instant. Even when everyone appeared on the plane, there was still a look of confusion on their faces. Who am I, where am I, and how did I get out? Everyone looked confused. A moment later, a light and pleasant voice in the crowd shouted in despair. Ah, my scroll of gods, ah. Chapter 72, Seizing the Opportunity, Elderchin's Thoughts. On the plane outside the secret realm, among the crowd who were forcibly kicked out, the 2 sisters Su Wanqing and Su Qingying looked at the empty enclosed secret realm in front of them, feeling heartbroken. Su Wanqing screamed even more, ah, my scroll of the deity's portrait is just a little bit short of completion. I was clearly about to touch the scroll of the deity's image, but my eyes blurred and I was teleported out. What's going on? Is it really impossible for us to have such a powerful painting of the gods? It wasn't just the 2 sisters. There were also many people around who were so heartbroken that they knelt on the ground and pounded the grass. My heart is bleeding. They were about to obtain a holy source of divine origin the size of a human head, and a holy medicine that had already become conscious and would escape. The result was thrown out. This huge sense of gap made them so heartbroken that they could hardly breathe. Swish. Soon, 3 elders from the Holy Land who noticed the commotion arrived here in an instant. Looking at the huge crowd, they were dumbfounded. What's going on? There are still 12 days until the secret realm closes. Why are they all coming out? The elder of the Jushao Holy Land came to a Jushao disciple and asked in a deep voice what happened in the secret realm. Why were you kicked out? The disciple in the soul condensation realm also looked bewildered and replied, I don't know. I was still trying to grab the original Saint Realm martial arts. I was halfway there when I was teleported out. As he spoke, he was still holding up the martial arts notebook that was 1/3 destroyed in his hand. When he saw that the martial arts notebook was destroyed, there was an unconcealable heartache in his eyes. Fuck, this is the martial arts of the Holy Realm. And it's the original one, the kind that can be printed and sold in countless copies. Even if he handed it over to the Holy Land, he could still get a considerable amount of resource rewards. There is nothing left now. The greatest opportunity was ruined just like that. After listening to the disciple's statement, the elder's face was heavy. He then floated in the air and began to search for the figure of Zhu Xiao's disciple. In the end, he found that none of his disciples were missing. The only one missing is Su Yu. Thinking of this, a bold guess suddenly emerged in the elder's mind. Maybe. This speculation made the elders at the quasi-saint level shudder. Outrageous. Could it really be this kid? Let me ask you, have you ever been to the center of the secret realm? Have you ever seen your junior uncle there? The disciple nodded vigorously and said, I have seen it. Junior Master is incredibly impressive. He single-handedly blocked everyone from entering the secret realm center, knocking them all down. In the end, he threatened them, negotiated with them. If you want to enter the secret realm center, you have to hand over 30% of your gains. By the way, where's Junior Master? As soon as he finished speaking, the elder covered his mouth and said, stop making noise and quickly notify them to return to the warship. This is not a good thing to say. If they find out that Su Yu didn't come out, there might be a group of people who would want to do something bad. The disciple finally realized what was happening and nodded repeatedly, okay, elder. Seeing him run to inform other disciples, the elder was not idle either. He directly located several of his direct disciples and secretly sent messages to call them back. For a moment, in the still turbulent team, Zhu Xiao's disciples retreated silently one by one. When everyone returned to the warship, the elder immediately said, from now on, stay here and don't go out, let alone talk. I'll go check out Chu Feng, and then we'll evacuate. This matter is quite serious and no information can be leaked out, otherwise, Zhu Xiao will have a headache. Yes, elder, those who can enter the Holy Land are not fools, and they naturally know that the root cause of this incident lies with their junior uncle Su Yu. Maybe, this secret realm might become the private property of the Zhu Xiao Holy Land. After settling his disciples, the elder did not hesitate and flew out of the warship directly to the plane to find the other two quasi-saint elders. How is it, do you have any clues, said the elder. The elder of Tianchuan Holy Land frowned and shook his head, saying, no, it seems like they were all teleported out in just a moment. But I did learn that before the incident, a bell rang in the Golden Temple, and the sound could be heard thousands of miles away. Strange, the quasi-saint elder of the Zaiwei Holy Land muttered, then asked, Old Qin, why did you send all the disciples of your Holy Land back to the warship? He looked around and found that all of Zhu Xiao's disciples had left. This happened suddenly. Since the secret realm opened, we've never seen anything like this. I dare not delay, let alone risk the lives of my disciples. Elder Qin said sternly, the creator of the secret realm is, at the very least, a peak quasi-emperor. Who knows if something unexpected will happen. If there are no clues, I can only return to the Holy Land and wait for the Holy Lord to make a decision on this matter. Hearing this clear answer, the two elders nodded in agreement and said, you are right. Even if a peak quasi-emperor dies, the backup plan he left behind is not something that your quasi-saints like you and me can resist. As they spoke, the elders of the two sacred places, Tianchuan and Zaiwei, also shouted, all Tianchuan Zaiwei disciples, return to the warships and stand by. Once the order was issued, the disciples of the two holy places did not dare to delay any longer and began to return to their respective sects, warships. After hearing this order, Su Wanqing and Su Qingying could only suppress the disappointment in their eyes. It seems that we sisters are not destined to have these things. Let's go back and see if we can find a new scroll to depict the deity. We can't delay any longer. The matter of nurturing the gods cannot be delayed. The gods are the foundation of the next realm. They cannot be too hasty, nor can they break through too late. Otherwise it will be detrimental to your subsequent practice. Being stuck at the peak of the 9th level of condensation pill is extremely dangerous. If it lasts too long, the increasing spiritual power will damage their meridians. Alas, this is all I can do. The two sisters looked disappointed and followed the main group away from the crowd. After the people from the two holy places evacuated, the others did not dare to stay in the plane any longer and moved away a certain distance. Finally, after the three elders questioned each of them one by one to try to find out the reason but to no avail, the three of them had no choice but to drive the warship away. The secret realm is suddenly closed, so we must go back and report to the Holy Lord and let the latter make the decision. Soon, the secret area was cleared. No one dared to get too close because no one knew whether the sudden closure of the secret realm was due to an error in the secret realm's operating rules, which led to the secret realm's self-destruction. A huge secret realm explodes and destroys itself, and can even flatten billions of miles of territory. After everyone left, the entrance to the secret realm also disappeared quietly, as if it had never appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the opportunity of the Child of Destiny and receiving a reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully disrupting the Tao heart of the Child of Destiny and receiving a reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving countless enemies and receiving a reward. Chapter 73, Accept the Inheritance. Unparalleled Attack Method, The Secret of Fighting. In the Golden Temple, system prompts sounded in Su Yu's mind one after another. Ding! Rewards settled, rewards obtained, villain value plus 79,000, Dragon Elephant Mountain Collapse Fist, Soul Nourishing Saliva, Mountain Driving, and Heaven Guiding Corpse Sealing Sudra. Dragon Elephant Collapsing Mountain Fist, a martial art that uses the weak flesh of humans to unleash a fist that is as powerful as a dragon and an elephant. Soul Nourishing Saliva, produced by ancient soul beasts, it can nourish the soul and repair damaged soul power. It is only available to those at the saint level. Driving the Mountains, a magical power of Tiangong. When practiced to perfection, one can whip the mountains to make way, and can even shift hundreds of thousands of mountains. Even sacred mountains can be whipped and driven away. This was the method used by the ancient heavenly court to enthrone mountain gods. The Sutra of drawing on the heaven and sowing corpses. Drawing on the mighty power of heaven and earth is the thread. You can sow the corpses of all races together. You can show your might in life, sow the corpses of heaven and earth together. Your rank, Emperor. When Su Yu saw the reward given by the system, his whole body was shocked, and shock gradually appeared in his eyes. Imperial product. Sowing corpse. Finally it's all together. The corpse immortal's heaven tripping method can use the power of heaven and earth to sew up the corpse immortal, but unfortunately, he does not have the method to sew up the corpse. This time, it's finally complete. With the corpse sowing sutra, Su Yu could spend time robbing the graves of powerful men, digging out corpses and sewing them up again, allowing them to regain their former power. Even if he doesn't have the fighting power he had in his lifetime, it's still good. At least, he can have countless fearless warriors who can do most of the things for him. This is something that any force or sect dreams of. He got it. It doesn't seem difficult for one person to be on par with the Holy Land. Although the corpse sowing suitor can only sow corpses of people with lower cultivation than his own, as long as he keeps improving his cultivation and reaches the saint realm, he will be able to sow quasi-saint corpses. One person creates a holy land that will never lack holy places. Cool. At this moment, Suyu was in a very good mood. The shadow of duty and quasi-emperor opposite him couldn't help but sigh when he saw him suddenly become happy. Ah, he is still young after all. Even though he acted so mature before, he would be moved when he saw that I was willing to do so much for him. The little guy is so easy to satisfy. How surprised will you be when I teach you all my skills later? Duty and quasi-emperor couldn't help laughing when he thought of this. He loved seeing this kind of simple-minded little guy the most. He doesn't like the kind of guy who is full of conspiracies and intrigues. Even disgust. Therefore, he likes little guys like Suyu who reveal their true nature the most. If he met such a person in his lifetime, even if he offended him, he would just smile and say nothing and would not kill him casually. Young people should be pure. Suyu exited the system space, came back to his senses, looked at the duty and quasi-emperor who was grinning foolishly and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Why does this quasi-emperor not look very smart? The quasi-emperor Dudian was killed at his peak. It was obvious that he was tricked into looking for a top-level expert to fight. Otherwise, how could a person standing at the peak of quasi-emperor possibly die? Just be a little more cautious, run away if you can't win, and you shouldn't die. Is he not mentally normal? Noticing Suyu's gaze, Duty and quasi-emperor's smile faded, and then he pretended to be serious, acting like a hermit, and said, okay, the area is cleared. It's just you and me now. Little guy, from today on, you will learn my method and become my only disciple. Carry the name of Dudian and carve out a name for yourself on this continent. Suyu heard this and asked curiously, bearing your name, do you have any Taoist lineage in Xuantian? Do your words have any effect? Will your enemies target you if you leave the mountain with Dudian? What a confident quasi-emperor. But it seems normal. After all, Dudian quasi-emperor is a peak quasi-emperor and is qualified to open up a top holy land. It is reasonable to leave behind the Taoist tradition. If that's the case, then I might as well not wait for Jushao. But under Suyu's expectant gaze, the pride on quasi-emperor Dudian's face froze. He cursed inwardly, then coughed lightly and said, ahem, there's no need to go out and play around with my name so early. When the golden age is about to come, you will be able to do whatever you want. I have a lot of enemies outside. If you carry Dudian on your back, I'm afraid that as soon as you show your face outside, you'll be beaten to death by someone. In the Dharma ending age 70,000 years ago, although he was not afraid of the constraints of the rules of heaven and earth, resources were extremely scarce. In order to break through to the quasi-emperor level, he attacked many holy places to snatch resources. Some of the holy places may still exist today. Who knows how strong they would be now? After 70,000 years of recuperation, if it does not collapse, with the influence of the Holy Land, it will be enough to bury several saint-level ancestors. If Suyu were to go out now, he might be beaten to death. Suyu opened his mouth when he heard this, and a bunch of curse words brewed in his mind, but facing a quasi-emperor, he chose to swallow them, and finally turned them into a sigh. Forget it, you dead man, just teach me some skills. Sure enough, this quasi-emperor who was beaten to death cannot be trusted. What you say is less useful than farting. Although Jushao Holy Land also likes to make empty promises, they actually give real benefits. Upon hearing this, quasi-emperor Dudian was instantly vexed with anger, and said with a face full of resentment, what do you mean by, dead man? This is called strategic self-preservation. When the golden age arrives, you will know how awesome I am. Oh, young people, in the future you will understand that I, Do Tianzai, am your greatest supporter in this world. By the time I recover, it's useless even if the people in the restricted area come. Suyu nodded repeatedly and said perfunctorily, yes, 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 stop talking and hurry up. I have prepared a gift for you. It all depends on whether you can teach well or not. Dudian quasi-emperor said with disdain, gift. You, a little rookie, even have a gift. Having said that, quasi-emperor Dudian put away his joking thoughts and said seriously and solemnly, although you haven't performed the rites of apprenticeship with me, I'm now half dead, so I won't engage in these empty talk. Remember this, once you accept my teachings, from now on, you and I will be nominally master and disciple. Do you have any objections? At this moment, he had no intention of joking, only majesty and imperial power filled the air. Suyu looked serious, took 3 steps back, bowed to quasi-emperor Dudian, and spoke in an extremely solemn tone. Teacher, no. Seeing him like this, Dudian quasi-emperor nodded gently and said, this young man is teachable. The next moment, the shadow of the Dudian quasi-emperor flashed by and came close to Suyu. Then, he stretched out his hand and gently touched Suyu's brow. The next second, a huge amount of information flooded into his mind like waves. Among them, Suyu also captured key information. This method was obtained when I dug out the tomb of the Heavenly Venerable. By practicing this method, you can simulate any attack method and quickly evolve the fighting methods of others. Even if you practice it to perfection, you can simulate the power of the ultimate imperial weapon. It is one of the 9 secrets, known as the unparalleled attack the Do secret. Chapter 74 Even if the sky is broken, I can still hold it up for you. In addition to the Do character secret, I also created a quasi-emperor realm martial arts technique and several saint realm martial arts techniques. I also have several insights into the yin and yang realms. Today, I will pass them all on to you. When the golden age arrives, the name of Dudian will shine through the heavens once again. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the secret of the word, Do, was the first to appear in Suyu's mind. At the same time, he also had some insights of the quasi-emperor Dudian. This level of understanding and unique skills, whether in the outside world or in a holy land, would make those in the great saint realm or even those who had just entered the quasi-emperor realm jealous. A quasi-emperor at the peak of his powers is willing to teach everyone he knows. It is hard to imagine how high the person he chooses will reach in the future. The peak of the quasi-emperor represents the pinnacle of an era. What's more, the pinnacle level of Dudian quasi-emperor is reached at the most severe moment in the Dharma ending age. In that era, it was difficult for anyone to break through, let alone become a quasi-emperor or even a quasi-saint. This is also one of the reasons why Dudian quasi-emperor was able to be recorded in history as a quasi-emperor. Because he is so outstanding, what they did can be described as going against the will of heaven. The skylifting strength is a young realm martial art that aims to strengthen the arms and enable them to lift the heavens. Although it may be exaggerated, once it is fully developed, the strength of the arms is enough to destroy any non-horizontal cultivator of the same realm. In his mind, Suyu's spirit figure was sitting cross-legged in the center of his sea of consciousness. In front of him, the spirit of quasi-emperor Dudian was explaining the skills to him. Who could have imagined the treatment of being taught martial arts face-to-face by a quasi-emperor? In the Holy Land, apart from the dusty emperor's own son and the young ancestor, it is completely impossible to get the quasi-emperor to teach and impart with all his efforts. Not to mention the quasi-emperor. Even a great saintly supreme elder, or even a saintly elder, would not teach so carefully. Dudian quasi-emperor was teaching martial arts techniques and secret skills, while Suyu was practicing quietly. Here, he didn't have to worry about being spied on. Even if he made a lot of noise, Dudian quasi-emperor would only be surprised and would not have any other thoughts. He also doesn't have to worry about the Dudian quasi-emperor taking over his body. Because the other person's body is in the coffin, nourished by various powerful medicines, immortal sources, and even elixirs of immortality. He invested all the resources of his physical body and even the resources of an entire holy land. For someone like him, apart from his unparalleled talent, there's almost nothing else he can look up to. Compared with the quasi-emperor Dudian, he is lucky to be considered shabby. The Do character secret is mainly based on simulation. The most important thing is that it can materialize the simulation. Suyu put other martial arts aside and concentrated on studying the Do character secret. Simulating all dharmas is very similar to the simulators in previous lives. In that case, can we simulate human beings as well? Suyu's mind moved, and he seemed to feel that his guess seemed to be correct, because he could simulate the battle method and the power of the supreme imperial weapon. This was obviously because it was something that had already been used. Those that could not be simulated had never appeared. Therefore, the true meaning of the Do character secret should be time. To gain results from the records of the long river of time. No. Or perhaps it is to analyze the essence of what you have seen and then outline it according to the rules of heaven and earth. So, Suyu discovered that he seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding and was still a little distance away from truly understanding the secret of the word, fight, but not much. Think of this, Suyu opened his eyes and returned from the sea of consciousness. After regaining control of his body, Suyu instantly performed the Do character secret, which was still a bit sluggish. Recalling the details of the previous battle in his mind, he then set his sights on Lin Mo, who he had fought with before. Boom, the next second, countless images flashed across Suyu's eyes, as if he was analyzing the essence of the tactics. Then, Suyu dodged and punched with all his strength. Bashan, boom, Suyu punched the pillar of the Golden Temple. Although the Golden Temple was built by the Divine Source, it was reinforced with formations. Even if Suyu hit it with all his strength, he could not make the Golden Temple shake at all. Just as his fist was about to hit the pillar, a transparent light curtain rose up and absorbed the kinetic energy of his attack. A full-strength attack only caused ripples on the light curtain. The first-class peerless physical boxing martial arts was simulated successfully. Although it cannot simulate the essence, it is enough. That's right, besides being able to salvage manifestations from time, the foundation of the Do character secret is that it allows me to quickly analyze and evolve the essence of combat methods, thereby using the Do character secret's spiritual energy to activate specific meridians. I can perform this without having to understand martial arts manuals. Suyu's eyes sparkled with a brilliant light, which was the surprise he felt at understanding the secret of the word, fight. Even if it's just the beginning now, but it's enough. The 9 secrets are indeed extremely powerful, and can be called a method that defies the heavens. With my current cultivation and understanding, it will be no problem for me to evolve a first-grade peerless martial art. Even if I trigger the Lin secret and then the Do secret, I can evolve martial arts from the yin and yang realms across borders. At this moment, Suyu had a clearer understanding of his own strength. The Lin character secret gives him the power to step into the forbidden realm of the gods and kill enemies of higher levels, while the Do character secret gives him the ability to master powerful martial arts. Enough. While Suyu was still immersed in his joy, the slightly surprised voice of Quasi-Emperor Dudian came from afar. You kid, did you just perform a martial arts technique using the Do character secret? It's stylish and powerful, but it's soulless. The figure of Quasi-Emperor Dudian floated over, with surprise and great shock in his illusory eyes. This little guy. The talent is a bit too strong. How long have you been spreading the Dharma? 4 months. He comprehended the Do character secret in just 4 months and was even able to perform simulations. Although it took him many attempts to trigger the Do character secret, this was already an extremely abnormal speed. How long did he use it? It took Suyu 5 years to comprehend the secret method of the Heavenly Venerable, but he mastered it in just 4 months. Unparalleled talent. This sentence is indeed correct. As far as he knew, among those who had mastered the Do character secret the fastest before, he was the one who mastered it the fastest. Now this record has been reduced by more than 10 times by Suyu. If this gets out, I'm afraid those gods and even some lords of restricted areas will not be able to help but send people out to take him away for training. Upon hearing this, Suyu glanced at his personal attribute panel in his mind and found that the Do character secret was already included in the martial arts column. Then he nodded and replied, yes, it is someone else's martial arts triggered by the Do character secret. Ha ha ha, yes, now I have more confidence in you. Seeing Suyu's admission, Dudian Quasi-Emperor suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. Before the Golden Age comes, Suyu's ascension to the Quasi-Emperor was probably a foregone conclusion. He then threw a storage ring in front of Suyu and said, this is the resources I collected in the secret realm while you were practicing. They are all things I don't need now. I've calculated that with your solid foundation, these resources are enough for you to reach the Saint realm or even the Great Saint. Go, it's time to go out, otherwise people will become suspicious. If you have any troubles that cannot be solved, you can bring him here and I will keep you safe. Suyu heard this and said, the Quasi-Emperor is here. Anyone who comes below the 4th level is the nutrient soil of my secret realm, Dudian Quasi-Emperor replied domineeringly. Hearing this, Suyu felt relieved. He took the ring and nodded gently, okay. Then I'm out, go. Dudian Quasi-Emperor waved his hand, then turned around and was about to float back into the coffin. However, when he turned around, Suyu, however, respectfully performed the standard disciple's etiquette towards him. Although I haven't become your disciple, there is still a master-disciple relationship between you and me. Disciple Suyu greets the teacher. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu decisively walked out of the Golden Temple and disappeared. In the hall, the illusory figure seemed to have some fluctuations, and his tone was helpless and somewhat relieved. You're quite sensible, boy. Go ahead and make trouble with your invincible body. Even if you poke a hole in the sky, I can hold it up for you. Swish. Chapter 075 Return to the Ninth Heaven, set off, and be crowned by the heaven. In a forest thousands of miles away from the secret plane, white light flashed, and Suyu's figure appeared out of thin air. Looking at the surrounding scenery and the thin spiritual energy in the air, Suyu knew that he had left the secret realm. The outside world is really barren. Suyu couldn't help but sigh. Not to mention compared with the Holy Land, even compared with the Su family, which has been among the first and second-rate aristocratic families for many years, the spiritual energy content of the outside world seems very poor. A cultivator who can cultivate to the nascent soul stage in such a harsh environment, if it were in normal times. Each of them is capable of reaching the level of a spirit or even a Dharmakaya. Let's go back to Jushao and report first. We've been away for so long. If we don't go back and give an explanation, something will definitely happen in Jushao. Suyu knew very well that joining the Holy Land seemed to be a good thing, as he could enjoy countless resources and benefits. There are also many restrictions. Just like this trip to the secret realm, he directly obtained the most precious thing. The Holy Land would not ask him to hand it over, but at least there would be restrictive rules for him. They would even prevent him from going out. Although his chief teacher Dudian Jundi didn't look very smart, he also thought of this for him. So, when he left, he threw a Quasi-Emperor level technique and accompanying martial arts into his storage ring. This was for Suyu to take back and report. As long as he handed over the ring, he would receive much less attention. At the same time, there was also a little trap hidden in it, that is, he threw away the incomplete manuscript of the Do character secret, so that the old guys in the Holy Land would have no time to pay attention to Suyu. Suyu could even receive a reward for submitting a technique of this level. It's been several months, and it seems that the major forces haven't given up on the secret realm yet. Sonic booms could be heard from time to time overhead. These were caused by the powerful monks going to the secret realm. Suyu withdrew his gaze and did not walk around. Instead, he directly took out a cushion, sat cross-legged on the spot, then took out the space scroll given by the Holy Land and crushed it with force. Click. As the scroll was crushed, a vortex formed in front of him. This is a teleportation scroll. Unlike the teleportation scrolls of first-rate families like the Su family, which can lead directly to the construction site, the space scrolls of the Holy Land require someone to be sent to receive them. This is also a mechanism to prevent seed-level disciples from accidentally dying outside. One day later, several powerful auras emerged from the space vortex. Then, two elders with cultivation in the quasi-saint realm appeared. When they walked out of the passage and saw Suyu sitting cross-legged in front of them, they were startled. Then, joy filled their faces and they said, Suyu. You're coming out. Hearing the elder's voice, Suyu opened his eyes, then nodded and said, yes, elder, let's go back to the Holy Land first. I have a treasure on me, I dare not walk around. Hearing this, the two elders with quasi-saint cultivation couldn't help but breathe heavily, and then quickly responded, okay, come back with us quickly. Putting away the cushion, Suyu followed the two elders into the space passage. During the transmission process, the two did not dare to ask questions casually, and were looking at Suyu curiously. After a day of teleportation, they arrived at the teleportation point outside the Jushao Holy Land. After receiving Suyu, the warship that had been prepared in advance set sail instantly and landed in the large teleportation array. The Holy Land is hidden between the void and reality. This is a necessary step if you want to go to the Holy Land. Only when the Great Age comes will the Holy Land return to reality. It takes a lot of time to travel to the Holy Land now. But this little bit of time is nothing. After traveling through the void for more than a month, the warship finally landed in the port of the Holy Land and stopped steadily. As soon as Suyu got out of the warship, the Holy Lord, the other 8 peak masters, and hundreds of elders were on high alert, all standing at the harbor waiting for Suyu. After he left, before Suyu could even salute, the Holy Lord said solemnly, let's go to the sect hall first. Immediately afterwards, everyone surrounded Suyu and flew towards the sect hall. Seeing this scene, many Jushao disciples were surprised. What happened? Is a top-level powerful being coming to my Jushao? Why did the Holy Lord, several peak masters, and elders come out to greet him? Who knows? With such a big scene, there must be someone important coming. Well, these have nothing to do with mortals like us. Let's go practice first. I'm going to do some sect missions. In the sect's main hall. Hundreds of elders were sitting below, while Suyu and the 8 peak masters were sitting below the Holy Lord. After everyone was seated, the Holy Lord said with a serious face, Junior brother, tell us what happened in your secret realm and why it was suddenly closed. This is a big deal. It must not be handled carelessly. Upon hearing this, Suyu drank a sip of spiritual tea and then briefly recounted what had happened. Certainly, he concealed the key points and did not mention a single word about Quasi-Emperor Dudian. After he finished speaking, without caring whether they had digested it or not, he took off the storage ring on his hand and handed it to the elegant Saint Lord, saying solemnly, this is the original work of the technique I found when I was receiving inheritance in the secret realm. A Quasi-Emperor level 7th level technique and 3 accompanying Quasi-Emperor level martial arts books, as well as. At this point, Suyu's eyes flashed with a hint of obscurity, and then he fell silent. Upon seeing this, the Holy Lord's eyes fixed, then he grabbed the ring and probed his consciousness into the storage ring. When he turned over a torn scripture, his pupils suddenly shrank. Swish, he put the ring away and he no longer had any problems. The elegant saint smiled gently at Suyu and said, Junior brother, you have made great contributions this time. Just tell me what reward you want. Upon hearing this, Suyu said without hesitation, I hope to send the Su family 2 books on Saint Realm techniques and supporting martial arts, as well as resources that can cultivate Saint Realm powerhouses. The skills and martial arts of the late Quasi-Emperor, a copy of the secret scripture of Do, and a fist-sized piece of immortal source. It would be so easy to exchange for the resources he mentioned. Upon hearing this, the elegant saint immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, that's not a problem. This requirement is reasonable, even low. Moreover, Suyu's request was for the Su family, which made everyone feel more at ease. After all, if there was something good, they could think of their own family members. How bad could it be? After arranging these matters, the elegant saint asked again, Junior brother, do you know when the secret realm will reopen? 100 years later, Suyu said firmly. Hearing this, the elegant Holy Lord breathed a sigh of relief this time. 100 years was worth the wait. The secret realm can save the Holy Land a lot of resource expenditure. If it is really closed, it would be a pity. It would be best if it could be reopened. After asking all the questions, the elegant Saint Lord looked at Suyu again and said with a smile, since Junior brother has obtained the greatest opportunity, it is likely that it will be difficult for him to make a breakthrough in the Holy Land. Why not? Let's follow the Ninth Elder to the newly appeared island. Suyu was stunned when he heard this and asked in surprise, what island? The Holy Lord remained silent, but the Ninth Elder below began to explain, a month ago, a new territory appeared in the sea area under my jurisdiction. It was a massive island, comparable to a continent. The Holy Lord has arranged for us to set off the day after tomorrow to this newly emerged land to begin the process of conferring the title of heaven. When the Ninth Elder finished speaking, the elegant saint said with a smile, Junior brother, are you interested? After hearing this, Suyu became a little excited. Quantity. Canonization. It seems very exciting. Go. Chapter 076 Instead of leaving my fate to others, I'd rather make the decision alone. A day later, the Holy Lord and the 8 peak masters watched Suyu, the Ninth Elder and others leave the Holy Land on warship. The Holy Lord's elegant face still had a hint of a smile on it as he said softly, Junior brothers and sisters, let's go to the Holy Academy and see if this fragment of the Do character secret book that Junior brother found is real. The greatest opportunity of a Quasi-Emperor secret realm has almost been dug up by Suyu. The Quasi-Emperor skills in supporting martial arts are already priceless. What's more, there's a fragment of one of the 9 most powerful secrets in the world. Even if it is a fragment, its value is extraordinary. So, his idea that Suyu had hidden some treasure was basically dispelled. Even if there is, the few things Suyu handed over were enough to make everyone turn a blind eye. A genius must not be provoked to anger, unless. I have decided to give up on him, but they have already seen the hope of reuniting the immortal scriptures in Suyu, and it is even more impossible for them to give up Suyu. At least, there's no one more suitable than Suyu at the moment. They will continue to increase their investment in Suyu as always. But before that, he needs to have a stronger sense of belonging to the Holy Land. The head of Qishao Peak turned around and asked, Brother, when will the Grand Master come out of seclusion to teach him? When others hear such a promise, they are naturally full of expectations. But as high-level officials, how could they not know the twists and turns in it? The water inside is very deep. Without absolute talent, who would waste their own heritage? That's impossible. After all, a genius is just a genius, not a strong man. They are weak and can be crushed to death at any time. The Holy Lord stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the deep spatial vortex in front of him, and slowly said, digging out a great saint-level supreme elder to teach us will be very costly, unless junior brother can break through the Dharma realm and condense our most ideal Dharma body. Dharma appearance and supernatural powers are both indispensable. Although my comprehension is sufficient, it cannot be my capital after all. In addition, according to the joint deduction of the current Holy Lord of Tianyan Holy Land and Elder Tianji of Tianji Tower, the influence of the previous great age has begun to fade. At most, in 100 years, the golden age will come. So to find a patriarch, the ideal situation is when my junior fellow disciple breaks through to the Dharmakaya, or when the great age is about to arrive. We can't put all our hopes on junior brother. We also need to prepare for the birth of the Emperor's son. Having said this, a dark light flashed across the Holy Lord's eyes. It's a golden age, he is in his prime, and with 100 years left, perhaps he can also compete for the position of quasi-emperor. Let's go to the Holy Court and gather the elders to jointly deduce these incomplete 9 secrets. Holy Court, it is the true Holy Land of Jushao Holy Land. Those who live in the Holy Courtyard are all saints of the present life and the saints of the previous life, as well as those great saints who guard the sect. Yes, the 9 people turned and flew towards the depths of the Holy Land. Wherever they passed, their eyes were filled with awe. At this time, just left the Holy Land, on a warship traveling through the void. On the deck of the warship, Suyu looked at the empty scene with a hint of determination in his eyes. No one is reliable, then let yourself use a pair of iron fists to punch through the sky. Although everything had gone smoothly since he came here, Suyu knew all too well that there were countless people weighing down his head, including Dharmadhatu, Jayan, Jiyong, the 5 degenerations of heaven and man, quasi-saints, saints, great sages, quasi-emperors. Not to mention anything else, in Jushao alone, there are definitely old monsters at the quasi-emperor level. They are the chess players. If you don't become a saint, you will always be a chess piece on the chessboard. Even it is very likely that Jushao was just a substitute sent out to block the attack for Emperor Jushao. Even so, I still have to demonstrate my due value as much as possible, so that I won't be hidden or suspected. Only in this way can I gain as much freedom as possible. Just like this trip to measure the sky. In fact, there was no need for him to go, but the Holy Lord still brought it up. I just wanted to investigate and study what he handed in. Get him out of the way if possible. But, so what? Just what I want. Looking at the void that kept passing by, Suyu murmured, when I have the ability to control the void and shuttle through the void, who dares to look down on me? Even if they are 3 sisters of the so-called reincarnated female fairy fiancée, is the same. When all things are unified, you and everyone else will be competitors. Rather than letting them control their destiny, how about I alone decide everyone's fate? At this time, the Ninth Elder walked out from the interior of the warship and looked at Suyu standing on the deck. The Ninth Elder said softly, Suyu, go in and practice. It's probably still 2 or 3 months before we reach our destination. If the mission is successfully completed, we can stay in the outside world for about half a year. The Ninth Elder, your cultivation is that of a true saint. However, he is also a marginal figure. Then I can go back to the Su family with you to see my family. This is the tolerance only given to true geniuses. Others will not receive such treatment. The depth and determination in Suyu's eyes faded. When he turned to look at the Ninth Elder, there was a hint of emotion in his eyes. He said, thank you, Ninth Elder. It just so happens that senior brother Shengju has given me a lot of resources. In the next 3 months, I will try my best to break through to the high-level realm of soul condensation and strive not to be a drag on the elders. Seeing Suyu like this, the Ninth Elder smiled slightly. Good boy. Go ahead, practice with peace of mind, and strive to learn the 9 Peaks Heart method as soon as possible. This way, you will truly have a place in the Holy Land in the future. Suyu nodded and replied, yes, Elder. After bowing to Elder Ju, Suyu walked into the cabin. Of course, the emotion in his eyes disappeared in an instant. After returning to his room, Suyu did not take out the resources prepared for him by duty and quasi-emperor. Instead, he took out another storage ring. This was the reward given to him by the Confucian Saint Lord, an additional reward besides the one given to the Su family. After all, he was also an immortal seed, recognized by Jushao, so naturally he could not be treated harshly. This amount of resources is enough for him to break through to the peak of the soul condensation realm. As for the Dharma, they did not believe that Suyu could break through to the Dharmakaya in the outside world. Let's get started. Suyu took a deep breath, took out a cushion and sat cross-legged, then began the process of practicing with great vigor. This trip to the secret realm not only allowed him to practice the 9 secrets, but also allowed him to master many combat methods, as well as some insights into the realm of the quasi-emperor Dudian. Combine the perfect experience of predecessors with your own foundation. This time, Suyu's breakthrough will allow him to reach the peak of soul condensation in one go. Boom! In an instant, the entire warship began to vibrate violently. Fortunately, this is a warship comparable to the Holy Army, otherwise, the noise of this breakthrough would probably cause them to deviate from their course. The 4th level of the soul condensing realm. The 5th level of the soul yuan realm. The 6th level of the soul condensing realm. Suyu started to break through almost in one go. His resilient meridians provided him with the greatest protection. This movement also shocked the Ninth Elder and others who controlled the warship. As expected of a freak chosen by the Grand Elder, breaking through is as easy as drinking water. During this process of cultivation and breakthrough, time passed quickly. One day 3 months later, the spaceship flew out of the void, and the voice of the Ninth Elder also penetrated into Suyu's ears, waking him up from his cultivation state. We're here. Chapter 077 Measuring the Heaven and Earth, deciding life and death with a single word. This is the privilege of the strong. Hearing this, Suyu opened his eyes, and the distorted space force field around him gradually calmed down. He exhaled a breath of foul air, put away the cushion, stood up and walked out of the room. Arriving on the deck, Suyu saluted the Ninth Elder, then looked outside and asked curiously, is this the edge of the eastern wasteland? Outside, there was no sign of land. There is only the boundless sea with waves rising from time to time. It was the same sea he had seen in his previous life, a dark blue sea with no bottom in sight. The Ninth Elder nodded and said, yes, this is exactly the East China Sea. As he spoke, a serious expression emerged on the Ninth Elder's aged face. He said, remember, never go into the sea alone. There are very terrifying sea beasts living beneath the sea. Without the cultivation of the Saint Realm, wanting to cross the sea is almost a pipe dream. Most sea beasts are miscellaneous creatures without any orthodox cultivation methods. However, the mysteries of the sea are such that even without cultivation, they can achieve cultivation comparable to that of a celestial being, or even become a quasi-saint, simply by devouring and mutating. A while ago, a quasi-saint was nearing his death and wanted to cross the sea to a remote island in search of an opportunity to prolong his life. However, before he had even flown 10,000 miles, he was devoured alive by a whale beast as large as the island that leapt out of the water. Even I wouldn't dare act rashly. The warship has a formation that isolates the atmosphere, so it can sail smoothly and at the same time. As he spoke, a hint of pride emerged on the face of the Ninth Elder. This is my Jushao territory. Even sea beasts have to give way when they see my Jushao worship. What is Jushao's identity? One of the top overlords in the eastern wilderness. Even if there are demons in charge of the sea area, they are far away in the deep sea and need to be on good terms with them, just like Jushao. Otherwise, how dare the Holy Land come here to measure the sky? Su Yu heard this and nodded with a slight smile on his face. I understand. Really, it's great to have a big force to rely on in the early stages. You can do whatever you want and go anywhere. The warship flew steadily at a speed of nearly 10,000 miles per hour. When it passed over the sea, even if it caused huge waves, no sea beast dared to jump out of the water to seek death. Su Yu looked ahead. More than an hour later, finally, a small black dot appeared in Su Yu's sight. There is the newly appeared island. It is said to be an island. But its area is so huge that it is tens of thousands of miles, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a continent. Seeing the island appear, Su Yu couldn't help but become curious and asked, Elder, what is the measurement of the sky? To be honest, this was the first time he heard of it. The ninth elder smiled and stroked his beard as he explained, measure the land within the territory, incorporate it into the territory, grant it an identity, and allow it to communicate with places like the eastern wasteland via sea vessels controlled by the nine skies. This is to give these newly emerged primitives an identity. Su Yu understood after hearing this. Although the ninth elder said so, the deeper meaning was still the same as the old three, who took this undiscovered land into their pockets and arranged for professionals to open up the territory and tap into the resources. Finally, all resources will be handed over to the Holy Land, leaving only ordinary resources for the people below to use. But of course, one must have a legitimate reason for doing things. This is why we talk about measuring the sky. In fact, this is similar to the mechanism of the ancient Heavenly Court, except that the Heavenly Court canonizes the entire universe, while the Holy Land only canonizes its own territory. Soon, the small black dot continued to grow larger. Boom! After the spacecraft entered the island, it headed towards the center without any stop. As the spaceship landed, the ninth elder's vast sage consciousness instantly spread out, stretching for tens of thousands of miles and covering the entire island. After a moment, the ninth elder withdrew his consciousness and said seriously, everything is normal. There are 3 dynasties on the island, and the most powerful cultivators are only at the Dharma realm. It belongs to the uncivilized land. Swish. Soon, the spaceship flew over a prosperous capital city. Huge warships stretched across the capital city, blocking out the sky and the sun. Below the capital, countless ordinary residents looked up in horror, looking at the scene at a loss. Then, in a magnificent building in the capital, more than a dozen powerful men with the aura of the soul condensation realm flew out and shouted, Who are you? Please quickly get out of the air above the Jing dynasty capital. They didn't ask the reason and just attacked with their most powerful killing moves. However, the attacks of this group of powerful men landed on the spaceship without causing even a ripple. Boom! Snort. Upon seeing this, the ninth elder snorted coldly, and a terrifying pressure so powerful that it was suffocating poured down, pressing down the dozen or so powerful soul-enriching warriors and sending them crashing heavily to the ground with a loud bang. I don't know what the immortal's intention is. Why did you come to my Jing dynasty? As the pressure grew, an old voice trembled from inside the palace. Then, a hunchbacked old man with the cultivation level of Dharma realm appeared in front of the warship, trembling, bowed to the warship, and lowered his posture to the extreme. However, Zhu Cheng did not respond to his thoughts at all. He took a step forward, leaving the deck in an instant, and arrived above the capital. After taking a look around, he shouted, Measure the sky. Yes, on the deck, several outer sect elders of the Jiang realm responded. Boom! Immediately afterwards, several people simultaneously released an aura as powerful as the scorching sun. The pressure was so strong that countless ordinary people fell to their knees with awe in their eyes. Measure the sky, raise it. The measuring stick is used to measure the heaven and earth. The size of islands that are not included in the territory will be accurately calculated and recorded by the measuring stick. It will be convenient to arrange the formation in the future. Buzz! The holy weapon level measuring ruler quickly sank into the clouds under the urging of several people, and the power of the measuring ruler was fully demonstrated. Soon, the data was transmitted back. The outer sect elder of Jiang realm spoke in a cold and emotionless voice, 43,723 miles long, 31,097 miles wide, a continental level island with a low concentration of spiritual energy. Rich in mineral resources and spiritual wood resources, with a high output value. Upon hearing the measurement news, the ninth elder nodded and said, yes. Then, he shifted his gaze to the trembling old man in the Dharma realm and said indifferently, this place is the territory of our Jushao Holy Land. From now on, you will all be my people in the nine heavens. After saying this, he didn't care whether the old man agreed or not, and directly ordered several outer sect elders, raise the Tiangong shovel. Dig up the spiritual veins, seal them with the Chenkin bag, bring them back to the Holy Land, take 7 and keep 3. Leave the middle and lower ones and take the higher ones. Yes, rumble. Soon, there was a great vibration across the entire island. This is the noise caused by digging the spiritual vein. This kind of movement frightened the ordinary residents living on the island. Even the monks were deeply afraid of this kind of supernatural power. Everything that was happening before their eyes was far beyond their understanding. Ordinary people even knelt down and shouted for the gods to appear. On the warship, Su Yu watched all this silently. He looked at the elders who had been kind to him, and now acted like gods in front of outsiders, and remained silent. This is the true appearance of the Holy Land. Domineering, powerful, and unquestionable. One word decides life and death. This is a privilege reserved for the strong. Chapter 78, Change of Mentality, he should be so strong. The movement of the Tiangong shovel digging into the high-level spiritual vein was so loud that the vibration spread throughout the entire island. In front of the outer sect elders of Jiang realm, he used the holy weapons to dig out the spiritual veins, just like a mountain god moving the mountains that were inaccessible in the eyes of the world, and digging out the spiritual veins hidden deep within. Huge spiritual veins floated in the air and were put into the Chenkin bag. As all the high-level spiritual veins were dug out, the concentration of spiritual energy here seemed to be decreasing. The world that could originally support the cultivation of powerful people in the Dharma realm, at this moment can only accommodate people in the soul condensation realm. If one wants to break through the Dharma realm, he can only stay in the royal palace of the dynasty and rely on the dragon veins and several medium-sized spiritual veins to maintain his cultivation. Goddess, please show some mercy. You have taken away all these spiritual veins. How will our people live in the future? Without the suppression of the spiritual veins, the wind and rain will become chaotic. Seeing the spiritual veins of his dynasty being dug up, the old man in the Dharma realm with very little hair trembled uncontrollably and pleaded in a trembling voice, Immortal, this place should be just a remote place. It's not worthy of your presence. It's not that he didn't want to resist, but when facing these outsiders, he felt an unprecedented sense of fear. This feeling is like the expression of Immortal when he looks up at himself. Now, he still has this emotion. Obviously, the one who came was so powerful that he couldn't even muster the desire to resist. His methods are even more like those of immortals and gods. In response to his plea, the ninth elder simply glanced at him and said calmly, Don't worry, Jushao knows how to act. You can stay and continue your cultivation. This place is under the jurisdiction of Jushao. From now on, the sea will be calm. We will also arrange for people to come here to teach you more efficient mining and cultivation methods. Back off, my lord. Upon hearing this, the old man was dumbfounded. He wanted to continue saying something, but was scared away by a look from the ninth elder. Boom, the old man's body was hit hard and he fell into the palace with a bang. This scene made everyone turn pale with fear, because this is the pillar of their Jing dynasty, the eunuch Wu Zun, who has lived for 500 years and is the greatest support of the Jing dynasty. Even he couldn't resist the other party's gaze, so how could they resist it? As if sensing everyone's fear, the ninth elder glanced at the capital and continued, don't worry, you will be included in my 9 heavens territory. Every 10 years, I will send people here to recruit disciples. If you have the talent, you can join my 9 heavens. If you have great opportunities, joining my 9 heavens and breaking through the upper limit will be easy. Rather than wasting your time in this small country, enjoying the path of immortality is what you should aspire to. What he said was not wrong. For an island with many high-level spiritual veins and abundant rare minerals, it is really unacceptable that the strongest person now is only a Dharmakaya. With equal resources, it would be reasonable for a saint to emerge. Being able to enter the 9th heaven is naturally great for ordinary people. Certainly, the rule towards the royal family is not so friendly, and they need to rekindle their fighting spirit to keep their position. Otherwise, it will be overthrown sooner or later. Hearing the words of the ninth elder, the eyes of the ordinary people in coarse linen clothes suddenly lit up, and even the fear on their faces faded a lot. Some even mustered up the courage to ask loudly, Immortal, do we really have a chance to join the immortal sect? The ninth elder smiled and said, of course you can. Jushao is a holy land. We recruit talented people from all over the world as disciples. If you can enter the holy land, your achievement will at least make you a top-tier expert in a small place like yours. As a holy land, Jushao controls billions of miles of territory. How vast is that? Not to mention this kind of high-level spiritual vein mineral deposits. There are countless mineral deposits even at the divine level. They expand their territory in order to select and train those with outstanding talents within their territory. To accommodate fresh blood for the holy land. At the same time, it's also for a steady supply of resources. Obviously, these words make ordinary people yearn for it. If they can enter the holy land, will they have the opportunity to become as powerful as the immortals? At this moment, their fear faded away. An hour later, several Jiang realm elders had returned. They handed Chenkin bags filled with spirit veins and numerous high-grade mineral veins to the ninth elder and said, the high-level spirit veins have been collected. The remaining 3 are maintaining basic operation, and the rest have been collected. Let's go to the next place. The ninth elder nodded. Yes, after the elders returned to the boat, the ninth elder turned his gaze towards the distinguished middle-aged man in black and yellow robes below him and said indifferently, someone from the 9 skies will come to register later. If you dare to play tricks, you will be killed. After leaving these words, the ninth elder turned and left, not caring at all about the reactions of the dynasty officials below. In his opinion, the calculations of this group of ants are simply not worth mentioning. If they dare to act rashly, they will be crushed to death with a single blow. In the face of absolute strength, all plans are nothing but smoke and can be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Boom, the warship flew away in an instant, leaving behind only ordinary people kneeling on the ground. In the eyes of this group of people, the 9 elders and others are as powerful as immortals. Can only look up. On the warship, the ninth elder looked at Suyu and smiled, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Is this your first time experiencing this? He also understood Suyu's thoughts at the moment. After all, seeing such a strong side really scared the child. Even he had been frightened like this before, but now he is used to it. However, to the ninth elder's surprise, Suyu shook his head slightly and said, no, I think this is perfectly normal. This seemingly indifferent approach is actually the most effective. If we really treat them with kind words, those who are in power in the dynasty will definitely have different thoughts. The best option is to crush their ideas with thunder's force. If it was him, he would do the same. The arrogance and strength shown by the ninth elder were the best medicine to make Suyu determined to choose to be a villain. He should be so strong. Seeing Suyu's reaction like this, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the ninth elder. But then there was more relief. Yes, only with this kind of mentality can one gain a foothold in the world of immortal cultivation. If you still maintain the innocence of the ivory tower when you go out to gain experience, you will only be eaten to pieces. The boy is teachable. The ninth elder nodded secretly. He is indeed a little fellow that the great elders value. Soon, the warship sailed to another royal capital, and the style of operation was no different from that in Jing dynasty, and everything went extremely smoothly. After collecting the spiritual veins and mineral veins of this dynasty, the warship arrived at the third dynasty. But this time, an accident happened. As the ninth elder repeated his words, a slightly angry voice suddenly rang out. Why do you take away the resources we rely on for survival? With just a few words, you downgrade the cultivation environment here. Why? Boom. Chapter 079. Even you are only qualified to challenge me. Below the royal capital, a young man in a black robe with a resolute face swung his sword towards the warship. His face was filled with anger, and he was extremely angry. Although his cultivation has not yet broken through to the Dharma realm, and he is only at the peak of the 9th level of the soul condensation realm, the power of his sword is enough to make the powerful people in the Dharma realm change color in anger. Fight across levels. We have never provoked you. Why do you want to take away the very foundation of our survival just because you come here and disagree with us? Lu Yun's sword technique. Clang. This sword could make the clouds in the sky work for him. The soft clouds turned into sharp swords and stabbed the warships with such a huge momentum that it was eye-catching. But, too weak. Facing a saint soldier level warship, his attack is simply not worth mentioning. Not even a ripple appeared. Seeing this scene, the black-robed young man's face suddenly changed drastically, and he asked in horror, how could this happen? Even the dynasty's ancestor praised his sword as being able to injure the Dharmakaya Great Venerable, but at this moment, it was like cotton candy hitting the hard iron block without any sparks. He didn't believe it and stabbed out with countless swords, but still couldn't break through the warship's defense. Looking at his actions that were like an ant trying to shake a tree, the ninth elder just smiled slightly. Another extraordinary young man. At such a young age, with the bones of an 80-year-old, he has the cultivation level of the peak of the soul condensation realm and the ability to fight against opponents of higher levels. This kind of root bone is also a direct descendant sequence when placed in the Holy Land. Not to mention, the cultivation environment on the island where he lives is far inferior to that of the Holy Land. To be able to have such a level of cultivation, he is already a genius at the level of a direct disciple of the peak master. This made the ninth elder feel a little bit of appreciation for talent. But, the necessary beatings must still be given. The smile on the ninth elder's face flashed away, and then he took a step forward expressionlessly, walking out of the warship's defense. Boom, the terrifying pressure came like a tide, making the entire royal capital tremble. Countless people even knelt on the spot. Bang! The young man in black robe was no exception. He was knocked away and fell heavily on the street in the royal capital. Boy, why should I take away the foundation of your survival just because of a disagreement? The ninth elder stood in the air, looking down at the black-robed young man on the ground, and said in a cold voice. Countless rare resources are before you. Have you ever made the best use of them? If this is truly how they survive, with such vast mineral resources, why in your capital are there only a handful of people who are above the spiritual sea? Why do most ordinary people not even practice the most basic body refining techniques? You are just complaining for your own benefit. Why drag these hundreds of millions of ordinary people into this? Hearing this, the black-robed young man's face changed slightly. After taking a quick look, he found that it was indeed as the ninth elder said, most of the people here were ordinary people. Only in the residences of high-ranking officials and nobles can there be monks. The young man in black robe opened his mouth to defend himself, but was interrupted by the ninth elder. You are only crying out for justice for those high-ranking monks, not ordinary people. The fundamental basis of survival you mentioned is just for monks. The ninth elder snorted softly, his voice thundering, controlling countless resources should benefit the world, but what I see is that your king is banning martial arts and destroying the law. All martial arts manuals have been collected and destroyed, or collected by high-ranking officials and nobles. Let me ask you, do ordinary people have the opportunity to practice in this environment? If you were born into a noble family, this statement would be useless to you. But if you were born into a humble family and yet you use this statement, then you are nothing more than a traitor to these mediocre people who enjoy the benefits of resources and their superiority. Every word the ninth elder spoke was full of wisdom, and each sentence struck directly into the heart of the young man in black robe, causing his expression to change constantly. He did come from a humble background, but he never thought that resources were difficult to obtain. Because he has a system. At the same time, he is also a time traveler. All along, he relied on signing in at the palace to get rewards and never took any resources from the dynasty. This time, the action is also for the people, but he never thought about the situation below, his eyes were always looking up. Seeing him fall silent, the coldness on the ninth elder's face disappeared, replaced by a smile. He said softly, you know, under my rule of Jushao, everyone can practice the basic law to ensure that they will not starve to death too easily. Every 10 years, Jushao, go to various places to recruit disciples. The holy places are everywhere, and the martial arts are thriving. What does this little bit of yours mean? You may be considered good here, but in my nine skies, you are only at the level of an inner disciple. Those who are younger than you can still be as skilled as you. You, what do you have to be so proud of? Upon hearing the words of the ninth elder, the black-robed young man's face froze. He had always been proud of being able to break through to the soul condensation realm before the age of 100. Because on the mainland, every Dharmadhatu is over 400 years old. He is a well-deserved genius, but after hearing these words, I felt a little upset. Impossible. No one can be so talented. The young man in black robe shook his head in denial. He doesn't believe it. He already has a system, and has signed in at the palace for 80 years. He is about to reach the top, but now someone tells him that he is nothing but a nobody. Don't believe it. Seeing that he was playing into his hands, the ninth elder turned to Su Yu, who was watching the battle on the warship, and said with a smile, Su Yu, you come and teach him what a prodigy is. If you are a prick, then you should let someone even pricklier shave your head. Su Yu is the most suitable. It just so happened that while Su Yu was on the road, he also broke through to the peak of the soul condensation realm, and was at the same level as the young man in black robe. Seeing the ninth elder calling him, Su Yu grinned and said, I couldn't ask for more. Boom. Su Yu took a step forward, stepped into the air, stood with his hands behind his back, and his cultivation at the peak of the soul condensation realm burst out without any concealment. His breath was shaking, and his clothes were rustling in the strong wind. Su Yu stared at the black-robed young man in front of him, the latter's system evaluation data appearing in his eyes. Name, Lin Chang, aptitude, monster, fate, gold, character evaluation, a young eunuch who has been in the palace for 80 years, he has transcended his innate abilities to complete his own perfections. Born to be invincible, he is the future martial emperor. Seeing this evaluation, Su Yu also laughed. He finally met the child of destiny with a golden destiny. And, he's a little eunuch. Ha ha ha. Seeing Su Yu standing in the air in a white robe that exuded the aura of a banished immortal, Lin Chang's eyes changed, filled with disbelief. How is that possible? There is actually someone stronger than me at this age. He could clearly sense that Su Yu was only 21 years old, but his cultivation level was at the same level as his. At this age, even the prince of the dynasty, who is praised as a rare immortal youth in 1,000 years, is only at the spirit sea realm. How could you be such a monster? Lin Chang cried out in disbelief. Is the outside world really that powerful? I don't believe it. Lin Chang was a little excited. He soared into the sky with his sword and headed straight for Su Yu's eyebrows. Facing his sudden outburst, Su Yu curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile, and his calm tone revealed his dominance and confidence that could not be concealed. Don't compare the strongest people on your island with me. They are not worthy enough. In the outside world, even young men of their age, hailed as geniuses who have reached the level of a powerful condensed core, were only one of the many losers I defeated. Even someone like you is only qualified to challenge me at this stage. Yin-yang breaks the sky. This sword strike uses the yin and yang energies of heaven and earth as its sword intent. With one strike, it can shatter all the sword energy flowing in the sky. Bang, ding, congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the Destiny Child and receiving a reward. Chapter 80, a bunch of ants. Am I discussing this with you? This is an order. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards. Villain value plus 45,000, Law of Heaven and Earth, Heavenly Tilt, and Futian Stick. The Law of Heaven and Earth, Tiangong Supernatural Power Method, which runs through the laws of heaven and earth, simulates heaven and earth to enlarge oneself, and can continue to enlarge oneself as the magic is practiced to the extreme. The cultivation and combat power can also increase exponentially. It is only available at the Dharma realm and above. Tian Qing, a holy martial arts stick technique that can overturn the heaven and earth with one stick. Futian Stick, a holy weapon, forged by the ancient great sage Futian, made of gravity metal, with immeasurable weight, and can adapt to the user's strength changes. It is a top holy weapon. After seeing that the reward given by the system included the law of heaven and earth, Su Yu's pupils shrank, and a touch of horror and ecstasy surged out. Follow the laws of heaven and earth. This was the most familiar magical power in the previous life. Even here, the power of the law of heaven and earth surpassed the Dharma realm itself. The Dharma realm is the realm that Su Yu is going to break through next. It is also an important note for him. Dharmakaya, as the name suggests, is a way to leap half a step out of the realm of mortals with the Dharmakaya body. It can transform the gods conceived in the realm of soul enrichment into Dharmakaya to enhance its own combat power. By integrating the divine image, not only can one increase one's own combat power to a certain extent, but one's body can also become larger. But this gigantism has its limits. According to historical records, the highest record of the Dharma realm is that it can grow to hundreds of meters. That is the characteristic of the giant gods. The giant spirit god, ranked among the top 100 gods, possesses enormous power. This is the highest known record. However, Fatn Changdi is completely different from that of a god, because this is a magical method of enlargement of oneself, not something that can be achieved by merging with gods. In other words, Su Yu can integrate the Dharma image and then use the Dharma of heaven and earth. Su Yu couldn't even imagine how tall he would be by then. In particular, the power of Fatn Changdi changes as his body becomes bigger. Simply put, the taller his body is, the stronger the combat power he can unleash. Once this magical power was released, it completely laid the foundation for Suyu's invincible Dharma realm. It can even be said, as long as Suyu breaks through to the Dharma realm, the only ones who can threaten him next are those who are above the yin and yang realm. Great, Suyu said inwardly. It's so cool. For a moment, when Suyu looked at Lin Cheng who was defeated by him, his eyes were soft. Very nice. He is indeed the child of destiny. The rewards given are much richer than others. The higher the level of cultivation of the son of destiny, the greater the reward you will get after defeating him. At this time, Suyu had no idea that the other party was a time traveler like himself. In his eyes, Lin Cheng was just a fat sheep who provided villain value. Boom, there was a loud noise coming from the palace below, and a large part of the building collapsed, but no one was hurt. Soon, Lin Cheng, dressed in a black robe, flew out from the ruins. At this moment, he was in a dishevel, and the anger and arrogance in his eyes were gone. Only a sense of loss lingered in his heart. I lost. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the Destiny Child's mentality, and receiving the reward, plus 300 villain value. Lin Cheng looked at Suyu, who was standing in front of him with a calm expression. A bitter taste spread at the corner of his mouth. He laughed at himself and said, as expected, I still need to go around a bit. Staying inside the palace and signing in is safe and you don't have to worry about anything. But, after all, I have too little experience. Moreover, he knew nothing and just stepped forward rashly. If he hadn't met someone who was easy to talk to, he might have died. When he was shot down, he used his spiritual sense, which was far superior to that of ordinary people, to scan the entire royal capital. I found that things were exactly as the so-called Elder Jushao said. The dynasty banned martial arts and destroyed the law, but in fact it moved all the martial arts classics to the royal palace treasury and divided them up among the dignitaries. As for ordinary people, they are just ordinary people. Their only value lies in mining spirit stone mines for the nobles. Even in this royal capital, there are ordinary people who cannot get enough food. He has been signed in the palace for 80 years since he traveled through time and has never left the palace. He just inadvertently revealed a little bit of his cultivation, which made the current king worship him as a teacher when he was young. Only then could he live peacefully in the palace until now. I never thought that when I was born, I would plead for the people. It's so childish. The people may not need him to fight for this order at all. They may want to practice more, because cultivation can not only strengthen the body, but also help one endure hunger and increase the probability of survival. Seeing Lin Cheng laughing at himself, the ninth elder said slowly, are you convinced now? I, Jushao, have come to promote the cultivation method for all the people. Do you have any objections? Do you have any objections to controlling resources, expanding the academy, and recruiting more disciples? Hearing this, Lin Cheng nodded and said, I accept. I don't have any comments. He was a time traveler, so he naturally knew how bad the ancient system was for the poor. All the resources were in the hands of the upper class, so how could the lower class live well? The lower class has to survive in debt all their lives, let alone live a good life. Although he is a salted fish, but he is a modern man after all, a time traveler, and he also comes from a common family. Naturally, he cannot bear to see the oppressive system become more and more excessive. Obviously, he was completely disappointed by the activities behind these high-ranking officials in the dynasty. Although his words cannot represent the dynasty. However, he is, after all, a talented cultivator, and the ninth elder is obviously more patient with him. I also wanted to convince him with reason. Well, even if he doesn't want to listen and doesn't want to join, that's fine. Just kill him. Anyone who poses a threat to Jushao must be killed. Upon hearing this, the ninth elder smiled again and said, little fellow, you have quite a talent. Are you willing to join me in the nine heavens to cultivate and become my disciple? Lin Cheng glanced at Suyu, then at the ninth elder, and nodded, yes. Dynasties and the like are just transitions for him. He also yearns to become a strong man. Ha ha ha, okay, come here. Seeing this, the ninth elder immediately stroked his beard and laughed, nodding with satisfaction. When Lin Cheng arrived at the warship, the ninth elder's smile faded. He looked down at the group of Dharma realm and soul condensation realm cultivators who were already frightened and bewildered, and snorted coldly, do you have any objections? I, Jushao, have come to us and opened up martial arts training to everyone. Do you have any objections? Below, in the palace, a middle-aged man who exuded the majesty of an earthly emperor became hesitant upon hearing this. Even the high-ranking officials and nobles who had enjoyed the policy of banning weapons and destroying the law were heartbroken. Us, however, before they could open their mouths to defend themselves, their hesitant attitude made the ninth elder dissatisfied. Boom, the ninth elder slapped down with one palm, and those Dharmakaya and soul-enriching masters didn't even have time to scream before they were killed instantly. Along with the magnificent royal palace, it was reduced to dust. A bunch of termites, am I discussing this with you? I'm ordering you. Since you're hesitating, it proves you have ulterior motives. You deserve death. Snort. Chapter 81, Changes in the Su family. Everyone in the Su family, get out here and die. Looking at the ruined palace below, and the unaffected palace maids and eunuchs, the ninth elder's eyes were tinged with indifference. He snorted, a bunch of ant-like termites, do you really think you are important people? He is in the Holy Realm, a powerful saint from the Jushao Holy Land, a small dynasty on an island, does he really think he is a big shot? Are you discussing that? That's a notification. Still hesitating, he never has a good temper towards these ants who disrespect the strong, and can crush them to death with a flip of his hand. It's just a mortal dynasty anyway, so just support anyone. Once it is destroyed, it is destroyed. After doing this, the ninth elder's voice echoed throughout the capital. I don't care if you are a royal family or a prime minister. In my territory, everything is subject to the orders of Jushao. If you disrespect them, they will be your fate in the future. No matter who becomes the king of this mortal world, remember this, the order of the nine skies is the first principle you must obey. In half a year, the people of the nine skies will come. I hope you will understand. Boom, the pressure erupted again, except for ordinary people and low-level warriors, those above the spirit sea realm all knelt on the ground in submission, with expressions of awe on their faces. This moment, only then did they truly understand what a holy place was and what a strong person was. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are nothing. In addition to these powerful people, the unaffected low-level cultivators and ordinary people had awe on their faces, but more of it was longing and excitement. Because they can practice martial arts again. Over the past 100 years, after the new king ascended the throne and implemented laws banning weapons and destroying laws in the dynasty, the number of civilian monks in the dynasty dropped sharply. Monks who were not registered would be wiped out. If they wanted to survive, the sects could only choose to hide from the world and stop accepting disciples, or individual monks could join the aristocratic families and become worshippers. It only took 100 years for martial arts to flourish and become dominated by ordinary people. Originally they thought they would never have the chance to practice martial arts in this lifetime, but unexpectedly, they actually had it now. This made ordinary people kneel down and shout, long live the immortal. After the ninth elder returned to the warship, he asked several Jiang realm elders, how's the island resource collection going? Replying to the ninth elder, we have collected 33 high-level spiritual veins and 7 high-level refined iron ores this time, as well as several resources that can only be used by great medicine kings and dharma images. I left behind 4 high-level spiritual veins, 2 refined iron ores, and spiritual medicine roots and seeds. The low and medium quality mineral veins and spiritual veins were all left untouched. High-level spiritual veins can nurture a holy realm, and this kind of resource is not too low even in a holy land. It was unexpected to have such a harvest. If you want to govern this island, you must not leave too many behind. The limit is to be able to reach the saint level. Moreover, if this kind of resource is brought back to the Holy Land, Jusha will have many more powerful people. The disciples can live a more comfortable life. Thinking of this, the ninth elder nodded with satisfaction and said, okay, let's go back. Yes, after giving the order, the ninth elder looked at Lin Cheng, who was silent beside him, and said with a smile, little guy, do you want to go back to Jusha with us or stay here? Lin Cheng bowed to the ninth elder and said seriously, I want to join Jusha. It's time for him to change his environment. In the words of the ninth elder and the others, this place is just an island, and staying here will certainly not bring much improvement. Only by going out into the bigger world to see the world can he have more opportunities. Haha, good, then come back with us. The ninth elder laughed heartily, stroking his beard with satisfaction and said, with a genius like you joining us, our Jusha will only grow stronger. Young and energetic fresh blood, only by joining Jusha can you live a more fulfilling life. Alright, Liangtian's mission is over. We still have half a year before we return, so I can take you out for a walk in the outside world. The ninth elder smiled at Suyu and said, let's go and visit your home first. If an ordinary person were to receive a powerful Saint Realm expert as a guest, he would certainly be ecstatic. But in the eyes of the elders, as long as Suyu does not die young. In the future, his achievements will only be higher than mine. He can be expected to become a great sage, and even if he can wait for the great era to come, he can become a quasi-emperor. He is the true chosen one of heaven. Going to his house yourself is just an advance investment. Suyu nodded and said, thank you, elder. Let's go. Boom. As soon as the ninth elder finished speaking, the warship sped away from the island like a wild horse, heading towards the coordinates of the Su family. At this time, in the eastern part of the eastern wasteland, in the secret realm of the Su family. In the elders' meeting hall, Su Yuxing sat at the head of the group, looking at the excited elders below. He said solemnly, elders, Jusha has just said resources. Among them, the resources that can help my father survive the catastrophe have already been delivered. With the resources bestowed by Jusha, not only will the Su family's strength improve by leaps and bounds, but at the very least it can be upgraded to a higher level. Directly reach the level of top families. If his father could break through the shackles of heaven and change his fate, he could become a quasi-saint. Then, the Su family will be able to be promoted to a quasi-saint family. Even Su Yuxing couldn't help but get excited. The eldest son is really capable. After entering the Holy Land for a few years, he has brought back resources to the family that can nurture a powerful saint. Haha, it's still the young master who has done his best to bring such a big surprise to our Su family. Ever since I was little, I've always believed that the young master is a real dragon. The head of the family is the head of the family. He can raise a true dragon like the young master. All the elders of the Su family were smiling and flattering him, which made Su Yuxing quite happy. Su Yuxing smiled and said, keep a low profile. Although Su Yu had caused quite a few troubles in the past, not many people in the Su family had complaints. After all, they were all members of the Su family, and as long as they didn't harm their own family, anything was fine. Otherwise, it would not happen that the Su family would rather go to war with the Hu family. The Su family's protective nature is hereditary. They can do whatever they want to their own people, but if outsiders want to cause trouble, they will unite and beat them to death. I don't know how that kid Ayu is doing in Jushao. Su Yuxing glanced at the elders who were still discussing lively, but his eyes couldn't help but look out the window, feeling a little emotional and nostalgic. I originally thought that Su Yu could just stay peacefully in the Su family. Who knew he had such great potential? It jumped over the dragon gate in one go and really became a real dragon. Boom. At this moment, the entire Su family secret realm suddenly shook violently. The earth shook, and it seemed like a major earthquake. In the meeting hall, all the elders' faces changed drastically, and they exclaimed, is someone attacking our Su family's secret realm? In order to have this kind of shocking feeling, the person who takes action must be at least at the heavenly man realm level. Could it be the Hu family? At once, all the elders came out and walked outside. Not only them, a group of old men with hunched bodies and few hairs also crawled out of the Su family's ancestral tomb and rushed towards the outside world. Everyone from the Su family, get out here and die. Boom. Chapter 082. What's there to say? Tell me what you want to say when you go to hell. Outside the Su family's secret realm, there were more than 100 powerful Dharma realm masters standing side by side, and the unique aura of the Dharma realm was clearly revealed on their bodies. They were all wearing the same Hu family attire. The aura of the middle-aged and old men in the lead was countless times greater than that of the Dharma realm. One of them, it also has spiritual power that fluctuates in strength. Sometimes strong, sometimes weak. This is a strong person who is in the fourth level of the 5 decays of heaven and man, the decline of the origin. The middle-aged man's strength should not be underestimated either. His aura is like the scorching sun in the sky, illuminating the heaven and earth, making the surrounding spiritual energy feel like it is boiling. Boom. The old man in the heavenly man realm said nothing as he punched the Su family secret realm in front of him again and again. The terrifying power poured out, causing the surrounding mountains to shake. Su family, why don't you come out and die? Bang. Another punch caused the defensive formation that protected the Su family's secret realm to show signs of collapse. Call out. At this moment, a stream of light rushed out at an extremely fast speed from the entrance of the Su family's secret realm and slashed at the old man in the heavenly man realm. Hu Quan, you old dog, do you really think you can be so arrogant just because you broke through the fourth realm? Get out of here. A strong old man with short hair rushed out, raised a bloody butcher knife and slashed towards all the people in the Hu family. A surge of blood surged up, a power that made even the Dharma Great Venerable feel a stabbing pain in his soul, causing these hundreds of people to step back involuntarily. Upon seeing this scene, the old man in the heavenly man realm's expression changed, and a long spear appeared in his hand, colliding with the bloody butcher knife. Clang! The power of the 2 celestial realms spread in the air, and all the trees within 100 miles were destroyed. Su Tianming, are you crazy? How dare you attack the weak? Do you still have the dignity of a powerful celestial being? When the Hu family's celestial being saw his family members being affected, he immediately roared in rage, you are truly mad and heartless. There's not a single trace of a strong man. Hearing this, Su Tianming sneered and said sneerfully, you bastard, you dare to bring people to block the gate of my Su family. If I don't use all my strength to chop you bunch of trash to death, wouldn't that be very unfair to you? Well, I'm so shameless, and you can still write about it outside and say that my Su family is shameless. Look, have I given your Hu family the opportunity to discredit my Su family? Why don't you thank me, my ancestor? As he spoke, Su Tianming chopped several times in succession, not caring at all whether he would hurt outsiders. In his eyes, they dared to come and provoke him. Why should we worry about the younger generation? Just die. No rebirth after death. After being hit by several moves in succession, Hu Quan also became angry. Su Tianming started with a killing move and caused large-scale damage. This Su Tianming is really shameless. Okay, today, watch how I destroy your Su family. When the two great celestial beings took action, the scope of the battle was very wide. If they were not restrained, hundreds or even thousands of miles of land would be destroyed. Especially since both of them are in a state of spiritual decline. Every time they attack, their spiritual power will overflow, causing headaches for this group of Dharma realm cultivators. The 5 signs of decline of heavenly beings. He has a time-limited weakness. Sometimes he is very strong, and sometimes he is very weak. When he is weak, he is not even as good as the spiritual sea realm, but when he is strong, he is comparable to a quasi-saint. Because the 5 decays of heavenly beings are a new state, they are born in batches. After overcoming the decline of the physical body is comparable to that of a quasi-saint, and after overcoming the decline of strength, the strength is comparable to that of a quasi-saint. But for others who have not yet overcome the decline, their strength is only that of a top-level tribulation yang. It is very simple to overcome the calamity of decline. You need to accumulate strength, spend the time getting weaker, and at the same time increase your strength when you are weak. Then choose the right time to overcome the calamity, and make sure that you will not be affected by the heavenly calamity when you overcome it. Only in this way can you safely overcome the calamity of decline. When Su Tianming was overcoming the decline of his soul, it was because his soul power suddenly weakened when he was undergoing the tribulation, which made him unable to resist the heavenly tribulation, and he almost died, and his lifespan was greatly reduced. But now with the treasure sent by Jushao, his spiritual power has been revitalized. Destroy my Su family. You'd better swallow that big talk. Su Tianming laughed loudly, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. Today, either your Hu family will be destroyed, or my Su family will be destroyed. Stop your high-sounding nonsense. Whoever dies will be destroyed. God-killing sword technique, heavenly slaughter. Boom. With this blow, the white clouds in the sky were dyed blood red, and the sky was filled with murder's aura. The momentum was extremely terrifying. HMPH. Baji spear technique. Hu Quan was not willing to be outdone. He snorted coldly and started fighting with Su Tianming. The two men became more and more excited as they fought, and finally rushed into the clouds to fight. The difference between celestial beings and mortals is not just that, it also means that people at this level can stir up the energy of heaven and earth. Boom. The battle between the two celestial beings was naturally extremely powerful. The battle in the clouds was like bursts of muffled thunder, which made all living beings tremble in fear and crawl on the ground, not daring to look up. Seeing his old father leading the charge, Su Yuxing's eyes in the Su family camp were even colder. Looking at the hundreds of Dharma images and the dozens of Hu family members in the yin-yang realm in front of him, he drew his sword and pointed it forward, saying coldly, "Kill. The people of my Su family can die, but we must not let these trash get in our way." Bang! A sonic boom sounded, and Su Yuxing burst out with all his strength and rushed out first. Kill. Seeing that their patriarch and old patriarch had rushed out to fight, the elders and old men of the Su family also felt their blood boiling and they rushed forward fearlessly. The Su family has never been afraid of fighting or the strong. The Su family has always had a very tough attitude. Anyone who offends the Su family deserves to die. If a noble family provokes us, we will kill them. Uproot them and kill them all. This is also the reason why the Su family has been jumping back and forth between first-rate families and second-rate wealthy families since it became a prominent family. That means he is really good at fighting. Sometimes, even the strong ones are dead, the realm of heaven and man no longer exists, and there is not even a single one in the realm of yin and yang. But before long, a powerful celestial being will emerge from the Su family and lead them back into the ranks of the aristocratic families. Fuck, are these Su family members crazy? They just started fighting without saying a word. Seeing the Su family's people rushing up in a mighty force, the group of strong men from the Hu family were dumbfounded. They really didn't understand what the Su family was thinking. Couldn't they have avoided this by sitting down and talking for a while? Why do we have to fight to the death right away? No chance for negotiation at all. Come on, what are you still standing there for? The people of the Hu family reacted and rushed forward, engaging in a melee with the aggressive elders of the Su family. One Dharma image after another was outlined, and dozens of giants hundreds of meters tall appeared between heaven and earth. With one punch, the air was extinguished and turned into a vacuum. The Hu family's patriarch, who was at the peak of the Jiang realm, had a sullen face and shouted, "Su Yuxing, stop and listen to me first." Swish. However, in response to his shout, Su Yuxing just sneered and slashed with his sword. You're talking about that damn spicy 5-spice fart. You've come to my Su family to act wild. What else is there to say? Go to hell and tell me what you want to say. Die. Click. Chapter 83. Quasi-Saint arrives. Crisis for the Su family. At this moment, Su Yuxing's face was extremely ferocious, and his eyes were almost filled with murderous intent, as if the person in front of him was not a human, but a poisonous snake. He wants to kill these poisonous snakes. No matter what their reasons were, in Su Yuxing's opinion, anyone who dared to attack the Su family deserved to die. As a peak-level expert in the Jiang realm, Su Yuxing's spiritual power is much stronger than that of the Hu family patriarch. If the Hu family patriarch's spiritual power is like the scorching sun in the sky, then Su Yuxing's is the temperature of the sun's surface. The two collided, and Su Yuxing's spiritual power almost crushed the spiritual power of the head of the Hu family. Phew, one blow draws blood. The attack of the Hu family patriarch was destroyed by Su Yuxing with one sword, and the power was not even reduced much, and it directly hit the opponent. This blow almost cut the head of the Hu family in half. The spilled blood made many powerful people in the Dharma realm and the Jia Yin realm tremble in their hearts. So fierce, they just met and he almost killed the head of their family. Compared to the Hu family's trembling hearts, the Su family's spirits were obviously lifted. What are these dogs looking at? Do you really think that anyone can be the head of the Su family? Without the ability to crush all the Su family members of the same level, who would submit to this head of the family? Su Yuxing had defeated the Su family in the outside world before he came back to be the head of the family. Even if the old patriarch Su Tianming had not been injured while undergoing the soul decline, he would not have returned until now. Su Yuxing had the power to fight against opponents of higher levels back then. Moreover, they are not ordinary cultivators of the same realm from the outside world, but cultivators of the same realm within the Holy Land. Su Yuxing is easy to talk to because as the head of the family, he cannot make enemies everywhere. What are they thinking? After wounding the Hu family patriarch, Su Yuxing stood proudly in the air, facing the Hu family, and sneered, "Hu family, use all your remaining abilities. If this is all you have and you dare to threaten to destroy my Su family, then you will all die here." As warmongers, the Su family's past could not be unknown. But such a weak army is obviously not all that the Hu family has. They must have other cards up their sleeves, which is why they dare to act so recklessly and run wild in the Su family. Su Yuxing, you're courting death. Do you really think that without the Holy Land leaving, your Su family will be invincible among the top-tier clans? In the Hu family team, Hu Hao, the head of the Hu family who was nearly cut in half, also had bloodshot eyes after hearing this. He roared fiercely, "Today, I say that your Su family must be destroyed." Click. After Hu Hao finished roaring, he used his pure young spiritual power to repair his injuries, then took out a scroll from his arms and crushed it with force. Boom. In an instant, the broken scroll burst out with a force of space, forming a dark vortex in front. This is building a temporary space channel. With a thud, a terrifying pressure erupted from the space channel. This force caused the Dharma realm to vomit blood and fly backwards, and the Jia Yin realm could only barely resist it. Because this pressure is mainly aimed at the two powerful celestial beings above the clouds. Then, in full view of everyone, the two celestial beings fell out from the clouds in a mess. Seeing this scene, the eyelids of the people from the Su family twitched. The gods have all fallen. Saint, the other party invited a saint. When the word, saint, came out, everyone in the Su family was in an uproar. Because in this era, the word, holy, represents the pinnacle. In the Dharma ending age, saints are unwilling to stay in the outside world. Only saints have a slight advantage in walking in the outside world. After Su Tianming fell from the clouds, his eyes grew gloomy. He said in a deep voice, he's just a quasi-saint. There's no need to worry too much. Although the gap between the heavenly man realm and the quasi-saint realm is not big. But, no matter what, the other party also has the word, holy. They are complete beings that transcend the gods and humans, have gone through the 5 signs of decay, and are completely reborn. Although the celestial beings are comparable to quasi-saints in terms of strength, they are only comparable. Haha, what an arrogant tone. How dare a first-rate external force speak nonsense about the quasi-saint realm? A sinister sneer emanated from the space channel. Immediately afterwards, under the gaze of everyone, a middle-aged quasi-saint and a young man with extraordinary temperament walked out of the space channel at the same time. When he appeared, the spiritual power around him unconsciously retreated dozens of miles. Because, this is holy. In the Dharma ending age, no ordinary or spiritual creature can get close to the saint. The middle-aged quasi-saint came out and stood with his hands behind his back like the young man. He glanced at the Su family's team and shouted, "Where's Su Yu? Why don't you get out here?" At this moment, Su Tianming and Su Yuxing's eyes froze at the same time. Looking for Ayu, is this the enemy that Ayu offended? Before the two could figure it out, the extraordinary young man beside the middle-aged quasi-sage looked up and said with a smile, "Elder Yu, perhaps this guy knew we were coming and ran away in advance. What a shame, no matter where he runs to, I will find him and crush him to death." Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura of peak spiritual concentration burst out from the young man. Under this powerful aura, even the great masters who had just entered the Dharma realm were a little surprised, because they actually felt a hint of threat from the young man. Being able to threaten the peak of the soul formation of Dharma, he is definitely a genius of monstrous level. And, judging from the other person's appearance, he seems to be less than 100 years old. A demon at the peak of the soul realm who is less than 100 years old. Even if he were placed in a holy land or a great sect, or even in a great emperor's family, he could be the first order direct disciple. "Who are you?" Su Tianming couldn't help but shout. Bang, however, just as he finished speaking, his body seemed to have been hit hard and flew backwards quickly. "Shut up, a celestial being who has just filled up the essence of his soul dares to yell in front of me." The middle-aged quasi-saint just stood in place and punched into the void, directly knocking Su Tianming, a celestial being of the 4th realm, hundreds of miles away. This kind of power is simply terrifying. Pulling his hand back, the middle-aged quasi-sage looked at the Hu family head and Hu Quan again, shaking his head in disappointment. Tisk tisk. I originally thought you were something special, and wanted to use you to help me open the Su family secret realm, but you were defeated right from the start. It seems that you are just a group of mediocre people with decent talents. Compared to the Su family that is about to be destroyed, the gap is huge. As a quasi-saint, he naturally looks at things differently and can see the gap between the Hu family and the Su family at a glance. Even if there are 1 or 2 celestial beings hidden in the Hu family, but compared to the vitality and explosiveness of the Su family, they are really nothing. Sooner or later, the Su family will kill him. After hearing this evaluation, the people of the Hu family lowered their heads in shame. There was no way to refute it, the master of the house was crippled in one blow. After talking about the Hu family, the middle-aged quasi-sage turned his gaze back to Su Yuxing and sneered, "Well, since you refuse to tell me where Su Yu is, I'll kill you ants first, and then I'll slowly look for you. After all, we can't show up for too long." Boom. After saying that, the middle-aged quasi-saint stretched out his right hand and grasped the void. In an instant, countless spiritual powers and energy of heaven and earth were mobilized, forming a huge arm behind him. Sky-shaking puff. Bang. However, before he could throw a punch that could destroy the Su family's secret realm, his body was knocked flying the next second. This scene startled everyone, and then they saw a huge ship appear. "Who do you think you are? How dare you attempt to destroy the family of my Jusha disciple?" Chapter 84, Su Yu exposed. "You're not Lin Yi, who are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw a warship as huge as a mountain appear at the place where the quasi-saint had been. Swish. The next moment, a figure flew out from the warship, his body infinitely enlarged, like a giant, and grabbed the quasi-saint who was knocked away in his hand. The suffocating and terrifying holy power burst out without reservation, causing the 2 great celestial beings to tremble in their souls. Even though they are now in the 4th stage of decline, the strength of their souls is comparable to that of quasi-saints. But, in front of a true peak saint, their spiritual power is like an ant and is not enough to be compared. Even a middle-aged quasi-saint was like a kunzi in his hand. "Who am I? It turns out I'm just a rat in the gutter of the emperor's tomb." The ninth elder showed his holy body to the world, demonstrating the power of the holy realm. Seizing the moment of the middle-aged quasi-saint and detecting the other party's spiritual power attributes, he understood what force the visitor came from. People from the holy land of the emperor's tomb. That holy place, famous for hunting down the powerful, is notorious. But many big forces turn a blind eye to them, because these rats in the gutter are sometimes useful. For example, when it is inconvenient for their own people to take action, they will ask the emperor to take action. Most of their spiritual attributes are based on concealment and high burst. Because assassination requires extremely strong concealment skills and the ability to kill people at the same level in an instant. So it is very easy to identify. Zhu Xiao, after being caught, the middle-aged quasi-sage's face turned ugly and pale. He roared, "How could you be so quick?" It shouldn't be. Even if he was exposed, even if the news of the sudden war between the Su and Hu families came out, they shouldn't have arrived so quickly. "How long have you been here?" Moment. Moreover, why is he a saint as soon as he arrives? For those stationed outside, it would be a luxury to have a quasi-saint, right? The ninth elder sneered and said, "You don't need to know this. You are a bunch of rats in the gutter. Die." He had no intention of chatting with him, and it was a good opportunity to make friends with Su Yu by using the head of this rat. Thinking of this, the ninth elder felt somewhat happy. Bang. With a loud bang, the middle-aged quasi-saint's head exploded like a watermelon. The body was also crushed into meat paste by the ninth elder. The gap between a quasi-saint and a saint is huge. No matter how powerful a quasi-saint is, he is only quasi-saint. But he is a true saint, and at the peak of the saint realm, a powerful being with 1 foot halfway into the great saint level. It would be effortless for him to crush a quasi-saint to death. With a flick of his hand, the petal of mud was flung away. The ninth elder's huge eyes turned and looked at the young man who had frozen to the side. He said with disgust, "Tell me, why did you come to target the Su family?" It is naturally difficult to get anything out of a quasi-saint, but a young man is much easier to interrogate. The young man with extraordinary temperament froze when he heard this. Before he could say anything, he heard Suyu's voice coming from the warship. Ninth Elder, this group of people are here to see me. Suyu's calm voice came, making everyone look over. Under the gaze of everyone, Suyu walked out of the warship, looked at the young man, and said, "Are you the new holy son trained by the Emperor's tomb?" Upon seeing Suyu appear, the young man immediately shouted, "Lin Yi, you have been nurtured by the Emperor's tomb since childhood, yet you dare to rebel now. The elders are furious. If you don't want your entire Lin family to be burned to ashes by the Holy Land, committing suicide immediately may save your family's lives." He knew very well that once the powerful person at the peak of the Holy Realm appeared, he would never come back. Although he is the son of God, but the Emperor's tomb has trained too many people. After he dies, a new holy son will be chosen. As for the Holy Realm killer coming out to rescue, in the judgment of the Holy Land, an outer sect elder at the peak of quasi-saint status is enough to eliminate all unstable factors. Who would have thought that the original traitor could be personally protected by the Jushao Holy Land? Hearing his shout, everyone present was shocked and looked at Suyu in horror. It seemed that they had not expected that Suyu had been possessed by the holy son of the Emperor's tomb. Then isn't the person standing in front of them now someone from the Emperor's tomb? Even the ninth elder was stunned, but then a hint of murderous intent gradually rose in his eyes. But, before they could make any move, Suyu asked with a smile, "Are you talking about that soul? I've only been cultivating for a few years, and a soul body at the Shantian realm wants to take over my body. You're overthinking it. As for the Lin family you mentioned, it's fine to destroy them and scatter their ashes." Suyu thought the other party had some trump card, but it turned out that he also relied on such despicable means. However, what does Lin Yi's affairs have to do with me, Su? Grind the bones and scatter the ashes, but exterminate the entire clan. Exterminate at will. Seeing Suyu's attitude, the young man was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed angrily and said, well, the elders are right. You are really dishonest. No wonder you haven't responded to the Holy Land's messages for so many years. Do you think this is all we have prepared for today? Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, an oil lamp with a faint blue flame suddenly appeared in the young man's hand. This is your soul lamp, which contains a trace of your soul essence. I wonder how long you can keep pretending. As he spoke, the young man used his own soul lamp to cast a soul spell on Suyu. The soul spell cast with the soul's origin as the medium was the most efficient and direct, and could directly control the other person's soul. Let them experience a feeling worse than death. However, no matter how he cast the soul spell, even if the flame of his natal soul lamp was about to go out. But Suyu in front of him remained motionless. What are you doing? Why are you playing with a light? Use force. Aren't you trying to expose my true identity? Suyu was a little worried about whether it would have any impact. But after the other party cast the soul spell, nothing happened to him, and he felt relieved. How could this happen? The young man looked at the scene with his eyes wide open and bloodshot, as if he couldn't understand what was going on. Why can some people withstand the damage of the soul curse? You must know that as long as a trace of your soul origin is in the hands of others, then even if you are an emperor, you can be controlled by a weak chicken in the condensation vein realm. You're not Lin Yi. The young man glared at Suyu and shouted, "Where's Lin Yi?" The other party is not Lin Yi. Then who was the person who used Lin Yi's communication jade pendant to send a message to them? Suyu put away his smile, took a step forward, and burst out with all his strength at the peak of the soul condensation realm, rushing towards the young man. Boom! The deafening sonic boom suddenly woke the young man up. I told you, the soul of the Lin Yi you mentioned has been destroyed by me. My name is Suyu. Suyu from the Su family. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. At this moment, the terrifying physical strength exerted a force several times, or even 10 times the speed of sound. In this rapid pace, there seemed to be sounds like dragon roars and elephant calls. A dragon and an elephant collapsing the mountain. Boom. Chapter 085. He colluded with the Emperor's tomb and offended our Su family. His whole family should be executed. Suyu's move was extremely decisive and ruthless, using all his strength in one move. So what if he was the son of God at the peak of the soul condensation realm? Isn't he already in the soul condensation realm? If he can't even defeat the holy son of a villain force, then what's the point of his cultivation? How can he change this fate? As for the so-called villain, I am enough. Who do you think you are? How dare you discuss my identity? Remember, your so-called Lin Yi has been dead for a long time. That's right, I killed him, Suyu shouted and punched out. This punch unleashes 100% power. This is the power that can only be unleashed by possessing the most extreme control over the physical body, breaking through space and breaking the speed limit of sound with the physical body. The fist wind bursts out with the sound of dragon roar and elephant cry. Roar. Under this terrifying speed and power, the young man seemed to be hallucinating, as if what was rushing towards him was not a human, but a real dragon and a divine elephant. Impossible. The young man shook his head frantically, took out his weapons and attacked. Bang! A crisp cracking sound was heard, and the young man's sword didn't even last for a moment before it was shattered by Suyu's punch. Including his head, it exploded into a bloody mist and dissipated. In terms of strength alone, Suyu has already surpassed the peak of Yenshin. With this punch, he can kill even the Dharmakaya Great Venerable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the child of pale gold fate. Rewards, plus 130,000 villain value, killing knife, holy light technique, sky escape talisman, realm upgrade card *3. The killing sword, a magic sword nourished by blood, nourished by killing. The stronger the person killed, the greater the power accumulated by the killing sword. If it can be nourished by the blood of 100 people's Dharma images, the killing sword can kill Jia Yang when it is fully activated. Great, holy weapon. Holy light technique, created by the third female emperor, it simulates the technique created by the chaos body. It can dissolve all kinds of techniques, provide invincible defense, and combine offense and defense. The holy light technique is known as the most invincible technique of its generation, and is the #1 secret technique under the Imperial Realm martial arts. Heavenly escape talisman, use this talisman to hide from the world and escape billions of miles away. Great, holy realm. Because killing the son of luck does not reduce the opponent's luck value, the rewards are relatively scarce, please be careful. Suyu didn't pay attention to the prompts at the end of the system. Because, anything that could threaten his existence should be eliminated immediately, rather than being raised and then killed. It's not that the child of destiny cannot be killed. As long as he doesn't pose any threat to himself, he can keep him in captivity like a fat sheep and pluck him slowly. However, people like the new saint son of the Emperor's tomb must be killed. Anyone who threatens or intends to kill me should die. Suyu's face was as cold as ice, showing no emotion. He didn't know what these people would think of him after this incident, but it didn't matter. Can escape. He has been living cautiously, so if he loses everything because of this, it doesn't matter. He still has a way out. Xuantian is so big that the Holy Land cannot leave at will, which is the opportunity for his rise. At worst, he could prove his doubt at the limit like the quasi-emperor Dudian. Just after Suyu killed the new holy son of the Emperor's tomb, the ninth elder, who had been silent, spoke. So, are you the original body or someone from the Emperor's tomb? Although Suyu proved that he was not controlled by his natal soul lamp, who could guarantee that the soul he gave out at that time was not a fake one? Although the chance of cheating is very small, there is always a chance. Suyu looked at the ninth elder and said with a smile, Elder, I believe you have the means to prove whether I am the original body or not. The original body is easy to prove. Although the soul that takes over another body can obtain all the memories of the original body, the fit between the soul and the body will never be 100% perfect, it has flaws. Otherwise, the issue of possessing another's body would have become rampant long ago. Upon hearing this, the ninth elder nodded and said, Of course there is a way, but I need to tell you one thing. If I find that your soul is not compatible with me, I will have no choice but to kill you here. Speaking of this, the ninth elder also felt heartbroken. After all, this is a monster who has the hope of reuniting with the immortal magic, how can he die like this? But for the benefit of the Holy Land, he had no choice but to do this. He is a staunch supporter of the interests of the Holy Land. Suyu nodded slightly to show his understanding. After all, no matter who it happened to, there would be such suspicion if it could not be proven. However, in the Su family, Su Yuxing suddenly shouted, Elder, no need. I believe Ayu has not been possessed. These words made Suyu and the ninth elder look over at the same time. Especially Suyu, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Under the gaze of the two, Su Yuxing said calmly, Fu is really possessed. He won't come back this time. He knew very well who Suyu was, and he also knew what the Emperor's tomb looked like. People in the Emperor's tomb have a cold temperament. They have no concept of family, and their own interests are the only absolute principle. But Suyu came back. Therefore, he believed that Suyu was not possessed by another spirit. The ninth elder nodded secretly, but he still said seriously, It's useless for you to believe it, but at this moment, the interests of the Holy Land are at stake, and I can't be so careless. After saying that, the storage ring in the ninth elder's hand flashed with light, and then an ancient mirror appeared in his hand. This is the origin realm. Through its reflection, it can directly reveal the essence of a person's soul. If there is no problem, the origin realm will only reflect his true appearance. Hearing this, Suyu couldn't help but mutter, Isn't this just like a magic mirror? It can capture his true appearance. After saying this, the ninth elder raised the origin mirror and pointed it at Suyu, then injected a trace of spiritual power into the origin realm. Come on, let's see if you are the original one. Buzz. As the origin mirror emitted a mysterious and gentle light that shone on Suyu, in an instant, Suyu felt as if something was probing deep within his soul. But there was no discomfort. Under the tense and expectant gazes of the crowd, the light of the origin realm gradually receded. Finally, the mirror only showed Suyu's appearance at this moment. Not a single change. Seeing this scene, the ninth elder heaved a sigh of relief, put away the origin mirror, and smiled apologetically, Sorry, it seems I was really worrying too much. The result of the origin realm made him completely believe that Suyu was the original body and had not been possessed. The reason why I believe this result is because this origin mirror is a quasi-emperor level treasure. It was the most precious treasure given to him by the Holy Lord when he was about to set off. The purpose was to give him a chance to test whether Suyu had been possessed by the master of the secret realm. The origin realm can even capture the souls of quasi-emperors. Suyu can't fake it at all. The result is now clear, the test passed. Suyu smiled nonchalantly and waved his hand, saying, It's best that the ninth elder can be so steady. This will also prove my innocence. He but his whole body traveled through time, not his soul. Who can see it? What he was afraid of was that the memory had soul power. Now it seems that I was really worrying too much. The system's products will definitely not be so sloppy. Suyu changed the subject, his gaze sweeping over the Hu family members who were standing still, not daring to leave, and said coldly, However, since their innocence has been proven, it's time to clear this place. Hearing this, the ninth elder was stunned and asked, What do you want to do? Suyu laughed, and then the smile faded, leaving only coldness and cruelty lingering on his face. Colluding with the Emperor's tomb and offending our Su family, the whole clan should be executed. Kill without mercy. Boom. Chapter 086, Extreme Anger. Walking on thunder, performing miracles. Acting like heaven and earth. Coming. Suyu took a deep breath. Although he was very angry, he couldn't vent it directly. However, he had reason to vent his anger towards these invaders. The crime of colluding with the Emperor's tomb is enough to exterminate their entire clan. As expected, after hearing Suyu's request, the ninth elder nodded slightly and said, Approved. This request is acceptable. Anyway, since they have colluded with the aristocratic families in the Emperor's tomb, there's no need for them to continue surviving in the eastern wilderness. Just right. Let him see the potential of the Su family. Two celestial beings, several people in the yin-yang realm, and hundreds of people in the Dharma realm, this kind of strength is just right to test the Su family's combat potential. After receiving the agreement, Suyu also shouted, Kill. Leave no one behind. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu bent his knees and shot out instantly, holding the killing knife in his hand and slashing forward. What about the Dharma realm? Today, with this battle, let Suyu's name resound throughout the eastern wasteland. What's the harm in making thousands of enemies? From now on, the worst that can happen is that I can conquer the world alone. Seeing their young master of the Su family being so decisive, the elders of the Su family and the group of almost dying yin-yang realm warriors of the older generation were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood and rushed out one by one. Su Tianming laughed out loud when he saw this scene. Good, good, good. As expected of a descendant of the Su family, you must be brave enough to fight and kill. Hu Quan, come here. I'll chop off your head today and help my AU have some fun. Boom. Even though he was slightly injured, it did not affect Su Tianming's arrogance at all, and he rushed directly towards the Hu family's celestial being. Seeing this scene, Hu Quanhei's face turned pale and ashen. After hearing this, he also sneered and said, Our Hu family will not survive today, but before that, let me kill a few more people from your Su family to accompany you in hell. Bang. The two celestial beings gave their all at this moment, communicating with heaven and earth to condense the Dharma image, and finally integrated it into their own bodies. Their bodies enlarged hundreds of times and directly hit the clouds. Su Yuxing also laughed. It's been a long time since I killed anyone. I'm so angry today, none of these bastards will survive. So frustrating. Although the Su family is a first-class force in the world when the Holy Land does not come out, the appearance of a quasi-sing alone almost puts the Su family in danger of destruction, not to mention the action of the Holy Land. He is also very angry. The Su family needs to become stronger, and he, Su Yuxing, also needs to become stronger. It's just the Holy Realm, he can break it anyway. The man-slaughtering knife. Buzz. The blade hummed, and a blade light with a strong bloody aura burst out, directly slashing towards the Hu family's Jiang realm strongman. At this moment, Su Yuxing turned into a huge sun and slammed into the Hu family's ranks. Although the Su family is less powerful than the Hu family in the Dharma realm, their fighting power makes the people of the Hu family feel terrified. These people from the Su family are all like crazy. Fearless and fearless. Kill. When Suyu saw this scene, he no longer hid himself. His eyes burned with divine light, almost burning through the air. Void prison blade. The power of the prison-suppressing body wrapped around the killing blade, interrupted with the void sword technique that could cut through the void. The power was so great that even the Dharmakaya would be horrified when seeing it. Boom, with one strike of his sword, Suyu directly chopped away two powerful men of the Hu family who had just entered the Dharma realm. Blood mist continued to spew out from the sky. Seeing this brutal scene, Elder Jushao and Lin Chang on the warship were also shocked. How come each of them looked like a murderer? Are all the people in the Su family so strong? This kind of fighting quality shows that he is a natural-born warrior. Seeing this performance, the Ninth Elder nodded repeatedly. Not bad, the combat quality is very high and everyone has good talent. This family has great potential and is worth investing in. In his opinion, the Su family may become a holy family within a few hundred years. It may even be on par with ordinary holy places. Because the current head of the family, Su Long, has a very solid foundation in the power of robbery and yang, the yin and yang energies are in the most stable state of balance. In the future, when he experiences the 5 signs of decline of the gods and immortals, he will surely pass through them at an extremely fast speed and become a quasi-saint. In addition to what he saw and heard, Su Yuxing had 3 daughters besides Su Yu who were diagnosed with emperor-level qualifications, and they all joined the Tianquan Holy Land. Add to that the family atmosphere and 4 extraordinary geniuses. Su family. Thinking deeper, the Ninth Elder couldn't help but take a deep breath. If the Golden Age could come within a few thousand years, the Su family would have a chance to become an imperial family. Amazing. The Emperor's family is a family guarded by imperial soldiers, and there are quasi-emperor ancestors in every generation. Lasting prosperity. The 3 imperial families that have existed the longest are the Ji family, the Zhang family, and the Xuanyuan family. Each one is a top holy place. Even the top holy places don't dare to provoke these 3 too much. The Su family's fortune has truly reached its peak. The Ninth Elder sighed with emotion. Not to mention the 4 emperors in one family, even one of them is extremely powerful. All races respect each other, and anyone who comes out is the best among them. The battle between the Su family and the Hu family was almost one-sided even without Jushao's intervention. Every member of the Su family was like a mad dog, and they would bite anyone to death if they caught one. This crazy fighting style even frightened the strong men of the Hu family. Above the sky, the battle between the 2 celestial beings was extremely fierce, and the thick clouds were broken into several pieces. The water vapor evaporated and turned into white mist that floated down. After the pure white water vapor descended to a certain height, it was quickly dyed blood red by the blood mist on the battlefield of the Dharma realm. Su Yu faced 2 Dharma realm masters alone, his face is cold as frost. These 2 Dharma realm masters were both at the first level of the Dharma realm. Facing Su Yu, who was at the peak of the soul condensation realm, they actually felt a trace of fear spreading in their hearts. Madman, this was the unanimous evaluation the 2 gave to Su Yu. Because they had seen with their own eyes before that a Dharma realm cultivator was split in half by Su Yu. Just when the 2 of them were in a dilemma, an angry roar woke them up. You 2, come with me and kill this bastard. If it weren't for him, how could my Hu family end up like this? Boom, the next second, an old man from the Hu family who was at the 3rd level of Dharmakaya rushed out. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Su Yu's head. He rushed out with a gun in his hand, as if he wanted to shoot Su Yu in the head. Die, you little bastard, all this is because of you. Swish, there was a sound of something piercing the air, and the old man rushed straight towards Su Yu. Seeing the 3rd level Dharma realm cultivator suddenly break out of the encirclement and attack Su Yu, a group of Su family elders were horrified and wanted to rush over to save Su Yu, but they were stopped by their opponents at all costs. On the warship, the 9th elder and several outer sect elders wanted to rescue Su Yu when they saw this, but were interrupted by the latter. No need to save me, Su Yu's eyes were cold and his voice was icy. Today, no one can stop me from killing people. It's so frustrating. Being randomly suspected by someone and being threatened with wiping out your family, this kind of thing is really too painful. Su Yu stared at the old man who rushed over as if he was looking at a dead person. Break it for me, Su Yu closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them and shouted. Boom, in an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. The thin spiritual energy between heaven and earth was dragged by an invisible force and pulled to Su Yu's side. Even the spiritual energy hundreds of miles away was not spared. Seeing this scene, countless people's faces changed drastically. The 9th elder even lost his voice and asked, break through in the Dharma image. This kid, he can actually break through the Dharmakaya in the outside world and even cause such a terrifying momentum. It is not uncommon for the Dharmakaya in the outside world to be broken, but when will the Dharmakaya in the outside world be able to break through and drag the spiritual energy hundreds of miles away to itself? Not to mention the outside world, even in the Holy Land, there is no breakthrough of such a terrifying scale. A group of people stared at all this in a daze. Countless thunderclouds suddenly appeared in the sky, exploding with a loud bang, causing the earth to tremble for a moment. Bang! Several lightning pillars as thick as buckets struck Su Yudianman. Facing this lightning column that could kill a person who had just entered the Dharma realm, Su Yu's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He raised his head and punched out. Boom! The lightning pillar shattered, and the sky was filled with lightning that made it almost impossible to open one's eyes. Bullshit Dharma ending thunder tribulation. This kind of power isn't even enough to tickle me. Hearing these extremely arrogant words, everyone's heart trembled. However, when the lightning dissipated, their eyes were stunned, and they felt their scalps tingling and their whole bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, because, under their gaze, Su Yu stepped on the lightning pillar and rushed into the thundercloud, like a walking thunder god, with great power shaking the heaven and earth. The next second, an extremely huge figure began to condense in the thundercloud, and finally broke through the thundercloud. His whole body was bathed in lightning and surrounded by electric arcs, like a real god. Follow the laws of heaven and earth. The Dharmakaya of the Heavenly Emperor. Lin. Boom. Chapter 087. The Dharma is just beginning to take shape, I am invincible. Facing the thunderstorm, Su Yu stepped on the thunder layer, his eyes flashing with madness and sharpness. Boom. In an instant, Su Yu's body began to absorb the power of the surrounding thunder tribulation and integrate it into his body, and the infinite spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into his body madly. 30 meters, 40 meters, 50 meters. Almost in the blink of an eye, Su Yu's body broke through to a height of 100 meters. The 10-mile-wide thunderclouds concealed terrifying power. If this power were to unleash its full potential, even a great being at the 2nd level of the Dharma realm would be struck to death on the spot. However, even this terrifying power could not move Su Yu in the slightest. He bathed in the sea of thunder, like a thunder god, constantly absorbing nutrients to strengthen himself. He is trying to break the boundaries and take this crucial step to change himself. He wants to enter the Dharmakaya. He wants to become a great master. Every strand of hair stood up under the influence of the power of thunder, wildly messy but still sharp, and his eyes were flashing with lightning. Follow the laws of heaven and earth. Boom! It was as if an exciting bell was ringing in heaven and earth. That was Su Yu's heartbeat. The law of heaven and earth, the Tiangong magical power, has the great power that penetrates heaven and earth. As Su Yu stepped out step by step, his body also continued to soar to 300 meters. Seeing this scene, all the strong men, whether they were in the Dharma realm or the Yin-Yang realm, were stunned. Even the knowledgeable Ninth Elder was shocked when he saw this scene. He has just entered the Dharma realm, and he is 90 feet tall. No, wait, this doesn't seem to be his Dharmakaya body. A divine light flashed in the Ninth Elder's eyes, as if he wanted to see through Su Yu. In the end, he actually gasped and said in horror, what kind of monster is this little guy? He has the power to display magical powers at the Dharma realm. No, it should be said that he has just entered the Dharma realm. How can he have such powerful magical powers? Supernatural powers are not martial arts or techniques. It is a talent, an innate talent. Only people with strong physiques have magical powers. However, the supernatural power will only be revealed after breaking through the Jiang. And, most of the magical powers are only at the earthly demon level or even at the human level. The magical power that Suyu uses is obviously the stronger and more terrifying Tiangong magical power. You know, almost 90% of cultivators have the opportunity to master an innate magical power only after they break through the tribulation of sun, that is, after they balance the yin and yang attributes and reshape their bodies. But Suyu, it can actually be activated in the Dharma realm. What is the concept? Even among the many great emperors remembered by history, not many could be so perverted, right? Only the legendary chaos body has such conditions. Suyushi has the prison suppression body, not the chaos body. At this moment, the ninth elder felt as if his worldview had been impacted. Although his eyes were filled with horror, they were more filled with fanaticism. No, this little guy must be trained well. With him here, Jushao will surely dominate the world in this era and become the most powerful Holy Land. We must befriend the Su family. Even if it is not for the Holy Land, just for him and his descendants, the Su family must be on good terms with them. If you miss the period when he is weak now, and then want to make friends with him after he becomes strong, it will be too late. Although he is a staunch supporter of the interests of the Holy Land, he also has his own family and has to plan everything for his family. As long as it is within the rules, he will also find a way to plan some opportunities for himself. At this moment, Suyu's status in the ninth elder's mind was infinitely elevated. This is a little guy with unlimited potential. If he doesn't die in the future, he will become an emperor. There were naturally many people who shared the same idea as him, but the Hu family, who were against Suyu, were already in despair. Because, they used the lives of their entire family to witness the rise of a monster. Quick, we can't let him break through so easily. Interrupt him and let him get hurt while undergoing the tribulation. Go ahead, charge forward fearlessly. The Hu family's Dharma images roared at the top of their lungs one after another, trying to use their own lives to heal Suyu's injuries. However, most of them were stopped by the elders of the Su family with laughter. They would not let this group of people interfere with their young master's breakthrough. That is the future pride of the Su family. How could he let this group of people destroy the dawn that had just risen for him? Looking at the battle below, Suyu smiled. At the same time, he felt the power in his body constantly increasing crazily. There was a blur and enjoyment in his eyes. This feeling was really so comfortable. My strength is getting stronger and stronger, and I feel that my destiny is gradually in my hands. I am really fascinated by it. It's just a magical power. You're so excited before the Dharma image is integrated. Well, today I will reveal some of my cards completely. Looking at the group of Hu family Dharma images who wanted to rush up, Suyu grinned. Then, he looked towards the sea of thunder and clouds, took a deep breath and said, I use the myriad aspects to establish a foundation, laying the foundation for this eternal first. It's not just about being invincible at the same level, but being invincible in an entire realm. This is the trump card, but this Dharma image is not. The Heavenly Emperor's Dharmakaya, melt. Suyu pinched his fingers to form a magic formula, and then, in this sea of thunder, the vitality and spiritual energy deep in the thunder tribulation and the energy around it began to condense frantically. Under his outline, a taller figure began to gather behind Suyu, who was 90 feet tall. It was a huge phantom that was 300 feet tall. Although the face under the pearl crown and tassels was blurry and people could not see the true appearance, the faint imperial power it exuded made everyone dare not look directly at it. The black clothes were embroidered with stars, mountains and rivers. The tremendous imperial power emanated, making countless people feel a strong sense of oppression. Emperor's might. This is the Dharmakaya of the Heavenly Emperor. Oh my god, the young master of our Su family has actually comprehended the divine form that ranks first in our human race throughout eternity. The moment the Heavenly Emperor's Dharmakaya appeared, the lips of the elders of the Su family trembled. This huge surprise almost made them lose their minds. The Dharmakaya of the Heavenly Emperor, recognized by all races as the greatest Dharmakaya of all time, was actually comprehended by their young master. This huge surprise is no less than winning the lottery jackpot. If you comprehend the Dharmakaya of the Emperor of Heaven, even if you don't become an emperor in the future, you can still become one. The one who fails is the emperor, but being called the quasi-emperor is inevitable. The Su family is booming. Ha ha ha. This scene made the elders of the Su family more excited. They beat the Dharma image great master of the Hu family without any mercy, and hit him with one punch after another. Melt. Following Suyu's cry of melt, the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma body that condensed from behind him instantly sank into his body. In an instant, Suyu's body continued to grow. Boom. 400 meters, 500 meters. Finally, the body stopped after reaching 1,000 meters. Bang. The Dharmakaya was complete. Suyu raised his hand and punched away the thunderbolt, then he leaned forward and rushed into the Dharmakaya battlefield. Before anyone could react, he grabbed two Dharmakaya level 5 warriors. The next moment, under the horrified gazes of the two 5th level Dharmakaya masters, Suyu suddenly exerted force. With a loud bang, the two men's bodies were crushed into pulp. I have just achieved my Dharma form. I am invincible. Today, anyone who offends my Su family must die. Boom. Chapter 088U, how come you have so many magical powers? He had just entered the Dharma realm and had just survived the thunder tribulation when he was able to kill two Dharma realm 5th level cultivators with one hand. This scene made everyone hold their breath. They really couldn't figure out what kind of monster could do such a thing. However, this is perfectly normal for Suyu. First, he mastered the Tiangong magical power, law of heaven and earth, and then combined it with a Dharma body that was the best in the ages. With such a configuration, he still couldn't achieve this step. Isn't it too embarrassing? If it was a true demon who was at the 5th level of the Dharma realm, he certainly couldn't crush him to death so easily. But no matter how powerful the Hu family is, it is just a family of celestial beings. How can a family that doesn't even have a holy god compare with him? If realm can determine all combat power, then why did he go to the trouble of practicing so many skills in martial arts? Why did our ancestors create so many powerful martial arts? The realm is just defined by our ancestors based on the most basic standard of strength, and it is not an insurmountable gap. For example, the basic definition of a strength of 10,000 pounds is the peak of the body tempering realm. That is only the basic peak strength of the body tempering realm, not the upper limit. If you reach this strength limit at the 7th level of body tempering, you can also say that you are at the peak of the body tempering realm. With the basic physical strength superimposed on the power of martial arts mobilizing the energy of heaven and earth, the basic body tempering realm can also burst out 15,000 or even 20,000 kilograms of strength, comparable to the first level of meridian condensation. Is Suyu practicing some rubbish martial arts? No. On the contrary, he practiced all top-level martial arts and techniques, and the combined power could no longer be measured by common sense. What's more, the magical power of Fatn Shangdi is not just for increasing height. He raised his body and then raised his strength to the same level. Even though Suyu was only at the most basic first level of the Dharma realm, with the blessing of the Dharma heaven and earth, he could unleash the power of the third level of the Dharma realm without using his Dharma body. By using the Dharma body and adding so much amplification, it is no problem to kill the 7th level of Dharma. All of you die, Suyu roared to the sky. Boom. Then, his huge body actually caused the space to slightly distort with the strength of his flesh. The power is so strong that it can almost break the space. Moreover, the speed is ridiculously fast. Killing knife, Suyu's eyes were filled with extremely strong murderous intent. A knife filled with strong and crazy murderous intent fell into his hand, and he slashed across the void. Buzz. In an instant, the space shook. The sword light bloomed like the scorching sun, and this sword had the power to cut off all living things. With just one strike, several Dharma realm masters were easily killed by him as if they were chickens and dogs. Use the blood of the Dharma Dhatu to nourish the knife of killing. Then, in full view of everyone, Suyu, whose body was much larger than any other Dharma realm cultivator, flashed and appeared in front of a 6th level Dharma realm cultivator. He smashed his body into pieces with one punch. The overwhelming murderous intent spread across the entire battlefield, shocking everyone. The god of death has descended upon the world. The onlookers were also moved when they saw this scene. This battle was simply a feast of bullying. Under the powerful Dharma image, no one could be a match for Suyu. Only a strong person like Faxian Gaojong who has undergone a qualitative change can make Suyu feel fearful. But this is enough to prove Suyu's strength. His potential and combat power are unparalleled. Every bit of his talent revealed would elevate the Ninth Elder's evaluation of Suyu to a higher level. This is exactly what Suyu wants, because in this war, he appeared the fastest and had completed everything before other forces could react and send people to observe. Therefore, he was able to keep this group of people secret and make them place all their hopes on him. The Su family is too weak, and I am too weak too. He needs a saint to stand up for him. The Ninth Elder, who is at the peak of the saint realm, is the best candidate. In the clouds, the Hu family immortal who was entangled by Su Tianning saw this scene and was heartbroken with regret. The Hu family members were slaughtered in front of him one by one. This feeling was more painful than killing him. If it weren't for that unworthy descendant who said he wanted to side with the so-called new saint's son, my Hu family wouldn't have reached this point. Hu Quanhei's voice was hoarse, and his regret was evident in his words. He shouldn't have believed his grandson who had joined the Emperor's tomb. He had to use a woman as an excuse to make the Hu family cooperate with the Emperor's tomb to launch a so-called war against the Su family. I thought I could get some benefits without being exposed. Who knew? The current young master of the Su family is such a monster and has such a prominent position in the Jushao Holy Land. Seeing him like this, Su Tianning laughed even louder and said, "Old man, how could someone from my Su family be possessed by the so-called son of the Emperor's tomb? I can't let you go today. I'll kill you and celebrate the birth of a true dragon in my Su family." Boom. Su Tianning's mood and strength were at an unprecedented peak at this moment, and he had never felt so happy as he did now. HMPH, even if you die today, I won't let you off easily. Hearing Su Tianning's smug laughter, Hu Quan felt it was extremely irritating and said angrily, "Don't worry, I'll definitely be better off if you die." Su Tianning was not afraid of his threat at all. Although his spiritual injuries had just healed and he was not as strong as Hu Quan who had been immersed in it for many years, his fighting spirit was stronger than the other party. He is not afraid of death, that is enough. Destroy God. Boom. In the battle circle of Jiang Realm, Su Yuxing faced 3 Jiang Realm late-stage masters with one sword. His white robe rustled, and although he looked a little embarrassed, the blood dripping from the tip of his sword was enough to prove that he had just killed more than one Jiang. Today I will kill you not only to celebrate my son's attainment of the Dharma Dhatu, but also to use your lives to face the 5 realms of degeneration of the heavenly beings. Su Yuxing took off all his usual disguises and turned into a killing god, extremely arrogant. He doesn't take warriors of the same level seriously at all. Su Yuxing, however, before the 3 old guys in the late Jiang stage could even utter any harsh words, they were interrupted by Su Yuxing who rushed up. You bastard, take my knife first, and then talk to me after you survive. 3 old guys. The battle lasted no more than half an hour, from the time the Hu family led their men to invade and attack the Su family's secret realm to the current situation. As time went by, in less than an hour, with the fall of the last member of the Hu family, the battle came to an end. Boom. Su Yu fell to the ground from midair, his 1,000-meter tall body looking towards the direction of the warship. He bowed to the Ninth Elder standing in front of the warship and said, "Thank you for your help this time, Ninth Elder." Haha, why bother talking about this? Let's go back to your Su family first and talk about it later. The Ninth Elder said with a smile. Su Yu nodded, then he looked at the huge corpses of Dharma images all over the ground. With a thought, a whip condensed by the power of supernatural powers appeared in his hand. Magic power, driving the mountain. Bang, a whip was lashed at the mountains on all sides. In an instant, the mountains began to move like frightened rabbits, revealing a bottomless pit. As they trembled, the corpses of the Dharma images fell into it one after another. After all the corpses fell into the pit, Su Yu whipped them again, and the 4 mountains returned to their positions. Seeing this amazing scene, the Ninth Elder's eyes almost popped out. How come you have so many magical powers? Has this world gone crazy? How could one person have 2 magical powers? Chapter 089 I just asked you to move, why are you digging up your ancestors' graves? The others might be within the scope of understanding and not so surprising, but these 2 magical powers really terrified the Ninth Elder. For a moment, he even wondered if it was the reincarnation of an immortal. Not only are there endless Saint Realm martial arts, but his combat power is also ridiculously strong. As soon as he breaks through, he can fight as if he were at a high level of the Dharma realm. Now, he has even demonstrated his dual magical powers. It's simply too horrifying. Divine power is a symbolic power that can only be awakened in the Jiang realm, and it is the means to transform from immortal to an immortal. A warrior only has 1 magical power, and I have never heard of anyone being able to use 2. Facing the shocked gaze of the Ninth Elder, Su Yu simply smiled and said, "It's more than that." After saying that, Su Yu suddenly pulled out a magic gun that he had seized from the battlefield. It was the weapon of a powerful man from the Hu family who was in the Yin realm, and he picked it up casually. This is a weapon of heavenly quality, forged with precious metals. Snap! Under the gaze of the Ninth Elder, Su Yu put the tip of the magic gun in his mouth, then bit it and chewed it. Su Yu ate the gun head as if he was eating instant noodles. After Su Yu swallowed it, his body began to emit a red glow. It was the characteristics of the rare metal that was being absorbed and integrated by the magical power of swallowing gold. After swallowing the divine gold, Su Yu could sense a very slight improvement in his physical body. Hiss! The Ninth Elder gasped in shock 3 times. Are you really not the reincarnation of an immortal? Chewing the divine gold raw can also strengthen the body. This method is unheard of. In terms of magical power level, judging from the perspective of the Ninth Elder, this is a kind of Disha level magical power. It can even be compared with the general Tiangong magical power due to its ability to enhance the physical body. It doesn't matter anymore. The important thing is that this kid can master and display 3 kinds of magical powers. Su Yu shook his head and said, "I'm pretty sure I'm not. So, I hope the Ninth Elder can understand that I have revealed so much of my intention. I don't want to reveal too many of my cards to the Holy Land. But with you, Ninth Elder, I hold nothing back. Su Yu's eyes were sincere and his attitude was extremely correct. You know very well that the Holy Land doesn't need me, and it's not my turn to get involved. I only need to do what I should do and reunite the immortal scriptures that the three Holy Lands want to see. The rest of the tasks have nothing to do with me. I come from an aristocratic family, so naturally I have to consider everything for my family. Ninth Elder, you are not a core heir either. We all have our own families. Without violating the principles of the Holy Land, I hope that you, the Ninth Elder, a saint, can take care of the Su family. After my three sisters or I have achieved success in our cultivation. Having said that, Su Yu stopped talking because his meaning was already very clear and it would be too long-winded to continue. The Ninth Elder stared at him in amazement, then nodded solemnly, I promise you. As long as it's within the rules of the Holy Land, everything can be agreed to. Protect the Su family. This is easy. Before the Great Age arrives, it is difficult for saints to travel outside. The higher the realm, the greater the threats they face when traveling outside. If they stay outside for too long, their foundation may be irreversibly damaged at any time. For someone like him, 1 month is the limit for him to stay in the outside world. If the great sage comes, he will die within a week. He could also sense that the Dharma ending age of heaven and earth had been getting weaker and weaker in recent years. In another 100 years, even a peak saint would only be able to stay out for a year. He also needs to start planning. The threat the Su family faces now is that they are being targeted by the Emperor's tomb. But if he took the initiative to spread the news, then Emperor Tomb would turn his attention back to him and Su Yu. Once he quietly transfers the Su family to the small secret space opened up by Jushao, they will be basically safe. He has the power to do this. Moreover, with Su Yu's breakthrough speed, he would have the opportunity to reach the quasi-saint realm within 100 years. Tisk tisk. Su Yu had only been in Jushao for a few years, but he had already broken through the Dharmakaya. When you first come here, you will condense the elixir, then it takes 3 years to gather the spirit, and then you can achieve the Dharma form. In any case, it takes no more than 5 years. This cultivation speed is too abnormal. If anyone said that he had no hope of breaking through to become the great emperor, he, the Ninth Elder, would be the first to disbelieve it. In that case, thank you very much, Ninth Elder. Seeing that he agreed, Su Yu's face suddenly filled with a bright smile. That's enough. As long as he can protect the Su family for a period of time, in the future, even if his three sisters don't need to reach high levels of cultivation, he can protect them alone. In this Dharma ending age, he will challenge his limits little by little. Intel. Make it impossible for anyone to suppress him. The Ninth Elder waved his hand and said, let's go in first and then we can discuss the details. A group of people walked into the Su family's secret realm in a mighty manner, without any stopping, and headed straight towards the main hall. The Su family had already cleaned the place. After everyone was seated, the Ninth Elder said to Su Yuxing and Su Tianming without hesitation, Master Su, the Su family has been targeted by the Emperor's tomb. We will definitely be on edge from now on. After all, Diffin is a venomous snake. No one knows when he will jump out and bite you. Therefore, I propose that your Su family relocate to a small secret territory that I have opened up. Although my family is present in there, it is still big enough for you to live. Hearing this proposal, Su Yuxing and Su Tianming were stunned at first. Before they had time to figure it out, they heard Su Yu persuade them, Dad, Grandpa. You can follow the Ninth Elder and leave. After he has given you protection for a while, I will arrange for you to find a new homeland. Although he had the authority to enter and exit the secret realm of Duty and Quasi-Emperor, he was not sure whether he could let anyone in. He needs to find some time to go back to Duty and Secret Realm to take a look. Before that, it is better to let the Su family disappear from the world. Good. The crisp, good, made the Ninth Elder and Su Yu stunned. Just give up like that. This is the secret ancestral land that has been continuously developed and stabilized by successive generations of immortals in the Su family. As if understanding Su Yu's doubts, Su Yuxing said seriously, no matter how good the ancestral land is not as important as the lives of the clan members. As long as we have a place to go, we naturally have no objection. Su Tianming glanced at the elders and ordered, you, follow me to the family cemetery, dig up the ancestral graves, move them away, and rebury them later. We've dug up everything we could. Yes, swish. They acted immediately. A large group of elders followed Su Tianming out of the hall and headed to the family cemetery to dig graves. Su Yuxing did the same. He stood up and said, I'll go get the clan members to pack up, and then we'll gather at the clan square. Swish. Seeing the hall suddenly become empty, the Ninth Elder and Su Yu were both stunned. No, we just asked you to move away. Why are you digging up your ancestors' graves? Even the ancestral grave has to be moved. Chapter 090 for me Jushao, there are also risks. Su Yuxing and his son Su Tianming acted quickly. One notified the family members, while the other led the elders to dig up the ancestral graves. Although it was digging a grave, in fact it was also putting the grave into a huge storage space. The Su family's execution ability was also very strong. From notification to gathering, it only took an hour to get everything done. Even the Ninth Elder couldn't help but sigh with admiration at such execution ability. The Su family is really united. No one asked the reason, they only knew that the family order had come down and it had to be executed unconditionally. In fact, for the Su family, this is a command that has been engraved into their genes. After all, the Su family has experienced too many ups and downs, and all family orders must be executed unconditionally. Only in this way can they find a glimmer of hope in desperate situations. After everyone gathered in the square, there was no excessive talk or speeches, only purple gold warships flying in one after another. Get on board. With Su Yuxing's order, the members of the Su family boarded the warship in an orderly manner. After tens of thousands of members of the Su family boarded the ship, the Ninth Elder and Su Yu also followed them out. Come outside the secret realm. At this time, no outsiders had arrived yet. Because they moved too quickly, and the Su family's location was indeed a bit remote. Boom. After all the warships flew out of the Su family's secret realm, the Ninth Elder, at the request of Su Tianming, the old patriarch of the Su family, smashed the Su family secret realm into pieces with a single punch. Destroy the family ancestral land on which they have lived for many years. After doing all this, the Ninth Elder returned to the Jushao warship and said to Su Yuxing, next, just follow my lead and move forward with me in the void. Okay. Su Yuxing nodded. As the Ninth Elder regained control of the warship, a tractor beam shot out from the stern of the warship, entangling several purple gold warships of the Su family. Call out. Immediately afterwards, the Ninth Elder drove the warship to open up a void passage, led the people of the Su family to fly into it and disappeared. Wait until everything returns to calm. Several hours passed. The space not far from the Su family's secret realm suddenly twisted, and then several figures in black robes emerged from it. Their aura was extremely strange, as if it had merged with the heaven and earth, making it difficult to detect. It's like a ghost, without any entity. Looking at the shattered secret realm in front and the ruins on the ground, someone seemed to frown under the black robe. The taste of a powerful saint. Where's the body? The auras of Elder Yu and the Saint Sun disappeared here, and there was no trace of the old Saint Sun in the air. Buzz. Almost at the moment when he finished speaking, a spiritual power as vast as the sea poured out, and the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was all covered by this spiritual power. Such a huge spiritual power can almost find ants hidden in the tiny sand. Nothing can escape the sight of this powerful spirit. When exploring underground, the black-robed man's emotions fluctuated slightly. Underground. This kind of power shouldn't be possessed by a saint realm, to move such a large area safely and bury so many Dharmakaya forms. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure in black robe twisted, and the next second, he appeared in midair, his body began to expand infinitely, and then he slammed his fist down on the ground. Boom. In an instant, the mountain was shattered by the huge force, the earth cracked, and a huge black crack emerged. The black robe fell into the crack and used brute force to force the crack open. Not until it was fully open did he jump out again and return to human form. He followed several men in black robes and jumped into the crack. When they saw the corpses of Dharmakaya and Yin-Yang realm scattered all over the ground, they did not show any emotion. They just walked to a patch of blood-stained soil and squatted down. It's the blood of Elder Yu and the Holy Sun. Sure enough, they were all dead. The sun's death was not caused by the same person. He could sense a faint peak spiritual power in the remaining blood foam of the Son of God. It definitely wasn't done by the Holy Land. One of the 3 black-robed men standing nearby asked in a hoarse voice, who could that be? Former Holy Sun. The person the former Saint Sun possessed was named Su Yu. He was the first place winner of the Eastern Wasteland Prodigy competition and had reached the peak of the spiritual sea. How many years does it take to enter the realm of spiritual enlightenment? Impossible. No one has such talent, unless they are the reincarnation of an ancient emperor. Who else? I don't know. If we want to figure this out, the most urgent thing is to find someone from the Su family first. Damn it, we've lost another candidate with the Moonian physique. If another one dies, the GU breeding plan will fail, and the Saint Lord's grand plan will be put on hold for who knows how long. The golden age is approaching. If we can't cultivate the next generation. Be careful with your words. Walk. After obtaining the basic information, a group of black-robed warriors rushed out of the crack in the ground without any delay and disappeared immediately. Wait until they leave. Wave after wave of the East Wilderness's first-rate families and sects also hurried over. When they saw this tragic scene, they couldn't help but gasp. Hurry, hurry, go back and report to the sect that the Su family secret realm has been destroyed. A group of strong men retreated one after another, fearing that if they ran too slowly, they would be ambushed by the hidden murderer and killed as members of the Su family. Soon, the Su family's secret realm was destroyed, and the news that the Su family had disappeared spread. Countless people were dumbfounded, because, in just a very short period of time, a first-rate force was destroyed. Only someone in the Saint realm could do this. And the Holy Land is only found in the Holy Land. All the wild saints in the outside world are dead. Even if there are any, they are hiding in the secret space they have opened up and dare not move. Several days, the news of the Su family's destruction also spread to the Tianchuan Holy Land. When the 3 sisters who were still in seclusion for cultivation were forcibly awakened by their fellow disciples and told them what had happened, the 3 sisters were greatly shocked. After being stunned for a while, they became crazy and wanted to go back to the Su family to find out what had happened. The turmoil in the outside world is still fermenting in a small area. And the people who had been carefully traveling in the void for several days finally arrived at their destination. A secret space located in the Jushao supervision area. This is the secret space opened up by the Ninth Elder. After settling all the Su family members here, Su Yuxing and the others also stayed here with peace of mind. After settling the troops, Su Yu followed the Ninth Elder out of the secret space. Ninth Elder, I'll leave the person here for half a month. I will come back to pick them up in person in half a month. Outside the secret realm, the Ninth Elder looked at Su Yu's serious expression, stared at him for a long time, and said, are you worried? Su Yu nodded slowly, yes, I won't put my weak spot in a dangerous place. For me Jushao is also risky. These words made the air freeze. You really think so? Chapter 91 I hope that my only investment in my life will be a real dragon. The Ninth Elder looked at Su Yu, his eyes sharp and complex, but in the end, they all turned into a sigh. He murmured, do you know that your words will make me want to kill you? My cultivation and all my current achievements were bestowed upon me by the Holy Land. No one can slander the Holy Land in front of me. No one can do that. Anyone who harms the Holy Land is my enemy. He is an example of someone rising from obscurity. From a starving refugee, to being fortunate enough to meet a team from the Holy Land that was popularizing the basic cultivation methods and obtaining the cultivation methods, he then relied on luck, talent, and hard work to step onto the path of cultivation. Like everyone else, he stood out from the 100 Dynasties War and stepped up to his current position step by step. He was very glad that he could embark on the path of cultivation, and was even more grateful for the Holy Land's promotion of the Dharma. After all, without my senior brother today, there would be no me today. He does not have the cultivation of a saint that is revered by the world. Therefore, he could not allow anyone to speak ill of the Holy Land in front of him, not even a single word. If it were in the past, if someone dared to speak like this in front of him, he would have beaten him to death hundreds of times. But today, he can't do it, because of Su Yu's character, he has seen Su Yu's temperament. If the Holy Land does not harm him, he will not do anything that will harm the Holy Land. He dared to say such words in front of him, nothing more than. Is it to believe in yourself? Su Yu met the Ninth Elder's complicated gaze, chuckled softly, and said in a lowered tone, the Elder should know very well that the Holy Land is not something that people like us can get our hands on. Even if we are saints, great saints, it still won't work. In each of the 9 peaks, there are old saints, great saints, and even quasi-emperors buried. They are the real rulers of the Holy Land. No matter how strong we are, the geniuses who came from the outside world, it will be difficult to shake their position. Of course, what I want to say is not anything. I just want to tell the Ninth Elder that I don't want to compete with them for the control of the Holy Land. I just want to go my own way. I naturally remember the kindness of the Saint Master Brothers. Everyone hopes that I can gather the immortal scripture. If I have the ability, I will return a complete immortal scripture to the Holy Land. According to the cause and effect of the Holy Land, I will naturally repay everything. But that doesn't mean I'm willing to expose my weaknesses in the Holy Land and let others exploit them. This applies not only to the Holy Land, but also to the outside world. Su Yu's tone was extremely sincere, without any lies mixed in it. Certainly, there is another thing he won't say. That is, he is just trying his best to protect certain causes and conditions, trying to protect certain people. If he can't protect them, someone will use this to threaten him. Then try to exchange it for your life. The Ninth Elder looked at Su Yu, not knowing what to say for a moment. After a long silence, the Ninth Elder sighed and said, after all this talk, you're not even willing to bribe me. This kid, it's quite different. If others wanted to do so, they would have taken out their most precious treasures as bribes long ago, but Su Yu was different and just relied on his mouth. Am I so worthless? Su Yu's face lit up with a brilliant smile upon hearing this. He said, rather than bribes, I believe the Ninth Elder prefers heart-to-heart conversations. I believe the Ninth Elder will not be short of resources. You really know what it means to be smooth talking. The Ninth Elder cursed with a smile, then said seriously, this is just once. I will pretend I didn't see anything. I'll only delay it for half a month for you. This area is under my jurisdiction. It's my jurisdiction. All I can do is give you half a month of buffer time. After saying this, the Ninth Elder turned around with his hands behind his back and walked towards the secret realm. Only halfway through the walk, the Ninth Elder stopped, said a word, and then completely entered the secret realm. If you succeed, I hope that some of my descendants will follow the Su family. As he watched the Ninth Elder's back disappear, the smile on Su Yu's handsome face became even brighter. Everyone in the world has personal feelings, and saints are no exception. There is no doubt that the Ninth Elder is loyal to the Jushao Holy Land, but he also understands how big the whirlpool is and how deep the water is. He also hopes that his descendants will have other options. It won't be the case that they will all die out at some point. The struggle for power has always been cruel. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. No one dares to bet whether they will be the next. He can die for the Holy Land, but there must be living descendants. This is the shackles. For an upright person, family is the only weakness. He showed so much potential not only to gain greater benefits in the eyes of the Holy Land's top leaders, but also to make the Ninth Elder choose him. Believe him. Believe that he will be the next chosen one. The potential has already erupted so much, whether for his own benefit or the benefit of the Holy Land, he will indulge Su Yu to a certain extent. Like this time, he wanted to remove all members of the Su family from public view. However, although this method is feasible, it does not always work. After all, there are always people who want to stifle genius. Winning the bet once is enough. From now on, it's up to me. Before the Golden Age comes, there are many things I can do. But once the Golden Age arrives, even if I break through to become a celestial being or even a quasi-saint, I won't have much say. Because it was a terrifying era where geniuses were rampant and powerful people emerged frequently. Su Yu knew very well that the reason he could hold such a status now was not only because of his extraordinary talent, but also because the Golden Age had not yet arrived, and those Emperor's sons and immortals who were sealed by the divine source and immortal source had not appeared. Is it true that after countless years in a top-level Holy Land, no ultimate genius has appeared? Impossible. What he wants to take advantage of is the current time difference. During this period of time, he will gain enough benefits for himself. Only when the Great Age comes will he have a real place. Thinking of this, Su Yu left without looking back. He had to rush to a safe place as quickly as possible, which was the location of the secret space of Duty and Quasi-Emperor. Now, it depends on whether this cheap teacher, Duty and Quasi-Emperor, can be more helpful. Wait until Su Yu leaves. In the secret space of the Ninth Elder, he had a panoramic view of the world and family that he had worked hard to build over the years, and his eyes were extremely complicated. Alas, as people get older, they eventually become selfish. But this little guy is not going to be a puppet who will be manipulated by others. I hope that my only investment in my life will be a real dragon. Instead of the four-legged earth snake that died on the road to becoming a dragon. Chapter 092 Let me teach you the way to become a strong person on the road to becoming an immortal. As Su Yu left, time passed quickly. As the storm intensified, Su Yu and the others disappeared without a trace. The outside world has its own suspicions about those who destroyed the Su family. Because the Su family's secret realm was destroyed and all the people disappeared, it was revealed that all the people in the Hu family were dead. Countless people were speculating whether a Holy Land had taken action. After all, only the Holy Land can possess a strong person who can destroy a first-rate force. During the time they were investigating the clues. 3 days later, Su Yu has arrived at a deserted place where he can sense the Duty and secret realm. Or in other words, as long as you get close to the forbidden zone of life, you seem to be able to feel the existence of the Duty and secret realm. The Duty and secret realm seemed to be encircling this forbidden zone of life that even the great sage was afraid to enter. Swish, sensing the existence of the Duty and secret realm, Su Yu did not hesitate at all and directly triggered the thing left to him by the Duty and Quasi-Emperor. In an instant, accompanied by a flash of light, Su Yu's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. After experiencing the familiar feeling of weightlessness, Su Yu opened his eyes again and surprisingly appeared in the Golden Temple. Boy, you just left not long ago, why are you back again? On the huge coffin made of an ancient star tree, the handsome middle-aged figure of Quasi-Emperor Dudian was sitting cross-legged on the coffin, holding his chin with one hand, with a thoughtful look on his face, staring at the chessboard in front of him without blinking. This is a game that has been passed down since ancient times, the game of trapped dragons. It is said that, if you can get out of the dragon trap, you will be able to step on the fairy rainbow and enter the fairyland in the future. No one knows whether it is true or not, but one thing is certain, the person who trapped the dragon was an immortal. I encountered something and came in, Su Yu said softly. What's up? Then Su Yu told what he had encountered during this period and some of his thoughts. He wanted to know what Dudian, the Quasi-Emperor who had experienced death, would do. Su Yu thought Dudian would agree with his idea. But the reality is the opposite. After listening to his story, Dudian Quasi-Emperor put down the chess piece he was holding between his fingers, turned his head and looked at Su Yu and said with a smile, arrange the people to my secret realm. That's a good idea, but don't say it again next time. Su Yu, hearing this answer, Su Yu couldn't help but wonder, why? He just didn't want to have any worries. Why would Dudian Quasi-Emperor reject his proposal? Besides, wasn't it out of trust in Quasi-Emperor Dudian that I placed these people here? How could he reject himself? Seeing Su Yu's puzzled expression, Dudian Quasi-Emperor laughed, then stood up, and the chessboard in front of him suddenly disappeared. He also floated in front of Su Yu, looked at the latter and said with emotion, you kid. How can you still be so superficial in your way of looking at things? It's obvious that he lacks the ability to be severely beaten by the immortal cultivation society. Hearing this, Su Yu's face darkened. Why did you take so many beatings? Ha ha ha. Dudian Quasi-Emperor laughed loudly, stretched out his illusory right hand and flicked his fingers in front of Su Yu's forehead. A piercing pain that went straight to the depths of his soul immediately spread throughout Su Yu's body. Seeing Su Yu retreating in pain, Dudian Quasi-Emperor also said with a smile, little guy. As if getting to the point, Quasi-Emperor Dudian gradually became serious and said, your vision is still too low. Your actions may seem secretive, but what makes you think you can quietly transfer people away under the nose of the behemoth that reigns over the eastern wasteland? Besides, if they knew how you transferred the person, they would definitely think you had ulterior motives towards them, even if you didn't have that intention. But as a huge sect machine, you would bet on whether that 1 in a billion chance will come. If the consequences of your actions are discovered, you will suffer more than just isolation. But it was wiped out. The shadow of the Dudian Quasi-Emperor raised his hand, pinched the space in front of him into a cube, and rotated it in his palm, saying quietly, you are only a Dharmakaya. Do you know what realms are above you? After the Dharma phase, there are the 2 realms of Tribulation Yin and Tribulation Yang, followed by the 5 decade tribulations of the Heavenly Man realm, and then the Quasi-Sage, taking this extraordinary half-step, the Sage realm, the Great Sage realm, and the Quasi-Emperor realm. Is this a known realm? Then you know that the realms of Quasi-Saint and beyond are only the initial, intermediate and late stages, and each small realm is like an insurmountable chasm. Those in the Saint realm can travel through the void. Great saints can see through the mysteries of the origin of the universe. They cultivate with the power of the origin and can create a spatial world with a wave of their hands or even obliterate a planet. Their spiritual consciousness can even cover billions of miles of territory. Some great saints who master Tiangong-level magical powers can even travel back in time after experiencing a magical transformation. Even if it's just the ability to recall what happened, it's fatal. They can make you explode with just one look. Your little trick of transferring people may seem like you're avoiding any hidden dangers, but in reality one step is a murderous one. If you take this step and someone discovers what's going on, you will die. The reason why the Holy Land is called the Holy Land is that it has no shortage of saints, no shortage of great saints. It has quasi-emperors ruling it, and it also houses the most powerful geniuses that have appeared over countless years. Each and every one of them is invincible. Even the great emperor's own sons and daughters are in deep slumber, and so are the immortals. You understand, your asset is talent, but don't be arrogant. You aren't at the level that anyone would notice. Everything you have achieved so far is empty and can be taken away by someone else with just a word. Therefore, the safest and most reliable approach for you is to gradually reveal your potential, rather than trying to achieve it all at once. This will allow others to trust you, and then allow the forces that protect you to protect your weak spot. When you have the ability to rival the great sage in the future, then you can choose to show your hand. Quasi-Emperor Dudian crushed the cube of space, and the complexity and sigh in his eyes disappeared, leaving only calmness. He had stood at the top and knew the secrets deep in the Holy Land, so he would not agree to Suyu's request. Because it would kill him. Of course, he would not laugh at Suyu's childish idea, because this might be the best way a kid of this age could think of. He didn't want to be restricted, so he came to me for help, and he believed in himself. After hearing what Dudian Quasi-Emperor said, Suyu did calm down. Although he was stunned, after thinking about it, he realized that it was indeed not feasible as the former said. He is a genius, not a strong man, can be crushed to death at any time. Doing this yourself is indeed very childish. Thinking of this, Suyu inadvertently revealed a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. I have done so much and it seems like I have worked hard for many years, but it is really insignificant. My family's support is because they believe that I am a genius, not because they believe in my own abilities. The same goes for the Ninth Elder. They are human beings, not the huge machine of the sect, and they will not consider this issue. But the sect is different, they will investigate thoroughly. As expected, strength is the fundamental factor that determines everything. I am still too weak. Watching Suyu's expression change from relief to self-mockery and then gloomy, Dudian Quasi-Emperor stared at him for a long time, and finally said, "Come with me, there are still a few days left, let me teach you the way of the strong on the road to immortal cultivation." Chapter 093, under the personal instruction of the Quasi-Emperor, you must keep getting stronger. After saying this, the shadow of Quasi-Emperor Dudian turned around and walked out of the Golden Temple leisurely. Seeing this scene, Suyu couldn't help but be stunned, and then followed the steps of Dudian Quasi-Emperor and walked out of the temple together. After walking through 3,000 steps covered in blood, we arrived at the ancient Blue Brick City. When I first set up this place, besides wanting to give future generations some opportunities when I was free, it was mostly for killing time, allowing me to control my body with my spirit and to practice sparring. Quasi-Emperor Dudian stood with his hands behind his back, leisurely telling Suyu about the past. So I will be your opponent today. After arriving at the arena in the ancient city, Quasi-Emperor Dudian flew into the arena and waved his hand to signal Suyu to come up. Seeing this, Suyu also walked up. As soon as he got on stage, he couldn't help but become curious, control the body. What kind of body? Dudian Quasi-Emperor laughed and said, apart from the little geniuses who died here, are there any other bodies? Boom. As his illusory finger pointed at the air outside the ring, the ground began to vibrate, the floor he had stepped on slowly opened up, and a giant lifting platform slowly rose from the bottom. On the lift platform were corpses covered with top-grade spirit stones. The function of the top-grade spirit stone is to prevent their bodies from decaying. These are all the geniuses who entered and died here during the opening period of the secret realm. The lowest level of their cultivation was at the soul condensation stage. Of course, there were also Dharmakaya, tribulation yin and yang, celestial beings, and quasi-saints who rashly entered when it first opened. There were dozens of corpses, each of whom could be considered a genius in their time. But in front of the Quasi-Emperor, they are just slightly dazzling ants. Now, it has become a toy for entertainment of Dudian Quasi-Emperor. Tell me about your current explosive strength. Hearing this, Suyu replied without hesitation, the peak of the first level of Dharma phase, purely based on strength, should be 60 dragon powers. In terms of strength, Xuantian also has a measurement method. The strength of an ox is equal to 1,000 pounds. 10 oxen make up a tiger with a strength of 10,000 pounds. Next to the tiger is an elephant with a strength of 100,000 pounds. Next to the elephant is a dragon with a strength of 1 million pounds. And next to the elephant is a dragon with a strength of 1 million pounds. And next to the dragon is a strength of tens of millions pounds. Calculated purely by strength, Suyu has an explosive force comparable to 300,000 tons in his previous life. If a punch hits the ground, it will be enough to form a huge crater with a diameter of hundreds of meters and a depth of even 1 or 200 meters. The aftermath can destroy all buildings within several kilometers. This is just the power of Suyu's Dharma realm, and it is pure physical strength. Dudian Quasi-Emperor nodded and said, this kind of power is manifested at the first level. If it is fully exerted, I am afraid it can burst out with the power of 100 dragons through martial arts. This number even surprised him a little, because if Suyu combined martial arts and physical body to fight, he would be able to kill a person at the peak of the 6th level of the Dharma realm. The power of breaking the limit twice with the physical body is so powerful that it is terrifying. After learning about Suyu's strength data, Dudian Quasi-Emperor pointed his finger and a middle-aged body flew out. Then merged with his shadow. Buzz. The tightly closed eyes opened, a dead aura spread in the middle-aged man's eyes, his mouth opened slightly, and the voice of the Dudian Quasi-Emperor rang out, this flesh body is at the 8th level of the Dharma realm. I will use his power to hone you. When you are able to destroy this body, you will be able to reach the level of breaking the limit 3 times. Another thing to note is that I excel at strength and speed. You must remember that in the world of immortal cultivation, if a weakling wants to survive, strength comes first, followed by might and strategy. Without absolute combat power, don't even think about using force to break any of the rules of this world. If you show any sign of wrongdoing, those higher-ups can wipe you out at any time. When doing anything, first consider the consequences and the methods of the powerful. All you have to do now is to be a qualified little sheep. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, the middle-aged figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. On the huge arena, the only sound was the deafening sonic boom. The next moment, with a bang sound, Suyu raised his left arm to block the attack, but the huge force still knocked him back. After stabilizing his body, Suyu only felt a tingling sensation in his arms. This was an experience he had never had before, being injured for the first time. Suyu swung his arms and said with gritted teeth, you're so powerful. Haha, after all this time, it seems like this is the first time you've been hit and injured. Boy, do you understand the difference now? Don't be too proud. The people you've met before were all people of the same level, or even weaker than you. If you keep this mentality, it will be hard to survive. You must remember, if you are not absolutely sure, never provoke a strong person who is too strong for you to challenge, because they will not fight with you, but will kill you with their moves. Now keep fighting. Seeing the other person's figure disappear again, Suyu gradually let go of this expression and became serious. Duty and quasi-emperor is right. I have indeed become too arrogant and blindly conceited, even delusionally thinking that with my current ant-like body, I can face those immortals standing in the clouds and overlooking the ground. In the eyes of those strongest people, I am just an ant worthy of a little attention. I need to hurry up and keep getting stronger. Boom. At this moment, Suyu no longer hides his weakness and no longer approaches this competition with the mentality of sparring. He wants to go all out and treat every battle as a life and death battle. Prison suppressing body. By activating his own physique, Suyu's strength was increased again. Rumble. At this moment, his body felt like a train passing through a tunnel, making a huge buzzing noise. In fact, it was the chi and blood beating. Dragon Elephant Mountain collapsed fist. Suyu's speed was not as fast as the other party, but his spiritual power was much stronger than that of Shantian, so he was able to lock onto the other party's movement trajectory. When he completely locked onto the opponent, Suyu punched him without any hesitation. The roar of the dragon and elephant was boiling, and even the air was smashed into a concave shape. The aftermath of the impact caused the blue brick buildings to tremble continuously. Swish. However, the middle-aged figure who had been clearly locked onto disappeared in the blink of an eye the moment Suyu landed, leaving him with nothing. Bang. The next second, Suyu was knocked away. You're too slow, too confident, and your combat awareness isn't much better than someone in your realm. If your moves miss, you'll be vulnerable everywhere. Today, I will teach you another martial art that can increase your speed. Get up and keep fighting. Duty and Quasi-Emperor was extremely strict. He did not regard Suyu as a strong man of the same realm at all. Instead, he was cultivating his ability to cross levels and his reaction speed. Otherwise, Suyu will suffer a great loss sooner or later. Okay, keep going. Rumble. Suyu was stubborn and would not give in easily. He would not even think of admitting defeat until he had used up all his last bit of strength. The battle between the two has never stopped since the first day, and the sound of battle can be heard continuously. Several days passed. At the place where Suyu entered the secret realm, there were more than a dozen people lurking. Is this where that person's aura disappeared? Right. Continue searching along the perimeter and don't miss any clues. Yes. Chapter 094, Leaving the Secret Realm, Being Ambushed by Corpse Sewing, The Cloudy Day Corpse Sewing Sutra. 6 days later, in the Duty and Secret Realm, bang. After this period of training, Suyu finally succeeded in punching the middle-aged body of the 8th level of the Dharma realm into a bloody mist. After his body was blasted apart, Suyu sat down on the ring, his face pale and gasping for breath. Even if he beat the opponent to death, he would not be much better off. The flesh was all blue and purple, and there was almost nothing intact. Okay, let's stop here for this special training. After his physical body was blown up, the shadow of Quasi-Emperor Dudian reappeared. He looked at Suyu who was sitting on the ground and said with a smile. Then he snapped his fingers, and a stream of pure plant energy fell into the latter's body. Under the repair of the spiritual energy containing vitality, Suyu's exhaustion and injuries were also repaired, and even his overconsumed soul was restored to its original state. I hope you won't waste your potential and improve yourself quickly without damaging your foundation. In addition to wanting to hone Suyu and teach him, he also wanted to do this battle. I also want Suyu to understand that blindly breaking through quickly is not a good thing. Although the realm is improved, it is all superficial and will damage the foundation. But after a few days of testing, it was found that Suyu's foundation had not been shaken. On the contrary, it seems to be even more stable. It's like an old monster who has reincarnated and cultivated again, and can quickly recover his cultivation level before reincarnation. It's simply unbelievable. Suyu nodded solemnly when he heard this. I understand. This time he gained a lot, not only in terms of combat skills, but also in terms of how to disguise himself perfectly under the eyes of the strong during the battle. He was really out of touch before. He even wanted to make himself appear to have no weaknesses. It's just so stupid. If he was not the Quasi-Emperor Dudian, if he really did this, there would be only one consequence, and that would be accelerated death. Yes, death under all unstable factors. Jushao might not move openly, but who knows what those higher-ups think of him in secret. If he could perfectly portray the role of a little lamp, then he would be the most perfect genius in the 9 skies, and would spare no effort to train himself to become a strong man. But under the rules, he will only be weaker than the Emperor's sons and immortals of Jushao. It's that simple. Okay, the actual operation is up to you, but remember what I told you, be careful. Duty and Quasi-Emperor said patiently, not getting tired of it. Suyu also listened carefully, because he could feel that Quasi-Emperor Dudian was really training him as his only disciple. In fact, this is true. It's time to go out and rush back to reconcile with the Ninth Elder. From what you said, it seems that the Ninth Elder also wants to place a heavy bet on you. It's a pity that this is just a knife, and I can't think of any deeper considerations. But you can build a good relationship with him, and he will speak for you when necessary. Suyu nodded. I will. Duty and Quasi-Emperor was about to wave his hand to send Suyu back to his original place, but soon his movement suddenly stopped, and then a subtle smile appeared on his face. Tisk tisk, there were quite a few little bugs lying in ambush where you originally entered the secret realm. Hearing this, Suyu was stunned, and then asked, who is it? Judging from their identities, they're not from Jushao. They're probably from some force that's targeting you. They have some sinister aura. Quasi-Emperor Dudian regained his composure and said, go and test the results of this special training. They are just small bugs of the 3rd, 4th, and 6th levels of the Dharmakaya. Kill them all. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, Quasi-Emperor Dudian waved his sleeves and sent Suyu directly out of the secret space. Outside this forbidden zone of life, he controls everything. Whoever comes must die. That's why he felt that he's sending Suyu back to where he came from instead of sending him somewhere else, because there was no stronger person watching him, so it didn't matter even if he silenced them. No one could have guessed that it would be Suyu, because this is a forbidden zone for life. He has plenty of means. Outside world, in the deserted mountains where Suyu disappeared, there were more than 10 cold auras lurking in this area, but their spiritual consciousness was constantly communicating. Big sister, you are not mistaken. Are you sure it is a young Dharma-like genius? No, just a little fellow who just entered the 1st level of the Dharma realm. If that's true, then if we capture him and refine him into a puppet of our heavenly corpse sect, those so-called righteous holy places will be furious, right? If it were you, I'd turn the body into a zombie, rip out the soul, and sew it back into the corpse of the earth demonic beast. What an unexpected gain. While out hunting for some soul-enriching corpses, we unexpectedly encountered the young Dharma aspect genius of the Holy Land. To be able to disappear from the life forbidden zone, he must have had some luck. Kill him, and all opportunities will be ours. Just wait patiently, I don't believe he won't come out. While they were waiting, suddenly, a white light appeared out of nowhere. After the space distorted for a moment, a figure emerged from the white light. When they saw the figure in white robe appear, their spiritual consciousness suddenly became intense. That's him. Kill. Swish. The moment Suyu appeared, before he could even open his eyes, dozens of powerful and cold auras rose into the sky and attacked Suyu. Seeing this scene, Suyu did not feel panic at all, but instead a sneer spread across the corners of his mouth. Bang! Suyu raised his hand and threw a punch with lightning speed, pouring out crazy power. With just one punch, the figure that rushed forward first was shattered to pieces. A body. Suyu was stunned when he saw the pale-faced humanoid creatures with suture marks all over their skin that were attacking from all sides. Who are you? Get out here. Suyu's aura exploded, directly shocking out the person lurking in the dark. After hearing Suyu's roar, the young woman in the lead, who had a nice figure, did not hide her feelings. She walked into Suyu's side and said in a cold voice, "Heavenly corpse sec. Boy, we want your body." Suyu sneered when he heard this. After looking around, he said leisurely, "Are you guys who deal with corpses worthy enough?" "How dare you," someone shouted. However, Suyu interrupted him coldly, "You dare to show off your crude corpse stitching skills in front of me?" The gloomy young woman with a charming figure couldn't help but laugh and said coldly, "Rough. If I kill you, you will know what it means to sew corpses." Superior. As soon as the words fell, a dozen people controlled dozens of silver corpses emitting the 5th level of the Dharma realm and rushed towards Suyu. Most people would be terrified to death if they saw this scene. Same, if you were a normal practitioner, Suyu would also feel a headache, but this is a corpse. And the first reward obtained, the power that he is best at is also the corpse immortal. Facing this overwhelming pressure, the corners of Suyu's lips actually rose slowly under the astonished and doubtful gazes of those people. Yuntian corpse sewing suture dissecting the corpse. Swish, Chapter 095. Why not all stay here and turn into nutrients to sleep here forever? Suyu waved his hand, and in an instant, the full moon hanging high above the dome seemed to tremble, and wisps of extremely pure lunar essence were drawn to his side. This is the aura of the immortal. Mobilize the mighty power of heaven and earth to sew up the corpses of all races. Similarly, Suyu's move can also dissolve corpses. The dozens of puppet corpses in the Dharma realm in front of him were also made using the corpse sewing technique. His hands kept fiddling with the threads of nothingness, and they were like threads of cause and effect, clearly emerging. The target of the threads of cause and effect was exactly the direction of the dozens of puppet corpses. Dissect the corpse. Suyu's eyes turned cold, and he shouted, "Open." Swish. In an instant, the various colored thin lines that appeared on the puppet's corpse suddenly fell apart, decomposing the power that connected them one by one. Without the restraint of the thin string, the puppet corpse was like a puppet with its control strings cut. It instantly collapsed and fell from midair. Moreover, from the sky gates of these puppet corpses, painful and hideous souls flew out. These are the souls of powerful people sewn into corpses. It is equivalent to the operating system of a puppet corpse. After these souls lost their restraints, they quickly disappeared without a trace. In Suyu's eyes, the way these people sewed corpses was extremely crude and could be easily undone. He doesn't even have the qualifications to be looked at. However, this scene looked like a miracle to the disciples of the Tianchi sect. It was not until they realized what was happening that they felt extremely horrified. Why do you also know how to sew corpses? They actually stuttered a little when they spoke. That was because he was shocked by Suyu. Isn't the other party a disciple of a famous and upright sect? Why does he have such evil and demonic methods? And it is even more powerful than their Tianchi sect, a Holy Land level sect. Their corpse sewing skills were easily undone. They couldn't even figure out which other sect could master this level of corpse sewing skills except their Tianchi sect. You know, what they practiced was the same level corpse stitching technique. Facing their terrified and puzzled gazes, Suyu's handsome face was filled with indifference as he said calmly, "Your forced and mixed corpse stitching methods are worthy of being called corpse stitching techniques. It's really the biggest joke in the world. Well, next, I'll open your eyes and let you know what the corpse sewing method is." Swish, Suyu swept his eyes over the puppet corpses that had lost their ability to move, and then he twisted his thumbs and index fingers together as if he was holding a string. With a thought, dozens of puppet corpses instantly floated into the air. Immediately afterwards, Suyu's technique was extremely fast, without any hesitation, and it flowed smoothly, as if he was creating a work of art. The heaven and earth sewing corpse can be stitched together even if it is broken into pieces, and can create an extraordinary puppet corpse. This is a famous quote from the Tianfeng Shijing. Similarly, the corpse suture can not only sew together stronger puppet corpses, but it can even allow the deceased to regain their peak combat power in life. Of course, what is done is just a puppet corpse, which requires a wisp of one's own soul to control. If you want to sew a puppet corpse with self-awareness, you need to sew a person's soul into it, trap the person in the puppet corpse, and let him be used by you forever, never enter reincarnation, and suffer day and night. Using this method to deal with the enemy will be a nightmare for any enemy. No one wants to be humiliated after death. Therefore, this is one of the reasons why corpse sewing is classified as a magic method. Certainly, if Suyu wanted to, he could use the corpse immortal heaven tribulation method to condense a wisp of corpse immortal chi with endless dead energy, inject it into the puppet corpse, and transform it into a corpse immortal that could practice independently. Certainly, Suyu does not have this ability now, but if he enters the holy realm, so he will sew out the strongest corpse fairy. Even if he could use the corpse fairy energy to sew out a corpse fairy now, he didn't plan to use it here. To deal with this group of people, there was no need to be so complicated. His goal is to kill a son of destiny. Then, use the corpse of the son of luck to sew the corpse immortal that can practice independently. That is the embodiment of maximizing benefits. If it was before, he would not be so cruel, but now after experiencing the patient teaching of Dudian quasi-emperor, he also understood that in the world of cultivating immortals, those at a lower level might value emotions, but at a higher level, few people would care about these things. Everything is for the benefit of the people. What is beneficial to your own practice is the best and the most preferred. Suyu used the power of heaven and earth as thread to sew the corpse fairy. Although he did not thread the needle with his own hands, this technique of sewing the corpse through the air was enough to deal with this group of people. Boom! As Suyu sewed the mobilized moon yin essence into the dozens of broken puppet corpses, the corpse made up of the fragments of dozens of puppet corpses stood up again. However, the appearance has changed drastically from before. Because these are three giant puppet corpses made up of dozens of corpses. A puppet dominated by the moon's yin energy. Rumble. The puppet corpses have no independent consciousness, and their aura is revealed without any concealment. Three puppet corpses of the 9th level of the Dharma realm. Looking at the corpses that had stood up again, each of them was 13 meters tall. The dozen or so disciples of the Tianchi sect all swallowed their saliva inwardly. What is this? Piecing together the images, it seemed as if one could see the expressions of more than 10 people on each face, painful and hideous, yet also with a sense of relief. Yindianfeng corpse, this is Yuyan corpse, Suyu said calmly. Hearing these calm words, the expressions on their faces were very interesting, but more than that, they were filled with fear. Escape. The young woman known as the eldest sister, who had a good figure, yelled, "This is not something we can handle," after failing to dissect the corpse using their heavenly corpse sect's corpse sewing method. Call out. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and fled. She wanted to go back and report to the sect that there was actually someone who could perform a corpse sewing method that was stronger and more magical than their Tianchi sect. If she reported this matter back to the sect, she would definitely be rewarded handsomely. Seeing the strongest sister on their side running away without hesitation, the group of people were shocked, but after they reacted, they also rushed to escape. Looking at them fleeing in all directions, Suyu raised the corner of his mouth with a hint of sarcasm. In front of me, you. If you can escape, then there really is something fishy going on. Go ahead, leave no one behind. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu separated his mind into 3 parts and directly merged them into the puppet corpse. Boom. 3 deafening explosions instantly resounded throughout the deserted forest. In just a moment, the 3 puppet corpses caught up with them. Bang. In an instant, several figures who were fleeing for their lives were like being hit by a sudden missile. After falling heavily to the ground, they all turned into blood mist and scattered on the earth. Since we're all here, why not all stay here and become nutrients to rest in eternity? Boom. Chapter 96. Passing the Jushao Ancestral Mausoleum. From now on, you're the son of Jushao. The 3 giant corpses that were spliced together were like walking into an empty space. In the eyes of the Tianxi sect, who already relied on corpses as their fighting force, they were like an unstoppable killing god. It is so easy for a giant corpse of the 9th level of the Dharma realm to slaughter those who are only at the 6th level of the Dharma realm. Ah, spare us, we will retreat now. Split up and flee. Some begged for mercy, while others tried to disperse and escape. But, in this place, who can escape? We are disciples of the Tianxi sect. If you kill us. Some people wanted to make threats, but were ruthlessly interrupted by Suyu. You are disciples of the Tianxi sect, and I am a disciple of the Jushao Holy Land. Did I say anything? Suyu said nothing, but just controlled the giant corpse to kill. After the young woman was killed, all the people were blown into a bloody mist. Boom. After doing all this, the 3 giant corpses that Suyu had sown in the air also scattered instantly and turned into pieces, and all their power disappeared. And he stood in the same place from beginning to end, without moving at all. After resolving everything, Suyu left here without hesitation. He was going back. The issue with the Jushao Holy Land needs to be resolved, and then I will go to various wild areas to gain experience under the name of Jushao. Unless Jushao has a better arrangement. He thought that before he could control everything, he would just go with the flow and blend in. A few days later, Suyu returned to the secret space created by the Ninth Elder. Are you back? As soon as they returned to the secret space, the Ninth Elder asked with a smile. How's it going? Hearing the Ninth Elder's question, Suyu also expressed his thoughts and said, Ninth Elder, the people of the Su family will be placed with you. I belong to Jushao, so I should let Jushao know my movements at any time. After all, what happened earlier, we can't let the Holy Land become suspicious again. Before, he was a little confused, but after the advice of Quasi-Emperor Dudian, he was gradually able to see through some of the essence. Holy places have their own rules. Since I have chosen to join the Holy Land, I have to live within these rules. If you want to transcend the rules, you must first have the ability to create rules. Similarly, if he can live peacefully within this rule, then Jushao will be his greatest helper, and most of the things he does will be backed up by the behemoth Jushao. If Jushao can withstand the huge pressure, then his so-called plan to hunt down the child of destiny will proceed most smoothly. After all, even in holy places of righteousness, bloodshed and fighting that shouldn't happen will still occur. As long as he stays within the rules, everything is possible. He wants to break free from the constraints of the rules, but he can't do it. Hearing Suyu say this, the Ninth Elder was actually a little surprised. It seemed that this little guy in front of him, who always thought that the world was so big and he was the biggest, seemed to have grown a lot in just half a month. Wrong. After careful consideration, he seemed to understand Suyu's thoughts. This little guy actually understands the rules. Haha, kid, it would be great if you could figure this out. Now that you have made up your mind, follow me back to the Holy Land to report. The Ninth Elder threw away these thoughts and said with a smile. Suyu has been through the reflection of the origin realm, so naturally there is no problem with the foundation of his soul. Now, as long as he goes back and lets the Holy Lord make the decision, Suyu will still be the most popular star disciple of their Jushao. Yes, Suyu smiled and replied. After the discussion, they also told the news to Su Yuxing and Su Tianming who were in the secret realm. After receiving the consent of several people, Suyu followed the Ninth Elder and left the secret realm. At the same time, the movements of the Su family after the destruction of the secret realm were no longer concealed. People in the outside world learned that the people of the Su family had actually been taken away by the elders of the Jushao Holy Land, and now all lived in the Jushao area. As for what was happening outside, Suyu and the others naturally had no idea. After flying in the void for a period of time, they finally returned to the Jushao Holy Land. As soon as they returned to the Holy Land and the spaceship docked, the Ninth Elder took Suyu and rushed to the sect hall without stopping. Enter the main hall. In the hall, the elegant Saint Lord and the other 8 peak masters sat at the first seat. Facing this group of people who truly held power in the 9 skies, the Ninth Elder said respectfully and solemnly, greetings to the Holy Lord and to the peak masters. The Quantity Sky mission was successfully completed, and the resources have been handed over. This is a detailed record of the operation. After saying this, the Ninth Elder presented a photo stone. After taking the image stone and examining all its contents with his divine sense, the elegant saint smiled and nodded, saying, all right, Ninth Elder, thank you for your hard work. Your reward will be distributed along with this month's cultivation resources. Upon hearing this, the Ninth Elder bowed again and said, thank you, Holy Lord. After explaining the sect's mission, the Ninth Elder changed the subject and said, Holy Lord, I'm sure you've heard about the misfortune that befell the Su family. Based on the results of the Origin Realm's reflection, there is nothing suspicious about Junior Brother Suyu's identity and soul. The elegant saint nodded and said, I am aware of this matter. Ninth Elder, please withdraw first. We will discuss this with Junior Brother. Yes, the Ninth Elder did not make any unnecessary movements and turned to leave the sect hall. Boom. When the heavy hall door closed, the smile on the elegant saint's face remained unchanged. He looked at Suyu and said softly, Junior Brother, do you have anything to say? Facing the Holy Lord's gaze, Suyu smiled slightly, then took out a jade pendant from his bosom and handed it to the Holy Lord, saying, Brother Holy Lord, this is the message jade pendant given to me by the Emperor's tomb Holy Land many years ago. Also, they had planned to conduct a genius hunting plan during the points trial phase of the genius competition many years ago, trying to seize the bodies of those geniuses and their spiritual roots. Taking the jade pendant, the elegant saint played with it casually, seemingly unconcerned. He simply smiled and asked, then, how can I trust you, Junior Brother? How can I believe that you are not possessed by someone else and are not from the Emperor's tomb? Do you know that Jushao can devote all its efforts to training you to become the strongest? Even if you aspire to be the great Emperor, Jushao will still train you. But how do we know if you are worthy, rather than? The Holy Lord stopped talking here, but his eyes gradually became sharper. When he looked at Suyu, it seemed as if he wanted to see through his soul. Facing this sharp gaze and the pressure that gradually permeated the hall, Suyu did not waver in the slightest. He looked directly at the other person and said affirmatively, that's me. Any excuses would be futile. He would prove with actual actions that as long as Jushao believed in him, he would also always believe that Jushao would not harm him. It's that simple. Looking at Suyu's determined eyes, the elegant Saint Lord smiled after a moment. Haha, good. If you can pass the test at the Jushao ancestral tomb, then from now on, you will be the holy son of Jushao. Do you dare to agree? Chapter 097 Disciple Suyu comes to accept the test of the ancestral tomb. The ancestral tomb is where the ancestors of the nine skies are buried. The special formation inside can make the ancestor spirits immortal, leaving behind certain abilities to test those who come after them. If anyone harbors ill intentions towards Jushao, no matter how talented they are, they will be wiped out. Even a little. Do you dare to agree to give it a try? Of course, if you make it through, the benefits you can gain are naturally more than just the position of Holy Son. You can also receive the blessing of the ancestral spirits in the ancestral tomb. The elegant saint waved his hand in the air, and cups of steaming tea appeared before them. He took the first sip and said with a smile, "Well, if you're so confident, you wouldn't miss this opportunity, would you? This is the greatest benefit I can get for you. You know, since ancient times, only those from Shenshao Peak and my Zhao family can take the throne of the Nine Heavens Holy Son." Not only did Su Yu's face change drastically after hearing these words, but even the 8 peak masters were shocked. Because it's true, the position of the Holy Son of Jushao can only be held by the Shenshao lineage. And their senior brother actually offered Su Yu this preferential treatment. Even this moment, they all suspected that Su Yu might be their senior brother's illegitimate child, otherwise why would he be so nice to him? Even if one's talent is at the immortal level, one should not be treated like this. Senior brother, you, the leader of Qishao Peak, who always has a hot temper, now looks like he wants to say something but hesitates. He had never met such an easygoing senior brother. The same goes for everyone else. However, the elegant Saint Lord just chuckled at them and did not answer. His eyes were always on Su Yu, deep and mysterious, as if he had seen through everything about Su Yu. Under the gaze of the 9 people, Su Yu also raised his head, with confusion in his eyes and a sense of heaviness. After a long while, Su Yu said in a calm voice, "Holy Lord. You know, if you support me in going my own way, it will be very tragic. Even Jushao will be dragged into the mire. I am not an ungrateful person. If others treat me with sincerity, I will treat them with sincerity. So, what I want to say is that my path." Before he could finish, the elegant Saint Lord interrupted him, saying, "I understand. The path is extremely difficult. Becoming an immortal is not as simple as becoming a great emperor. It has been ages since an immortal appeared in this universe. Nine Skies has never seen an emperor realm cultivator before. I want to do something desperate, so I will support you. If you win, you will be respected by all the people in the world. If you lose, you will be targeted by all the great emperors and even annihilated. The destruction of the Holy Land is a matter of time. Why worry about it now? Cultivating immortals, everything, is all for the purpose of climbing over this mountain of people and seeing the vast immortal world." The Holy Lord spoke these words without any heaviness, but with a sense of ease and comfort. The Holy Land may be able to survive for a long time, but if you want to make further progress, you must burn your boats. This is also what all the great imperial forces need. And I have always intended to reform the Holy Land, so I will not be stingy. Su Yu was silent for a long time after hearing this. Finally, the struggle and confusion in his eyes disappeared. He looked up at the Holy Lord and said in a strong voice, "I do. Okay, you can go down now. I'll allow you to rest for 3 days. At noon on the 3rd day, come to the ancestral tomb to pay homage to the ancestor." Seeing that he agreed, the Holy Lord waved his hand and smiled heartily. "Junior brother, I'm leaving." Su Yu nodded heavily, bowed, and then strode out of the sect hall. Maybe he misjudged it before. Jushao, perhaps others may have prejudices, but senior brother Shengju's determination seems to be very strong, strong enough to drown out all opposing voices. Even though he has such a problematic identity, he doesn't take it to heart. That's the case, then don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, seize it. It was not until Su Yu left the hall that the other 8 peak masters could not help but start chatting. They looked at their eldest senior brother with strong doubts in their eyes. "Brother, your investment is too big. Right, junior brother has only been with us at Jushao for a few years. Is it worth it for you to place such a heavy bet on him? Those ancestors and supreme elders buried underground really don't have any objections. Theoretically speaking, junior brother is still an outsider to Jushao. After all, he was not born in Jushao, nor was he chosen by Jushao to be trained since childhood. Yes, brother, shouldn't we give it more consideration?" Each peak master tried to persuade the elegant saint to calm down and reconsider the problem. In their eyes, people who were not raised by Jushao since childhood or were born in Jushao should not be given too much respect. However, the elegant saint simply glanced at them and said with a faint smile, "So, your reaction is exactly why I want to reform. Jushao has always been just a holy place for cultivation, recruiting disciples. Rather than a family-style shrine. Nowadays, the vast majority of Jushao's disciples have ancestors who are from Jushao. Some are from the lineage of the supreme elders, and some are from the lineage of ordinary elders. Even if those disciples who join in eventually become elders, it will be difficult for them to stay in Jushao, and their families will eventually be driven out. Because a class has already formed. Besides, how many years has it been since Jushao produced a great emperor? Nowadays, immortals have become extinct. In every generation, the great emperor is the one destined by heaven from the outside world. It is rare for a disciple from the Holy Land to break through and become a great emperor. There are more and more holy sites, but the resources allocated are becoming less and less. Without the will to burn our boats, how can we achieve a new lease of life? Not only do humans have prejudices against demons, but even humans have prejudices against humans. My Zhao family of Shenshao Peak is the true guardian of the 9 heavens. We have the final say. If others try to stir up trouble, the golden age will come. I will clear it all out. This holy place needs to be reborn. Junior brother has a big secret, a secret that even I cannot fathom. I will choose to place a heavy bet on him. In this life, I will do my utmost to help him become an emperor and an immortal." Swish. After saying this, the elegant Saint Lord stood up directly. The pressure emanating from his body made the 8 peak masters at the peak of the Saint realm feel depressed. It's like facing a suppressed giant beast. It seems the eldest senior brother has taken another big step forward in the realm of great sage. There was respect in the eyes of several people. The path of cultivation shouldn't be like this, hindering people from seeking the truth. Soon, time passed by little by little. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed by, and at noon on the 3rd day, without anyone knowing. Outside the Jushao ancestral tomb, disciple Su Yu, come to accept the test of the ancestral tomb. Chapter 098 Entering the ancestral tomb. What a spirited young man. Su Yu. The Jushao Holy Land is located in the void, and the small world enclosed in the void is very wide and vast. This mausoleum, where all the ancestors of the Jushao clan are buried, also covers a huge area of more than 1,000 miles, and those buried there are not ordinary people. Everyone who is qualified to be buried here has reached the great saint realm or above. They are the pioneers and founders of Jushao. Everyone is absolutely loyal to Jushao. Even the emperor is buried here. At this moment, standing outside the mausoleum were the peak masters headed by the Holy Lord, and no one else. They looked at Su Yu at the foot of the mountain with a solemn expression, his handsome face full of seriousness, his white robe slightly lifted by the breeze, his bangs moving with the wind, sometimes revealing his eyes that looked like the Milky Way composed of thousands of stars. Disciple Su Yu, come to participate in the test of the ancestral tomb. Su Yu's voice was loud and clear, as clean as if it was not stained with a trace of dust. Looking at him, the elegant saint's smile remained unchanged as he said sternly, "Come up." After getting permission, Suyu took a step forward and headed towards the top of the mountain. After climbing the steps and arriving outside the mausoleum, he bowed to several people and called out, "Greetings to my senior brothers and sisters." Several people nodded slightly in response. Then, the Holy Lord spoke, "It's not too late to regret now. The heroic spirits in the ancestral mausoleum are not to be trifled with. If you show any wrong intentions, you will be wiped out on the spot by the ancestral mausoleum. Even those at the peak of the great saint realm, or even the quasi-Evero realm, are not immune. No matter what means you have, they are useless here. The Holy Land is difficult to destroy because of its foundation. These dead old monsters are also the foundation. Their power is scattered throughout the secret realm of the Holy Land, constantly strengthening this land. The ancestral tomb is the key to carrying power. In addition, the tests in the ancestral mausoleum are extremely strict. Even people like me, who were trained by Jushao since childhood, and even those from my Zhao family, have fallen here." Hearing this, Suyu's face remained unchanged. He nodded calmly and said, "I don't regret it. If you can't even withstand a little test, then you won't be able to go far on this path of cultivation, let alone accomplish the goal of the big villain. Until now, he has not offended a child of destiny, and has always focused on taking advantage of others. However, if this test can be passed, he no longer fears anyone, and will follow his heart to grow up. Kill the destiny, then kill it. Anyone who stands in my way shall be killed. Okay, then let's go in." Upon seeing this, the Holy Lord said no more and simply stepped aside to make way for a path leading to the ancestral tomb. From the outside, the ancestral mausoleum looks like just an ordinary hill with many white tombs standing on it. But the inner space is different. Suyu walked past the Saint Lord and several peak masters without any hesitation and stepped directly in. When his body entered the archway, he instantly disappeared from the sight of several peak masters. Watching him disappear, several peak masters couldn't help but sigh, what an extremely confident little fellow. Even if he believes in his heart that he won't betray the Holy Land, the inspection of the mausoleum is not that simple. Even we don't have absolute confidence in breaking into the ancestral tomb again. They also passed by luck back then, otherwise, they would not have been able to become the master of Jushao Peak with their talents which were not the best at the same time. Because before them, many talented senior brothers had entered. But most of them died. Even if they didn't die, they would remain silent for years and stay in seclusion. They would only come out when the Holy Land was in danger. Otherwise they will most likely die of old age in the Holy Land. Or go out to explore dangerous places and opportunities, and contribute the last light to the Holy Land. The elegant Saint Lord smiled and said, "It would be best if he dares to take the risk. This way, he can eliminate his inner doubts and hesitations. If he can pass, we in the 9 heavens will be able to fully trust him, and he will be absolutely confident in his in the 9 heavens. Actually, I really didn't mean to plot against him. He was just a little guy who was just beginning to show his potential and was not worth his calculations. His threat to the Holy Land. Everything Suyu showed at the moment was still too childish in his eyes. Is this because he is afraid of being possessed? Do you think a place like a Holy Land would also have the idea of possessing his body? In fact, Suyu really thought too much. Possessing someone else's body might allow one to prolong his life and recover some of his cultivation, but since the body is not his own and the soul is already old and decayed, taking over the body will not be of much use. If there were a new soul, the strong would directly rebuild their flesh and blood with drops of blood. That suits me better. Let's go. It's time to practice and retreat during this period to welcome the coming great era. Your cultivation is still too low, it's time to break through. Even if he sits firmly on the throne of the master of a peak at the peak of the Holy Realm, it is still not enough to face the coming golden age. Many people from other holy places like you have already entered the great saint realm. After hearing what the Holy Lord said, several peak masters looked a little embarrassed. They felt like they were being looked down upon for their low cultivation level. Yes, brother. Several people disappeared in an instant. After they left the ancestral mausoleum, the place once again returned to its dull and desolate state. Only on the hilltop, the stone tablets in front of the white tombs had a little light flickering. The secret realm of the ancestral tomb. As the air became distorted, a human figure slowly emerged. The white-robed figure that appeared out of nowhere was Suyu. After feeling that everything around him had returned to normal, Suyu opened his eyes and what came into view was a peaceful forest world. There are the sounds of insects chirping and birds singing, as well as the rustling of leaves in the breeze blowing through the woods. Everything is so pleasant. There was not a trace of the extremely dangerous look that the elegant Saint Lord had described. Is this what the ancestral mausoleum secret realm looks like? Suyu looked around curiously. The only feeling he had here was peace. Then, he discovered a wisp of smoke rising in the southeast direction. Seeing this scene, Suyu's eyes flashed with a strange color, and then his figure flashed and he quickly moved towards the direction of the rising smoke. Suyu was very fast and rushed out of the forest in a few minutes. After walking out of the forest, what appeared before our eyes was a place similar to a mountain village with thatched houses built on the open space. The smoke was emitted from the thatched hut. It seems like someone is cooking. As he entered the village, he heard the barking of several big yellow dogs, as if they were trying to drive away this uninvited guest. Suyu didn't pay much attention and just walked towards the thatched hut. But, when passing a corner, under a huge banyan tree, several old men were gathered around a stone table. They looked at the chess game on the stone table with great interest. Before Suyu could make any move, these old men looked at him with curiosity. Hey, what a spirited young man. Suyu, a spirited young man. Are you talking about me? Chapter 099, using heavenly punishment to examine one's conscience is a test that reaches deep into one's heart. Facing the curious gazes of the elders, Suyu couldn't help but ask, "Seniors, what is the test?" He did not forget that the place he was in was not the outside world, nor was it a paradise. But it is the genuine Jushao ancestral tomb, the place where ancestors are buried. Even though it appears peaceful here, Suyu doesn't feel it will be easy. After all, how could a place that can make the Holy Lord of a Holy Land so solemn and even reverent be as simple as it looks on the surface? There is definitely a mystery hidden here, or maybe these old men who look very kind on the surface might suddenly punch you and kill you in the next second. Cultivating immortals is a treacherous world, and there are countless treacherous people. What's the point of a test? Come on, sit down and play a game of chess with us. If you win, everything will be easy. That's right, you're such a spirited young man, why are you so reserved? Come on, it's okay if we don't win, let's have a quick meal before we leave. This group of old men just smiled blindly, and when they looked at Suyu, their eyes were hot and expectant. What a spirited young man. Suyu was completely bewildered. Before he could react, he was already carried over by two old men with white hair and beards. Suyu was pressed into a chair, and the old man opposite him said with a smile, as the saying goes, a player's character can be seen from his chess playing style. Let's play a game and see what your potential temperament is like. Suyu didn't refute this, but he couldn't help but frown and said, I'm not very good at playing chess. In fact, his temperament was more radical and not suitable for this kind of time-killing hobby. However, the old man was not going to let him go, still smiling, saying, it doesn't matter, playing with them is no fun anymore, playing with the newcomers might be better. You go first. Seeing this, Suyu gave up the desire to continue explaining, took out a piece from the chess box full of black pieces, and without any thought, dropped it directly onto the chessboard. Seeing him start, the old man said nothing and quickly placed a chess piece. The two of them played silently, and the people around them watched with great interest. Haha, this energetic young man is indeed a rookie. He's just a kid, how could he possibly know how to play chess? You're forcing him to play, and you don't even allow him to be bad at it. Mr. Zhao, please give this spirited young man some face and don't kill him too unceremoniously. The old man named Zhao Lao smiled but said nothing, just blindly surrounding Suyu's chess pieces. The black chess pieces held by the latter were like the remnants of an army surrounded by millions of troops and were ruthlessly devoured. Such a scene was almost a death sentence in their eyes. However, when Mr. Zhao's white chess pieces completely occupied the black chess pieces' territory, the situation suddenly changed. The lone chess piece that was originally abandoned by Suyu in the sphere of influence of the white chess army now began to move. The lone chess piece that had lost the support of all the troops seemed to have been reborn at this time, constantly taking advantage of the flaws and weaknesses of the white chess formation to start a counterattack. Every move he makes can accurately hit the weak point. Upon discovering this scene, Mr. Zhao frowned and began to change his formation to form a pincer attack, attempting to swallow this lone wolf. Facing Mr. Zhao's siege, Suyu's expression remained unchanged. He continued to make moves and showed no sign of running away. On several occasions, Suyu lost a lot of seeds while doing his work. However, this did not make Suyu panic at all. Seeing the sudden change in the chess game, the old people watching fell silent and looked at the changes on the chessboard with serious eyes. From the beginning, Mr. Zhao's dominance was already established, but now he is in a mess because of chasing the lone wolf. The change is very fast. Until the end, after Suyu placed the black chess piece in the key winning point, the whole game was completely over as the black piece swallowed the dragon transformed by the white chess piece. In an instant, the chessboard suddenly turned into starlight and dissipated. Watching the chessboard dissipate, the old man named Zhao Lao also had a complicated expression and asked with emotion, "What is your move?" "Treat the lone creature and swallow the dragon," Suyu said loudly. "Good." Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhao couldn't help but clap his hands in praise. What a great way to deal with the lone swallowing dragon. Give up part, or even all, just to pave the way for winning, even if everything can be given up. He looked at Suyu with admiration and satisfaction in his eyes. From this game, it can be seen that you are a bit too stubborn, but you are not used to seeing the overall situation. You only rely on your own observations to achieve that great reversal. I am isolated, focused, and willing to give up everything just to achieve my goal. In reality, you would be a good lone wolf, but in a huge sect machine, you would be the broken part. Hearing this, Suyu also stood up and bowed to the old man. He didn't say anything, but the determination in his eyes said it all. What he did and his personality were indeed like those of a lone wolf. But there is nothing we can do about it. If possible, he would not be a lone wolf who only works to achieve his goals. He would rather be a leisurely person. But nothing is allowed. Even if he wanted to stop, he couldn't do it. Not to mention the son of fortune, at least, he hasn't offended any son of fortune so far. However, the emperor's tomb alone is enough to make him suffer. That was not something he could resist. It didn't mean that if he gave up the competition, the other party would let him go. They will really kill themselves. Moreover, through the experience of the past few years, he also discovered one thing, that is, as someone with a system, he is most likely to meet the best of an era, that is, the son of destiny. If we don't offend the other party now, who knows whether the person who comes next will be as easy to talk to as the ones we met before. Uncertain, since you dare to claim to be a villain system, even if you don't want it, trouble will find you in the end. All he can do now is to become as strong as possible and avoid everything. Okay, young man, sit down. Your test hasn't started yet. There's no need to be so formal and serious. Many elderly people on the site also spoke with a smile. The test is more than just playing chess. Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately asked, "Senior, I wonder what this test is. Why would it say there's a narrow escape from death?" He was really curious. Hearing this, the elders looked at each other and then replied, "Ask your conscience." Ask your conscience. Suyu's eyes were filled with doubt, and he asked, "Is this all?" No fighting, no debate. This was completely different from the assessment he had imagined. Seeing the doubt in Suyu's eyes, old Zhao stroked his beard and smiled softly, saying leisurely, "Ask your heart, it sounds simple, but examining one's conscience in this ancestral mausoleum is like examining one's conscience with heavenly punishment, a test that reaches deep into one's heart. If you waver even a little, you'll be annihilated in an instant." Chapter 0100, with the power of heavenly punishment, see through the heart and move forward through the fog. Heavenly punishment to question one's conscience. Suyu's eyes froze instantly when he heard this, his face filled with disbelief. Divine punishment. Is this ancestral tomb so powerful that it can even trigger heavenly punishment and even use it to question its conscience? You know, heavenly punishment is a means of heaven. How can a cultivator have the means to invoke it? Here can it be done? Even Suyu couldn't help but take a breath after hearing this word. This method is too unbelievable. Seeing Suyu's shocked expression, old Zhao laughed and said, "That's right, heaven's punishment tests one's heart, or rather, it refines one's heart. In addition to being a test, the heavenly punishment evoked here can also temper one's heart. Refine your Tao heart. The path of cultivation is a comprehensive transformation, body, soul, and heart. A strong body and soul are advantages, but if your heart is weak, you won't go far in the future and will most likely encounter bottlenecks. In ancient times, there were geniuses who grew up in a state with no shortage of cultivation resources, but they did not focus on tempering their Tao hearts. Before he reached the Saint Realm, his cultivation progressed by 1,000 miles a day. From birth to reaching the peak of the Saint Realm, it only took him 50 years. But after reaching the Saint Realm, due to his fragile Tao heart, he was discovered by a saint of the same realm and easily defeated. From then on, he fell into decline and his cultivation never made any further progress. This peerless evildoer who had hoped to reach the realm of Emperor finally stopped at the level of saint. This is a record that cannot be found in the long river of time, because, in the entire history of cultivation, evildoers are as numerous as the carp crossing the river and as numerous as the stars in the sky. There are all kinds of talented and brilliant people, but in the end, only a small number of them can leave their names in history. Another thing he didn't say was the monster whose Tao heart was shattered was none other than the holy son of the ancient times of their Jushao holy land. This is also the reason why Jushao's emperor realm has been committed to developing the disciples' Tao heart. In order to prevent the future holy lord who will take charge of the sect from going astray due to problems with his Tao heart, they even spent countless costs to create the current ancestral tomb, an ancestral tomb that can refine the mind. Entering the ancestral mausoleum is a test for disciples recognized by the outside world. If they can withstand the test, they will benefit greatly and cultivate an invincible Taoist heart. If not, then your soul will be scattered. This group of immortal heroes will conduct a preliminary assessment of those who come later. Only if they pass their approval can they be punished by heaven and question their conscience. If they don't approve, just suppress them. Obviously. Suyu has already gained their initial recognition. As for whether Suyu can escape the heavenly punishment and examine his conscience, it depends on whether his will is firm and whether he has any unfavorable thoughts towards Jushao. If so, then die here. Where do I take the test? Suyu took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and asked, I want to challenge my limits. He also wanted to know what he really thought deep down in his heart. He didn't want to continue to be suspicious and indecisive. Either die here or successfully transform and become a true son of genius. He was too confused, so confused that he didn't know what his current goal and meaning were. Was it just to survive? However, can people who are not even afraid of death sometimes really be afraid of sudden death? Now that he knew the true nature of the assessment, he was looking forward to it. Not only the Holy Land needs to examine itself, but he also needs to examine himself. What kind of life do you want to live? Seeing Suyu like this, Mr. Zhao was even a little surprised, because he seemed to see an impatient look in Suyu's eyes. This young man is not afraid of death. Don't be fooled by how lightly he said it, he even made the benefits of the reward sound so tempting. But he didn't tell you the true horror of the heavenly punishment. Even the great sage might not have the courage to go through the test a second time. Since the establishment of the test of heavenly punishment and conscience, he has seen too many geniuses here, and each of them is a dragon and phoenix among men. But of the thousands of geniuses who were qualified to enter the ancestral mausoleum to undergo the test, only a few survived. It's less than 1/10. A real life or death situation. Shaking off his surprise, Mr. Zhao smiled and said, young man, this isn't a test of your limits, this is a gamble of your life. Well, let you face your heart. Suyu nodded repeatedly, and finally took a look around at the peaceful surroundings. He couldn't help but wonder, senior, but this scene doesn't look like a place for an assessment. Is this the scene you created? I didn't expect that these old veterans were so elegant that even though they were already dead, they still wanted to create this kind of paradise scene. However, when Mr. Zhao heard what he said, he was stunned, and then laughed out loud, ha ha ha, no no no. This is not a picture we created. Everything presented here is constructed from your most genuine emotions and thoughts. So, from the moment you stepped into this place, your inner world has already passed our test. You are the first person in tens of thousands of years to have created this peaceful scene. Others either have a purgatory in their hearts, or yearn for the pinnacle of power, building magnificent and extravagant things. Some even yearn for the Emperor of Heaven, building a corner of their imaginary heavenly palace. Only you create this peaceful world in this secluded mountain village. Click. Just as Mr. Zhao finished his last sentence, Suyu heard the crisp sound of glass breaking. Immediately afterwards, the scene in front of him shattered like a mirror, and all the scenes turned into fragments and dissipated, leaving only the endless void and darkness that was eternal. Even under his feet was a bottomless abyss. Come on, accept this test. Use the power of heaven's punishment to see into one's heart and clear away the fog to move forward. Boom. The next second, thunder rumbled in the sky, and endless lightning tore through the darkness. This scene was like a burst dam, with thunder pouring in like water. The divine chain of order formed by the power of heavenly punishment pierced through the void, trying to tie up Suyu. This scene was comparable to the destruction of the world, far exceeding anything Suyu had ever seen or heard before. Even the most shocking movie special effects he had seen in his previous life were not even 1/10,000th of what was happening at this moment. Because this breath made his hair stand on end and his heart beat wildly. Just when Suyu was tense all over, the thunder flood in front of him was suddenly torn in half. Then, a pair of giant hands stretched out, directly stretched open to two sides, and tore the void. This scene made Suyu's breathing stop. The outside world, the nine heavens. Boom. Following the explosion of divine thunder, on Shenshao Peak, the elegant Saint Lord set down the jade book in his hand, looked towards the ancestral mausoleum with a deep gaze, and murmured, heavenly punishment for the refining of the heart has begun. Chapter 101. The confusion is not about how to proceed, but who can be trusted. Heavenly punishment is the final means for Zhu Shao to screen high-level candidates. Here, you not only need to get the full recognition of the high-level officials of the Holy Land, but also the recognition of the powerful people of the Nine Skies throughout the ages. Approved by the top leaders of the Holy Land, approved by the heroic spirits of the ancestral tomb, and finally after undergoing heavenly punishment and questioning his heart with the methods of the Emperor. If you can pass the third level test, they will stand on your side even if you kill someone in front of them. Because of your behavior they will no longer have any suspicions. They will believe that even if you massacre the city, their loyalty to Zhu Shao will remain unchanged. It's that simple and crude. Certainly, most people cannot pass these three tests because the last two levels look directly into your heart. Boom, the thunder flowed like liquid, filling the entire darkness, except for a small blank spot that was not swallowed up. That was where Suyu was. In front of him, in the sea of thunder, a giant figure stood in front of Suyu, looking in the direction of the giant. At this moment, Suyu felt that he was really too small. Because the giant in front of him was too huge. If you compare it to something, it's like a character from a mythical era has stepped out of time and is standing before you. In front of him, even the sun is extremely small. Even the largest solar body can only be treated as a bathtub in front of him, and the magma, no matter how high the temperature is just the bathwater for him to bathe his true body. Is this the Emperor-level Grandmaster who created the ancestral tomb test? Looking at the giant with an expressionless face and empty eyes, Suyu was greatly shocked. The breath alone can make people tremble. Is this the gap between me and the top powerful ones? No, this scene cannot even be called a gap. It is completely the gap between heaven and earth, and between an ant and the sun. His weak power is not even as strong as a firefly. Under his gaze, this huge body that was almost endless moved slightly, and then, the empty and lifeless eyes seemed to regain some luster. It seemed as if a soul was merging into the giant's body. Little guy, I feel that you seem to be confused and at a loss. Are you so confused about Zhu Shao? Although the sound came from the giant's mouth, it was not shocking. On the contrary, Suyu felt an unprecedented sense of emptiness in his heart, as if it had been cleansed. Listening to the giant's words, Suyu nodded without hesitation and said, confused. I don't know how I should go or what I should do. He didn't lie because he really didn't know what to do. However, facing his words, the giant, who had become increasingly human, showed a sigh of regret and said, no, you're not confused about how to proceed, but you're confused about what to believe. In your eyes, everyone is calculating and untrustworthy. This is the drawback of rapid growth in strength, and the Dao Heart realm cannot keep up. It is a good thing to improve one's own combat power quickly, but the realm of Dao Heart is particularly important. Because this is the main reason that determines whether you are qualified to become a strong person. Come on, this heavenly punishment to temper your heart is suitable for you. A gentle smile appeared on the giant's face. Seeing him wave his hand in the sea of thunder surrounding Suyu instantly boiled, Suyu was so scared that his scalp exploded. You call this suitable for me? In this scene, even the great sage would be reduced to ashes, right? Suyu took a step back, and before he could say anything, a bolt of lightning struck him directly. Boom, at this moment, Suyu's screams were like nutrients, causing the endless power of thunder to boil. After seeing Suyu being washed by the sea of thunder, the giant standing in the sea of thunder couldn't help but laugh. Hold on, little one, you'll transform. Suyu couldn't hear what he said. At this moment, he only felt that his body was replaced by thunder. This kind of power was completely beyond his ability to resist. As the power of thunder invaded his mind, Suyu's painful expression froze in an instant. Because, at this moment, his consciousness had been taken away, and he began a real test of his conscience. Ayu, go, leave us alone. Ayu, run away quickly. Don't look back, never look back, we will stop you even if we die. The hoarse shouting exploded in Suyu's ears. The metallic collision sound of the swords clashing made Suyu feel even more painful. Especially those desperate cries, which scared him awake. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. There were ruins everywhere, corpses and body parts scattered everywhere, and blood was flowing all over the ground. What are you still standing there for? Go. At this moment, a one-armed figure rushed towards him, grabbed him and threw him out heavily. Suyu saw the person clearly. It was his adoptive father, Su Yuxing. Dad, what's wrong with you? Seeing this scene, Suyu's heart tightened and he shouted anxiously. However, Su Yuxing ignored him and shouted, the people from the Emperor's tomb have found us. They have blocked this place and we can't escape. However, we will do our best to open a gap for you. Run away. Escape. Where can you escape to? A ferocious laugh sounded. Immediately afterwards, a sound of breaking air suddenly exploded, and a sharp sword flashing with cold light pierced through the void and stabbed towards Su Yuxing's heart. If this sword hits, Su Yuxing will definitely die. If he dodges, then, Suyu behind him would be pierced through the heart by the sudden sword. Su Yuxing could have dodged it, but he didn't hesitate at all and responded directly. Ayu, hurry up and leave. As long as you're alive, there's still hope for our Su family. Su Yuxing's resolute tone rang in Suyu's ears. Watching this scene, Suyu's eyes were bloodshot. He rushed forward regardless of everything, determined to block the sword for Su Yuxing. The Su family is dead. Even if I'm still alive, I have no home. Besides, all this trouble is caused by me, so I should bear the responsibility. Phew, Suyu pushed Su Yuxing away without hesitation and faced the flying sword. After being pierced through the heart, Suyu's consciousness instantly became hazy. He looked at the pale Su Yuxing and said with a bitter smile, I caused them. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have encountered such a disaster. Even if I die, I should die first. After saying that, Suyu fell to the ground with a loud bang. He did not regret his ridiculous behavior, because he felt from the beginning to the end that it was his fault and he should bear the responsibility. It's good to die like this. This was Suyu's only thought as his consciousness faded, and it also allowed his tense nerves to relax at the last moment. He has always been afraid that his actions will lead to the destruction of the family. Now that I have died first, I won't have so many worries. I don't know how long it took. Junior brother, today is the day you become my nine heavens holy son. Why don't you come out of seclusion to attend the ceremony? Chapter 102, Death from the Ancestral Tomb, Heavenly Punishment, and Pass. Hearing the voice of the elegant saint, Suyu, who was originally confused, was stunned. What's going on? Am I not dead? His heart was pierced, how did he come back to life? Grand ceremony, ascend to the holy sun. Did I pass my assessment? Before Suyu could recover from his daze, the door was pushed open. Then, the elegant saint walked in with a smile on his face. With him came the other peak masters. Little junior brother, it's your turn. Looking at them, Suyu pinched himself again. The moment the pain appeared in his arm, he was sure that he was really alive. Brother Shengdu, Suyu opened his mouth, having many questions to ask. But they were all blocked by the following words. If you have any questions, come back and ask. There are so many guests today, it would be a shame if you, the holy sun, don't show up. Then, Suyu was pulled out. In a daze, he completed the celebration. For a long time afterwards, Suyu forgot about those tests and began to concentrate on practicing. He seemed to have forgotten what he was carrying. But, his talent remained undiminished, and he always maintained the strongest attitude to face all challenges. At the age of 100, he successfully overcame the 5 calamities of heaven and man and ascended to the quasi-saint. Then, after several decades, he successfully broke through to the saint realm. Become the first young person among the contemporary geniuses to reach the saint level. His invincibility was evident when he ascended to the sainthood. As the Dharma ending age gradually came to an end, he maintained an undefeated record, defeating the geniuses of all the major holy lands along the way. Finally, on the day when the Dharma ending age completely came to an end and the energy of heaven and earth fully recovered, he broke through to the level of a great sage. The Dharma ending age has ended, and the days when the holy land hid in the void are gone forever, and it has begun to descend upon Xuanyan in an all-round way. In the following hundreds of years, Suyu continued to make rapid progress in his cultivation. But, when he was in seclusion and about to break through to the quasi-emperor level, trouble knocked on his door. It was the sacred place of the emperor's tomb that he had offended in the past. In the holy land of the emperor's tomb, a genius of immortal race who surpassed all the young sages of previous generations appeared. He was only 500 years old and had successfully reached the peak of the great saint realm. Moreover, this genius of the immortal level not only devoured the Yuyan physique, but also devoured the Shaoyang physique, successfully fusing the two physiques to create the first acquired chaotic body since the ruthless man. The power of the emperor's tomb is too strong, and it is completely incomparable to a single top holy land. They suddenly attacked Jushao and almost destroyed everything with their overwhelming power. Even Suyu was pulled out by the immortal seed with the acquired chaotic body. When the two met, they started an all-out battle without saying a word. After so many years of training, even with Suyu's invincible strength, it would be difficult to defeat the opponent. While they were fighting, the top warriors of the emperor's tomb had already killed most of the 9 sky warriors. They did not choose to take action, but instead grabbed the deposed Confucian Saint Lord and the 8 peak masters and watched the show. Suyu, considering that you were once a candidate for the holy sun trained by my imperial tomb, and now that we have seen your cultivation and talent, we will give you a chance to return to my imperial tomb. Otherwise, you will die with them. Ha ha ha, indeed, your fighting power is just right for the holy sun strongman. You should feel lucky to be following the future emperor. Suyu turned a deaf ear to what they said, but his methods became more fierce when fighting. When the holy lord and his companions saw this scene, they shouted in a faint voice, Junior brother, you must remember that being alive is more important than anything else. Only by being alive can there be hope. The purpose of his words was to make Suyu not want to die, but to think about how to survive first. He felt that Suyu's talent made him the one with the greatest hope of becoming an emperor. Even this immortal level acquired chaotic body in front of him could not gain any benefit from Suyu. There is even a tendency to be suppressed and beaten. Such a person cannot die. As long as he is alive, he has the hope of becoming the emperor. Only in the future can we rebuild Jushao. If he died, there would be no one left in Jushao, and the inheritance of Jushao would be completely cut off. Junior brother, admit defeat. You have better options. Don't do anything stupid for the already destroyed Jushao. The 8 peak masters were just like the holy lord, they all hoped that Suyu could survive. But, facing their persuasion, Suyu's eyes became more determined, and he shouted, my fellow brothers, there is no need to say anything more. I, Suyu, will only be a member of Jushao. For the first 18 years, I was taken care of by the Su family. After that, I was trained and cared for by Jushao. Even if I, Suyu, die, I will not abandon you to live in vain. Death is not something to be afraid of. He had seen a lot of things in Jushao during the hundreds of years he had been here, but Jushao had never done anything to let him down. On the contrary, he was the one who had always been causing trouble. Such a holy place takes care of him like a home. Why should he watch it destroy it? He can't do it. Even if he could really survive by surrendering, he would not do it. He would choose to die fighting for Jushao. I thought I could revitalize Jushao, but in the end I was still no match for them. After all, he is not the son of destiny. Brother Saint Lord, I had a premonition that this would happen 100 years ago, so I have copied most of Jushao's collection and stored it elsewhere. Many of Jushao's disciples have also been transferred there. Even if I die, Jushao's inheritance will not be cut off. But even if I die, I will choose to take the enemy before me away. Thinking of this, Suyu's eyes gradually became fierce. Chaos body. So what? Bury with me. Boom. Suyu frantically burned his own blood and spiritual power, forcibly increasing his own combat power, attempting to kill the chaotic body in front of him with the next final blow. Humph, you who doesn't know your own limitations. However, his power is still too weak compared to that of a truly strong person. The quasi-emperor has taken action. Just one strike, Suyu's power was completely destroyed, and his entire body turned into ashes in an instant, dissipating between heaven and earth with resentment. Boom. With Suyu's complete death in this life, the entire world collapsed in an instant. At the same time, in the sea of thunder and lightning, in addition to the boiling breath of destruction, there is also a substance with the smell of new life quietly blooming. When, Jushao Holy Land, with a clear and long sound, as if a bell from ancient times penetrated all obstacles and rang throughout the Jushao Holy Land. After hearing the bell, all the leaders of Jushao raised their heads in shock and looked towards the ancestral tomb. Hiss, someone actually passed the ancestral tomb's heavenly punishment and conscience test. Which elder is it? Chapter 103, 2 Reincarnations, prove yourself. The sound of the bell is long and distant, and the clear sound makes people's minds become clear and spiritual. Even the disciples and elders who were in seclusion heard the bell. Because, this is the sound of the bell from the ancestral tomb of the Holy Land. Only those who have passed the assessment of the ancestral tomb can set the bell to ring, without exception. Which elder is about to be promoted to the core level of the Holy Land? He actually went to the ancestral mausoleum to undergo the heavenly punishment examination and pass the test. Oh my god, in the past, when the bell rang, it always meant the appearance of a saint. Are we going to have another saint realm person in Jushao? The Holy Realm is the foundation and backbone of the Holy Land. The entire Jushao has dozens of saints, and every additional one is a great enhancement to Jushao's strength. All the strong men above the deacon level rushed to the meeting hall. They all wanted to see which elder had completed the test. After all, many times, even if you were given the opportunity to go to the ancestral mausoleum to take the test, not many elders would dare to step into the mausoleum because no one knows whether there are weaknesses deep in your heart. It is a test that strikes directly at the soul and deep within the heart. It will magnify the fears and weaknesses in people's hearts. Therefore, the elders would be afraid and would not dare to take this step unless they were truly determined to dedicate themselves to the Holy Land. Soon, the huge meeting hall was packed with hundreds of people. All the deacons and elders from the inner and outer gates came. The chattering sound of discussion filled the entire hall, and their eyes occasionally looked towards the direction of the first seat, which was the position of the Holy Lord and several peak masters. At this time, they were all absent. Apparently, they went to the ancestral tomb to welcome the elders who had passed the test. Right now, outside the Jushao ancestral tomb, the Holy Lord and the 8 peak masters were all standing here, looking eagerly in the direction of the ancestral tomb gate. I never thought that junior brother actually passed the test of the ancestral tomb. It seems that the ancestors are very confident in my little brother. The ancestors are nothing. The most important thing is that the remaining traits of the Emperor Realm Patriarch recognized his character and loyalty to Jushao. I wonder how many reincarnations my junior brother went through before he passed the test. Big brother did break the record for clearing the 9 skies back then, but it took him 9 reincarnations to find his original aspiration. Several peak masters were sighing, saying that it took them more than 10 reincarnations to pass the test. They know only too well the benefits of passing the test. The shorter the number of reincarnations, the better the reward will be, and the effect of refining the heart with thunder and fire will be the best. Their eldest senior brother broke the record back then. He entered the ancestral tomb when he was in the first stage of decline in the heavenly man realm. After passing the test, he went through all the declines and reached the quasi-sage realm within 50 years. And, disciples who pass the assessment can be directly listed as candidates for high-level positions in the Holy Land. Because their state of mind and loyalty to Jushao have been tested by the residual spirit of the Emperor Realm ancestor, and they can pass the means of the Emperor Realm, so they have enough to believe unconditionally. Even after being tested by so many ancestors in the Divine Realm, this is still unbelievable. Whose methods can be trusted? The elegant Saint Lord suppressed the excitement in his heart, then took a step forward and used special means to trigger the secret world of the ancestral tomb. After the space twisted like water waves, an old man with white hair and beard appeared in the ancestral mausoleum archway. He was the old man named Zhao Lao who played chess with Suyu. Seeing the old man's figure emerge, the elegant Saint Lord and the 8 peak masters also looked stern. They bowed to him with a serious face and shouted, "Ancestor." Old Zhao is from the Zhao family and is one of the ancestors of the Holy Lord. His cultivation level is at the level of quasi-emperor. But that's all in the past. The once glorious quasi-emperor has now turned into a pile of dry bones and buried in the Jushao ancestral tomb. No need to be so polite, I'm just a dead soul. Old Zhao smiled and seemed to be in a very happy mood. He stroked his beard and looked at the elegant Saint Lord, smiling and saying, "Xiaojun did a good job. Although the little fellow sent this time is a little eccentric, he is very trustworthy. If you like to scheme against others, don't do it to him. Treat him with sincerity, and you won't go wrong." As a descendant of the Zhao family, the Holy Lord naturally knew the other party's methods and character. People have nothing, I just love to scheme against others. However, this point is a fatal flaw to Suyu, and will make Suyu constantly suspicious. Such a potential disciple cannot be harmed like this. The Jushao inheritance has been around for many years and has never experienced decline. The resources of those immortal seeds and emperors have long been abundant. The resources of the entire Holy Land are so abundant that it is astonishing. There is no problem at all for a little guy like this. Train him well, his potential and character are more reliable than those of some immortals and emperors. The Holy Lord did not think it was a big deal when his plan was mentioned. He did it for the benefit of the Holy Land. He is not afraid of being hated by others. Just hearing his ancestor say these words, the Holy Lord's heart was shaken. He didn't expect that just a test would allow him to gain the approval of many ancestors of his own Zhao family. Moreover, it has risen to a level that is more reliable than the immortals and even the emperor's sons. What a horrible evaluation this is. Even in his time, he didn't receive such treatment. The best he was given was, "This boy is capable of great use, has a very good character, and is worth cultivating." "Yes, ancestor, I understand." The elegant saint bowed again and replied. "Well, that little fellow only spent 2 lifetimes to prove himself to the remnant of the Emperor Realm Patriarch. You should be aware of his potential, and you should also understand the value of 2 reincarnations of proof. In the first life, it's family, and in the second life it's the present that he's experiencing. He has proven himself. This little guy is just a little extreme. You need to be careful with your approach. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Zhao's figure distorted like a reflection in the water and then disappeared. The scene inside the ancestral mausoleum returned to the state of standing tombs. The ancestor disappeared, but the Holy Lord and several peak masters were still immersed in the ancestor's last few words and could not come back to their senses for a long time. 2 lives. He has proven himself in 2 lifetimes. Hiss. After a long time, the 9 people came back to their senses. Even with their temperament and knowledge, they still felt that there was something going against the will of heaven. It's too outrageous. This little guy, is he really so loyal to Zhu Xiao and his family? The kind that can take life and death lightly. You should know that the test of heavenly punishment and tempering of the heart will block your memory of the test, making you feel that you are just living a normal life without any clues to be observed. Even with such a rigorous test, he was able to pass it in 2 lifetimes. Junior brother really has unparalleled character. Just as they were stunned, the scene inside the ancestral mausoleum archway suddenly changed, and the scenery became distorted like water waves. Immediately afterwards, a young man in a white robe slowly stepped out of the archway. Hello, senior brothers and sisters. Chapter 104. Let all the strong witness the enthronement of the first holy son in Zhu Xiao in thousands of years. Seeing Su Yu's calm expression and eyes, everyone was shocked. After experiencing the heavenly punishment and self-examination, the junior brother came out and seemed to have changed. Yes, Su Yu used to be blind and uncertain. Although he was confident, he felt an indescribable sense of confusion and indecision. But now, he became determined, as if he had found his goal in life. It exudes a sense of sharpness and edge. The Holy Lord came back to his senses first. He looked at Su Yu and asked with a smile, Junior brother, how do you feel in there? Su Yu nodded slightly and said, I have a lot of feelings. Although he did not experience the so-called reincarnation, his body suffered tremendous torture when he experienced the heavenly punishment and soul-searching, but he also had the hope to make up for himself. At the same time, after 2 lifetimes, he also understood the obstacles that he could not get around no matter what. That is the Emperor's tomb. At the same time, he couldn't let go of those who were good to him. In his second life, he was a genius who challenged all the holy places, but he just couldn't simulate the fighting power of the Emperor's sons and immortals. The human heart cannot stand the test. He was surrounded and killed by those evildoers who claimed to be geniuses, and he also experienced the experience of snatching opportunities. Although they are simulations. But, this is all really happening. He also almost lost his life because of some good intentions. Some useless things should be thrown away. Next, he should start to seize opportunities in order to overcome the unavoidable pressure. After raising the child of destiny for so long, it's time to kill the fat sheep to replenish the body. Their opportunities of their own. Seeing him like this, the Holy Lord nodded with satisfaction and said, Before, for some reasons, the Holy Land's leaders had many complaints about you, but from now on, no matter what happens, everyone will stand behind you. Don't worry, there's no need to put too much pressure on yourself. Nothing can prove you better than passing a test. This is the only way. It is also the simplest and most brutal. At the beginning, if Su Yu refused, he would only gradually marginalize Su Yu or prohibit him from accessing core secrets. But if he agreed to the test, he would pass it in the end. So, from now on, Zhu Xiao will be Su Yu's second home. Unconditionally support everything he does, because he is the only disciple in this generation, or rather in the past 500 years, who has passed the test. Passed the test with low level of cultivation. This is the most convincing. You know, Su Yu has only been in the Holy Land for a few years, but he was able to pass the test. You can imagine how good his character is. Ha ha ha, let's go, all the elders are waiting for you. The Holy Lord laughed and took Su Yu to the meeting hall. At this time, the meeting hall was bustling with noise, and the elders were chattering away, their words hinting at who had passed the test. When they saw several figures outside flying towards the meeting hall, everyone shut up. They all looked out the door expectantly, but when they saw who it was, they were all stunned. Because the people following the Holy Lord were not elders or deacons, but people they did not expect. Su Yu, When they entered the meeting hall, the Holy Lord said without hesitation, Elders, those who have passed the test of the ancestral tomb this time. Su Yu. At this moment, the entire hall fell silent. For a long time, oh my god, it's actually him. Su Yu, a little guy who has only been in the Holy Land for a few years, actually passed the test. But how should this be calculated? After all, there are very few examples of disciples passing the test of the ancestral mausoleum. In the past, they were all from the lineage of the Holy Lord of Shenshao Peak. Everyone quickly accepted this fact. However, they still didn't understand how the Holy Lord would arrange Su Yu. You can't just give him the title of reserve elder, right? That's unrealistic. After all, Su Yu's cultivation level is only at the Dharma realm. Dharma realm is only an elite level disciple among the inner disciples, while Jiyin is considered the core. Only those who can break through the Jiang and Tianren realms can be arranged to become the outer sect deacons and elders. Although they were surprised by the result of Su Yu's breakthrough, they had no objection. Because, breaking into the ancestral mausoleum is enough to shut everyone up. Including the supreme elders. Their headache now is what position to assign to Su Yu. It can't be the elder, right? The youngest elder in history. I never thought that a group of his elders who have been members of the Holy Land for hundreds of thousands of years would not dare to challenge the ancestral tomb heavenly punishment examination, but a little guy could actually break through it. The young are truly formidable. From now on, who in the 9 heavens dares to question Su Yu's status? In addition to discussing what position to assign to Su Yu, a group of elders couldn't help but sigh. However, few among them dared to break into the ancestral tomb. As a result, he was accepted by Su Yu, a young man who had just joined the Holy Land for a few years. And, the results seemed to be pretty good. While they were chatting, the Holy Lord and several peak masters had already taken their seats. After they sat down, everyone stopped discussing. Looking at the Holy Lord, the first 5 elders, all of whom had reached the level of great saints, asked simultaneously, Holy Lord, regarding Su Yu's reward and position for passing through the ancestral mausoleum, what arrangements do you wish to make? Their discussion is just opinions, the decisions of the Holy Lord and the peak masters are the crucial ones. Upon hearing this, the Holy Lord turned his gaze towards the 5 great saint realm elders and said with a smile, Great elder, before this, I would like to ask you a question. When we were questioning our consciences through heavenly punishment, how many reincarnations did our fastest record in the history of the 9 heavens achieve? Upon hearing this question, the emaciated great elder was startled for a moment before replying, Of course it's your record, Holy Lord, of the 9 reincarnations. Then does the great elder know what Su Yu's record is? The great elder pondered for a moment after hearing this, then asked tentatively, 10 generations. However, the Holy Lord smiled and said nothing. Seeing this, the great elder gritted his teeth and said, Could it be that he, like you, has completed 9 reincarnations? Everyone took a deep breath when they heard this. What a bold guess. He could actually be on par with the Holy Lord. This is the fastest record since the establishment of the ancestral tomb secret realm, and it is also recognized as a record that no one can break. However, the Holy Lord's smile grew brighter under the gaze of all the elders and deacons. Finally, he uttered just 2 words, causing the elders' bodies to tremble violently. Cleared the level in 2 lives and gained the recognition of all heroic souls. At this moment, everyone was stunned. 2 worlds. What kind of concept is this? How firm a belief does one have to be recognized by Zhu Ling? They dared not imagine what this result meant. However, before they could digest the news, the Holy Lord's next words were the fundamental reason why they were all shocked to the point of being speechless. In view of Junior Brother's outstanding performance, I and the 8 peak masters have decided. 7 days from now, a grand ceremony will be held for Junior Brother to be crowned. All holy places, first-class forces, and dynasties in the Eastern Wasteland are invited to attend the ceremony. Let all the strong witness the birth of the first holy son of Jushao in thousands of years. Boom. Chapter 105 next, I will defeat all the geniuses along the way. I want this era. Holy Son. These 2 words really shocked the elders, because Jushao had not established a holy son since 3,000 years ago. Because no one is able to suppress the geniuses of the 9 heavens peaks and cannot convince the public, naturally no one recognizes the Son of God. But now, the Holy Lord actually said that he would make Suyu the holy son. Moreover, he is not the holy son of Shenshao Peak. After the shock, the great elder said with a worried look on his face, Holy Lord, it's not okay to be so careless. After all, Suyu hasn't experienced. Before the great elder could finish his words, the Holy Lord interrupted him with a smile. Great elder, if he can pass with this score, he is qualified to take the position of holy son. In addition, his position as holy son is different from that of the Holy Lord's successor. His training will surpass that of the Holy Lord. Similarly, I will establish him as the Holy Lord's successor after Wudi ascends to Jayan. Zhao Wudi is his descendant and the only outstanding person in the Holy Lord's lineage. Suyu's personality is not suitable for being a manager, but he is a good strong man. Will also be a guardian, but when it comes to management, his biological son Zhao Wudi is obviously more suitable. Despite his young age, he is already very mature and meticulous, and can handle many things in an orderly manner. Being a manager is the most suitable. Although Suyu will not be the Holy Lord, if he can comprehend the 9 peak scripture and one day truly be able to reproduce the immortal scripture, he will be the best candidate to unify the 3 holy places. Use the strongest stance to make the 3 holy places willingly merge again. If this kind of secret was kept in the past, he would have avoided Suyu and even most of the elders. But now, Suyu has already proven that his Jushao will not betray him, so he is naturally the most trustworthy candidate. If I had to compare, he found it difficult to trust more than 95% of the elders present, but he could do so 100% when it came to Suyu. Because he is the one who knows best what kind of value those who pass the test of the ancestral tomb have. To put it bluntly, even if those quasi-emperor ancestors from the dusty divine source came out, they would trust Suyu as long as they knew this achievement. Alright, this matter is settled. My divine sky peak lineage will fully support Suyu in ascending to the throne of the Holy Sun. Now everyone can express their views. If you have any opinions, you can express them and we can discuss it together. These words made all the elders look at each other in bewilderment. Basically, in this situation, except for those from elder families like the Zhao family, no one else has a say at all. Seeing this, several elders in aristocratic families, led by the great elder, looked at each other and finally nodded, saying, we have no objection either. Everything is up to the Holy Lord to decide. The elders' family belongs to the elders' family, but compared with the Zhao family, they do not have any privileges. Because the Zhao family is the real guardian of the 9 heavens. Guided personally by the immortal who founded the 3 holy places, he was ordered to protect the existence of the immortal scriptures. The 3 holy places each guard 3 immortal scriptures. Every guardian is handpicked. As long as their family has no interruptions, they can become the holy master for generations. Even if there is a gap, it doesn't matter. As long as there are outstanding people behind, the position of the Holy Lord can still be restored. As for whether the acting Holy Lord is willing to give up this position. Oh, then we have to ask the quasi-emperors buried in the divine source, as well as the guardian families of the other 2 holy places. They are of the same blood. After the ceremony, the Holy Lord's smile grew brighter. He tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table and said softly, since everyone agrees, then let's send someone to inform Tianxuan and Zaiwei. Also, send invitations to all the top forces and holy places in the Eastern Wasteland, inviting them to attend the ceremony. Yes, all the elders stood up and responded at the same time. The meeting is adjourned. Soon, many elders left the meeting hall. At this time, only Suyu, the Holy Lord, and the 8 peak masters were left. The Holy Lord looked at Suyu and smiled faintly. Junior brother, you've heard it too. Comprehending the 9 peak scripture and integrating the immortal scripture is almost our luxury for you. Of course, it's okay if you can't reproduce it. After all, you are now considered a core member of my Jushao. But I still hope you can do it. For the next period of time, you must stay in the Holy Land and learn the basics of the 9 peak scriptures first. Of course, as long as you can master all 9 major scriptures, we won't stop you from leaving the Holy Land to gain experience. If you want to become a strong person, you must go through the journey of training. Suyu nodded in agreement and replied, I will. His mentality has changed a lot now. The improvement of his Tao heart has not only dispelled his confusion, but also enhanced his perception and ability to distinguish emotions. If the Holy Land is willing to invest in me, then I have to give it due return. The Holy Land treats me with sincerity, and I repay it with my life. Seeing this, the Qishao Peak Master couldn't help but grin and said, Junior brother, you must prepare well for the next step. Suyu was startled when he heard this and asked, what are you preparing for? The Holy Sun ceremony, besides inviting all holy places and first-class forces to celebrate, also aims to showcase the holy place's heritage. After all, you must have extraordinary abilities to be able to ascend to the Holy Sun ceremony. That day you should receive challenges from the top geniuses of the same realm sent by all the holy lands. Well, our cultivation is all in the Dharma realm. The Dharma realm is one of the initial criteria for selecting saint sons. Therefore, many holy places and first-rate forces will also send out reserve saint sons or core successors at this realm. What you have to do is not to defeat everyone, but to remain undefeated. Staying undefeated means you have the ability to defeat everyone. Only in this way will your identity be recognized by others. Hearing this, Suyu's heart moved and asked, what if I can defeat everyone? Ha ha ha, then you'll be recognized as the #1 genius in all the holy places in the Eastern Wasteland. After the Golden Age arrives, you will lead the proud saints of the Eastern Wasteland to compete with those saints and dynasties that have been silent for countless years. There will even be royal prodigies from other ancient life stars descending upon us. The elegant saint took over the conversation and said with emotion, 2 years ago, I learned that the current Saint Lord of Tianyan Holy Land and Elder Tianji of Tianji Tower jointly deduced the age of the end of the Dharma. According to their deduction, the age of the end of the Dharma will end in just 100 years. After that, the Golden Age will gradually recover. So, you have to be prepared. Hearing this news, Suyu was even more shocked. He will be revived in 100 years. Is the great world coming to an end? At this moment, Suyu suddenly felt a tense sense of crisis because during the heavenly punishment questioning, he had seen that hundreds of years after the advent of the Golden Age, a holy sun with an acquired chaotic body would appear in the holy land of the Emperor's tomb. When the time comes, they will come to hunt us. Although it is a deduction and simulation, there is a real chance that it will happen. I will never let this happen. Coming back to his senses, Su Yu's eyes gradually became firm, and he responded with a resounding voice, I'm ready. Next, I will defeat all the geniuses along the way. I want this era. Chapter 106 is coming, and the ceremony of canonizing the Son of God begins. In the next few days, as Zhu Xiao delivered people and news to various holy places through a special teleportation formation, this news undoubtedly caused a huge shock. Many holy places and first-class families were alarmed. Because this was the first time that Zhu Xiao had conveyed information to the outside world since 3,000 years ago, and that was the establishment of the Son of God. Who exactly is this Su Yu, and why was he appointed as the Holy Son by Zhu Xiao at this critical juncture? If I'm not mistaken, it should be the one from the Eastern Wasteland competition 5 years ago. The young master of the first-class Su family. It's only been a few years, and Zhu Xiao has already reached this level. Just how strong is his talent? Could it be that he is really an immortal? Quickly notify the ancestor, and call back the young master, and follow me to Zhu Xiao to watch the ceremony. Many first-rate forces are taking action. All the invited first-rate forces are hurriedly preparing gifts and awakening their ancestors who can control the situation to come out of seclusion. The young masters of the first-rate families and the young masters of the sects were just as impatient. They also wanted to see what this holy son of the Dharma realm was capable of. It was actually worthy of such a big move from Zhu Xiao Holy Land. At the same time, in the Tianquan Holy Land, after receiving the invitation from Elder Zhu Xiao, the Holy Lord Tianquan also convened a meeting. At the same time, he also called over the 3 sisters of the Su family, Chen Yanxi and others. In the main hall of the Tianquan Holy Land, the Holy Lord of Tianquan sat at the head of the table. He looked down at Su Qingying and the others and asked, Qingying, from what I understand, Su Yu is your younger brother, right? What do you think of him? As the master of the Holy Land, she naturally would not pay attention to the affairs of the younger generation. However, Su Qingying and others, as the close disciples of the Supreme Elder, are actually on the same level as her in status. In addition, their talents are extremely outstanding. Sometimes when she is free, she will go to guide their cultivation. But she never paid attention to their younger brother. After hearing the question from their saint master, Su Qingying and the others were stunned for a long time. Su Yu, that little bastard, became the holy son. No, how can he be so successful? You know, they just received news that after their secret realm was destroyed, all members of the family were taken back to the ninth heaven. They had just put their minds at ease and were preparing to practice hard, waiting to return to their family after breaking through to the Jiayin realm. Result: just a few days after entering the state of cultivation, he was called out again. This time, he directly learned that his bastard brother had been made the holy son by Zhu Xiao. Moreover, they also invited all the first-rate and above forces in the eastern wilderness to attend the ceremony. Did he achieve his level of cultivation by riding a rocket? Or is it that the speed of time flowing for him is different from theirs? Several people began to doubt their lives. Seeing the 3 sisters in a daze, Tianquan Saint Lord frowned slightly and couldn't help but remind them, Qingying. Hearing the Holy Lord shout, Su Qingying came back to her senses. Then she smiled bitterly and said, Holy Lord, I'm not sure either. They really don't know. Although Su Yu is their biological brother, he has always avoided them since they were young. Even if they had some interactions, they would not have much communication because Su Yu really wanted to kill them at that time. Seeing that no opinions could be obtained, Tianquan Saint Lord nodded calmly and said, in that case, the rest of you should come with me to Zhu Xiao to watch the ceremony. It's a good opportunity for you to meet your family. After she finished speaking, Tianquan's great elder asked at the right time, Saint Lord, who else should we bring with us? Tianquan Saint Lord smiled and said, since it is the day when Zhu Xiao establishes the Saint Son. Then we naturally cannot take it lightly, so let's take Zhensheng with us. Upon hearing this name, Su Qingying and others were all stunned. The Holy King, this name is well known in Tianquan. His talent is comparable to that of immortals. He is the same age as them, but now he has reached the 4th level of the Dharma realm. Even when he bursts out with all his strength, even the core disciples at the peak of the Dharma realm cannot stop him. It can be said that Zhensheng's existence has made him Tianquan's recognized candidate for the Holy Son. Unexpectedly, the Holy Lord would take him with him. Could it be that Su Yu also has the combat power comparable to the Dharma realm? How is this possible? How long has it been since they met at the ruins, and he has already become a Dharmakaya? Even taking drugs won't improve your performance so quickly. Several people were a little confused. While they were daydreaming, the meeting ended quietly. The 4 of them were unable to react until they left the sect hall. What the hell is going on? Now, it is not just Su Qingying and her group who are confused. Other holy places, including Zaiwei Holy Land, are also confused. Because they have all investigated Su Yu's background. He first came to prominence at the Tianjiao competition 5 years ago. At that time, he was only at the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. But after 5 years, he jumped from the 9th level of the spiritual sea to the Dharma realm, and crossed the 2 realms of Danning and Yunshen. 5 years. On average, 1 Kunir creates 1 major realm. How to do it? After Su Yu's background was revealed, everyone smelled something unusual. Zhu Xiao suddenly made such a high-profile announcement, which clearly showed that he had great confidence in Su Yu. Even it is very likely that the ceremony was held just to build momentum for Su Yu. You must go and watch it. 6 days passed without me even noticing anything. As the time of the ceremony approaches, in the afternoon of the 6th day, the teleportation array of Zhu Xiao Holy Land never stopped, lighting up almost every half hour, and forces arrived one after another. In the eastern wilderness, there are 2,000 truly first-class forces, that is, sects, dynasties, and aristocratic families with celestial beings in charge. There are tens of thousands of people coming from the first-rate forces alone. In those holy places standing in the eastern wilderness, that is, the holy places founded by saints, great saints, and quasi-emperors, total no more than a few dozen. The holy land of the saint realm is the lowest level. Once the saint dies, it will quickly fall or even be destroyed. Only some of those in the great saint realm can last a little longer. There were quite a few of them, and there were thousands of people coming from the 46 holy places. Their arrival was also properly arranged in Zhu Xiao's guest area. For a moment, Zhu Xiao became lively and the lights were on all night. Until the 7th day, the day of the canonization of the Son of God. As the first rays of morning light rose, a loud shout echoed throughout the Holy Land from the direction of the Zhu Xiao teleportation array port. We have arrived at Tianquan and Zaiwei Holy Land. Upon hearing this, many Saint Realm and several great Saint Realm elders set out at the same time. Following the Holy Lord and the 8 peak masters, when they arrived at the port, they saw the Holy Lords of the other 2 top holy places walking out of the warships with their elders and disciples. Haha, Brother Zhao, it's been years since we last met. We're here on behalf of Tianquan and Zaiwei to witness the coronation ceremony of the Son of the Nine Skies. Chapter 107. What kind of conditions does our family have to be able to raise a real dragon at this level? Looking at the people walking out of the warship, the Holy Lord walked forward and greeted the 2 Holy Lords, Tianquan and Zaiwei. Haha, I've been waiting for you to arrive. We'll talk politely later. Follow me and take a seat first, the Holy Lord said with a smile. A group of powerful saints were chatting and laughing. By the time they arrived at Jushao Square, it was already packed with people, with tens of thousands of people already present. Most of the people were invited leaders from various major forces. Seeing the arrival of the Holy Lords of the three Holy Lands, the uproar in the entire audience suddenly died down. Everyone stood up and respectfully shouted, "Greetings to the three Holy Lords." The supreme rulers of the three holy places have the highest cultivation level that overwhelms everyone present. The three great saints were like three insurmountable mountains, pressing down on everyone. Even those extremely old saints have to bow their heads in front of them because they are the great sages. They are all countless giants in the entire world of immortal cultivation. Their words and deeds can determine the rise and fall of ordinary forces. No need to be so polite. After arranging the seats for the two major holy places of Tianquan and Zaiwei, the elegant Saint Lord also came to the stage with 9 peak masters. Looking at the huge crowd below, the Holy Lord smiled and said cheerfully, "Thank you all for attending this grand ceremony of the 9 heavens canonization of the Holy Sun. If there is any inadequacy in the hospitality, please feel free to report it to me, Jushao." The Holy Lord waved his hand, and immediately, many disciples came up with spiritual fruits and spiritual wine and distributed them one by one. Because of this enthronement ceremony, Jushao even killed several rare spiritual birds for entertainment. Each of these spiritual birds was worth a fortune in the outside world. In fact, the cultivation level of the spiritual birds alone could rival that of the heads of first-rate forces. That is to say, he possesses the combat power of the Jiang realm. Only a top-level holy land can afford such a grand undertaking. Other forces dare not even think about it. Even those spiritual fruits and spiritual wines are not ordinary. If a spiritual fruit is placed in the outside world, it is enough to make the strong men in the innate realm fight for it. A cup of spiritual wine can even make the strong men in the spirit sea realm improve their cultivation a little. However, these things can be considered treasures if placed outside. But today it seemed dull in Jushao's enthronement ceremony because there was a small pile on every table. The heritage of a top holy land is simply beyond the comprehension of outsiders. If it was the Holy Lord's succession ceremony, the scale of this banquet would be even larger. However, this is only the treatment for ordinary seeds. The treatment for those ordinary holy places is even better. As for Tianquan and Zaiwei, they were entertained with spiritual birds from the celestial realm, and the spiritual wine was of top quality. One cup could even nourish the soul of a strong man in the holy realm. For ordinary forces, participating in a grand ceremony of a top sect can even be considered a resource. Behind the two holy places, all the people in the Su family were arranged here. Looking at the huge crowds of people, Su Yu's adoptive father Su Yuxing and adoptive grandfather Su Tianming were both dumbfounded. Is Ayu's card so big? Yu Xing, tell me quickly, I've actually been in seclusion for 100 years. Otherwise, how could our Ayu become the holy son of the Holy Land at the age of 23 inches? Su Tianming pinched Su Yuxing's arm hard and muttered. Hiss, Su Yuxing grimaced in pain and said, "Old man, why didn't you tell me that you were about to die? All this is just an illusion. You're already a grandfather, and you're still doing this. Disrespectful to the elderly. It's been so long since the Su family was destroyed, and you still can't accept your grandson's extraordinary talent. I think you just want to strangle me. Even pinching a piece of flesh requires the power of the heavenly realm." Hearing this, Su Tianming scratched his scalp with both hands and said frantically, "Extraordinary talent. This is too extraordinary. Even mutations are not this extraordinary. You said you participated in the Tianjiao competition at the age of 18, and then showed your talent and chose to join Jushao. Now, I'm 23. I became the son of God at 23 inches. What kind of conditions are these? What kind of conditions do we have in our family to be able to raise a real dragon at this level? He is an old man. Doesn't he know the rules, conditions and situations of the Holy Land? Especially Jushao. There has been no Holy Land where a Holy Son has been established for thousands of years. As a result, only 5 years after his own Ayu joined, he was established as the Holy Son. What is the reason? Aren't you afraid that you will run away?" Su Yuxing's expression was calm, and his tone was even more indifferent. Calm down, Dad, don't forget, you still have 3 granddaughters who also have Emperor-level qualifications." Although he said so, his clenched hands under the table betrayed his current mood. Su Yuxing was even shaking from excitement. Yes, Su Tianming realized it belatedly and nodded woodenly. Yes, I also have 3 wonderful granddaughters. The qualifications are also quite good, Emperor level. Well, Emperor level, Su Tianming's eyes widened. 3 emperors. Before he could recover from the news, 4 figures walked straight towards them. Looking at the beautiful figure walking towards him, Su Yuxing also smiled brightly. Qingying, Wanqing, Liao, Yunxi. Su Qingying and the others also nodded their heads and called softly, "Dad." The entire Su family is very nice, and they all like them very much. Su Yuxing and his family's style of doing things is not to favor anyone and to love everyone equally. Only Su Yu, this bastard brother, is the exact opposite of them. Vicious is the word that runs through their entire childhood. "Grandpa, your injury is healed." Su Qingying looked at Su Tianming beside her and said softly. Although Su Tianming had been in seclusion for many years, his doting on them during their childhood was engraved in their bones. "I almost want to use all my treasures on them." Just because they had not awakened yet and were weak, Su Tianming did not despise them. Instead, he looked for treasures everywhere to help them recuperate. The 3 sisters naturally have sincere respect for this grandfather. Su Tianming scratched his head, stood up, and looked at the 3 sisters carefully. Finally, he couldn't help but sigh. "Grandpa is fine, but I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. You have grown up. Every one of them looks just like your mother." After saying that, he looked at Chen Yanxi, who was standing next to the 3 sisters, and asked curiously, "Who is this person?" Before they could speak, Chen Yanxi stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello, Grandpa Su. My father is Chen Zongtian. My name is Chen Yanxi. You should have seen me when you were a child." Hearing this name, Su Tianming suddenly understood. Looking at Chen Yanxi, he nodded with satisfaction. "So it's you, little girl." "Ha ha ha, we discussed with your grandfather and your father back then about arranging a marriage for you and Ayu. I don't know what's going on now, ha ha ha." Su Tianming smiled heartily. Not bad. The family has a promising future. The grandchildren are so outstanding, and this future granddaughter-in-law is also very good." However, while he was thinking happily, Chen Yanxi's smile froze. "MMP, I forgot. Su Yu and I have never broken off our engagement. In other words, now I am still Su Yu's fiancée." The sky is falling. Chapter 108 invites all the geniuses from the Holy Lands to fight. In the realm of robbery, everyone can come on stage and fight. Just when Chen Yanxi didn't know how to explain, the voice of the elegant saint suddenly sounded on the stage. "Everyone, today is the day that I, Jushao, established the first holy sun in 3,000 years. At the same time, I also hope that there will be a genius of the same realm willing to come on stage and compete with me. The day when the Son of God is established also means that Jushao will launch the strongest person of the same realm recognized by their sect, and also the most talented young generation. Only if these 2 points are met can one be regarded as the Son of God. His combat power far exceeds that of his peers, and his talent cannot be too bad. Only those who have cultivated to the level of Jia Yin are eligible to be selected as one of the candidates for the Son of God. More importantly, one must have the qualifications of a great sage or even a quasi-emperor to be selected. In the great world, without the qualifications of a quasi-emperor, it is impossible to touch the threshold of the position of the Son of God. This is the foundation of a top sect. The elegant Holy Lord stood on the stage, and he and the other 8 peak masters all looked solemn and dignified. Now, I, the new Holy Son of Jushao, please come on stage. Boom. At this moment, a dull and clear drum sound rang out, and then, one dragon after another with dragon blood in their bodies floated out from the distance. Each dragon is a mount for a powerful person in Jushao. Moreover, their cultivation is even more impressive, with each dragon's cultivation being at the quasi-saint level. The huge body of the 9-headed dragon stands proudly in the air, covering the sky and the sun, giving people an extremely shocking visual experience. Even though these dragons did not deliberately reveal their aura, their inexplicable majesty made people's hearts beat wildly, as if 9 dragons were staring at them at the same time. That kind of oppression is simply suffocating. Immediately afterwards, 9 giant birds covered with flaming feathers also flew out from the depths of the sky. The cry was clear and bright, shocking people's hearts. These 9-headed giant flaming birds are also quasi-saint level monsters, and their bloodlines are equally extraordinary, possessing the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. The Fire Sky Crane clan. The 9-headed dragon was suspended on the left, while the flaming crane was floating on the right. Between them, a road slowly emerged. At the end of the avenue, a figure in a white robe slowly appeared. From far to near, he soon walked onto the stage. Suyu walked down the avenue and bowed to the Holy Lord and his companions. Looking at Suyu, the elegant saint's face also showed a little more satisfaction. Then, his loud voice sounded again. A true dragon holds armor, a true phoenix drapes feathers. Today, the position born to carry the future destiny of the 9 skies is yours. As you take the seat of the Holy Sun, not only will your own destiny rest on your shoulders, but yours will also be linked to the 9 heavens. Will you? Suyu met the gazes of the Holy Lord and the 8 peak master brothers and nodded firmly, saying, I wish. Good. The Holy Lord waved his hand, and then 9 balls of light fell from the top of the 9-headed real dragon in the air. These 9 balls of light represent 9 offensive weapons, starting from the body tempering realm and ending at the tribulation yin and yang realm. These are the weapons required for the 9 realms. From the mortal level to the yin yang realm, all combat soldiers belong to you from now on. When your cultivation reaches the saint realm, the 9 weapons will merge into one, becoming your own exclusive saint weapon. These words caused an uproar among countless powerful people. Combination of combat soldiers. Moreover, they can be combined into treasures of the holy weapon level. This level of war weapon is far more difficult than forging a single holy weapon. The forging process and required materials are all capable of forging great saint level war weapons. In other words, as long as Suyu's cultivation level is high enough in the future, he will be able to obtain a great saint realm weapon in an instant. This kind of treatment is far more generous than that of many great saints. Suyu looked at the 9 weapons floating in front of him, and his heart was inexplicably touched. Suppressing his emotions, he put away the 9 war weapons. Upon seeing this, the Holy Lord waved his right sleeve, and then 9 flames fell from the flames burning on the flame sky crane. These 9 pieces are combined defensive weapons. Similar to the above, each piece corresponds to one of the 9 realms. The elegant Saint Lord finished speaking, his smile undiminished as he softly said, the offensive weapon is called the 9 transformation god-slaying blade, forged by the renowned quasi-emperor of weaponry 10,000 years ago. This defensive weapon is called the Phoenix Feather Heavenly Ribbon Robe, forged from the true feathers of a great saint realm demon beast with the bloodline of the Heavenly Phoenix. It possesses extremely powerful defensive capabilities. The complete form after the 9 pieces are combined can withstand the full force of a saint realm expert and remain unharmed. This is a treasure that should only be given to the Holy Sun in the Jiang realm. But today, you are the Holy Sun who has been promoted as an exception, so these rules are naturally exempted. Among all the holy places of Xuantian, only the geniuses who have reached the level of Jiang, that is, who have mastered the balance of yin and yang, are qualified to be named the Son of God. However, Suyu became the Son of God with his Dharma realm cultivation, which was as shocking as someone becoming a saint. Suyu accepted all the treasures and whispered, thank you, senior brother Shengju. Accepting these things also means that you will be bound to Jushao. But, he should be thankful, because in this world that values strength and background, Jushao is the best tree and his biggest umbrella of protection. Those who are of the same family as Jushao include Tianxuan and Zaiwei. If the 3 holy places unite, no single force can match them. So, above Xuantian, all top forces will not allow the 3 holy places to merge. Of course, no one can convince the public. Upon hearing this, the Holy Lord smiled and said, don't be so hasty to thank me. Today, if you want to secure your position as Holy Sun and have everyone recognize you, the key lies in your own combat prowess. Today, all the first-rate forces in the Eastern Wasteland are here, and all the top geniuses are here. Are you confident enough to take on the challenge? Of course, it is impossible to complete the specific challenges one by one, as that would take a lot of time. What Suyu wants to do is to defeat all the geniuses in the so-called Holy Land. The true masters of the Eastern Wasteland are only the 3 holy places. Just because a holy place has a holy realm doesn't mean it is qualified to be called a holy place. Sects like theirs that have produced true immortals and great emperors are the true holy places for cultivation. Others can only be vassals forever, including the geniuses, who can only be the strongest among the 3 holy places. Suyu's heart moved when he heard this, and then he turned and looked at the audience. At this moment, the geniuses from the holy lands below the stage were already eager to try. There was a burning desire to fight in everyone's eyes. Seeing this, Suyu just curled up a smile at the corner of his lips. After looking around the whole audience, the aura and pressure of the Dharma realm gradually surged from his body. One level, double. In the blink of an eye, Suyu broke through to the 3rd level of the Dharma realm. The realm breakthrough card that I have accumulated for a long time also played its due role at this moment. Ding, triggering a hidden mission, challenge all the Dharma realm prodigies in the Eastern Wasteland Holy Land. Be invincible in the same realm and attract full hatred. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Suyu's smile became even brighter. Today, Su invites all the proud saints of the Holy Land to a duel. Anyone below the Tribulation Yin realm can come on stage and fight. Chapter 109. The competition begins. Defeat the 7th level of Dharma in one move. At this time, the Holy Lord spoke at the right time, smiling and saying, this can be considered a challenge among the younger generation, so I will offer another prize. If you can fight Suyu for more than 100 moves, you will receive a Xuantian pill as a reward. If you can defeat him. Swish, the Holy Lord snapped his fingers, and a stream of light fell directly on the top, transforming into a divine sword emitting a strong divine power. This top-level celestial warrior weapon is the reward. The reward is unlimited. Whoever can defeat him can ask Jushao for a celestial war weapon. Boom. After hearing these words, everyone was shocked. Even the big shots couldn't help but look moved. A warrior in the realm of heaven and man. This is not cabbage. That is to say, in the Holy Land, if it were in the outside world, a celestial war weapon would be enough for the first-rate forces to fight for it. Among the 2,000 first-rate forces present, there are no more than 700 forces that can have a celestial war weapon as their clan's weapon. This is only the kind of force that continuously produces people at the celestial realm and has produced people at the high celestial realm, and only then will there be celestial warriors to inherit. Otherwise, most of them are just Geon-level warriors. The top-level celestial warriors are weapons that even quasi-saints can use. Priceless. I'm actually willing to offer such a generous reward. Anyone who can survive 100 moves will receive a Shuiyan pill. The Jushao Saint Lord has great confidence in the fighting ability of his new saint son. But you're only at the 3rd level of the Dharma realm, and you've only just broken through. How can you be so confident that you can reach the peak of the Dharma realm? I don't believe there is such a monstrous person. Even if I could achieve a breakthrough in the Dharma realm, at best I would only be able to fight someone at the 6th level of the Dharma realm. That's right, the difference between the peak of the Dharma realm and the 9th level is huge. I don't believe there is such a monstrous person. If there really is such a monster, then he will be the leader of this generation in the East Wasteland in the future. If it were just a normal discussion, everyone might not be so enthusiastic. But if there is a huge reward, I believe few people will refuse. Because this is almost the most important opportunity in their first half of life. A top-level combat weapon and a Shuiyan pill are enough for them to change their fate and even have a glimpse of the opportunity to enter the Holy Realm. I'll do it. Shortly after the Holy Lord finished talking about the reward, a Dharma genius from an ordinary Holy Land rushed out impatiently. I'm over 300 years old. Am I still qualified to challenge? Is there an age limit for this challenge? Looking at the middle-aged man who stood out, the Holy Lord only took a glance and laughed out loud. There's no age limit for this competition. The only restriction is the Dharma realm. Whether you are at the peak of the Dharma realm, 600 years old, or young Dharma realm 9th level, you can all participate. Upon hearing this, some strong men from ordinary forces immediately showed regret on their faces. Damn it, if I had known there were no restrictions, I would have brought those peak Dharma image masters from my own sect here. Even if you cannot win, as long as you fight for more than 100 moves, you will get the Shuiyan pill as a reward. This is a first-grade peerless elixir that can improve your Dharma image and break through the Jain realm. One pill can increase the chance of breaking through by 30%. It's simply a heaven-defying elixir. After the Holy Lord finished speaking, he raised his hand and clasped it forward. In an instant, a challenge platform appeared out of thin air. This challenge platform is large enough to accommodate a battle at the Geon realm without collapsing. Moreover, there's a lot of hidden secrets inside the challenge arena. Although it is only a few hundred meters in area, this is only what you see from the outside. After the challenger entered, the space inside was as large as 100 miles. This is a signature method unique to the Great Saint realm, mastering the universe. Swish, Suyu flashed into the challenge arena, and soon, the 7th level Dharmakaya master who stepped forward first also followed him in. The two stood on the challenge stage and looked at each other. The 7th level Dharmakaya monk bowed to Suyu and said, Holy son, I'm sorry. My realm is the 7th level of Dharma, 4 levels higher than yours. I will not hold back. It is indeed a bit bullying to fight with those of lower realms when you are at a higher realm, but since others are not afraid, what do you have to be embarrassed about? He came from a holy place founded by a quasi-saint. Now that the quasi-saint ancestor is about to die, the sect is also in a state of decline. If he can defeat Suyu and bring back the celestial warriors, he can also preserve the reputation of the Holy Land. So as not to be destroyed by the opponent. Suyu looked at the light red fate pattern above his head and nodded. I couldn't ask for more. When competing, you should give it your all. Clang. Hearing this, the middle-aged man did not hesitate and directly drew out his weapon. This was a rare hammer-shaped weapon. Generally, those who used hammer-shaped weapons were mostly cultivators whose strength was stronger than that of ordinary cultivators at the same level. Boom. The moment he held the sledgehammer, the middle-aged man bent his knees and rushed towards Suyu in an instant. I won't say how fast it is, but it also broke through 3 times the speed of sound. If an ordinary person at the 7th level of the Dharma realm encountered this kind of speed, he would have to frown and treat it seriously. However, for Suyu, this speed is still too slow. Extreme Tiger Hammer Technique, the middle-aged man shouted, and in the blink of an eye he came in front of Suyu, jumped up, and smashed down with a hammer. This power was like a tiger leaping over, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards Suyu's head. This kind of power is enough to destroy half of a hill. The power unleashed by the middle-aged man has completely exceeded the power of 90 dragons. That is an explosive force of more than 900 million jin. If Suyu was at the first level of the Dharma realm, he might have felt a little pressured when facing this kind of power, but now, he was no longer the same as before. After going through the special training of mentality and strength of Dudian Quasi-Emperor, and after being tempered by the punishment of heaven, his vision and combat experience are now completely different from before. In the 2 reincarnations that Tianfu and Xin experienced, he also challenged all the geniuses against the will of heaven. Although those combat experiences were all simulated. But it's enough. With just a little guidance, it can be transformed into real combat experience. Jushao's most authoritative trust test is by no means that simple. This kind of opportunity will become more and more apparent in the future. Looking at the tiger lunging towards him with its bloody mouth wide open, Suyu's eyes flashed with a sharp edge. He said lightly, its strength far exceeds that of a standard warrior of the same level, but that's not enough. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the floor beneath Suyu's feet cracked instantly, and a creepy aura suddenly rose up. It feels like being stared at by a ferocious beast. It makes people's alarm bells ring. Not good. When he saw Suyu's figure disappear from the spot, his pupil suddenly shrank. Then, before he could react, the figure in the white robe appeared in front of him. Prison suppression. Boom. In an instant, an incomparable force came crashing down. This force was far beyond the limit that the middle-aged man could withstand, and even exceeded the power of 100 dragons. Puff. As blood splattered on the challenge stage, at this moment, the eyes of countless powerful onlookers froze instantly. Su Yusheng. Chapter 110. Who dares to claim to be invincible? Even the ancient emperors didn't dare, so what makes you think you can be so? These 3 simple words froze everyone's expressions on their faces. Because this kind of combat power was far beyond their cognition. Without using any weapons, he easily blocked a full-strength attack from a 7th level Dharma Realm master and suppressed it with one blow. The battle ended neatly and efficiently. Even someone at the 8th level of Dharma Realm wouldn't dare to say that he could suppress it so easily. In particular, the combat power displayed by this middle-aged man is also extremely impressive. With the coordination of combat weapons and martial arts, the power he bursts out is enough to rival the basic combat power of the 9th level of Dharma. But still lost. The entire square was silent for a moment, and the next moment, erupted into extremely heated discussions. There was endless amazement and shock. How did he achieve this kind of power? He can reach this level with only the 3rd level of the Dharma Realm. He was defeated before he even had time to use his Dharma image. Who can force out his Dharma image? Could it be that one must reach the 9th level of the Dharma realm to force out his Dharma realm power? Listening to the discussions and chatter in the square, the Holy Lord and the 8 peak masters in the first row had smiles on their faces, but they said nothing. Dharma image. It's difficult. I'm afraid that no one can force out Suyu's Dharmakaya without reaching the peak of the Dharmakaya. And Suyu's Dharma image is far beyond the cognition of this group of people. When Suyu used the condensed pill to comprehend the appearance of the gods that day, he condensed all the appearances of the first 50 in the eternity. Even after 4 years, they still can't forget that scene. Even the divine form of the Emperor of Heaven can be condensed. Suyu's Dharmakaya level is simply unimaginable. Looking at the smiles on their faces, Saint Lord Tianchuan and Saint Lord Zaiwei suddenly became curious. Brother Zhao, judging by your expressions, you seem to be extremely confident in Suyu. Could it be that he still has some extraordinary skills that he hasn't used yet? Upon hearing this, the elegant Saint Lord turned his head and looked at the two of them. He couldn't help but laugh. Haha, you'll know once you see. If I didn't have extraordinary abilities, how could I, Zhuxiao, break this precedent? How could it be so simple for a genius to make him make up his mind? After Suyu went through the heavenly punishment and self-examination, he didn't even have the time to ask what kind of progress he had made. This competition, but it's just to establish his authority. Invite all the strong to witness the Son of God. No, his goal is to shock these two. Only by laying a foundation for Zaiwei and Tianchuan can they become Suyu's shield when the Golden Age comes in the future. Protect Suyu's rise together with them. After all, when the Golden Age comes, the crisis of world destruction will also appear. Those guys lurking in the forbidden zone of life will come out to reap the harvest. Don't even talk about that. If Suyu wants to achieve enlightenment in the future, he will have to go through many things, and there are also secrets about Suyu. There are so many factors. Anyway, we'll just have the strongest Dharma realm cultivators from both of your families take the field. He is the treasure I bet on in the Golden Age. Hearing the Saint Lord's firm words, they were both surprised and said unexpectedly, what about those immortal seeds and Emperor's children buried under the source of the gods in Zhuxiao? The Holy Lord said without hesitation, they will also train. But, it will only become a stepping stone for Suyu. You will understand Suyu's performance in the future. His achievements are incomparable to those of the so-called immortals. He is more like the reincarnation of a true immortal. Boom. Hearing these almost unbelievable words, the two saints were all shocked. More like the reincarnation of a true immortal. Could it be? Zhao Hongjun wants to tell that matter. Wrong. It shouldn't be Zhao Hongjun's decision alone. It should be approved by Zhuxiao's group of old antiques and even the heroic souls buried in the ancestral tomb. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Zhao Hongjun to make this decision alone. Hiss. When the two holy lords Zaiwei and Tianchuan thought of this, they were suddenly horrified and couldn't help but gasp. If that's the case, so this time when they go back they have to discuss it with their old antique. The 3 holy masters of the 3 holy places were all from the families that were chosen at the beginning, the families that mastered and guarded the 3 immortal scriptures. From ancient times to the present, the 3 families have been of the same blood. They all have a goal, a common goal. Even after countless years, they still saw no hope. But, as long as there are old antiques still alive, as long as the remnants of the emperors will still exist, there will always be one. Reunite the immortal scriptures and open the immortal path. Return to the fairyland, the real fairyland. As the two were lost in thought, their gaze returned to the challenge stage. After the unconscious middle-aged man was carried away by Zhuxiao's disciples for treatment, Suyu returned his gaze to the square and said with a smile, is there any other fellow Taoist who wants to come up? How about this? In addition to the people from the 2 major holy places, how about fellow Dharma image Taoists from other holy places also come on stage? Dozens of you, if you can hold out for 100 moves, everyone will get a Shuiyan pill. If you can defeat me, everyone except those I defeat will get a heavenly man war weapon. Upon hearing this, the whole audience fell into silence. Even Zhuxiao's disciples and elders widened their eyes. Ridiculous. How can you make such a decision without authorization? Do you really think dozens of celestial war soldiers are cabbages? How can Ayu be so confused and arrogant? These are celestial warriors, not dozens of cabbages. Ayu is still too impatient. However, before the elders could finish their grumbling and complaining, Suyu's next move made them speechless. Brother Saint Lord, if we fail, I can exchange this top-level saint weapon for these rewards. Is that feasible? Under everyone's dazed gaze, Suyu directly threw out a silver stick that exuded a strong holy power. As soon as the futon stick appeared, the divine sword that was thrown out by the Holy Lord as a reward suddenly trembled with fear. The divine sword that had been emitting the power of heaven and men unscrupulously before now shrank behind the futon stick like a frightened little white rabbit. Holy soldiers, and top-level holy soldiers, everyone widened their eyes. The Holy Lord was also stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, of course you can. A top-level holy weapon is much more valuable than 100 celestial war weapons. This is a sure win deal, why would he disagree? Even the elder who had previously said that Suyu was impatient instantly put on a smile and said with a smile, I was worthy of being my holy son of Zhuxiao. He is so courageous. This top-tier saint weapon suits me perfectly. I'm about to break through to the great saint realm, so it's a perfect opportunity to exchange it for. Hearing these words, the other elders couldn't help but show contempt on their faces. Pooh, you are the most shameless. Seeing that Suyu had offered a corresponding reward price instead of just empty promises, all the geniuses in the Dharma realm were instantly enraged. Too arrogant. This is completely disregarding these powerful people who have been immersed in the Dharma realm for many years. Do you really think they are just chickens and dogs? This is too much. Let's go together. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Although they are the Dharma realm of an ordinary holy land, they are not people that you, a third-level Dharma realm cultivator, can easily control and look down upon, right? Don't you really treat the law as a human being? Seeing dozens of people rushing onto the stage, Suyu's eyes flashed with light. Ha ha ha, come on, fellow Taoists. Defeat me and the reward will be yours. But, I said that the Dharma is invincible, so your desire to get the reward is just a foolish dream. In this realm of Dharma, I, Suyu, dare to claim to be invincible. These words immediately aroused public anger. Who dares to claim to be invincible? Who dares to claim to be undefeated? Even the ancient emperors didn't dare, so why would you dare? Ah, this is too much, don't be so arrogant. Boom. Chapter 111, Tiangong Magical Power, the Law of Heaven and Earth. Reappearance. On the challenge stage, Suyu's white robe fluttered freely in the breeze, and his handsome face, which was not of this mortal world, was full of arrogance and pride. It looks like you can't help but want to rush up and beat him up. Too arrogant. Who dares to say that he is invincible? Even the great emperors of ancient times did not dare to say that they were invincible, so how dare he? Not only the geniuses in the Dharma realm below the stage, but even the elders and peak masters of Zhuxiao had the urge to cover their faces. No, we don't know this person. Is it really okay to be so arrogant? When you get beaten, you'll be hit hard, right? At this moment, even the 2 saint lords, Zaiwei and Tianchuan, who had reacted, burst out laughing. Haha, brother Zhao, your saint son's personality is really youthful. Unruly, too arrogant, he doesn't take the Dharma realm geniuses from the eastern wilderness seriously at all. Not to mention those Dharma realm beings in the outside world who have special opportunities, just the Dharma realm beings from the first-rate and holy places who have come to this enthronement ceremony. They are also well known in the outside world. Even though there are so many high-level cultivators gathered here, if they were scattered across the vast eastern wilderness, even if all the Dharma realm cultivators from all forces were distributed, each person would be able to occupy an area of thousands of miles. The number of strong people is not that high, but what they see and hear will naturally be different depending on the environment they're in. Don't underestimate these Dharma realms, but if they were placed in the outside world, they would be the great Dharma masters respected by the world. It is an existence that can suppress an entire county. Now, he is actually looked down upon by people who are also in the Dharma realm. How could they, a group of people in the Dharma realm who had lived for 200 or 300 years, accept this sense of disparity? Whoosh whoosh whoosh, figures kept walking out of their seats and shot towards the challenge stage, with sharp sounds of breaking through the air ringing out one after another. Soon, dozens of top-level Dharma realm masters stood on the challenge stage. These are the mainstays of the Dharma realm in ordinary holy lands. Each of them has left a great reputation in the outside world, and some of them were even princes of a country. Nowadays, most of them have reached the peak of the Dharma realm and are only one step away from the tribulation realm. Come on together, any means can be used. Looking at their figures, Suyu smiled slightly, and then, a roar-like roar came from his body. That was the sound of chi and blood flowing. The body was like a furnace, boiling the chi and blood in the body. From a distance, one might even have the illusion that there was a sleeping dragon inside Suyu, which was slowly waking up. Too arrogant, I can't stand it. Upon hearing this, some Dharma appearance peaks who were less than 200 years old immediately raised their brows in anger and shouted, Shanliu Dharma appearance. Show up. The Dharma of the giant spirit. Rumble. Suyu's arrogant words obviously angered everyone, causing this group of peak Dharma image masters to disregard their dignity and directly use their most powerful methods. The reason why the Dharma realm is so powerful is that they can fight by fusing the Dharma realm with their physical body. That is a method of using the power of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself. It is unimaginable under the Dharma. At this moment, one tall and majestic Dharma image after another, emitting divine and holy power, was continuously outlined. Dozens of people took one step forward, and all of them merged with their own Dharma. In an instant, the body of the Dharmakaya stood on the challenge stage. All those who were at the peak of the Dharmakaya, after integrating the Dharmakaya, were nearly 100 feet tall. This is the limit of the Dharma realm. The largest one is naturally the monk who depicts the image of a giant deity, and his height is more than 400 meters. It is more than 100 meters taller than ordinary Dharma images. Boom. After fusing with the Dharmakaya, the combat power of this group of peak Dharmakayas has also been greatly increased. After fusing with the Dharmakaya, just an ordinary punch, without any martial arts, with the pure Dharmakaya body strength, can smash out nearly 150 dragon forces. A terrifying force of 800,000 tons erupts in one punch. It's comparable to the total damage of a nuclear bomb explosion of a certain magnitude. Bang! In an instant, countless cracks appeared on the extremely hard challenge platform, and then it turned into powder in an instant. Dozens of giants rushed out at the same time, with fierce momentum, hitting Suyu's tiny figure like a raging wave. Here they come. Dozens of peak Dharmakaya figures are attacking with all their might. Even a powerful being in the tribulation yin realm would be terrified by this kind of oppressive feeling, right? Who says it isn't? Moreover, this is the top Dharma image of each of the major holy places. Young Master Uncle is still too young. A one-on-one fight might be effective, but facing a group fight, there is no chance of winning. After all, the power unleashed by such a combined force is not as simple as 1 + 1, but a qualitative change caused by a quantitative change. I'm afraid Junior Master's holy soldiers are no longer safe. Many Jusha disciples present saw this scene. In addition to getting goosebumps, most of them were not optimistic about Suyu. Not just an ordinary disciple. Even the powerful beings above the gods and immortals in the major first-rate forces and holy places nodded secretly. This group of Dharma geniuses are really good. Taking one person alone might not be able to cause any substantial harm to the powerful ones in the Jia Yin realm, but when a group of them unleash their full strength at the peak of the Dharma realm, their power cannot be underestimated. It is enough to pose a threat to the Jia Yin realm. This saint of the nine skies is a bit too arrogant. But that's alright. If he hadn't been so arrogant, we wouldn't have gotten a celestial warrior for nothing. It's also a good opportunity to show the proud young people that individual combat power cannot withstand the tactics of human waves. That's right, especially since he provoked a group of cultivators with higher realms than him. The masters or great elders of all the major sects were secretly commenting on the matter. To them, although the combat power Suyu had previously displayed was amazing and had broken through the limit once, it was not worth mentioning at all when facing a group of peak Dharma images. Everyone has their moments of frivolity. I hope this will teach this holy son a lesson. After all, this is Jushao's home ground, so they dare not be presumptuous. They secretly send messages to their own geniuses, asking them not to go too far. It would be disastrous if I lost face to Jushao. However, facing the full strength attacks of a group of peak Dharma images, Suyu remained unmoved. However, he slowly raised his head under the gaze of everyone. The robe that was rustling in the strong wind suddenly stopped. Seeing him like this, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Then, this group of strong men suddenly sensed something and their eyes suddenly changed. Because they felt that a power so terrifying that even those at the peak of the Dharmakaya realm would shudder was reviving and awakening. It was like a sleeping dragon slowly opening its eyes, and the moment the pressure spread, time seemed to stand still. Tiangang magical power, the law of heaven and earth. Boom. Suyu uttered these 8 words easily, but they triggered the explosion of thunder in the sky, and the pressure continued to expand with him as the center. Boom. Chapter 112, Crushing Battle. Another magical power. Inlaid gold hands. Under the increasingly horrified gazes of the crowd, there was not even a trace of the Dharma image appearing behind Suyu, but only infinite energy of heaven and earth converging towards his body. This power is supporting his body to continue to grow. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters. In the blink of an eye, it broke through to a height of 400 meters. Unlike the weightless manifestation of the Dharma image, Suyu's weight is constantly changing as the height of his physical body grows. If the height of his physical body exceeded 10,000 meters, then Suyu would only need to move his feet slightly to crush a mountain. But, even if it's not 10,000 meters, this level is enough. Seeing this scene, not only the younger generation was stunned, even the celestial beings at the level of the Master, the quasi-saints of the Holy Land, and even the saints and great saints of the 3 major holy lands, all stood up at once. Their eyes were fixed on the challenge stage, where Suyu's body was over 100 meters taller than the average peak Dharmakaya. There was a gleam in his eyes, as if he wanted to see through Suyu completely. Is this a magical power? The gigantic body, filled with the energy of heaven and earth, can become tall without the help of the Dharma image's ethereal height. In fact, it can even be said that this body hundreds of meters tall is Suyu's flesh and blood. Tiangang level, no, top Tiangang level. He has even touched the threshold of quasi-immortal level magical powers. Saint Lord Zaiwei and Saint Lord Tianchuan were utterly shocked. Even the knowledgeable masters of top holy lands like them were so shocked by this scene that their jaws dropped. On Jushao's side, except for the Ninth Elder and the elders from the outer sect of Jiang realm who followed him out, everyone else was equally shocked. Is this a magical technique? He's already comprehended magical powers at the Dharma realm, and even at this terrifying Tiangong level. Is he a monster? Isn't this what a true immortal reincarnated into? The elders were shocked, as were Zhao Hongjun and the Eight Peak Masters. They had never thought that Suyu could manifest such power. Obviously, they already had a high opinion of Suyu, but it seems they still underestimated him. This guy's talent for cultivation is top-notch. Even among the immortals who have been recorded, and even among the Emperor's children, there are only less than 10 people who can comprehend the magical power at the peak of the Dharma realm. This is a power exclusive to the Jiang realm. Supernatural powers can only be revealed when one comprehends yin and yang. Without the power of yin and yang, it cannot be exerted. Haha, I still underestimated my junior brother. In this life, I feel that great changes will happen. Maybe my junior brother is the one destined for the future. After recovering from the shock, the smile on Zhao Hongjun's elegant and easygoing face became even brighter. Such a genius. Must be protected. Even if all the old bones in the Holy Land are mobilized, they must protect every move of this kid. Even if it offends the entire Xuandian, it doesn't matter. As long as he can survive to the Golden Age and build up his cultivation to the Great Saint realm, then there will be no more obstacles on the road ahead for the little junior brother, and everything will be razed to the ground. The world only knows that the Great Sage is the threshold. But they don't know that as long as they break through to the Great Sage in the Golden Age, they will be qualified to go to the Emperor road and compete with many ancient freaks, Emperor's sons, immortal species, and real beasts. That is the road to becoming an emperor. As long as they can embark on the path to becoming an emperor, then all the opportunities there will be enough for them to advance from a great sage to a quasi-emperor within hundreds or even thousands of years. There are even records of them reaching the peak of a quasi-emperor. I will fight for the title of the first great emperor in this world. For many years, starting from millions of years ago, there has not been a great emperor in the eastern wilderness. This is especially true for the three holy places. Today, they are only living off their old capital, the glory from countless years ago, and the old immortal scriptures that have been split into several kinds of scriptures. They really need to break through to become a great emperor to suppress the eastern wilderness. After all, those who are dormant in the forbidden zone of life in the eastern wasteland will definitely be unable to contain themselves in this life. In the Emperor's tomb, in the strange holy place called the Emperor's tomb, which hides many secrets, they not only hunt geniuses with special physiques or spiritual roots, but also hunt for rare skills. Jushiao, Zaiwei and Tianchuan have long been listed as hunting targets. Otherwise, he would not have been assassinated by Diffin and Kai Xiao would not have been ambushed by Diffin's quasi-saint. Everyone's thoughts were in turmoil. On the challenge stage, when Suyu swallowed a huge amount of energy from heaven and earth and used it all to strengthen his celestial power, his body was completely fixed at 452 meters. Boom, his knees were just slightly bent into a bow shape, and when he burst out with all his strength, he rushed towards dozens of Dharma image masters. The floor beneath his feet instantly shattered into powder. But, because it was able to withstand the battle of the powerful Jiang, the challenge platform was restored to its original state in an instant. But, that terrifying pressure was circulating throughout the entire challenge platform. Exponential improvement. Dragon Elephant Mountain collapsed fist. Roar. When Suyu threw a punch, the speed that broke the sound barrier caused a layer of white mist to cover Suyu's fist, which was the manifestation of breaking the shackles of air. Under this punch, any resistance becomes futile. The sounds of dragon roars and elephant roars were so loud that they filled the entire square. Bang. Although Suyu's body is huge, he is extremely agile when moving, which is even difficult for those at the peak of Dharmakaya to achieve. No, the three Dharma phase peak masters who rushed to the front looked at the fist whose pupils were getting bigger and bigger and suddenly lost their voices in horror. However, their voices didn't last even a moment before they were interrupted. Only the deafening sound, like thunder, broke the silence. Just one hit. This attack directly caused the three geniuses at the peak of the Dharma phase to lose all resistance, and the state of fusion with the Dharma phase collapsed in an instant. Three figures flew out of the challenge platform and were quickly held up by Jushao's elders and fed a valuable pill to stabilize their injuries. This moment, their hands were shaking with excitement as they fed the pills to them. Because of Suyu's performance, the healing pills they gave out were even more advanced, and were even very beneficial to them, a group of people at the peak of the Dharma realm. Worth, they are willing to bear any expense to witness this scene. Altogether, attack with your weapons. Seeing all this happening, a genius shouted loudly, use your martial arts skills and use your strongest attack. Don't hold back. Otherwise we will lose, not to mention enduring 100 moves, they might not even be able to withstand one move. These words resonated with the rest of the people. Without any hesitation or shame, they directly used their weapons to unleash their strongest martial arts skills. In an instant, the entire challenge stage was enveloped in a dazzling array of colors, and the power of swords, spears, and halberds erupted. As Shenhua circulated, the challenge platform became riddled with holes. Snort. Suyu, who saw this scene, just snorted coldly, and then a golden light flashed in his eyes, which was a luster with the sharp edge of metal. Mystical power, swallowing gold, inlaid gold hands. Boom. Seeing this scene, all the high-ranking officials in the audience were shocked and stood up again. Another magical power. That's impossible. At this moment, the whole audience could no longer remain calm. Chapter 113. Breaking the boundary. Defeat the enemy without a second move. Supernatural power. The fact that a Dharma realm cultivator could perform a magical power was enough to shock all the powerful cultivators. However, when Suyu used his second magical power, the whole audience could no longer remain calm. Now I have two magical powers. When Suyu breaks through the Jiang, won't he be able to awaken another magical power? That is, one person can perform 3 magical skills. This discovery made this group of powerful people unable to remain calm anymore. Supernatural powers are the path for the strong. Once the Tiangong level supernatural powers are awakened, then when they break through the holy realm in the future, the supernatural powers will be enhanced again. Then this force will be a terrifying combat force that cannot be ignored. The 3 magical skills are enough to make him invincible in the holy realm after breaking through. However, the most confused person present was undoubtedly the Ninth Elder. This magical power is completely different from the one Suyu used to move the mountain last time. Could it be that this little guy has awakened a new magical power in such a short time? The Ninth Elder looked confused and puzzled. What kind of monster physique is this, which can continuously awaken magical powers? Outrageous. He still remembers vividly how Suyu used a whip to drive the mountains to move. But, now another one. Is this still a way to live? Under the shocked and puzzled gazes of the crowd, Suyu remained extremely calm. His big hands stirred mercilessly in the void, and with them came a power that made all metals feel fear. That is one of the methods of this earthly evil level magical skill, swallowing gold. No weapon in the world is forged without metal. They are all forged from the most precious and rare metals. And my magical power that can devour all metal substances in the world is the nemesis of the war soldiers. With his current realm, he can decompose any soldier who is not at the Jiang realm. Invincible means, clang clang clang, in midair, all the soldiers attacking him stopped in their tracks and could not get any closer. The soldiers were all shaking, making crisp sounds of metal colliding. Or in other words, that was a manifestation of the power to resist Su Yu. Untie. Seeing this scene, a golden light flashed in Su Yu's eyes, and he shouted in a low voice. Crash. Su Yu spread his hands. In an instant, a force that metal could not resist erupted instantly, and all the soldiers suspended in the air were torn apart after his shout. Whenever the iron falls to the ground, the parts containing precious gold will turn into fragments and float in the air. The might of the soldiers disappeared in an instant. Puff. When their own soldiers were dismembered, the faces of some powerful Dharma masters who had recognized their soldiers by blood early on turned pale, and then a fishy and sweet liquid surged in their throats, and then they could no longer hold it back and sprayed it out directly. My warriors, my connection with the blue frost sword has been severed. The weapon spirit is dead. Dozens of powerful Dharma masters fell onto the stage in an instant. At this moment, they didn't care about the blood and energy surging in their bodies due to the dismemberment of the soldiers. They raised their pale faces and looked at Su Yu, their faces full of horror. Their strongest attack, even Su Yu couldn't get close. It was so easily disintegrated. Before they could react, Su Yu waved his hand, and the precious gold floating in the air flew towards him uncontrollably. The next second, Su Yu opened his huge mouth in front of everyone and swallowed all the precious gold fragments into his mouth. Snap! The eardrum hurting, harsh chewing sound echoed clearly throughout the square. Countless people were stunned. Eat metal. Is Su Yu a human or one of those stone people who feed on metal? Such hard metal, even if they used all their strength to crush it, they might not be able to break it, but Su Yu just threw it into his mouth and chewed it like a candy bean. Boom! The moment Su Yu swallowed it, a loud, dull rumbling sound suddenly came from his huge body. Immediately afterwards, under countless astonished gazes, Su Yu's strength was strangely enhanced a little. Although it's not a huge increase, but it has indeed been enhanced. Swallowing metal can increase physical strength. This magical power is the top level of earthly evil technique. Is this really a human being, and not the reincarnation of a true immortal? How on earth did he achieve this? The great wisdom is great. However, they had never seen or heard of anyone like Su Yu who was completely beyond common sense. It's exactly the same as the monster recorded in history books. In the mythological era, monsters and evil spirits appeared everywhere. It was even recorded that the sons of gods could embrace the sun and bathe their true bodies at birth, and there were also stubborn stones that became spirits, broke through restrictions and achieved the status of immortals. Although Su Yu was not as exaggerated as the record said. But who knows if the history books are true or just shit. In short, Su Yu is the only miracle they have witnessed in this life. Su Yu burped, and the metal entered his body, just like being thrown into a furnace and refined. The exhaust gas he exhaled was tinged with a hint of divine mist. To him, it was waste gas, but this gas made from refined precious gold, if smelled by a cultivator in the body tempering realm, would be comparable to fairy mist, the kind that would improve one's cultivation level just by taking a sniff. Okay, it's time to end it. Su Yu was very satisfied with his current mastery of various magical powers. Certainly, this group of peak Dharma image masters was not his target. Although there are many children of destiny with red fate among them, it is of no use to him to defeat those with red fate. Their rewards are too low. It's not worth long-term development at all. Only those with golden destiny have the opportunities behind them that he wants to covet. Waited for so long, now that he has achieved success in his cultivation, he can also go and seek opportunities with the son of destiny who has a golden destiny. Only by seizing opportunities can he be full. Boom, the thought flashed through his mind, and Su Yu no longer hesitated. In an instant, the sound of wind and thunder suddenly rang out, and such a huge body moved, and its speed remained unchanged. Because he is pure flesh, all abilities will be magnified in proportion to his size. Click, the huge body moved at a speed several times, or even close to 10 times, the speed of sound. At this moment, even the space could hardly withstand Su Yu's sudden outburst. Crisp cracking sounds began to be heard. Hearing this extremely subtle crisp sound, the expressions of many powerful people changed slightly. Have we reached the critical value of space? There was a sound of space shattering, which was the manifestation of the power of Jie Yin. This battle is a foregone conclusion. The moment this thought arose, the scene they had imagined appeared on the challenge stage. Crushing battle. Su Yu moved at a speed beyond his limit, and with the effect of breaking the limit of strength, he knocked a Dharmadhatu Great Venerable out of the fusion state with just one punch. Rumble. One after another, the Dharma realm statues were shot down like dumplings. Every one of them didn't last more than 2 moves. All of them were defeated by Su Yu in 1 move. Bang. As the last Dharma realm cultivator was knocked off the challenge stage, the elder referee, who was still in shock, shouted dully. Su Yu wins. Boom. Chapter 114 Junior Uncle Master, come and see how my stick works. Everyone has become numb to these 3 words. At this moment, Su Yu's huge body landed on the challenge stage that had just returned to its original state, his eyes as calm as water, without the slightest ripple. Look at what he looks like now. Everyone was in a trance, as if they had already seen how brilliant Su Yu would be in the future. As long as Su Yu can maintain the current trend. As long as he can practice step by step, becoming a saint or emperor in the future will be no problem at all. As for the emperor, no one thinks about it. However, the qualifications of a quasi-emperor are definitely enough. Many of the current quasi-emperors under the divine source may not have the same performance as Su Yu when he was young, and may even be worse. In the direction of the Su family, Su Yuxing and Su Tianming, father and son, looked at Su Yu with shock in their eyes. This real dragon came from their Su family. In this life, is it possible that the Su family is really going to rise? You know, the father and son never thought about making the Su family glorious. As long as they can maintain the echelon of first-class forces, they can live a stable life. No worries about food and clothing, but now the facts are telling them that the Su family will become rich. Moreover, it is still taking off. It feels like a dream. Behind the 2 of them, Su Qingying, Su Wanqing, Su Miao and Chen Yanxi looked at Su Yu on the stage with complicated expressions. So if he was so capable of such dazzling power, why did he covet our things in the first place? Does he need it? Is this bastard's talent really that high? They all started to doubt themselves. Why did Su Yu want to dig out their bones, gouge out their pupils, and replace their blood when they were little? Why? His current achievements and his terrifying cultivation speed are stronger than any of them. They possess supreme bones, double pupils, and divine phoenix bloodline. After practicing till now, I have only reached the 6th level of the soul condensation realm. But what about him? He is already able to pin down a great master at the peak of the Dharma realm and rub him to the ground. It's simply a monster. Even though Chen Yanxi was the reincarnation of a female fairy, she did not reincarnate with the consciousness of her previous life. She just left behind her inheritance and cultivation experience, which was considered a new start. But still no match for Su Yu. She is now the strongest among the 4 women, reaching the peak of the soul, and is only 1 step away from the Dharmakaya. This speed is already extremely fast, but compared with Su Yu, his speed was still dull. Why can he cultivate so fast? Chen Yanxi pursed her lips, feeling a little unwilling. Obviously, the day to wash away the shame of breaking off the engagement was just around the corner, but in the blink of an eye, he had gotten ahead of her again. Can't beat him. Su Yu stood on the stage, his eyes scanning everyone one by one. In his eyes, everyone's fate and qualifications cannot escape his detection. Although he still doesn't know what the role of the son of luck who is judged to have a red fate is. But it is not difficult to see from the system's previous annotations that rewards can be obtained by plundering opportunities, defeating, and killing the son of luck, that the more important one here must be the word, plundering opportunities. The system must have a key function that he hasn't discovered. Now, he wants to restart the use of the system and give full play to its key role in plundering opportunities. Anyone else want to come up? After saying that, Su Yu's gaze fell on the seats of the two major holy places, Tianquan and Zaiwei, and his eyes were fixed on the two young men and women sitting beside the Holy Lord. These two people at the peak of Dharmakai are his targets. Two sons of fortune with golden destinies. Among all the guests, apart from the three sisters of the Su family and Chen Yanxi, there are only two sons of destiny with golden destiny. Seeing Su Yu's gaze turn towards them, the two saint lords, Zaiwei and Tianquan, also smiled. Then they tilted their heads and chuckled softly at the two of them. How about it, are you confident? It's rare to see such a monster, right? Xiao Hao, haven't you always wanted to challenge the ultimate in the Dharma realm? How about this opponent? Qin Hao is the prospective holy son of the Zaiwei Holy Land and the biological son of the Zaiwei Holy Lord. Hearing this, Qin Hao turned around and said seriously, very strong. I want to fight him. His words were brief, but his eyes, as sharp as an Excalibur, were gleaming with a strong fighting spirit. This kind of opponent is what he has always longed for. Even if he loses, he can accept it. Haha, then let's go up and fight him. Upon hearing this, the purple-way Saint Lord laughed immediately. Swish, as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Hao stood up, soared into the sky, and rushed towards the challenge stage. Seeing this scene, the gentle and beautiful Tianquan Saint Lord raised her eyebrows and said to the beautiful girl beside her, Xiaoyun, what do you think? It shouldn't be a very ugly loss. The beautiful girl was somewhat similar to the Holy Lord Tianquan. They were both extremely beautiful, especially her perfect face, which made the man unable to take his eyes off her. In those days, Saint Tianquan was known as the most beautiful woman in the eastern wilderness. That's every man's fantasy. She is powerful, incredibly beautiful, and has a tremendous background. She is simply the most perfect woman. Now, her daughter also inherited her talent perfectly. Yu Yun, the woman currently ranked first on the East Wild Beauty list. Her appearance is even better than the three sisters of the Su family and Chen Yanxi. It's okay. The most important thing is communication. Losing a match will be very helpful to your future state of mind. The Tianquan Saint's eyes were as gentle as water, with doting. She touched Yu Yun's hair and said with a smile, invincible all the way, this road is not suitable for people like us in Tianquan. As for Su Yu, maybe he can succeed, but the chances are not very high. There are too many ancient freaks all waiting for the arrival of the golden age. Although Yu Yun looks so beautiful and gentle, she is actually very stubborn. Never give up. Yu Yun didn't nod, but just kept her eyes on the challenge stage. When she fell on Su Yu, she couldn't move her eyes away for a long time. Invincible. Why does mother think he has a chance? On the challenge stage, Su Yu put away Fa Tian Chongdi's gigantic body, restored it to normal size, and looked at Qin Hao from a distance. Qin Hao bowed to Su Yu and said in a deep voice, Uncle Junior Master, I hope you will be generous in giving me some advice. Swish. After saying that, Qin Hao raised his hand and clenched it. With a flash of cold light, a pure black long stick with a sharp metallic edge appeared in his hand. The moment he grasped the black stick, Qin Hao's entire aura changed drastically. Just like him at this moment, he has the power to pierce through the sky. The pressure was so strong that even those strong in the Jiyan realm could feel a sense of oppression. Seeing this, Su Yu's eyes showed a hint of seriousness, and the energy in his body flowed along the meridians little by little under his control. You're welcome, I'm just strong. Su Yu took a deep breath as he watched him use the stick. Futian stick. Hearing Su Yu's loud shout, the Futian stick standing in front of the Tianren warrior seemed to sense something, and then turned into a stream of light and fell into Su Yu's hand. When Qin Hao saw Su Yu mastering the Futian stick, a sharp look suddenly appeared in his eyes. Bang, Junior Master, come and see how my stick performs. Overturn the sea. Rumble. Chapter 115. The Dharma image of the star god in the body of fire deity Zhurong. Qin Hao's speed was extremely fast. The moment he rushed out was comparable to a hypersonic missile breaking the Mach speed and falling at full speed. The sound of the air being torn apart hurts the eardrums, and the hard flesh squeezes the air to the point of explosion. Boom. After raising the pure black stick, he smashed it down with all his strength in the direction of Su Yu. This moment, the air was blown up, causing the surrounding space to be squeezed to the limit, just one critical value away, as if it was about to explode. The invisible air at this moment is like the sea level, giving people the illusion that the sea level is being stirred up by huge waves. It seems like it will be overturned in the next second. This kind of power surpasses the power of 100 dragons and almost breaks the limit of the power of 200 dragons. Even a strong robber Yin warrior may be killed if he is not careful. Is this the qualification of a top-level evildoer? He has the combat power to kill those in the Jiyan realm while still in the Dharma realm. He is indeed a monster cultivated by a top-level sect. Given time, he will surely become another powerful figure whose name shakes the world. Many masters and supreme elders gave high praise to Qin Hao's stick after seeing it. This move has no weaknesses. It's almost impossible to hide, so I can only fight him head-on. Looking up at Qin Hao who was coming with a wave of energy, the stick gave Su Yu an illusion of trembling. But, what's more, I'm excited and impatient. This is a truly evenly matched opponent. The fights I've had before weren't enough to bring out my full potential. Su Yu's eyes were burning with a hint of excitement as he licked his lips. Crunch. Holding the Futian stick tightly in his hand, Su Yu no longer hesitated and soared directly into the sky to meet the power of Qin Hao's stick. The weapon in Qin Hao's hand is of holy grade. Then there would naturally be no problem for him to use the holy weapon grade Futian stick. Although he is not very good at stick fighting. However, the privilege given to him by the system is that he can automatically learn the rewarded martial arts and skills. Holy realm martial arts, heaven on. Rumble. Su Yu swept out with his stick. The moment the stick was swung out, the sky seemed to be overturned. The energy of heaven and earth continued to gather like a storm. The energy storm wrapped around the stick, as if it had raised the stick, which was only 2 meters long, to 1,000 meters. This stick makes the sky fall. The second move of the sky, breaking the sea. Su Yu shouted loudly, and with a bang, the stick smashed out as if it had shattered space, sending out an extremely strong shockwave in the void. The only holy realm martial arts stick technique he mastered was Tian Qing, which consisted of only 3 moves. The first move, destroy the mountain. The second move, breaking the sea. The third move, Tianqing. And this move of his is the second move of Tianqing, Duan Hai. The stick with the power to break the sea collided with the energy tsunami caused by Qin Hao, and the energy tsunami was dispersed in an instant. The power that was originally concentrated at one point instantly disintegrated and spread outward. If the challenge platform did not have a defensive formation that blocked the dissipation of these energies, the single blow alone would have caused all the strong men in the square whose realm was lower than Jia Yin to vomit blood and fall to the ground. Even if the soul-enriching realm approaches within 1,000 meters, there is a possibility of killing directly. This scene makes people look horrified. Are these people really from the same generation as us? Why do I feel so weak in front of them? I'm a 6th level Dharma realm person, but I actually have the illusion of looking up at a giant. Even when facing the Jia Yin, I've never been so panicked. The faces of the powerful Dharma image masters from the first-rate forces were all pale, and their eyes were filled with fear as they looked towards the challenge stage. Is this the heritage of the Holy Land? The geniuses cultivated here are all capable of crushing cultivators of the same level. The younger generations just felt unable to resist, while the strong ones were more shocked, because the battle between these two people had all exceeded the level of Dharma realm and reached the real power of robbery. But what shocked them even more was Suyu's strength. With only the 3rd level of Dharmakaya, he was able to compete with Qin Hao on the same stage, and even hold his own. Suyu's power is truly incredible. The 3rd level of Dharmakaya unleashed the power of Yin Tribulation. This kind of combat power had completely exceeded the 2nd limit-breaking level, and even reached the critical value of the 3rd limit-breaking level. The appearance of a human immortal. The expression of the Emperor is not enough to describe the fighting power displayed. There are also several people with the appearance of a great Emperor in the field. Qin Hao, who is fighting with him, is one of them. Challenge the stage. After seeing that their first attack was ineffective, Suyu and Qin Hao quickly launched a second battle. The two figures shuttled back and forth across the challenge stage at such a fast speed that one could not see their movements at all. One could only see a series of afterimages interweaving and shuttling back and forth. If it weren't for the loud roars that sounded from time to time, they would have thought that the two were just competing to see who was faster. However, only the strong can see the movements of the two people clearly. In their eyes, when Suyu and Qin Hao competed in martial arts, the fight between them, with each man throwing punches and each punch hitting the flesh, was even more intense. In the blink of an eye, the two had fought hundreds of times. Zaiwei Dharma image. After finding that he could not gain the upper hand with fists and feet, Qin Hao did not hesitate and directly summoned the Dharma image of Zaiwei Emperor from the Zaiwei Holy Land. Although this Dharma is not among the top 50 throughout the ages, it is comparable in terms of power. The moment Qin Hao's voice fell, a star in the sky in the direction of the Zaiwei Emperor star was quietly lit up, and then, behind Qin Hao, a huge human-shaped shadow condensed. The phantom of the Dharma image took a step forward and merged with Qin Hao. In an instant, Qin Hao's strength suddenly increased. His body instantly rose to more than 300 meters. Rumble. With the integration of the Dharma image, Qin Hao's speed and strength were greatly enhanced. When breaking through the air blockage, it directly crushes all resistance. Seeing this scene, Suyu did not show any contempt. He threw the Futian stick in his hand aside, and then a flash of orange-red divine light flashed in his eyes. The next second, Suyu shouted in a low voice, Star-Lord Dharma image. Melt. Crash. Following Suyu's whisper, endless sky-burning flames appeared out of thin air in an instant. The moment the flames appeared, even the space was burned and distorted. The temperature is obviously not low. The water vapor hidden in the air was burned and white mist continued to emerge. The orange-red flames burned in the air and finally gathered into a human shape. Swish. Suyu looked at the image of the Star-Lord condensing in front of him, the light in his eyes brightened, and then he reached out and grabbed it. The huge human figure was out of control and was grabbed by him directly. Boom. Suyu took a step forward and directly entered the body of the fire giant. Next second, the faceless image of the star god also transformed into Suyu's face. Fire virtue Zhurong body. Boom. As this sound fell, Suyu seemed to have transformed into a god who controlled fire. All fires were just toys in his hands. Fire god. Click. Chapter 116. Defeat the Golden Fate. Complete the mission, invincible in the same realm. The body of Zhurong, the god of fire, is the Dharma body of the god of fire. When the flames appeared in the sky, everyone stood up, and many people's eyes became horrified. Dharma image, the Dharma image of the Fire Star Lord, top 50 of all eternity. Dharmakaya, this is the position of the god since the Emperor of Heaven founded the heaven and gave orders to all the gods. He is the Lord of Fire, controlling all the fires in the world, the master of all fires. Although the previous cultivation methods were more powerful, they relied more on talent and there were very few practitioners. However, after the Emperor of Heaven founded the heavenly court, he continuously modified the martial arts techniques of the world, and eventually created today's prosperous world of immortal cultivation by modifying the old cultivation system. Yunshen and Dharmakara are realms added later, and any cultivation method no longer requires specific talents to practice. But anyone who is a human being can practice body tempering. Even after so many years since the destruction of the heavenly palace, the new system created by the Emperor of Heaven has been passed down to this day and is even more prosperous and glorious than before. The Dharmakaya is a scroll made based on the position of the gods in heaven. This is also to give ordinary people a chance to be on par with those monsters and immortals with extraordinary talents. Of course, not everyone can cultivate this powerful Dharma image. Therefore, later on, the process of making Dharma images was also spread, and some powerful saints would peel off their souls after death, make them into statue scrolls and pass them down to protect the glory of their family. Of course, the most powerful one is the one represented by the priests of the heavenly emperor. The fire deity Star-Lord is among the top 50 in the eternity, and there will be a series of other gods and deities in the future, including the water deity Star-Lord. Of course, apart from the Emperor of Heaven and the Dharma images created by those monsters in later generations, in the first 50 miles of eternity, the most famous and powerful ones were the 5 emperors who could rival the Emperor of Heaven in combat power. The Green Emperor of the East, the Red Emperor of the South, the White Emperor of the West, the Black Emperor of the North, and the Yellow Emperor of the Center. The 5 emperors represent the top 10 most powerful Dharma images. Each emperor has very different abilities. Of course, the strongest one is the recorded image of the Emperor of Heaven. Now, Suyu did not use the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma image, nor did he use the Tiangong magical power, Law of Heaven and Earth. Instead, he fought with the Fire Star Lord's Dharma image of similar power. He wants to see, is my foundation invincible enough? If it's not enough, then you're a novice and you need to practice more. At this moment, Suyu, who had merged with the body of Zhurong, the fire deity, did not hesitate at all. He raised his hand and slapped out. Burning Sky Palm. With this palm, the flames in the sky turned into a huge palm. The flaming palm burned the air and all the water vapor, burning the entire challenge stage dry, just like the place where the drought demon passed, leaving 1,000 miles of barren land. Certainly, if Suyu used the body of a saint to perform the fire virtue Zhurong body, as long as he did not restrain his own aura, then the scorching air leaked out alone would be enough to evaporate a huge lake with a diameter of 100 miles. Although there is no such exaggerated and heaven-defying power now. But after this palm strike, the energy and spiritual energy of heaven and earth also evaporated. Only the energy of heaven and earth with the attribute of violent and fiery fire remains. Emperor Zaiwei is famous for mastering the 4 elements of wind, rain, thunder and lightning. His power erupts from the force of nature. When facing Suyu's sky-burning flaming palm, Jinhao's Zaiwei Dharma image's eyes flashed with a flash of lightning, and then he shouted sternly, "Wind and thunder palm." Pa! Inside the challenge arena, a strong wind suddenly arose, and along with the strong wind came the power of thunder. The moment the wind and thunder palm and the burning heaven palm touched each other, the violent and agitated natural power seemed to have triggered a chain reaction. On the challenge stage, the crisp sound of space shattering became more and more obvious. Until both forces reached their peak, everyone's eyes froze instantly. Next moment, click. After the sound was rang out, the small space inside the challenge platform was covered with tiny cracks, just like a piece of glass that had been hit hard and showed signs of shattering. I have completely reached the Jiyin combat power. To be able to cause traces of shattering in space, this is undoubtedly the combat power of the second level of the Jiyin realm. The predictions made by Elder Tianji and Saint Tianyin about the arrival of the Golden Age seem to be true. Evil spirits emerge, the Emperor's sons and immortals resurrect, all for the sole purpose of vying for a seat in the immortal sect. It seems that this world will never be peaceful. In the past, when the Great Age began, at most some monsters and immortals would appear. However, a situation like now, where the Great Age has not yet arrived and monsters comparable to immortals have already been born, can only occur in a Golden Age. How can I calm down? Suyu's performance is enough to make him a true immortal seed. None of those immortal species' performances are this incredible. Just one step away and I'm about to cross a realm and challenge my opponent. This kind of combat power is worthy of a young celestial sovereign from the mythical era. You mean the GME Tianzun who created the Lin character secret? Boom, the cracks in space did not last long because their power was not enough to completely shatter the space. It only took 1 second for the crack to repair itself. However, because of this blow, both of them retreated to the edge of the challenge platform, just one step away from falling. Swish, after stabilizing their bodies, the two men bent their knees without any hesitation and shot out again in an instant. This stick will decide the outcome. Jinhao's eyes were as sharp as a knife and he shouted loudly. He raised his hand and grasped it. The pure black long stick that he had abandoned aside was summoned. It continued to grow larger as it flew towards him. When it fell into Jinhao's hand, it had become a giant pillar hundreds of meters long. Turning the sky, the moment Jinhao raised the giant pillar, the sky seemed to be pierced through with a hole. The situation between heaven and earth is ever changing. The power that seemed to be able to turn the sky upside down was accumulating. Bang! A deafening sound of air explosion rang out as the giant pillar fell, and a long black crack seemed to have pierced the sky, as if it was about to turn the world upside down. Holy Realm Martial Arts, turning the world upside down. There are only two types of holy and ultimate martial arts. The sky is falling. Suyu looked at the huge pillar falling towards him, and the sharpness in his eyes became even sharper. Gently uttered 2 words. Next moment, the futon stick fell into Suyu's hands, but Suyu held it upright in front of him. Then, under the astonished gazes of countless people, the originally slender futon stick began to grow larger and thicker. The trend of growing bigger did not stop until the futon stick became so thick that it required a person to hug it to lift it. This stick, it can make the sky fall. Boom. Suyu embraced the futon stick and with one stick, he stirred the sky, covering the sky. Boom. A stick came down, and the black pillar held on for a moment. Finally, with a cracking sound, the black pillar broke directly. Boom. The unstoppable force of the stick poured out. At this moment, only the futon stick was still standing on the entire challenge stage. Under everyone's perception, Jinhao's aura of power was also disappearing rapidly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the Son of Golden Destiny and receiving the reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, Invincible in the same realm. Chapter 117 No, he is very powerful, I can't beat him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards. Villain value plus 350,000, Tiong Emperor Gold 1, Divine Speed, Unparalleled Dragon Capturing Hand. Tiong Emperor Gold, the core divine gold of the Heavenly Emperor Star, with extremely strong ductility, can be used to create the ultimate imperial weapon. Divine Speed, a martial art in the Holy Realm, created by the Quasi-Emperor Divine Speed who pursues the ultimate, with the ultimate speed, unrivaled among all. Unparalleled Dragon Catching Hand, ascend to the sky and pick stars, capture real dragons, Holy Realm Physical Martial Arts. As the system prompt sounded in his mind, the body of fire deity Zhurong continued to shrink, the heat wave that burned the space also subsided, and the space that was burned and distorted gradually calmed down. The dust has settled. Suyu's white robe was still spotless, as clean as a banished immortal. And on the challenge stage, Jinhao's pure black robe was now riddled with holes, his body was covered in dust, and there was a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Although he suffered serious injuries, Jinhao's eyes were bright. Ahem. Jinhao struggled to sit up from the ground. Without any baggage, he sat on the ground and recovered his energy. He looked at Suyu and grinned. Junior Master strength is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Jinhao is convinced. Prodigy. Undefeated. What a false reputation. Being able to fight with this genius who has honed himself to the extreme, even if he loses, is a rare and valuable experience that will help him achieve greater heights. This battle allowed him to exert his full strength and fight without any reservations. So refreshing. He already felt that the next realm was just around the corner. This time when he returned, he would definitely be able to enter the Jiyin realm. Seeing Jinhao's sincere look, Suyu was also stunned. He laughed and said, it was just a coincidence that I got so many opportunities. It's rare to see such an honest and lucky child. I feel too embarrassed to touch him. However, just as Suyu was about to say some polite words, suddenly, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding. Villain value has reached 500,000, new features have been unlocked. The next second, Suyu noticed that a very thick golden light appeared on Jinhao's body in his sight, and the direction in which the light extended was outside the secret realm of Jushao Holy Land. This is, Suyu's eyes became confused. New function, you can view the important opportunities of the Child of Luck. As a qualified villain, it is inevitable to plunder the protagonist's opportunities. Opportunities in the like are all for the villains. The system's voice fell, and Suyu looked away. Really? In his sight, the function that originally only allowed him to see the color of the other person's fate now had an extra line. Certainly, there are also some lucky children with red destiny who do not have this opportunity line. Obviously, they have already obtained the most important opportunities. This, Suyu's heart unexpectedly began to beat faster as he looked away. In other words, starting today, can I seize the most important opportunity for this son of fortune? This new feature is very practical. You know, in so many novels, those lucky ones have a lot of opportunities. The old man with the ring was forced to the edge of a cliff by his enemies and fell off. He finally fell outside a cave, and then found the skills and wealth left by an unparalleled strong man inside. Lots of them. What's the most important opportunity to make money as a gigolo? You can directly discover some of the most important noble ladies of the Son of Destiny. Good. With so many temptations, I'm simply forcing myself to commit a crime. A trace of desire ignited in Suyu's heart. If the protagonist can get the opportunity in advance, his own strength can be improved faster. In that case, the Emperor's tomb and the enemies of the whole world will be nothing. It's going to be posted. You know, before this, his biggest action towards the Sons of Destiny was to provoke them and then defeat them. Get that little bit of reward. Now that I can seize the opportunity, it will naturally be the greatest wealth that will come to me. Really, those who work hard are rewarded. Qin Hao looked at Su Yu, who had suddenly lost his mind, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Junior Master's fighting ability is so strong, I wonder if he can team up with me. Hearing Qin Hao's words, Su Yu came back to his senses and said hurriedly, sorry, I was distracted just now. What team? Qin Hao gathered his thoughts after hearing this, and then said solemnly, now that the Dharma ending age is about to end, many secret realms and blessed places in the outside world have gradually collapsed and are about to appear in the world. In my early years, I discovered a blessed land that can only accommodate strong people below the Jieyin realm. So, I want to explore before entering the Jieyin. See if you can find anything useful. Although he is the future holy son of Zaiwei Holy Land, any resources can be delivered to him as long as he says the word. But that's all secondary. What is important is your own knowledge and practical experience to make progress. And, the opportunities offered by a blessed land are sometimes better than those offered by a holy land. You might even come across fragments of immortal scriptures. Blessed land is a place that can be compared with the Holy Land. This is a relic from the mythological period. In modern terms, it is a holy place from the mythological period. However, the Blessed Land is a holy place that has suffered destruction. Everything inside is ownerless. Throughout history, many top powers rose to power by discovering blessed lands. For example, Emperor Dudian discovered the secret of the word, Do, in the Sutra library of the Blessed Land. The 9 great celestial beings who created the 9 secrets back then all came from blessed lands. After hearing these key information, Su Yu immediately understood. Qin Hao's greatest opportunity is very likely to come from this so-called blessed land. Thinking of this, Su Yu agreed without hesitation. Good, let's agree on a time. After the ceremony, we'll go explore together. It just so happens that I need to go out and gain experience as well. Su Yu's ambition was never to go to the Holy Land. He wants to travel across the continent. Before the Golden Age arrives, try to improve your cultivation to a reliable level so that you don't have to rely on the people behind you to solve the crisis. He also needs to grow up. Seeing that he agreed, Qin Hao immediately laughed. Then let's meet in Tianzhou City half a year after the ceremony. With the addition of Su Yu, an invincible figure in his realm, this trip to the Blessed Land. It's settled. It is impossible for people from other major domains to suppress Dongwang again. After a brief exchange, the two quickly decided on it. Seeing the two of them secretly communicating with each other on the challenge stage, their expressions seemed very happy, and everyone looked at each other in surprise. In the seat of Tianchuan Holy Land, Tianchuan Saint Lord retracted his gaze and turned his head to look at Yu Yun. A gentle smile was on his beautiful face, which still retained its charm. He said softly, it seems that these two get along very well. Yuner, do you want to spar with him? Beside her, Yu Yun, dressed in a light gauze dress, had a strange glint in her beautiful eyes. No, he's very powerful. I can't beat him. Chapter 118, my mind is in turmoil. Why am I increasingly unable to see through you? Hearing Yu Yun's answer, Saint Tianchuan couldn't help but look at her deeply, and then a bright smile bloomed on her face. It seems that our Yuner has met her match. Could it be? Yu Yun's expression remained unchanged as she listened to her mother's teasing words. She replied, his power hasn't fully erupted yet. There's no way I could beat him. Although she is a girl, Yu Yun's fighting ability has amazed many old people in the Jieyin realm. That is an exaggerated combat power that can break the realm restriction rules. We really have to fight with all our might. Even Qin Hao couldn't get any advantage from Yu Yun. The most outstanding genius in Tianchuan Holy Land in tens of thousands of years is not just talk. This is the leader of the new generation of the Yu family. Upon hearing this, Saint Tianchuan nodded in agreement. This foreign saint son from Jushao does indeed have a lot of hidden combat power. Besides, he is only at the 3rd level of the Dharma realm. Others only saw Su Yu's combat power, but subconsciously ignored his realm. A little guy at the early stage of the Dharma realm was able to defeat Qin Hao, the future holy son of Zaiwei, who was at the peak of the Dharma realm, and he wasn't even trying his best. You can imagine how exaggerated his combat power would be if he reached the peak of Dharmakaya. Maybe he could even fight against a strong man in the Jiang realm. It seems that this enthronement ceremony was the right one. Being able to witness the rise of such a genius can be regarded as a hope for the 3 holy places. Canonize a foreign-born son. This information is sending a signal to the 2 holy places. That means they have someone they recognize. One to gain the recognition of all the old guys in Jushao and the remnants of the Emperor realm, who believe that he could lead the 3 holy places of Jushao, Zaiwei and Tianchuan to reunite. With so much information, doesn't it mean that they believe Su Yu can become an immortal in this life? Now this performance is indeed worthy of being called an immortal. Only, I still don't know how he compares to those immortal seeds buried in the divine source. However, it is naturally impossible to know and compare now. Because the immortals buried in the divine source are all ancient people, they cannot adapt to the current environment of heaven and earth. Only when the golden age comes and the world returns to its peak state can they come out. After Saint Tianchuan expressed Yu Yun's thoughts to Saint Jushao Zhao Hongjun, the competition came to an end. Challenge stage. Su Yu and Qin Hao walked out side by side, talking and laughing, like old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Watching Su Yu walk down, the Holy Lord Zhao Hongjun also had a bright smile on his face. After he took a look at those somewhat wilted first-class forces and the Dharma geniuses of ordinary holy lands, he was in a very good mood. Thank you all for coming to attend Jushao's canonization ceremony today. Although many of the Tianzhao have failed in their challenges, I have decided to give each of the Dharma phase Tianzhao who challenged earlier Yinling pill as a reward. Although the efficacy of Yinling Dan is not as miraculous as Zunyan Dan, but it also has considerable effects. After taking the pill, the Dharma realm can capture a wisp of Xiaoyan Qi when breaking through the Jieyin realm, increasing its chance of success by 1 point. In the outside world, it would be enough for a powerful person at the peak of the Dharma realm to pay most of his wealth to fight for it. And in a top holy place like Jushao, this kind of medicine is not very precious. After hearing these words, those geniuses in the Dharma realm who had been dejected at first, now became more energetic. I didn't expect there would be a participation prize, which was an unexpected reward. I thought I got beaten for nothing. It seems that I can still withstand a few more hits. Thank you, Holy Lord. Many powerful men stood up at the same time and bowed to the Holy Lord. Zhao Hongjun nodded slightly, then said, this grand ceremony of enthronement will last for 3 days. You can wander around the 9 skies at will. Except for some places that are off limits, you can do as you please in the rest of the world. Of course, you can also leave first. These words excited a group of strong men from first-rate forces in ordinary holy lands. Staying here in Jushao for 3 more days is also a small opportunity. You know, even if you don't go to the cave to practice, the density of ordinary spiritual energy inside the Jushao secret realm is several levels higher than those ordinary holy places. Practicing here for 1 day can produce better results than practicing in the outside world for a month. How many eras has Jushao stood in the eastern wilderness? There are too many to count. Every time a great era comes, all the resources they collect and the countless spiritual veins they create are moved to the 9 heavens. The cultivation environment is comparable to a fairyland to outsiders. Compared with these ordinary holy places with very little experience, Zhuxiao is a billionaire, while they're just poor people who can barely make ends meet. Leave first. Only a fool would do that. Taking advantage of the cultivation environment is the real thing. You young people have a lot of common topics, so communicate more. Junior brother, you and Woody take Xiaohao and Yun'er for a walk. After finishing speaking, the elegant Saint Lord left first with the 2 Saint Lords Qianxuan and Zaiwei. When they got together, they naturally had a lot to talk about. After all, what they carry on their shoulders is the rise and fall of religion. A wrong decision may destroy the foundation of the Holy Land that has lasted for millions of years. After a few people left, there were 3 more people around Su Yu, Qinhao and Yu Yun. There is also the biological son of his senior brother Shengju, Zhao Wudi. He didn't go to say hello to his cheap father and cheap grandfather, nor did he pay any attention to his 3 sisters. Anyway, my cheap dad and the others have settled down near Zhuxiao, so I can see them anytime I want. As for the 3 sisters, he felt that it would be better for him not to meet her. He only wanted to seize opportunities now. There were too many opportunities on his 3 sisters, and he was afraid that he could not control himself. Let's go. I'll take you 2 to visit Zhoufeng. Su Yu made a gesture of invitation to the 2 of them. Qinhao had also changed into clean clothes by this time and said with a smile, "Thank you for your help, Junior Master." Yu Yun also nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Then I'll trouble you, Junior Master." Zhao Wudi, who looked a little grim, said at the right moment, "I will take you to Shenqiao Peak for a visit first." Qinhao, ha ha ha, brother Zhao, have you always been so aloof? No, I just don't like to talk. Su Yu looked curious, a cool male god. Zhao Wudi. The teasing between the 2 made Zhao Wudi's face turn red and hot, and Yu Yun couldn't help but chuckle with her hands covering her mouth. The 4 of them left the square talking and laughing. In the direction of the Su family, there were 4 pairs of eyes with complicated expressions staring at Su Yu. Seeing that he didn't seem to say hello to them, but instead had a pleasant chat with Qinhao, Yu Yun and Zhao Wudi, for some reason, they felt a little lost and confused. Su Yu, what on earth are you thinking? Why I can't see through you anymore? Chapter 119 Su Yu, have you understood it? Zhao Wudi, do you think I look like a genius? After Su Yu, Qinhao, Yu Yun and Zhao Wudi left the square together, the 4 women returned to their seats in Tianshuan Holy Land absent-mindedly. Seeing them return, an elder who was familiar with them couldn't help but smile and said, "Qingying, your family is truly extraordinary. Your talents are already extremely monstrous. I didn't expect your brother's talent to be even more terrifying. Haha, it seems that the protagonists of this life should belong to you." As she spoke, the female elder looked at Chen Yanqi and chuckled, "Yanqi, I remember from your background that you were engaged to the young master of the Su family, right? Not bad, not bad. The union of the 2 of you is indeed something to look forward to. Perhaps your offspring will be able to surpass you." In the Tianshuan Holy Land, female monks make up the majority. Although it is a holy place dominated by women, Tianshuan is not like Yachi, which prohibits disciples from falling in love or getting married. The elders naturally noticed Chen Yanqi's cultivation speed. That kind of cultivation speed is extremely fast. Moreover, the combat power is extremely terrifying. At this point, the elder couldn't help but sigh, with a hint of regret in his eyes. Zhensheng didn't have time to come out of seclusion to participate in this challenge. Otherwise, with Zhensheng's qualifications, he can also fight with Su Yu. King Saint. His full name is Yu Zhensheng. He is a recognized prodigy in the lineage of Saint Tianshuan and the most talented prodigy. This name was given by the previous Holy Lord. Yu Zhensheng and Yu Yun are siblings. As the elder sister, Yu Yun's cultivation has reached the peak of the Dharmakaya, and her combat power is unrivaled among those in the same realm, but that does not mean she can crush Zhensheng. On the contrary, with his 4th level of Dharma realm, Yu Zhensheng can even fight with Yu Yun and even have a chance of winning. This is the most terrifying thing. But it was a pity, but even though she was the elder of Tianshuan, she had also witnessed Su Yu's fighting ability. If Yu Zhensheng came, he would also be defeated. Okay, I drank a bit too much spirit wine, so I seem to be talking too much. As the elder spoke, he nodded to the others and said, "Go ahead. It would be great to spend the next 2 days here with your family. When we monks go into seclusion for a while, we won't see each other for several years. It means we see our families less and less each time." The elder left with a sigh, obviously feeling a little sad. After watching the elder leave, the 4 women stood there at a loss. "Sister, I want to go out and try my luck." After a long while, Sun Miao slowly spoke, "Staying in the Holy Land will certainly help me improve, but it always lacks a little meaning. I feel like I should go out and try my luck. Go and see if you can encounter your own opportunity. She has the blood of the immortal phoenix and also has a phoenix egg, which is equivalent to a companion spirit beast. In the Holy Land, her improvement speed was very fast and there was no crisis. But precisely because of this, she is unwilling to settle for the status quo. The world of cultivating immortals should not be so peaceful, it should be full of blood and challenges. Only by experiencing various things can one truly grow. Now she can only be regarded as a student living in an ivory tower. There is no sense of crisis at all. Su Wanqing, who was the most at odds with Su Yu, nodded in agreement and said, "Sister, I also want to go out and gain experience on my own. I shouldn't be content with my current situation. I have double pupils, so I should be able to avoid danger and seek opportunities. I can see through people's hearts. I shouldn't dwell in a world of comfort." She is not conceited, but the truth. Double pupils can see through all the vanity in the world, see through any weakness and see through people's hearts. That is a treasure that can deal with any crisis. It is a powerful existence that is destined to become the supreme. Staying in a holy place, in a safe place, will gradually wear away her bloodiness. Especially after seeing Su Yu's current achievements, she is even more unwilling to be content with the status quo. Chen Yanqi also walked out at this moment. Her eyes became deep and her tone was extremely firm. "I have inherited the legacy of a female fairy and should be invincible in the world. In this life, the throne of the female emperor must belong to me, Chen Yanqi." She inherits the legacy of a female fairy, holds the immortal scriptures in her hands, and has all kinds of immortal techniques sealed deep in her mind. She needs to improve her skills little by little to make them all appear again. This life, she started higher than anyone else. She shouldn't have sung. Seeing that the 3 of them had made the same decision, the eldest sister Su Qingying was stunned at first, then smiled, "My decision is the same as yours. I am also leaving the Holy Land to practice." He possesses supreme bones and masters the time magic that even the great emperors dream of. Her future belongs to the wider world, rather than sinking in the Holy Land. After this is over, let's each go to where we want to go and gain experience. I'm going to the demon realm to look for the traces of the immortal phoenix. I'm going to explore the various ruins and secret places. The 4 girls' paths are different. If they separate, it will be difficult for them to reunite, unless there is some major event concerning the world that will bring them together. This time, they were all stimulated and wanted to be as good as Su Yu and become the strongest. They should shine the brightest. After figuring it out, the four girls all laughed from the bottom of their hearts. They looked at the direction Suyu left. Chen Yunxi couldn't help but raise her pink little fist, her beautiful face full of dissatisfaction. Suyu, sooner or later I will openly break off the engagement with you. I'm the one divorcing you this time. Ha ha ha. Su Qingqing and the other two couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. We just want to suppress him and make him apologize for what happened back then. Otherwise, don't think we can forgive him easily. As a sister, you have to suppress your brother. After chatting for a while, they each returned to their family area. This time, they didn't know how long they would be away, maybe 10 years, or maybe 100 years, or even hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. The golden age is coming, they may be reunited. No one knows whether the family will be saved by then. Just like the elder said before, every time we meet less. If you don't become an immortal, you will never be able to achieve immortality. At this time, on Shenshao Peak, this is the first main peak of Jushao, and it was also the place where the gods lived in the past. Although countless years have passed, the extremely weak immortal laws contained therein still make Su Yu, Jinhao, and Yu Yan feel at ease. As the host of Shenshao Peak, Zhao Wudi also had a hint of pride on his face and said, this is where the immortals once lived. Although we can't get close to that thatched hut, the surrounding area and the foot of the mountain are still permeated by the laws of the immortals. Practicing here is better than anywhere else. I even have the hope of comprehending the precious techniques left behind by the immortals. Hearing this, Su Yu couldn't help but ask curiously, really? It's natural, have you understood, Zhao Wudi? Do I look like a genius to you? Chapter 120 Brother Su, you should try it too, this experience is so wonderful. Zhao Wudi's face flushed red at this, and he argued, do you think I look like a genius or an immortal? I'm a genius, not a genius. That's for immortals to comprehend. We've been in the Jushao sect for so long, and no one has been able to comprehend the immortal magic. Really, even though I can't beat you, I'm not arrogant. I am the person who knows myself best. I know everything about counting and so on. Expecting me to comprehend the immortal arts, even my dad wouldn't dare say that. Being able to sketch out the image of the nine heavens god king descending to heaven was already a pleasant surprise to my father. Before this, my dad didn't think highly of me. Su Yu became even more curious and asked, no one has comprehended it. Not even the immortal seed. Those immortal seeds buried under the divine source are unable to comprehend. Is this true or false? Zhao Wudi nodded affirmatively and said, no. Anyway, I have never heard of anyone who has comprehended immortal magic. He is from Jushao, how could he not know history? There is no one here, okay. However, Su Yu's next sentence made him freeze in place. Thinking from another angle, maybe there are no magic or treasures here at all, and they are just used by the ancestors to fool people. At this moment, Zhao Wudi fell into deep thought. Fucking, it seems to be true. Otherwise, why have so many emperor's sons and immortals failed to comprehend the immortal arts? You can't just say they're not qualified enough. But to be classified as an immortal species, one is naturally on par with those immortals who became immortals in the same period. They all can't understand. Impossible. Seeing that Su Yu's words made Zhao Wudi fall into deep thought, Jinhao and Yu Yan beside him were also trying very hard to hold back their laughter. Su Yu is such a mean guy. The silly Zhao Wudi was almost crippled by the trick. Now, I'm in self-doubt. The beliefs you held on to have collapsed. After suppressing the urge to laugh, Jinhao stepped out to smooth things over and said, alright, Wudi, stop thinking about all that nonsense. Let's go shopping first. Brother Su, you better stop talking. If Wudi's Dao heart really collapses, the Saint Master will have to come out and chop you down. He finally realized that as long as he didn't fight, Su Yu would stop pretending to be a normal person. If he were to play, he would attract hatred. It's normal now, but the mouth is like steel bar, very stubborn. Su Yu smiled awkwardly and said, I was just asking casually. He didn't know that Zhao Wudi could be so serious. No, it should be said that he was so picky. As long as you find a loophole to attack him, he will be able to get in and not get out. It's obvious that he has been fooled by senior brother Saint many times. Yu Yan smiled slightly, looking towards the thatched cottage on the top of the mountain, and changed the topic to this. She asked curiously, Brother Zhao, can we go up to this thatched cottage where the immortals once lived and take a look? Speaking of this, several people were tempted. They also wanted to see what the place where the immortals lived was like. Is there really that kind of sufficient Dao rhyme left? Hearing this, Zhao Wudi recovered from his self-doubt. He glanced at the few people, then looked towards the thatched hut and said, it's impossible to get close. Although you can reach the top of the mountain, you will be teleported back to the starting point when you get within 3 feet of the thatched hut. Zhao Wudi added affirmatively, no one can get close. Even the quasi-emperor can't do it. Zhao Wudi nodded, Emperor Peak, even the great emperor can't get close. Back then, the great emperor ancestor of my Zhao family tried this, but the moment he approached, he was teleported away. He never approached the thatched hut again, leaving only one sentence, only those at the peak of the mortal realm can touch the immortal's remains. These words surprised Jinhao and Yu Yan. Even the emperor can't get close. He is worthy of being the immortal who founded Tianchuan, Zaiwei and Jushao. There's a reason why the great immortal sect back then was still able to stand at the top after suffering heavy losses and being split into 3 religions. Go and have a look. Unable to contain their curiosity, several people headed towards the top of the mountain. Along the way, an elder from Shenshao Peak saw this scene but did not stop it. After all, this is the remains of immortals and no one can get close to it. There's no danger anyway, so I just let them go. After all, there are always geniuses who think they can rival the immortals and want to break into the immortals' legacy to prove that they're the chosen ones. They won't give up until they hit the wall. Arrived at the top of Shenshao Peak. The immortal principles here are a little richer, making people feel refreshed, as if their minds become calm and ethereal. Although this is an immortal site, because its immortal principles can nourish the mind, each generation of the 9 heavens Holy Lord and the top 5 contemporary elders will take turns staying here to seek spiritual communication. That's their residence. Although it can only accommodate one person, it's enough. Zhao Wudi pointed to the small house beside him and said, although it will only be effective for 500 years, it will be enough. Although the immortal laws here can nourish cultivators, they are also time limited. If they are nourished too much, they will gradually lose the feeling. So most of the time, we practice in rotation, in order to be able to communicate with spirits and find opportunities for breakthroughs or enlightenment. Jinhao and Yu Yan nodded thoughtfully. With such a precious land in Jushao, it is no wonder that the combat power of each generation of Jushao's holy lord and the top 5 elders is much stronger than the combined strength of the 2 major holy places of Tianchuan and Zaiwei. Jinhao withdrew his gaze and looked at the ordinary thatched hut, with a hint of desire and truth-seeking in his eyes. I also want to try and see if what the immortal ancestor left behind is real. After saying that, he walked towards the thatched hut. Seeing him like this, Zhao Wudi did not stop him, but just stood aside and watched him quietly. Jinhao walked to a distance of only 3 meters from the thatched hut, took another step, and stepped within 3 feet. Next second, Jinhao's figure suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Yu Yan and Su Yu also hurriedly looked behind them. Then they saw Chen Hao standing at the place where they first climbed to the top of the mountain with a confused look on his face. Damn it, what the hell, we're here in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Yu Yan also became interested, let me try it too. As she spoke, she also approached the thatched hut. However, her experience was no different from Chen Hao's. Just as he was about to move within 3 feet and touch the wooden door, he was teleported away. Both of them were confused, because, at the moment they disappeared, it was as if they saw the most majestic back. The figure didn't even turn around, but just looking at the back made them feel horrified. After coming to his senses, Chen Hao quickly said, Brother Su, you should try it too. This experience is truly amazing. Having a back figure can make the mind, however. Before Chen Hao could finish his words, the next second, he stared at a figure outside the thatched hut in front of him as if he had seen a ghost. Crunch. At this moment, the thatched hut opened. Boom. Chapter 121 True Immortal Ruins, the great shock caused by Su Yu. Holy shit, am I seeing a ghost? Chen Hao stood there dumbfounded. He quickly rubbed his eyes with his hands and stared at Su Yu as he pushed open the wooden door. Not just him, even Zhao Wudi and Yu Yan looked incredulous. You just pushed it away like that. There was a funny look of confusion on Zhao Wudi's cold face. Just push it open like that. This is the gate that has never been opened or approached since the establishment of Jushao sect. Yu, is this the record-breaking thing? While several people were stunned, suddenly, a strong vibration occurred in the Jushao secret realm. It was like a major earthquake. However, the shock came and went quickly. Certainly, it also shocked everyone. After all, the vibration was too obvious and no one could ignore it. Inside the main hall of Jushao sect, Zhao Hongjun, who was chatting and laughing with the two holy masters Tianchuan and Zaiwei, became gloomy after feeling the shock. His terrifying divine sense extended out and instantly covered the entire Jushao area. When he found the abnormality, disbelief appeared in his eyes. How is it possible? He actually walked in. Swish. At this moment, Zhao Hongjun lost his elegant expression and became hurried instead, disappearing from the sect hall in an instant. Seeing this scene, the two holy masters of Zaiwei and Tianchuan also felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Immediately afterwards, his spiritual thoughts were released, and after discovering the place where Zhao Hongjun appeared, he instantly disappeared in the hall. Everywhere in the 9 heavens, including the supreme elders who were in seclusion, and the heroic souls in the Jushao ancestral tomb, all felt it. This tremor, hiss, the thatched hut at the immortal ruins was pushed open. No, we must go over and see who it is. The golden age will arrive in less than 100 years. If I come out now, I can still hold on until then. Come out. Who is able to get close to the immortal ruins? In the Jushao ancestral tomb, although those heroic souls have lost their divine consciousness, they can still sense the movements of the entire Jushao due to the special nature of the ancestral tomb. Hey, it's the spirited young man who came to the ancestral tomb earlier. This young man is truly extraordinary. Good fellow, he just became a saint and already opened the immortal's house. He is indeed the spirited young man I am optimistic about. Ah, I'm so itchy, I really want to go over and see what's going on. Forget it, you'll disappear as soon as you step out of the ancestral mausoleum. Why bother going to see it? When they're done, call Xiao Zhao over and tell us about it. In addition to these top-level experts, the current elders at the Saint Realm also rushed towards Shenshao Peak, each of them looking confused and shocked. When the guests saw the elders in such a hurry, they were a little overwhelmed for a moment. What's going on? Why did all the big shots in Jushao leave in such a hurry? Besides, what was that vibration just now? Could it be that some ignorant people came to attack the Jushao secret realm? It shouldn't be. Jushao is a top holy land with a quasi-emperor in charge. Which blind force dares to provoke it? Don't you know what day it is today? Tianchuan and Zaiwei both have top-level experts present. Choosing to attack when they are at their strongest, only a blind guy would do such a thing, right? What's going on? What happened? Why did all the big shots run away? I don't know, it looks like he went to Shenshao Peak. Could it be that one of the ancestors has come out of seclusion? Forget it, what kind of ancestor would come out of seclusion at this time? Even a quasi-emperor wouldn't dare to come out so blindly. The influence of the Dharma ending age hasn't ended yet. Without the isolation of the divine source, even if this is a holy land, once they come out, their lifespan will fade away 10 times, or even dozens of times, faster than ours. In the Dharma ending age, all quasi-emperors will choose to seal themselves as gods. Because we are still in the Dharma ending age, no quasi-emperor is unaffected by the laws. Although they can come out, it is impossible for them to seal themselves back after coming out. After coming out, the quasi-emperor's life speed is 10 or even dozens of times faster than that of a normal person. That is to say, every day they spend, 10 or even dozens of days will pass for the other party. So, in order to avoid their own early death, the quasi-emperor would seal himself in the divine source. Including those great saints who have the hope of breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm in the Dharma ending age, they will choose to spend countless costs to bury themselves in the divine source. If you don't have the conditions, you can only wait for death. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, a group of elders hurried towards Shenshao Peak. Some even put on their clothes while flying. Soon, more than 200 elders gathered on Shenshao Peak. None of them went up, because, standing at the very top were several supreme elders with ample lifespans, as well as the Holy Lord. Now, they also stared blankly ahead. There were even some supreme elders who were so excited that they wanted to get closer, but like Chen Hao and the others, they were teleported back to the starting point after they got less than 3 feet away. This scene is jaw-dropping. The restriction didn't expire, which meant that Su Yu really walked to the thatched hut on his own. Saint Master Zhao Hongjun stood there. He no longer had his usual gentle and easygoing demeanor. Instead, he was a little excited and shouted, "Junior brother, go in and see what the ancestor left behind in the house." Oh my god, this little junior brother is really he didn't bet on the wrong treasure. He is truly extraordinary. Even the great elders couldn't help but urge him, "Nephew, go in quickly and take a look. If there is any opportunity, take it away if you can." Each of these supreme elders was dressed in tattered clothes, and their gray hair was almost as long as a woman's waist. He looked skinny, but couldn't hide his excitement. Upon seeing this, the two saint lords, Tianchuan and Zaiwei, both asked, "Brother Zhao, what exactly is this place, and why did you go to such great lengths to come here?" They felt incredible because the supreme elder crawled out by himself. How can I not be surprised? These skinny supreme elders still have the underworld on their bodies. This level of shock is no less than seeing several centenarians going to the club with IV drips in the real world. This is almost buried. Hearing the two people's questions, Zhao Wudi took a deep breath and explained, "This is the thatched hut where the immortal ancestor lived when he ascended to heaven. The ancestor said that here the ancestor left something. Only those recognized by the first ancestor are qualified to open the door here." Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, the two holy lords, Zaiwei and Tianchuan, suddenly widened their eyes and took a deep breath. The ruins of the ancestor of immortals. No wonder it attracted so many people. Junior brother, hurry in, don't waste time. Chapter 122 Entering the ruins. Brother Su is going to defy the will of heaven. Outside the thatched hut, Suyu could not hear any noise outside. At this moment, he only felt that he was in an alien world. Because, in this thatched hut, it is not a simple structure, nor is it what one might imagine, with only a bed or a cushion for cultivation. On the contrary, this is a space surrounded by stars. As long as he takes one step in, he will be able to step on the galaxy and feel like he is at the center of the universe. What a magical place. Although Suyu didn't understand how this was done, he was very clear about how powerful the methods of the immortals who could break through the boundaries and ascend to heaven were. His current combat power is comparable to that of the Jiyan realm, but he can only push the force that the space can withstand to its limit. It can only create cracks in space. Suyu looked back, but he couldn't see anyone behind him, only endless nothingness. It seems that within these 3 feet, you have stepped into a whole new world. Walking into the thatched house, the wooden door closed naturally. Boom. After Suyu stepped into this galaxy, the shining stars under his feet also glowed slightly, as if welcoming his arrival. In this space, he didn't know where to go. He only knew. In front of him, there is a shining sun. The brightness was not glaring to him, and it had no temperature. He walked towards the sun. As he got closer to the sun, standing under the sun itself, he felt like an ant, a dust particle looking up at the sun. Above the sun, there is a huge figure, standing on the surface of the sun like a god. Suyu took a deep breath and continued walking towards the sun, just to get closer to that figure. At this time, outside the thatched hut, 3 Saint Lord level powerhouses, several supreme elders, and more than 200 intersect elders, all looked at the thatched hut nervously and expectantly, watching Suyu walk in. Holy Lord Zhao Hongjun clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. What exactly is it that the ancestor left behind? Can we finally find out this time? The grand elders standing nearby were equally nervous. They looked at the thatched cottage inside. According to the notes left by our ancestors, hidden inside is an opportunity left by our first ancestor for our Taishuan immortal sect. With this opportunity, becoming an emperor won't be a problem. If you want to become an immortal, you'll need to look for opportunities. These words made countless elders and even the holy lords of the 3 religions breathe heavily, and then their breathing became heavier. The opportunity to become an emperor and an immortal. Although they were not the ones who got this opportunity, they are the witnesses of this life. Maybe there will be a chance to bask in glory. You know, the ascension of immortals can be helped by immortals coming down from the upper realm to lead the way and bestow opportunities upon the holy land that cultivated the immortals. They have every chance to enjoy this fruit. I hope my junior brother can get this opportunity. Zhao Hongjun has never been so excited as he is now. He has always been optimistic about Suyu, but this little guy has broken his cognition time and time again. Breaking his limits. Now, the thatched hut, which no one has ever set foot in since the founding of the religion, has been opened. Haha, it seems that brother Zhao has really hit the jackpot. After the purple way Saint Lord came back to his senses, a smile from the heart appeared on his resolute face. The 3 holy places come from one family, and the predecessor of the 3 religions is the Taishuan immortal sect that once stood at the top. And it is said that Taishuan immortal sect is a branch of the upper realm. If they could merge, when the golden age came, the immortal road appeared, and the immortal gate opened, perhaps the predecessors of their Taishuan immortal gate would appear. If I could really unite the 3 religions in Suyu's hands in this life. For the 3 religions, this is definitely a great event to celebrate. Tianchuan Saint Lord retracted his gaze and said with a smile, if this boy can obtain the opportunity inside, he can help the 3 religions like me to protect the Tao and grow together. Guarding the way is an arrangement for young people with talent and potential. Arrange 1 or more strong men to secretly protect his safety, and at other times he can do things according to his own will. If this news were to get out, Suyu would receive more attention than ever before. After all, a person who truly obtains the opportunity left by the immortal is far more valuable than those monsters who are evaluated as immortals. Even if the specific opportunity is spread, all races in the universe, and even the great saints and quasi-emperors of the human race may covet it. At this moment, Zhao Hongjun came back to his senses, looked at the 2 of them and gave them an apologetic smile, then continued, indeed, if he can grow smoothly, not to mention hoping that he will become a true immortal, but based on his current performance, becoming a great emperor is a piece of cake. Even if I can't compete with the emperor, it's not difficult to become a strong man who can defeat the emperor. This is just the worst possible outcome. If he couldn't become an emperor even after getting the opportunity to become an immortal, he couldn't understand who else could become an emperor in this life. Is there anyone more evil than Suyu? At least. In today's authoritative history books, he has never seen anyone who can match him. Their conversation also left the 3 insignificant juniors beside them dumbfounded. Zhao Wudi, Qinhao and Yuyan also tried their best to shrink their bodies to avoid attracting attention. They didn't expect it either. Such a thing could happen just by strolling around Shenxiao Peak. All I can say is, Suyu is still too perverted. Are the people around me now weaklings who are just talking big? No, these are a group of people who are at the top of the world today, with the strongest combat power. If any one of them steps out, the outside world will be suspicious. However, at this moment they were criticizing a youngster here. And the meaning behind the words is the same. That is to say, there is absolutely no problem for Suyu to become an emperor in this life. In the Golden Age, there are more than one person who can become an emperor, and there is never just one emperor. In the Golden Age, there are 12 thrones that can be achieved. Among these 12, only one can attain the status of a true immortal. Of course, this is not absolute. There are also some extremely talented and peerless monsters and supreme beings who can break through the boundaries of the mortal world by themselves in the form of emperors, and finally break through the void and ascend on their own. But there is a drawback to this kind of ascension. It doesn't necessarily appear in any place in the upper realm. It may be in the desolate place in the upper realm, or it may be in the cave of the immortal gate. The most reliable way to ascend is for those who are chosen by the true immortals. A few people shrank back, and only after realizing that no one really cared about them did Qin Hao couldn't help but speak, his voice trembling. Oh my god, what did my dad and the others say? Something about immortals and gods. Is this something we can listen to? Brother Su, this is going to be a miracle. Chapter 123, Chance. Pure young holy body. No, it's chaos body. How come while they were out strolling around, Suyu and they were drifting further and further apart? How can this be possible? We agreed to explore the blessed land together. Why is he now staying in the immortal ruins and not coming out? And, judging from the current situation, this group of bigwigs, who are at least quasi-saints, seem to be determined not to leave until Suyu comes out. Even those supreme elders whose pressure was extremely terrifying were like this. Yu Yun sighed and said, it's okay. There's still a chance for us to go to the imperial road together. Even though their current realm is still very low and they haven't even broken through the Jiyan realm. But, as long as the golden age comes, these people will, with the help of the sect's foundation, madly improve their cultivation to the saint level in an almost lossless way. Until they break through to the great sage level and the emperor's road appears, they will go to the emperor's road together to compete with all the races. On the road to becoming an emperor, there are too many opportunities waiting for them to take. If you are lucky, you never know, you might encounter a heaven-defying opportunity that can make you instantly rise from a great sage to a quasi-emperor. Haven't there been many examples in the past? A great sage was blasted into the core of an ancient star by his enemies. He was seriously injured and on the verge of death, but he had the opportunity to meet a great emperor. He then practiced in seclusion for 100 years and finally broke through to the 4th level of the quasi-emperor and came out. As long as they have not yet become emperors, they all have the opportunity to compete with each other. Zhao Wudi said nothing, just kept his head down and drew circles with his toes. He felt like waste. He is also the son of the Holy Lord. How come these people are so powerful, while I am just a small yunshin? I feel so tired. The competition is really fierce. Dad also said that I would have the opportunity to become emperor in the future. This is all a lie. Zhao Wudi murmured secretly in his heart. Another day of being deceived. My mentality has collapsed. Now, inside the thatched hut, Suyu was still moving forward slowly towards the sun. When he was completely close to the surface of the sun, the dazzling red star also glowed slightly, and then, as if a mechanism was triggered, the figure standing on the surface of the sun actually moved. After this huge figure turned around, his appearance became blurry. His face was so blurry that I couldn't see it clearly. Next second, a majestic voice suddenly sounded and fell into Suyu's ears. Disciple of the future generation, the fact that you can enter this room I left behind means that there is a direct causal relationship between you and me. Here's a small gift I prepared for future generations of disciples of Taishun immortal sect. Although it is an acquired achievement, it can still be elevated to innate. Suyu was stunned when he heard this, and subconsciously asked, Grandmaster, what are you talking about? That magnificent voice continued to ring out. What is it that you see? Suyu said without hesitation, the sun. Yeah, the sun. The figure spoke slowly. Xiaoyan and Xiaoyang, when combined, they form the yin-yang sacred body, while Taiyin and Taiyang merge to form chaos. The chaos body, ignoring the rules of the lower realm, can break the limitations of the peak of the great emperor and achieve the status of immortal. Yin-yang holy body, this is one of Xuantian's top 10 physiques. The unparalleled physique that will make him an emperor. It may take billions of years for one to appear. The chaos body is even more unique. It is one of the top 3 terrifying physiques. It possesses the power of chaos and can break all laws without fear of any rules or restrictions. Even in the Dharma ending age, a chaotic body can still become a great emperor. This is the perversion of the chaotic body. Even some top-level experts have lamented that the chaos body is not something that can be born in the mortal world, but a product of the fairy world. Not afraid of any rules, able to break all laws, and able to achieve enlightenment and become an immortal on his own in the Dharma ending age. What a perverted attribute this is. This son was specifically requested by me when the immortal messenger from the Taishun immortal sect descended to earth to guide me. As for the moon, you will need to break through to the quasi-saint stage in the Dharma ending age and transform your physique into a pure young saint body before you can return. If you can't break through to the quasi-saint level and awaken the pure young saint body, you won't have to come again after the golden age arrives. Leave it to future generations. The 2 holy bodies, pure yang and pure yin, both have extraordinary physiques. Whenever one of them appears, it can protect the foundation of the Holy Land for 10,000 years. This is also the safest method. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded solemnly, bowed, and said, Disciple will remember this. As expected, there are more opportunities in big cities. If he stayed in the Su family or went out to venture into the world, he would never be able to come into contact with so many opportunities that did not belong to him. Absolutely impossible. In this world, he has gained too many opportunities. Suyu really couldn't help but sigh. There are so many opportunities in big cities, it's so comfortable. This kid is living such a comfortable life. Just as Suyu finished his greeting and stood up straight, the sun, which was so huge that Suyu could not see the end of it, slowly floated towards Suyu. Buzz. When Suyu's body completely merged into the sun, the figure standing on the surface of the sun also disappeared without a trace in an instant. Taishuan Immortal Gate, we should stand tall in this lower world with the word, Immortal Gate. Splitting the 3 religions is a lowly act. Boom. The moment the words fell, the entire surface of the sun suddenly exploded with endless lines of light, as if a bomb was thrown into the magma, exploding countless hot and boiling magma. In an instant, countless galaxies burst into brilliant and blazing light. Completely light up this dark space, and in the sun, it seemed as if a strong heartbeat suddenly sounded. It's like a newborn baby about to break out of the shell. Outside world, when Suyu absorbed the essence of the sun, the originally peaceful thatched hut also burst into extremely hot heat. This kind of heat energy is so intense that even a quasi-saint would feel a burning and stinging sensation in his trachea if he got close to it. Even saints couldn't help but frown. This smell makes them feel uncomfortable. What kind of aura is this? Why does it make me, a mid-stage saint, feel uncomfortable? Such scorching hot energy. Is this solar energy that is even more powerful than the essence of the sun? The dirty supreme elders stared intently at the thatched hut, with a gleam in their eyes, as if they wanted to see through the thatched hut. But no matter how they looked, they couldn't see any clues. Even the great sage at the peak of his powers cannot see through the mystery. Saint Lord Zhao Hongjun waved his sleeves, and a protective aura fell on Zhao Wudi and the other 2. Seeing the painful expressions on their brows disappear, he savored the taste carefully. After a moment, when he analyzed the Dao Raiman it, his eyes opened, and there was a strong sense of shock in them. Is this refreshing your physique? It smells like the Great Emperor's immortal body. No, there's something else. What kind of energy is this? What kind of opportunity did Junior Brother gain in there? Inside the thatched house. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the opportunity to become the child of destiny with a golden destiny and receiving the reward. Chapter 124 I will never miss the opportunity to change my fate. In this life, I want to become an immortal. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the opportunity of the child of destiny. Rewards, plus 200,000 villain value, Great Sun Immortal Golden Body, and Blue Lotus Seed. The immortal golden body of the sun. The body is like a furnace, and after being tempered to the extreme, it can be as indestructible as the sun. The 9-turn golden body method, 9 turns to become a saint. Quasi-emperor golden body method. Seed of the green lotus, transform your own spiritual consciousness into a seed, and plant it into the sea of chi in your dantian, and it will transform into the green lotus of immortality. The system's voices rang in his mind one after another, but Suyu had no time to pay attention to them because he was feeling very uncomfortable at the moment. The process of transforming into a pure young body with the sun is extremely painful and cannot be endured by ordinary people. The moment the extremely pure divine sun seed fell into his dantian, even though Suyu's body had been strengthened many times, he still could not withstand the pain. The divine sun fell into the dantian sea, instantly evaporating his chi, and the infinite spiritual power continued to dissipate. Even the flesh and tendons were burned red by the power of the divine sun. The flesh was red, as if it would melt in the next second. Hold on, Suyu gritted his teeth. Although his eyes were filled with pain, there was still a trace of determination burning in them. He knew that this was his chance. You have to endure it. As long as he can completely plant the divine yang, he will be able to change his fate in the future and cleanse all his roots and talents. Completely narrow the distance between yourself and the genius. Before this, he had unparalleled combat power and a strong body. But that all depends on the power granted by the system. As long as it is a skill or martial art rewarded by the system, they can get started in an instant, but after that, they are still in the entry-level stage. It's hard for him to understand. This is his disadvantage. He wanted to completely transform this divine yang into a part of himself and thoroughly elevate his foundation. From now on, the sky is high and the sea is vast, allowing birds to fly freely. This is the greatest opportunity I've had in the first half of my life. I must seize it. Even if this pure yang sacred body isn't so suitable for me, I must strive for it with all my might. Su Yu's eyes were fierce and he muttered to himself. The martial arts he mainly cultivates is corpse immortal cutting the sky. This is a martial arts technique that has no grade display, but the fact that it can cultivate the characteristic of corpse immortal energy proves that it is undoubtedly an immortal level martial arts technique. The aura of the corpse immortal is extremely yin. And this divine yang is pure yang, natural nemesis. But it doesn't matter. As long as he can endure this most painful process, the road ahead will be much easier. Especially after he broke through to become a quasi-saint and came here to obtain the power of Titan, the yin and yang were harmonized and he completely took off. Planted for me, thinking of this, Su Yu mobilized all his strength and tried his best to suppress this round of divine sun. In other words, no one here can see the scene. Anyone who comes in will be frightened by the current situation and turn pale. Because under the burning sun, Su Yu's skin was emitting an extreme red light, and even showed signs of melting, and it was possible that his skin would turn into a pool of liquid and drip at any time. It was like swallowing the sun alive. In reality, I can't be the protagonist in my life, let alone dominate my own life. I'm just an ordinary person. But I will never miss this opportunity to change my fate. In this life, I want to become an immortal. Boom. A muffled sound came from Su Yu's body again. His eyes were bloodshot and extremely red, looking extremely creepy, especially his fierce temperament, which was completely different from his usual self. He has been suppressing his bloodiness all along. He has never been a person who is afraid of challenges, he just doesn't want to lose. If anyone dares to stand in his way, Su Yu will definitely try his best to kill that person. Break it for me, it's just a divine sun seed. You're not worthy of me going through so much trouble. Just serve me. Boom. Su Yu once again mobilized the little corpse immortal chi in his body to suppress the divine sun seed, attempting to plant it completely in his dantian. He knows it very well. If he cannot pass this level, only death will await him. The compressed power of Shen Yang will explode in an instant, and then turn into a sky-burning flame, burning his body to ashes in an instant. At this moment, Su Yu's body began to transform after melting. However, his sea of consciousness suffered. There are signs of consciousness melting. It seemed that the part belonging to the spiritual consciousness was turning into a seed, and two completely different seed forces were forming little by little in the dantian sea. It hurt so much, Su Yu shouted at the top of his lungs. No one can help him here. If you want to transform, it all depends on yourself. Since the conditions are met here, let's forge the seed of spiritual consciousness together, plant it in the sea of dantian, and let it take root and sprout completely. All opportunities are mine, no one can take them away. Boom, another round of great solar pressure spread out from his body. If this kind of uncontrolled power were to be put into reality, once it was detonated, it would be like a nuclear bomb being detonated, with an extremely shocking power to destroy everything. Final, as the sun shines brightly, the scattered light gradually retracts. Until later, it completely turned into a giant cocoon. Everything is calm, and inside the giant cocoon, it seems that there is a new life waiting to be born. Outside world, outside the thatched house, a large group of powerful saints waited here for nearly several hours, but the thatched hut remained as quiet as before. It would take several hours. If an ordinary person had to wait for such a long time, he would have become impatient long ago. But for this group of saints, they would often go into seclusion for several years or even decades. A few hours was just a blink of an eye for them. Compared to the torment of waiting, they were even more looking forward to what kind of opportunities Su Yu would get in there. Could it be the chance to become an immortal? It's been a really long wait. Just a few hours is even harder than the years of been practicing in seclusion. I don't know what happened to Su Yu in there. Could it be that the ancestor left as a true and complete immortal scripture? You're dreaming. The immortal scripture is in the 9 peak scripture and the sect protecting mental methods of Tianxuan and Zaiwei. If you have the ability, you can combine the 3 immortal scriptures yourself. A group of elders whispered. Some people think that the ancestor left this thatched hut and threw a note of immortal scriptures inside, or it could be another powerful immortal scripture. After all, the predecessor of their 3 religions was the only immortal sect in Xuandian. And it is still a branch of Taishuan immortal sect from the upper realm. This kind of power background is naturally not comparable to those immortals who ascend without any foundation. They are the orthodox immortal sect. We've been waiting for all these hours and there's still no movement. Could it be that the ancestor is preaching? The Holy Lord Tianxuan looked a little surprised and doubtful. The Purple Star Saint Lord looked at Zhao Hongjun and asked, Brother Zhao, do you know anything about this? The elegant and holy Lord Zhao Hongjun laughed dumbly upon hearing this and said, I don't know either. There are very limited records about this thatched house, specifically. Boom, before Zhao Hongjun could finish his words, a wave of scorching air suddenly swept out from the thatched hut. Seeing this scene, countless people's eyes froze instantly. Is this the power of the sun? Chapter 125 Planting the Divine Sun Seed. Coming out of seclusion. Brother Shengju, I have a favor to ask of you. Everyone was stunned by the sudden power of the sun. Although this burning force is not enough for them to use their protective energy, there's an extraordinary new power in the power of the sun. It's like the purest essence of solar fire. One breath can allow a cultivator with fire attributes to purify his fire ability. What kind of opportunity is hidden in this thatched hut left by our ancestor? This kind of solar power is not like ordinary sun power. It is more refined and even has a magical quality. Could it be that the ancestor really left behind a fire-type immortal scripture? The elders began to speculate. If it really is an immortal scripture, then the 3 religions would definitely protect Su Yu immediately, not letting him go out and not letting any outsiders get close. Even the elders found it difficult to get close to Su Yu. After all, a book of immortal scriptures concerns the rise and fall of a religion. The people below may be very weak, but as long as there is one who succeeds in practicing the immortal scriptures, there will definitely be a quasi-emperor sitting in the Holy Land in the future. This is the real essence. The 3 holy leaders did not accept the elders' speculations because their brows all frowned at the same time. Is this the power of pure yang? Tianxuan Saint Lord couldn't help but ask, is Su Yu's physique the prison suppression body or the pure yang body? Both the pure yang body and the prison suppression body are among the top 100 physiques. But the effects are completely different. The pure yang body is even more powerful and domineering. A cultivator with a pure yang body will even have a burning attribute in his spiritual power. The prison suppressing body is different. The prison suppressing body is a pure manifestation of strength, capable of suppressing all evil with force. It can better stabilize the area. Use strength to suppress the strong in all realms. The Holy Lord affirmed, the prison suppressing body, this has been verified with my own eyes, using the data measured using the immortal stone as the standard. Then what is happening now? Upon hearing this, Saint Tianxuan fell into deep thought. What is this power? What is the pure young body? Just when everyone was itching to get going. Suddenly, crunch, as the sound of the wooden door opening drifted out from the thatched hut, everyone felt as if they had been electrocuted and all turned their eyes towards the thatched hut. I saw the wooden door of the thatched hut was open. Su Yu, dressed in a white robe, walked out slowly. His expression was calm and didn't seem to have changed at all. However, when Su Yu took 3 feet and left the boundary of the thatched hut, only then did they realize that Su Yu had not changed at all, but that the change was huge. At this moment, Su Yu had an irrepressible power surging in his body, and his blood and energy were like dragons, constantly flowing throughout his body, as if he was looking for a breakthrough. And the barely perceptible chi and blood were like rolling magma at this time, causing a huge noise as it flowed through the body. Ordinary people naturally cannot detect it, but they are all monks. A monk at the same level. The subtle sound inside the human body sounded like thunder to their ears. The blood flowed like thunder, and a hot breath wafted out from Su Yu's pores. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart trembled. Blood is like magma. The aura is revealed. Pure young body. No, this seems to be even more advanced than pure young body. After seeing Su Yu coming out, the Holy Lord rushed to Su Yu in an instant. Without much words, he pinched Su Yu's wrist with his big hand, and then moved his hand around as if measuring something. As the exploration came to an end, the shock in the Holy Lord's eyes became more intense. You are. Su Yu met his gaze, nodded gently, and said, the divine sun seed has just been planted. Boom. As soon as these words came out, everyone's brain felt like it was hit hard by a sledgehammer. Planting the divine yang seed would result in a pure yang holy body. Although there is only one word difference between pure yang body and pure yang holy body, the gap between them is as huge as heaven and earth. One is a pure yang body, and the upper limit is there. The pure yang holy body, on the other hand, has the potential to evolve to a higher level. Top 10 physiques, Eucharist level. At this time, the supreme elders also rushed up, waved their sleeves, and drove away the group of ordinary elders. Those who can stay are elders who have passed the heavenly punishment in self-examination. The grand elder's haggard face was filled with anxiety. Young man, quickly tell us what remarkable thing the first ancestor left behind. They really want to know. This concerns the future of the 3 religions of Jushao, Qinshun and Zaiwei. Although the others didn't say anything, the eagerness in their eyes betrayed their current mood. Su Yu calmed down and then recounted what happened in the thatched hut. After hearing that Su Yu was arranged by the ancestor to plant the divine sun seed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, when Su Yu said that as long as he awakened the pure young holy body, he could come here to receive the power of Taiyin again and help him become a chaos body, everyone present took a deep breath. Such news was too shocking for them to digest. I don't know how long it took. After the Holy Lord Zhao Hongjun digested it, he pinched his brows and said with an excitement that could not be concealed, you mean, the ancestor left us a physique that is unparalleled in the ages. Chaos body. As long as you break through to quasi-sage status before the golden age arrives, you can fuse the power of the moon and transform it into chaos. Su Yu nodded and said, yes. However, I feel that the true method left us by our ancestors will only be revealed after the successful fusion of the 2 powers of the moon and the sun. I am not qualified enough now. Su Yu always felt that there was a big secret behind the starry sky. It's just that his cultivation is not enough, so he can't explore it. Good. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, the elders slapped their thighs and shouted, from today on, the resources of the Holy Land are at your disposal. As long as it can benefit you, no matter what it is, we can get it for you. In this life, I'm betting on you. The first ancestor believed in this young man, so why shouldn't they believe in him? The Holy Lord nodded in agreement and said, what the uncle said is correct. From today on, you can mobilize the resources of the Holy Land at will. Your authority is second only to mine. These words made the other 2 saints look shocked. Good job. Brother Zhao is really courageous. And this group of supreme elders are the same. One by one, they have made Jushao a place where one person has the final say. It is really possible to say that one person can use resources at will. If it were them, they definitely wouldn't have the courage. However, what they don't understand is how many secrets Jushao, the largest branch of Taishuan Shanmen, knows. They are too aware of the power of the ancestor and the value of its predecessor, Taishuan Shanmen. That is an identity that can influence the immortals to bestow blessings. It can allow Su Yu to break through to the quasi-emperor and even the great emperor. When the golden age comes and the immortal road appears, Jushao will be able to stand in front of the immortals and say that they are a branch of the Taishuan immortal sect. Those are 4 words that even other immortals have to give some respect to. Hearing the Holy Lord's words, Su Yu bowed to them and said in a deep voice, Brother Shangju, I really have something to ask of you. Chapter 126, Planning is not called experience, it is called going through the motions. Hearing Su Yu's words, everyone was stunned for a moment. The Holy Lord came back to his senses and said, you can say whatever you want. Su Yu straightened his back, his eyes gradually becoming firmer, and said, staying in the Holy Land will certainly keep me safe, but it will also allow me to quickly improve my cultivation and I won't lack any resources. However, this unchallenging way of practice is not the path I want to take. I want to go to the outside world to gain some experience while my cultivation is still within the tolerance period of heaven and earth, and go and explore with Chen Hao and the others. I want to meet the geniuses from various domains walking in the outside world in advance. The security level in the Holy Land is too high and there are no opportunities. Only in the outside world can he play freely. Anyway, the saint is restricted and cannot leave the Holy Land for a long time. So, the outside world is where he thrives. He belongs to the vast world, rather than just practicing cultivation in the Holy Land. After hearing Su Yu's words, everyone fell silent. Even the Saint Lord Zaiwei turned around and glared at Chen Hao who was hiding behind him. This kid, wild dog Ji you are used to being wild, right? It would be fine if you were just hanging out alone, but now you come to attend a grand ceremony and you steal Jushao's life away. If something happens, Jushao will go crazy. After glaring at Chen Hao, the Purple Star Saint Lord stood up and said, Brother Zhao, this is just a child's joke, don't take it seriously. When I get back this time, I'll tie this brat up with a chain to prevent him from wandering around and bringing bad people along. Hearing this, Chen Hao's face suddenly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he said unwillingly, Dad, what does this have to do with me? Am I doing so badly? Am I bad? I am a young genius level seed. Not only do I have the ability to fight against opponents of higher levels, I am also a big shot outside. When I was still a child. Wrong. Do you think I'm a dog? You always tie me up with a chain. He now clearly remembered that just because he threw the miraculous elixir that his father had worked so hard to refine, which could improve his foundation, the Dawang Di, his furious father tied him up with the dog leash that was used to tie Dawang for 3 days. Something like, since you're so close to your dog brother, why don't you be a dog for a few days? I've really spoiled you, you bastard. Oh, what a piece of crap. I'm a genius, why do I need that thing? Now Dawang is also a Dharmakaya, and I am also a Dharmakaya. What did my dog brother do to you? Back then, I wanted to beat Dawang to death. Now I still treat Dawang like a treasure. What a scumbag dad. Seeing the father and son staring at each other, Zhao Hongjun smiled and said, it's okay, brother Chen. As a kid, you should also go out and explore the world. Although being trapped in the Holy Land is safe, it lacks the kind of cultivation atmosphere after all. He actually supported Suyu going out to gain experience. He is an experienced person and knows very well what is beneficial to cultivation. Going out to gain experience is far better than staying in the Holy Land. There is no comparison. Fighting and surviving are always the best ways to stimulate human potential. If he doesn't even dare to experience the trials, I don't believe he can break through to become a quasi-emperor or even a great emperor. Zhao Hongjun smiled leisurely, of course, if he really died outside. It also means that there is no possibility of our three religions merging. Although he said so, he believed in his heart that someone with Suyu's personality would definitely be able to live well outside. At least I won't die. Moreover, giving him a life-saving trump card can ensure that he survives the attack from the Holy Realm. It's enough to hold out until they can come to the rescue. At most, Zhu Xiao would deploy 1 or even 2 saint-level elders to be on standby in Tianzhou City at all times. These costs are not unpayable. Upon hearing this, Saint Ziwei was stunned. Are you also so open-minded? Aren't you afraid that such a big baby will die outside? PFFT, what's with all this talk about death? At this moment, several of the supreme elders who had been listening in on the matter spitted loudly and said in disdain, Xiao, if you can't speak, then don't speak. Although what you said was very good, don't say it next time. How could I, the holy son of Zhu Xiao, have such a short life? Those geniuses out there should be trembling in fear instead of thinking of trying to kill my people. Besides, if anyone dares to make a move, I will wipe out his entire clan. These supreme elders who crawled out of the underworld themselves all have very hot tempers. They have dedicated their entire lives to the Holy Land, so naturally they are happy to see a peerless genius appear in the Holy Land. Suyu is the only peerless genius before them. Who dares to harm him? Oh, even if they have to drag their dying bodies, they will crawl over and kill the entire enemy clan. Seeing this scene, Zhao Hongjun couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Uncle Master, that's not what I meant. You better be. The old men had bad tempers and didn't treat the Holy Lord well at all. In their eyes, the Holy Lord is just a child who grew up under their care, so naturally they don't need to care too much about anything. After comforting several old men, Zhao Hongjun looked at Suyu and asked seriously, do you have any plans or arrangements for training before going out? Suyu shook his head and said, no, we take things as they come. Having a plan isn't experience, it's just going through the motions. He didn't have any plans, so he just went where there were more people. Another thing is to see where the opportunities for these destined children are buried. He wants them all. Experience is secondary, the real thing is to find the opportunity to become the child of destiny. Hearing this, Zhao Hongjun was a little amused. This little brother. It's really spontaneous. At this time, Zhao Wudi, who was standing by, also came up and said silently, Father, I also want to go out with them to gain experience and try my luck. Looking at his son with a cold and serious face, Zhao Hongjun couldn't help but look at him a few more times. I'm a serious guy, to put it nicely, I am serious. To put it bluntly, that means you don't know how to adapt and are very dull. When staying in the Holy Land, he only looked at his majestic side and did not dare to say a few words of casual conversation. He always focused on his own hard work and practice. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongjun's expression softened and he said softly, okay, it would be nice to go and try it together. Being here in the Holy Land has made you a little dazed. Which parent doesn't want their son to succeed? He, naturally, is no exception. Zhao Wudi is very talented, but his personality is really unlike him. It must be because I have neglected to care for him over the years. Now, he can have his own independent ideas, and he supports them 100%. Yuner, what about you? Watching the conversation between father and son, Tianxuan Saint Meiyun's face was filled with a gentle smile. She asked, do you also want to go with them to train? Upon hearing this, Yu Yun was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, yeah. I thought so. Then it wouldn't be bad to go to the Blessed Land together to train. Chapter 127 Oh my god, what brand of plastic bag do you use? Can it hold so much? After agreeing on the specific matters and obtaining the permission of the 3 holy masters, the few of them left quickly. They were no longer in the mood to hang around. The previous agreement to meet in Tianzhou City was also cancelled. They planned to set off immediately after the banquet. Qinhao and Yu Yun returned to the warship to pack up their things and take some life-saving cards. Under the guidance of the Holy Lord, Zhao Wudi returned to the cave in Shenxiao Peak. The father and son sat together for the first time in a long time and started to talk. As a father, Zhao Hongjun is naturally extremely concerned about Zhao Wudi's safety. He does not expect his son to be able to stand up to the sky and lead Zhu Xiao to soar into the sky. However, he would expect the other party to grow steadily and be able to stand on his own. As for Su Yu, he did not go back to visit his cheap father Su Yuxing and cheap grandfather Su Tianning, he went straight back to Bishao Peak. Because, he felt that his Qing the immortal body had made new progress. The physique that had been dormant for a long time began to come alive after the divine yang energy went down to the Sea of Dantian. It's like a dry land that has been suddenly moistened by a downpour. On the way back to Bishao Peak, he also met Lu Yunxiao. After seeing her, Su Yu was in a very good mood and greeted her, calling out, Junior apprentice, didn't you go to the banquet? You were back so early. I saw your Lu family is here too. Lu Yunxiao, who was originally rushing to the cave to take out the treasure she had collected over the years to give to her family, suddenly lost her excitement when she heard Su Yu's voice. Her pretty face darkened a little. She looked at Su Yu in midair and said unhappily, what's it to you? Although you are my junior uncle, don't forget that we still have a score to settle. What a hateful guy. Just hearing his voice makes me feel uncomfortable. However, she had no choice as she was forced to join the generation. Fortunately, her master was not here, otherwise she would have to call him, Junior Master, reluctantly. Hearing this, Su Yu immediately became happy and said with a smile, Little potato, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? With your cultivation level of the second level of the condensation pill realm. Lu Yunxiao, I'm so pissed, who are you calling little potato? Tell me who is the little potato. Lu Yunxiao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly became furious and started to make a scene. What little potatoes? Is she very small? Do you know what a good figure is? Do you know what a cute girl is? But, there was one thing she really couldn't refute, and that was in terms of cultivation. Su Yu had already reached the Dharmakaya stage, while she was only at the second level of Dan condensation. I can't beat him at all. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. Just wait, once I have mastered my cultivation, I will surpass you sooner or later. Lu Yunxiao glared at him fiercely with her big, watery eyes. Su Yu nodded seriously, come on, little potato. But, Su Yu's eyes rolled around, as if he had thought of something, and suddenly, he grinned. It's probably impossible for you to surpass me. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxiao immediately put her hands on her hips and said unconvincedly, what do you mean by impossible? As long as I awaken, I can break through the Dharma realm in a matter of minutes. Then I will beat you up. Boom. Before she could finish her words, Su Yu, who was standing in front of her, suddenly erupted with an extremely strong pressure. This power carries with it a burning pure yang energy. Although it was very hot, it was like a kind of nourishment for the spiritual trees planted on the Bishao Peak, causing the leaves of countless spiritual trees to shake and make rustling sounds. It seems that he is feeling happy. Even the wood spirit energy in Lu Yunxiao's body felt like it was boiling. Lu Yunxiao's eyes widened, and she looked like she had seen a ghost. She cried out in disbelief, "Oh my god, what brand of plastic bag is that? Can it hold so much? Just a breakthrough. Is this not allowing people to survive?" Under Lu Yunxiao's ghostly gaze, Suyu's realm continued to rise. The 4th level of Dharma realm. The 5th level of Dharma realm. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to the 6th level of the Dharma realm. When the state of mind that was still trying to rise was forcibly suppressed, Suyu exhaled a breath of white mist with joy. The power of the divine sun is like a catalyst, forcibly raising the spiritual power belonging to the Bishao Yelingju to a higher level. As a result, Suyu's realm was elevated. Moreover, this was the result of Suyu's desperate suppression. If he had not suppressed his realm from the beginning and only focused on improving it, his current realm would probably have reached the peak of the Yin realm, or even the Yang realm. But the consequence of doing so is you will be regarded as an example of challenging higher levels. Unlike now, he is the example of challenging across levels. After breaking through the realm, Suyu stretched his muscles, then glanced at Lu Yunxiao and said with a smile, "Little potato, what are you thinking about? This is just my basic exercise. You have to work hard, otherwise, you can't beat me." Ha ha ha. After saying these words, Suyu transformed into a stream of light and rushed towards the cave where he had been. Watching Suyu go away, Lu Yunxiao stood there with her teeth bared in anger. She wanted to vent but couldn't find an outlet. In the end, she could only let out a sigh of relief. "You're the best at pretending, what a disgusting, stinky man. This weird uncle who thinks about examining other people's bodies all day long will be beaten to death sooner or later." After stamping her feet, Lu Yunxiao could only leave Bishao Peak dejectedly, like a defeated chicken. After returning to the cave, Suyu took out a cushion and sat cross-legged, then looked inward at the Sea of Dantian. In vivo, the sea in his Dantian is like a vast and boundless ocean, and underneath is a sea made of liquefied spiritual energy. And the bright sun hangs high above the sea. It was the prison-suppressing golden elixir that he had condensed. On the sea level, there are 2 tender sprouts emerging from the sea. Their emerald green appearance symbolizes the ultimate new power. And below the prison-suppressing golden elixir, there were 2 unusual human figures standing quietly in midair. It seems to be receiving the baptism of the golden elixir. This is his physique, the prison-suppressing body, and the mutated great sun prison-suppressing body. Certainly, there were also 2 figures that were taking shape and floating above the prison-suppressing golden pill. One green and one orange. These 2 represent the green emperor's immortal body and the prototype of the pure young holy body that had just been planted. I don't know if this behavior of mine is normal. I can accommodate several body types into my Dantian, and then switch to a specific body type when I want. Suyu's expression was uncertain. He didn't understand other people's situations. After all, no one was like him, who could accommodate multiple physiques in one body. And it can be switched freely. For example, under normal circumstances, he would use the prison suppression body as the dominant force. Because this is his most mature power system. No matter what, at least for now, the various body types are all quietly suspended in the Dantian without any discomfort. For now let's just sketch it out. Throwing away the distracting thoughts in his mind, Suyu's eyes flashed with a glint of green divine light. Next moment, buzz, in the Sea of Dantian, the tender green bud belonging to the Qing Emperor's immortal body began to grow rapidly. Crash. At this moment, the wood spirit energy on the entire Bishao Peak suddenly became restless. Chapter 128, Set Off. A journey of experience for 4 people. Inside Suyu's body, in the Sea of Dantian, the green spiritual energy belonging to the wood spirit began to gather and began to flow throughout the body along the path of the Bishao Yelingju. In an instant, Suyu felt that all the cells in his body were sending out signals of joy. That is the joy of new breath. This flushing from vitality makes every cell in the body feel very comfortable. It's even been strengthened. The green figure standing above the prison-suppressing golden pill also began to take shape under the influence of the wood spirit's energy. On the sea level, the green plants that had originally only revealed their pointed tips and tender buds were now growing wildly. Soon, a leaf popped out. Then came 1 piece, 2 pieces, and 3 pieces. The lines on each leaf are very clear, just like the blood vessels in the human body, distributed in a very regular pattern on the leaves. This is a lotus leaf. Plant the green lotus in the chi-si and seek the path to immortality. This time, I'll use my vitality to seek the way first. Only a continuous supply of vitality can support me in transforming my physical condition in the future, and even help me survive when I'm seriously injured and on the verge of death. Suyu had a very clear plan for his own path of cultivation. He wants to make himself almost immortal first, and then challenge his limits. Without tenacious vitality to support it, then any behavior that challenges the limit is suicidal. Just like the act of planting the divine yang seed this time, he originally practiced corpse immortal chi, and his own spiritual power was mainly cold and gloomy. After fusing with the divine yang, the pain made him want to die. If it weren't for the little bit of weak vitality supported by the Bishao Yelingju, he might not be able to withstand this test. Coming out, Suyu roared, and used all his strength to activate his potential, and began to devour the wood spirit energy. Even if it is impossible to cultivate the complete green emperor's immortal body. But it's definitely half the battle. Crash. Suyu's frantic absorption of wood spirit energy in the cave also caused unusual movements on Bishao Peak. The rapidly decreasing wood spirit energy in the scene of countless spiritual trees on Bishao Peak becoming withered also attracted the attention of the Lord of Bishao Peak. Inside the sect's main hall, the graceful Bishao Peak master, who was wearing a long green dress, could not help but raise her beautiful eyebrows after sensing the changes in Bishao Peak. Then, the corners of her lips also drew a beautiful curve at the right time. This picturesque scene also gave the several Peak masters who were discussing things a feast for the eyes. Tisk, junior sister, I haven't seen you smile so happily in years. What good thing happened? The leader of Bishao Peak held his broadsword and said in a carefree manner, could it be that you're thinking about love? Hearing this, the Bishao Peak master glared at him unhappily, then said in a voice as gentle as water, you're not serious at all. It's Suyu. He's practicing on Bishao Peak. Currently, 1/10 of the wood spirit energy that has been accumulating on Bishao Peak for so many years has been absorbed. These words attracted the attention of a group of Peak masters, and even the master of Bishao Peak had a serious look on his face. This kid, he's really restless. He just came out of the ancestral ruins and ran to the Bishao Peak again. Such a big commotion, could it be? The Bishao Peak master nodded and said softly, he should be outlining the Qing Emperor's immortal body. Hiss. These words made everyone gasp, almost sucking away all the air in the hall. How did he do that? He could actually hold multiple bodies on his body at the same time. The Danshao Peak master scratched his head, puzzled. Could it be that he really treats his body as a furnace, capable of holding everything in the world? Although this was just his idea, he felt it was very feasible. As long as the skills are strong enough, there's hope of transforming the body. Who knows what's going on with this little guy? They did not pay too much attention to Suyu's movements. After all, his act of absorbing the wood spirit energy now was far less shocking than his gaining the recognition of the ancestor. Now, the entire sect is holding various meetings, big and small, because of him. Even the supreme elders ran into the ancestral mausoleum to discuss what to do next with the group of heroic souls. This is especially true for the elders. Everyone volunteered, wishing they could go out and guard Tianzhou City. They all hoped that Suyu would get into trouble and then ask them for help. In this way, Suyu, the dazzling star in the sky, would owe them a favor. Some elders were even so shameless as to take out their family assets to talk to the Su family. Just to get close to the Su family. It's just a mess. Of course, the news that Suyu was recognized by the ancestor was known to no one except the top leaders of Jushao and the two saints Zaiwei and Tianchuan. This matter involves a wide range of people, and not a single word of it can leak out. While Suyu was sketching the Green Emperor's immortal body, time passed rapidly. Soon, 3 days have passed. As the banquet ended, all the guests were sent away one by one. Certainly, only the two holy places of Zaiwei and Tianchuan have not left. It was noon the day. In Jushao's teleportation square, several top-level warships were docked at the port. Below them were Qinhao with an expectant look on his face, and Yuyan who was somewhat excited. Of course, although Zhao Wudi was also very excited, he was still very calm on the surface, but his clenched palms fully demonstrated that he was not calm at the moment. Just when a large group of people were chatting idly. In the distance, Suyu in a white robe came floating over. Sorry for the delay. Suyu arrived at the teleportation square and saluted several elders first. Haha, it's okay. Since you are here, you three can get on board. The Holy Lord chuckled. After saying that, he couldn't help but pat Zhao Wudi on the shoulder. Suyu stood there watching this scene, and smiled knowingly, then nodded and said, yes, senior brother Shangju. Soon, the four of them boarded Jushao's golden warship. Seeing several people boarding the ship, the Holy Lord couldn't help but instruct, the ship is heading towards Tianzhou City. After leaving Tianzhou City, you will leave through other teleportation arrays on your own. If anything happens, crush the talisman. The elders guarding Tianzhou City will rush over in an instant. Invincible, don't forget what I told you. Be careful, chance is not important, we had it at home. Zhao Wudi turned his head away, trying to ignore it. However, Suyu walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and laughed. Wudi, your dad is talking to you, how can you not answer your dad, dear boy? Zhao Wudi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. What a good baby. Me, sharpshooter, Zhao Wudi. Seeing this, Qinhao naturally laughed unrestrainedly, while Yuyan covered her mouth and chuckled. Listening to the Holy Lord's nagging, Suyu also raised his hand and waved, saying, Brother Holy Lord, you don't have to see me off, we're leaving now. As he spoke, Suyu's eyes flashed with a sharp edge and expectation, and then he said loudly. Let's go, start the journey of training, buzz. Chapter 129, Fooling. Fooling as much as you can, Zhao Wudi is about to be fooled. 3 months later. In fact, there are many ways to leave the Holy Land, and you can even reach Tianzhou City in 3 days. The reason why it is so slow is simply because we need to give them some time to adapt. When a warship travels in the void, it will gradually approach the external environment and the energy of heaven and earth, so that it will not go out all at once, causing the energy of the strong to become instantly disordered, and then the reaction of rapid loss of life will occur. When saints leave the Holy Land, they must ride on warships, otherwise, it is easy for their vital energy to become disordered, leading to the above-mentioned situation. Certainly, the same is true for those who spend a long time in the Holy Land. The reason why Tianchuan and Zaiwei were able to come to Jushao so quickly to participate in the enthronement ceremony was all due to the fact that the three major sects had established space channels leading to their respective territories, so they did not need to transit through the outside world. But it's different for people from the outside world who enter Jushao. They entered directly from the outside and took the express lane. The environment they originally lived in was not much different from the outside world, and their cultivation was not at the same level, so naturally they did not have such worries. As Jushao's golden warship sailed out of the void and arrived at Tianzhou City. Boom, the huge ship docked at the port was a spectacular sight that made many people stop and look over. As the defensive formation was removed, Suyu, Qinhao, Zhao Wudi and Yuyan walked out onto the deck. Feeling the difference between Tianzhou City and the Holy Land, I'm more or less not used to it. Those of them who had stayed in the Holy Land for a long time actually felt a little uncomfortable after coming into contact with the thin spiritual energy from the outside world. Call. Zhao Wudi exhaled deeply inside, the spiritual energy outside is so thin. I really don't know how those geniuses who can cultivate to the stage of Dan condensation or even the stage of soul condensation before the age of 100 do it. He had heard too many stories about his fellow disciples in the Holy Land. Each of them comes from a city under the 100 dynasties, and the spiritual energy in those towns is even thinner. I don't know how much effort it would take to stand out from such a place. Moreover, this is just Tianzhou City. It's a city jointly managed by the three holy places. The spiritual energy here is richer than that of most dynasty capitals. However, even in such a place, he felt that the spiritual energy was thin, and he could not imagine how barren the place beyond this was. If it were him, he might not be able to do it so well. Even if he survives in the outside world without relying on anyone, even if he is given a technique, it would be considered an extraordinary feat if he could cultivate to the state of soul accumulation before the age of 100. Qinhao nodded in agreement and said, yes, those geniuses who joined the sect are very powerful. That's why I chose to come out and gain experience. The reason why their cultivation speed slowed down after entering the sect is actually because they consumed a lot of their potential when breaking through in the outside world. If they were in the same holy land as this, their cultivation speed might be much slower than ours. Certainly, he also came into contact with those top geniuses. Although their fate was not golden like his, it also started with dark blue or even light red fate. Naturally, his cultivation speed wouldn't be much slower than his. People with backgrounds like you and me have consumed too many precious pills and powerful medicines within the sect. Too much drug poison and medicinal properties have accumulated in our bodies, and our potential has not been fully utilized. So, being able to go out into the world and gain experience for a while will be beneficial to both you and me. As he spoke, Qinhao turned his head and grinned at Zhao Wudi. Wudi, how do you think someone like me, at my age, could cultivate to the peak of the Dharma realm? He is not that old, at most 5 or 6 years older than Zhao Wudi. However, the cultivation levels of the two are vastly different. One is at the 8th level of spiritual concentration, the other is at the peak of Dharmakaya. Zhao Wudi stared at him for a long time, then shook his head and said, I don't know. Qinhao smiled and explained, 5 years ago, I was at the same level as you, around the 7th level of soul condensation. However, when I was your age, I chose to go out and gain experience. After 4 years of being out there, I not only learned how to control the explosion of my potential, but also how to deeply tap into my potential. There were even quite a few adventures. In 4 years, I have reached the peak of the Dharma realm. I have remained in this realm until now, developing it in depth, so that one day I can condense the most refined Shaoyan power and break through the Jayan. Robbery of Yin. The calamity is naturally the strongest Yin energy between heaven and earth, another powerful force besides Taiyin, Shaoyan. Xiaoyan and Xiaoyang combined to form the yin and yang body. The moon and the sun represent chaos. Hearing Qin Hao's words, Zhao Wudi's face showed a look of fascination. Is there any other such effect in the outside world? Seeing his anticipation, Qin Hao also laughed, walked over, put his arm around his shoulders, and laughed. This time, in addition to taking you to travel around the dynasty, I will also take you to a blessed land. There's a truly great opportunity there. A blessed land that has never been developed by anyone. The blessed land, a holy place from the mythological period, contains countless secret treasures, some of which can even allow people to break through to the quasi-emperor level. It is a treasure land that countless geniuses want to explore. Zhao Wudi's cold face showed some emotion as he said, Fudi, isn't there any holy land to develop? Qin Hao smiled and said, no one in this place would spread the word. Even if the Holy Land knew about it, they would only allow their disciples to fight for it. No one else would. Don't worry, we're sure to meet the geniuses from other regions this time. You just need to show your fighting power and suppress the people from other domains. This is our blessed land in the Eastern Wasteland. Zhao Wudi nodded vigorously and said in a deep voice, as a native of the Eastern Wasteland, I must fight for it. I didn't expect there are so many ways to explore a blessed land. It's also a great experience. Okay, you and I, brothers, work together to take them down. Okay, brother Hao, I'll listen to you. Su Yu and Yu Yun stood aside, calmly watching Qin Hao, the guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, fooling Zhao Wudi. Such a simple young man, I fooled you and you fooled me again. If he really becomes lame in the future, wouldn't senior brother Shengju cry to death? I still haven't experienced the beatings of society. When Qin Hao and Zhao Wudi were hugging each other and chatting about the future, the elder who had gone to handle the formalities earlier also came back. Looking at the group, the elder, whose cultivation had reached the middle stage of the same realm, smiled amiably and said, alright, I made you a special pair of mother and child void talismans. Simply crush the child talisman, and the mother talisman on my body will instantly shatter and create a temporary spatial passage leading to your side. Each of you take one and you can move freely. As he spoke, the elder threw 4 talismans to several people. After putting away the talisman, Su Yu and others bowed to the elders, said goodbye, and rushed towards the outside of Tianzhou City. When it comes to traveling in the outside world, Qin Hao naturally has rich experience. After walking out of the Tianzhou City gate, Qin Hao stopped and, after determining the direction, said, the dynasty closest to Tianzhou City is the Ming dynasty. Let's go there first, and then rush to our destination. No one had any objection to this and nodded in approval of the plan. But, just as they were about to hurry up, suddenly, a fat little man ran over panting. Wait, brothers, please wait a moment. Chapter 130, Purple Fate, a fatty born to be the god of wealth. Hearing the sound, the 4 of them looked back and saw a young man in expensive silk clothes running towards them. He was a little fat and his face looked a little chubby, but he was fair and looked very funny. After he came in front of the few people, he took a few deep breaths to slow down, then bowed to the 4 people and said, greetings, brothers. Su Yu and the others looked at each other, and then couldn't help asking, what's the matter? Who is this little fat guy? The little fat man put down his hand, then forced a smile and said, I heard earlier that some of the Taoist brothers were going to the Ming dynasty. Coincidentally, my family is also in the Ming dynasty. I wonder if I can go with you brothers. Several people frowned when they heard this, and then released their spiritual sense to sense it, and found that the cultivation level of this little fat man was only at the Linghai realm. However, this expensive outfit is not something that someone in the spiritual sea realm can wear. The clothes are made of silk spit out by the god-destroying silkworm. They are impervious to water and fire, swords and guns. One piece of clothing can withstand the attack of a powerful Nengdan master. Moreover, the jade pendant hanging around his waist is also extraordinary, made of top-grade spiritual stone. Just what can be seen with the naked eye is worth a lot of money. It can even make those in the condensation realm jealous. But don't people who can afford to dress like this have powerful forces behind them? How could he be alone? These suspicious behaviors also made several people frown subconsciously. Su Yu thought about it, then a glimmer of light flashed across his eyes, and then he saw lines of extremely dazzling words on the little fat man's head. Name, Jin Duoduo, qualification, monster, fate, purple, character evaluation, born to be a god of wealth, a natural magnet for wealth. After several reincarnations, he finally achieved immortality through the path of wealth. Looking at this review that was different from others, and the entire information box marked with golden fonts, Su Yu felt as if his eyes were about to be blinded. Oh shit, what the hell, a living god of wealth. Su Yu was completely dumbfounded. I didn't expect that this little fat guy who looks very funny would have such a background evaluation. It's amazing. If this attribute were applied to reality, he would definitely be a god of wealth. Shouldn't this be put on the internet for people to worship? Hiss. At this moment, Su Yu's eyes became weird. I even met the god of wealth. The fat man bowed again to the group and said sincerely, my name is Jin Duoduo, and I'm from the Jin family of the Ming dynasty. I came to Tianzhou City to discuss opening a branch. However, something unexpected happened on the way, and my guards disappeared. Right now I'm anxious to return to Daming, so I'm thinking of going back with a few fellow Taoists. As he said that, he quickly added, don't worry, I will reward you handsomely. As a businessman, he had long developed a keen eye. The moment he saw the 4 people, he knew that they were extraordinary and must be from a big family. If you follow them back, you can get home safely too. That's why he came forward to seek a place in the team. Tianzhou City is not too far from the Ming dynasty, but that is for the strong ones in the Jiang realm. For ordinary cultivators in the Yunxian realm, it will take at least half a month to fly from Tianzhou City to the Ming dynasty. Moreover, there is no direct teleportation or aid between Tianzhou City and the Ming dynasty. If you want to return to Ming dynasty, you must cross endless mountains and many cities, as well as the borders between the 2 countries before you can finally return to Ming dynasty. Qin Hao and Yu Yun exchanged a glance and politely declined, sorry, we can't travel with others. They are people from the Holy Land and must remain highly vigilant against the outside world. They rejected a fat boy like this one with unknown origins without even thinking about it. It's useless. When Jin Duoduo saw that they refused, regret suddenly appeared in his eyes, but he still bowed and said, I'm sorry to bother you fellow Taoists. It seems that I can only find a way to contact my family here. It really doesn't work. Just spend the price of blood to ask a celestial being to escort you. Having said that, Jin Duoduo turned around and was about to leave. However, Su Yu, who had reacted at this moment, quickly called out to him, wait, brother Jin, we can take you back together. What are you doing? This is the god of wealth. How could you two not let him go? And, the fate of both of you combined is not as strong as mine. I have a purple fate and am destined to become an immortal, Niu Bui. What do you know? This is your chance. Just hold on to the god of wealth and wait for victory without any effort. In the world of monks, holy places are not the only ones that are the strongest. There are also various external factors. For example, the financial family behind Jin Duoduo has people all over the eastern wilderness and even the entire continent. With just a few words, they can mobilize countless low-level cultivators to find opportunities for you. The probability that Jin Duoduo can obtain the resources that you cannot obtain is much greater than yours. Because they have gathered endless wealth, they have all kinds of low, medium and high quality spirit stones, and they can even take out divine source, source marrow, and immortal source. It is enough for those formation masters to carve a very terrifying protective formation for them. It can also make countless strong people bow down for money and work for them. What do you know? Seeing Su Yu's sudden change of attitude, Jin Hao, Yu Yan and Zhao Wudi all looked over in confusion. However, Su Yu had no intention of explaining to them. Instead, he looked at Jin Duoduo seriously and said, "We are not traveling in a hurry, but to gain experience. If we rush back to Daming, we may waste a lot of time. Will you come with us?" Upon hearing this, Jin Duoduo was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly, even narrowing his small eyes into slits. Yes, it is far more reliable to travel with these geniuses who are obviously from the Holy Land than to pay others for help. And, the most important thing is to be able to connect with people in the Holy Land. This is what Jin Duoduo values. Coming from a financial family, he knows very well what is beneficial to him. Asking people for help is certainly useful, but those gods who can be asked are of little use. Is it useful to have a Holy Land prodigy? No, the values of the two are not on the same level. As he spoke, Jin Duoduo was afraid that Su Yu would regret it, so he hurriedly said, "Brother, please wait for me for a moment. I'll go get something and come back." Su Yu nodded with a smile. "Okay, we're waiting for you here." After getting the consent, Jin Duoduo hurried back to Tiandao City. After Jin Duoduo left, Jin Hao and the other two couldn't help but ask, "Su Yu, why did you agree so suddenly? We still don't understand his origins, what if?" Before they finished speaking, Su Yu grinned and interrupted, "You don't understand, this is the god of wealth. You will understand later how important he is." Hearing this, the three of them didn't take it seriously. He is just a small cultivator from the outside world. What use can he be? However, this thought was ruthlessly interrupted a few minutes later when Jin Duoduo returned. "Brother Dao, I have no way to repay you. Please accept these spirit stones as my protection fee." Several people looked at the storage ring handed over by Jin Duoduo. After taking it, as soon as they probed their spiritual sense into it, they were shocked by the mid-grade spirit stones piled inside that almost burst the storage ring. "Oh shit, little fatty, you're actually a big dog owner." Chapter 131 Traveling Together, the terrifying potential behind the Jin family. Looking at the number of medium-sized spirit stones in the storage ring, even those with limited knowledge couldn't help but gasp. With such a large amount, he just gave it away casually. Is he sure he is not the heir of some holy land? In their storage ring alone, each of them has nearly 1 million medium-level spirit stones. That is the number of 10,000 high-quality spirit stones. He gave them 4 portions at once, which means the fat guy gave them 4 million medium-level spirit stones by himself. This amount shocked even those who came from the Holy Land. Although they are the reserve sons of the Holy Land and the real sons of the Holy Land. But how many spirit stones were used? At most, only 1,000 high-quality spirit stones can be used at a time. And you have to report it. If we really talk about the disciples, share, they can get 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones a month, which is good enough for 100 high-grade spirit stones. But here 10,000, their 10 years' salary. Jin Hao has been traveling in the outside world for many years and knows how barren the outside world is. To come up with so many spirit stones, one must at least be a first-rate force or even an ordinary Holy Land. And if they take out so much at once, they will feel the pain for a long time. After Jin Hao accepted the storage ring, he couldn't help but ask, "Little fatty, no, big boss, what is the scale of your family? How can you give out so many resources so easily? Aren't you afraid that we'll rob you?" He was really curious. This little fat guy looks harmless and is extremely generous. There is no way he can be a simple person. How can you trust them so much? Jin Duoduo looked at Jin Hao with his eyes narrowed into slits and said with a bright smile, "I see that the Dao brothers have extraordinary bearings. They are obviously the top geniuses in the Holy Land. Of course I believe you won't be greedy for such a small amount of money. Those who come out of the Holy Lands are all outstanding talents." Jin Duoduo gave Jin Hao and the others a thumbs up and praised them. Besides, just by looking at the way the 4 Taoist brothers are dressed, you can tell they are from the 3 Holy Lands. "It comes from me, the pillar that governs the Eastern Wasteland." That's even more incredible. He has no other abilities, but his eyes are the easiest for him to distinguish people. Moreover, he took a liking to several of them at first sight. Naturally trust your intuition. Zhao Wudi was also a little shocked. The outside world was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He had just come out of the sect and met such a genius. Zhao Wudi also asked, "Dao Yu, what does your family do?" He is so curious. This kind of move is even more awesome than that of the Holy Land. The 3 holy places only gave 1,000 high-quality spirit stones to the top 100 in the Tiandao competition. Upon hearing this, Jin Duoduo's face showed a hint of shyness, and he smiled innocently. "My Jin family has been doing business since ancient times. We have dabbled in all kinds of business for both cultivators and ordinary people. We are quite famous in the Ming Dynasty, no, in the Eastern Wilderness. It's just that it's rooted in the Ming Dynasty." Hearing the keyword, Jin family, Yu Yan's mind moved and said, "Jin family, that's the one that has made huge reforms in recent years. Even the Jin family, a financial family that has expanded its business to other major domains. I remember his family was the first to come up with a concept called finance and immortality loans. From what I understand, the Jin family has been expanding at an extremely terrifying rate in recent years. They have already spread across the Eastern Wilderness, the Southern Wilderness, the Western Buddhist Kingdom, and other places. In the past 20 years alone, the Jin family has been amassing wealth like crazy. Their annual revenue and net profit are comparable to the entire Holy Land's annual income. Well, it's on par with the 3 great Holy Lands." After Yu Yan finished speaking, Jin Duoduo smiled and waved his hands, saying, "No, these are just rumors. The 3 holy places have stood firm in the Eastern Wasteland for many years. Their annual income is astronomical. They may have spiritual stones on the surface, but if you add in the many spiritual medicines and treasures, the family only has 1/10 of the holy places." Hiss. Hearing this, the 4 of them gasped again. A noble family from the outside world, generating revenue on a scale comparable to 1/10 of the Holy Land. Doesn't that mean the Jin family has completely crushed all ordinary holy places? No wonder. Moreover, since the little fat guy was so generous, he must be a key figure in the Jin family, or even the young master. At this moment, Zhao Wudi, Jin Hao and Yu Yan finally understood the reason behind Su Yu's words. They will understand the importance of the little fat boy in the future. This is fucking god of wealth. Yu Yan recovered from her shock and continued, "However, the Jin family has expanded too quickly in recent years, causing dissatisfaction among many factions. Some factions that have borrowed money from the Jin family are even preparing to take action against them because they can't repay their debts. The Jin family's lending business is very large. Even many first-rate forces and ordinary holy places have borrowed money from them. But, no matter how wealthy an ordinary family is, without top-level experts guarding it, it is just a fat sheep that can be slaughtered at any time." Hearing this, Jin Duoduo smiled even brighter and said, "Small problems, all small problems. Everything is under control. Looking at this little fat man who smiled like Maitreya Buddha, the four of them felt that he was a little scary. So indifferent. The Jin family seems to be very ambitious. However, this has nothing to do with the 3 holy places. No matter how powerful the Jin family is, they are just ordinary people. The foundation of their 3 holy places cannot be shaken by the Jin family. Moreover, the Jin family is very self-aware and will not touch anything from the 3 holy places. That's his cleverness. After discussing some issues, Suyu glanced at the sky and said, "Let's go, it's time to set off. We can go a long way while it's still light." Good. Several people nodded, indicating that they had no objection. After getting the map and confirming the direction, Jinhao also took out a flying boat made of decent material. Then everyone boarded the small flying boat about 3 or 4 meters long and urged the flying boat to head towards the Ming dynasty. Sitting on the flying boat, Jin Duoduo couldn't help but sigh, what a pity. If my flying boat hadn't been blown up, we could have been even faster. Those bastards are really cruel. They actually used such heavy hands to capture me alive. Even his own death squads could be turned against him. But, you'd better not let me go back to the Jin family, otherwise kill these bastards. Thinking of this, from an angle that no one could see, a cruel look flashed in Jin Duoduo's small eyes. Brother Jin, come and have something to eat. We can go to the next city tomorrow. Hearing this voice, the cruelty in Jin Duoduo's eyes instantly disappeared, and a smiling expression appeared on his face. I'm coming. Brothers, I wonder what you were doing in Daming. We are just going to Daming to settle down. Oh, that's perfect. Stay at my house for a few more days so I can entertain you. When Chinhao's small flying boat was flying at a speed of 2,000 miles per hour, several figures with strong auras slowly walked out from the place they passed. Several people stood in a dark corner, staring at the direction where Suyu and the others left, with murderous eyes. People from the 3 holy places. Humph, they've affected our grand plan. So what if they're disciples of the 3 holy lands? We can kill them if we want in the outside world. Let's go. Follow them. In order to capture Jin Duoduo, hundreds of us, including so many supreme heavenly realm masters, have been killed or wounded. At this point, we can't let him escape no matter what. Once we're out of Tianzhou City, we'll strike under cover of night. Swish. Chapter 132. Jin Duoduo is good at fooling people, and Zhao Wudi was fooled again. This kind of flying boat that needs to stop to rest after traveling thousands of miles a day is not particularly good. Given Chinhao's status, he actually doesn't need to take this kind of flying boat. But if he comes out to gain experience, he won't get anything good. If he wanted to, Zai Wei could easily take out even a flying boat that could withstand attacks from a saint. But this would defeat the purpose of the training. As night fell, after traveling thousands of miles, they rested within the range covered by the Saint Realm. After all, I just left, so I have to be on guard. Within the area of thousands of miles of Tianzhou City, as long as there is danger, they just need to crush the talisman and the Holy Realm elders guarding Tianzhou City will appear in an instant. It even appears in less than a second. It is equivalent to forcibly descending a spirit. But they were different, they simply pulled a god in front of them to block the attack. Deep in the forest, a bonfire lit up the surroundings. In the dark world outside the campfire light, there are many eyes emitting green light watching every move here. Certainly, no beast dared to approach, because there is an aura among this group of people that can make Jiayin feel threatened. Within the defense area of Tianzhou City, there are not many monsters in the Spirit Sea realm, let alone the Jiayin realm. This is the base where the 3 holy places communicate with the outside world. All threats will be eliminated. Suyu killed a young deer nearby, removed the fishy parts, added seasonings and roasted it on the campfire. After the venison is roasted and the fat is released, the aroma is also stimulated. This smell is really delicious. As a financier and gourmet, Jin Duoduo is not only interested in making money, but also in all the delicacies in the world. He was once addicted to delicious food and spent 100,000 high-quality spirit stones in 1 year just to buy countless rare birds and animals to satisfy his appetite. He even ate a lot of golden dragon carp that could enhance spiritual awareness. This is a treasure that can only be found in a sacred pond deep in the extremely cold land of the Northern Territory, which will not freeze no matter how low the temperature is. The price of one is enough to bankrupt second-rate forces. Of course, it doesn't mean that only precious things can make him eat them. He loves anything that smells good and tastes good. He can even eat mortal wontons with relish. After the venison was roasted, several people quickly shared it and ate it all. Although their cultivation levels no longer require them to eat to maintain their functions, sometimes they still crave a bite. Belch. Brother Su is really good at grilling. Jin Duoduo praised. Suyu smiled but said nothing. Barbecue. In my previous life, although those street barbecue stalls had no benefits, the taste was amazing. It makes people want to drink, eat meat and brag. He didn't think too much about it, but looked at Jin Duoduo and asked, Brother Jin, how did you come up with the idea of going with us? Logically speaking, with your status and wealth, it would be easy for you to find those caravans to escort you to Ming Dynasty, right? He took a look at the chance line on Jin Duoduo's body. He didn't know what happened, but Suyu was so scared that he almost screamed. Densely packed, some coarse and some fine, all a matter of chance. This little fat guy is truly worthy of being called the god of wealth, opportunities are everywhere for him. And, even they are connected to Jin Duoduo by a thread. This means that they are also Jin Duoduo's opportunities. Wow, he really knows how to make friends. Upon hearing this, Jin Duoduo wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth with his sleeve, then sighed and said, it's a long story. Originally, I wasn't coming to Tianzhou City. I was heading to the capital of the Dakian dynasty to discuss a business deal. However, I was attacked by gangsters on the way. Some of my loyal soldiers desperately tried to hold them back to protect me, while others were determined to betray me even at the cost of their own souls. And they all came prepared, each one of them was very well prepared. Jin Duoduo changed the subject and continued, fortunately, I had some treasures on me, which allowed me to escape certain death, but the teleportation scroll was destroyed. I could only escape using the teleportation talisman, and finally hid in Tianzhou City, where I luckily managed to save my life. Seeing him talking freely, dressed very appropriately, and without any fear in his eyes, Suyu had that picture in his mind. A wealthy dog owner was betrayed by his subordinates and was besieged by many powerful men who wanted to capture him alive. Then, the little fat man kept taking out life-saving treasures from his pocket and throwing them out as if they were free. In the end, the killer suffered heavy casualties. And he used the teleportation talisman to escape calmly. But in order to prevent the quasi-saint from killing him, he could only hide in Tianzhou City. However, the other three did not have Suyu's awareness. After listening to Jin Duoduo's words, they also felt that this little fat boy was really lucky. This can escape. After saying this, Jin Duoduo smiled innocently at them again and said, luckily, I met a few Dao brothers in Tianzhou City. I believe that with the identities of several disciples from the 3 holy lands, we can definitely deter those criminals. Zhao Wudi, a young man who had never experienced the world, naturally showed pride when he heard these words. He said with certainty, Brother Jin, don't worry. With us here, no villain can get close to us. Whoever dares to come will die. Although Qin Hao and Yu Yun didn't say anything, they also agreed with what Zhao Wudi said. Training is training, but if they are in a life and death battle with people of the same level and realm, they will never reveal their identities even until they die. Fight to the death, either die or reach the ultimate level of sublimation. If they can't even survive a fight with people of the same level and realm, how can they be qualified to take over the burden of their fathers? No qualifications whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Jin Duoduo was immediately moved and stood up, bowing and saying, "Thank you, Brother Zhao. It's my great honor to meet you all. If you don't mind, how about we call each other brothers from now on? Although my Jin family is just an ordinary family, in some matters, we can do things more conveniently than the Holy Land. If you need me, just ask." After spending half a day together, he could see that Suyu and the other three were definitely not ordinary disciples of the Holy Land. They were at least inner disciples, or even core disciples. A potential genius who is destined to serve in the Holy Land in the future. Naturally, he didn't mind being able to make friends with such a person. After all, the Jin family could develop to this day because the successive family heads had continuously made friends with brothers. Some old family heads even had sworn brothers at the quasi-saint level or even the saint level. Of course, the Jin family is also very generous in providing resources and benefits. Do you want it? Give. No. Then find it for me. This is the philosophy of the Jin family. Brothers are both good and numerous. Zhao Wudi was moved when he heard this. He stood up and said, "Brother Jin, why do you say that? There is no distinction between high and low. From now on, you and I." However, before Zhao Wudi could finish his words, a loud bang suddenly occurred. The ground beneath my feet was shaking. Then, more than 200 terrifying auras suddenly rose up and rushed here rapidly from all directions. Jin Duoduo, surrender. Follow us obediently, or you will inevitably suffer some physical pain. Boom. Chapter 133. Since you want to die, I will help you. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from all directions, everyone was stunned for a moment. Because, none of the auras here are lower than the Jiang realm. There's even a lot of heavenly aura mixed in. Although he is only a celestial being who has survived the first stage of decline, he is by no means comparable to an ordinary calamity. Hundreds of Jiangs and several celestial beings. This battle has completely pulled out all the core combat forces of an ordinary Holy Land. It takes more than a dozen first-rate forces to barely gather such a terrifying combat force. Hiss. At this moment, several people deeply felt the influence of the family behind Jin Duoduo. The fact that they led money to ordinary holy places and first-rate forces alone caused so many forces to collapse collectively, and even assembled such a large army to capture Jin Duoduo. So terrifying. In fact, based on their superficial understanding, Suyu and the others still underestimated the influence of the Jin family. The immortality loans, resource mortgages, and mineral mining rights transactions they created have greatly affected all forces under the transcendent Holy Land. Because the contract drawn up by the Jin family is a contract approved by heaven. Do you dare to breach the contract or do something tricky? Excuse me, the heavenly Tao will immediately destroy your entire Holy Land. At the beginning, when they took out the loan, they didn't care much, thinking that it was just a cash flow and they would be able to pay it back soon. However, when the disciples' value-output ratio and the proportion of the ancestors' use of resources continued to expand, they found that the things they had mortgaged could not be redeemed at all. Because the funds were borrowed, the ancestors used the resources without restraint. In order to break through, they continuously purchased high-value elixirs, magic pills, etc. from the Jin family. In the end, the breakthrough failed, and the ancestor did not come out to make money and generate income, so the Holy Land was unable to make ends meet. All the mortgaged mineral veins were taken into the pockets of the Jin family. Even, the Jin family is also committed to researching various methods to try to take advantage of the cultivators, such as mortgaging organs to get loans for cultivation, etc. It can be said that the Jin family wants to get involved in anything that is profitable. If the Jin family is so crazy, does anyone want to cause trouble? Yes, and quite a few. But the Jin family relied on its powerful resource library to sign agreements with many geniuses, and each agreement was for 1,000 years of service at least. Then the Jin family spent a huge sum of money to invite a top-level formation master from the central region. The Great Sage Realm's formation master went to set up a defensive formation for the Jin family, integrating offense and defense. The Jin family was invincible in the city they built, Jubao City. As long as the divine source and source marrow are supplied, even if the Great Sage comes, he will be beaten to a pulp. And what the Jin family lacks the least is these resources. This is why this group of people were so crazy and gathered hundreds of people to attack Jin Duoduo. Because apart from this, they would have no chance to cause trouble to anyone in the Jin family. What's more, he is the young master of the Jin family. Looking at the undisguised aura of Jia Yang rising from all directions, Jin Hao and the others were stunned and said, "Brother Jin, what kind of hornet's nest have you stirred up? This is fucking ridiculous. Even if an ordinary Holy Land sends out all its might, it wouldn't be able to muster this much combat power, right?" They originally thought that what Jin Duoduo encountered was nothing more than Yunshin, Dharma image, etc., or at worst Jain. After all, Jin Duoduo is just a small spiritual sea. But it was such a spiritual sea that actually mobilized a war-level force to capture him. This is really off the mark. Jin Duoduo looked at this scene, his heart pounding, and said, "Who knows? What now?" Although he has a killer move. However, it can only be used once, and it is a killer move that can kill everyone indiscriminately except yourself. The people around us may not be able to withstand it. Swish. In just a moment, strong men emerged from all directions and surrounded the place. In midair, the aura of several celestial beings was revealed, suppressing one side. And all around them, there were more than 200 Jiang strongmen staring at them with eager eyes, all with their bodies tensed, as if they made any unusual movements, they would rush up and tear them to pieces. The leading celestial being fell from the sky. They stood less than 100 meters away from Jin Duoduo, staring intently at his face, and said, "Young Master Jin, come with us. Follow us now and you will be safe, otherwise." They didn't dare to ask for the termination of the contract. After all, if they did such a stupid thing, wouldn't their power be known clearly? Besides, how could cancelling the so-called contract be as reliable as directly kidnapping the young master of the Jin family? The status of the young master of the Jin family is unmatched in the Jin family. As long as they can control the young master and ask the Jin family to give away half of their wealth, they will agree. Because the current reforms of the Jin family are largely related to this young master. That's why they went to so much trouble to gather so many people. The celestial being who was speaking had a powerful airflow in his hand. It was condensed from powerful spiritual power. As long as he threw it out, he could easily kill Suyu and the others in the Dharma realm. But, after all, these people were wearing clothes from the three holy places. Killing him rashly might lead to retaliation from the three holy places. They dared not to provoke the three holy places. After all, there were countless saints in the three holy places, and just one of them could cause them to fall into eternal damnation. Hearing this, Jin Duoduo couldn't help but sneer and said, "Let me go with you. Do you have the ability to swallow my Jin family's things? Do you really think you are the three holy places? How dare you use me to threaten the Jin family?" Upon hearing this, the celestial being said coldly, "Since we dare to do this, we naturally have our own countermeasures. If you don't agree, I will have no choice but to capture you, cut off one of your arms, and send you to Jubao City for your father to make his own decision. After saying this, the celestial being turned his gaze towards Su Yu and the other three, and said in a cold voice, this matter is a private matter between us and the Jin family. We will not easily provoke you, who are from the three sacred places. You may leave now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. After all, the three holy places are a sharp blade hanging over the heads of everyone in the eastern wilderness, a shackle that cannot be broken free. Try not to provoke them if you can. Hearing this, Jin Duoduo also turned his head and said apologetically to the few people, I'm sorry, I didn't think these people would be crazy enough to take action here. Brothers, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please leave first. We'll get together again when there's a chance. Those spirit stones, consider them as my greeting gifts to you fellow Taoists. Hearing this, Zhao Wudi, who had been fooled quite a bit, couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. He said, Brother Jin, do you think we are such cowards? We're not leaving. It is rare to find such an honest person who is both righteous and generous. It is a blessing to make friends with such a person. Listening to his words, Jin Duoduo couldn't help but feel moved. Just as he was about to speak, he was ruthlessly interrupted by the celestial being. Boom! The might of the celestial being burst forth, forcing all the surrounding trees to collapse. He looked at Zhao Wudi coldly and said, don't think that just because you are from the three sacred grounds, we won't dare to kill you. Since we dared to take action, we have already thought of a way out. Since you want to die, then I will grant you your wish. Bang! Chapter 134. You are more useful than garbage, but you can only be used as fertilizer here. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the celestial being, and he squeezed the airflow swirling in his hands with force. There was a loud bang, and the airflow exploded instantly. In an instant, an extremely terrifying pressure swept across and spread. If this airflow reaches this side, not to mention Zhao Wudi who is at the 8th level of the soul condensation realm, even Su Yu, Chen Hao, and Yu Yan who are at the ultimate level of Dharma would be wiped out in an instant. A group of ants, whose cultivation is not yet up to par, dared to dream of challenging the majesty of the gods. There was deep disdain in the eyes of this celestial being. So what if he is a genius from the Holy Land? In the face of absolute power, you are just an ant. Die. After he finished speaking, he threw the air ball in his hand towards Zhao Wudi. In an instant, the powerful pressure swept across and spread at such a speed that the power of the sonic boom along blew all the surrounding trees into dust. Boom! The moment he saw him make a move, Zhao Wudi became angry under the pressure. A light flashed from his storage ring, and in an instant, a jade token appeared in his palm. Snap! A crisp cracking sound was heard. Zhao Wudi shouted angrily, are you relying on your cultivation to show off your power? I'm afraid of you. The next moment, a dark vortex opened up in front of Zhao Wudi, and then a figure was pulled out of it by an invisible force. After the figure was pulled out, the airflow that was powerful enough to wipe out Jia Yuan fell swirly on him. However, this airflow filled with destructive power fell on the figure's chest, like a breeze blowing past, without causing any ripples, and was swallowed up and offset by the energy in the figure's body. Seeing this scene, the celestial being's pupils suddenly shrank, and a strong breath of death instantly lingered in his heart. Not good. He thought to himself that something was wrong, and then his body suddenly accelerated to supersonic speed like a fighter jet and exploded backward. Can. Buzz. As a mysterious voice fell into everyone's heart, the retreating celestial being had not yet had time to leave the safe range, and his body seemed to hit a wall, stopping his retreating trend abruptly. Seeing this scene, the more than 200 Jeyongs and the other celestial beings were all horrified. Domain. It's the holy. Before he could even utter the word, person, a terrifying holy force that seemed to have the power to destroy the world came crashing down. Bang. Dozens of Jeyong realm masters were like burst balloons, their bodies exploded in an instant. This scene scared everyone to death. The celestial being who had taken action was extremely horrified, and tried desperately to break free from the scope of the domain. However, how could he, a celestial being who had just reached the 5th stage of decline, resist the annihilating force coming from the peak of the holy realm? Get over here. The cold voice exploded in his ears. The next second, his vision blurred and the surrounding scenes rapidly retreated like lines. When the feeling of weightlessness disappeared, a huge force came from his neck. This enormous force clamped his neck, making it impossible for him to break free, and he had no power to resist at all. When his vision returned, what appeared before him was an old face with indifference and murderous intent. Seeing this face, the celestial being was so frightened that he screamed, "Ah! Spare me, saint, spare me!" At this moment his heart was bleeding and full of regret. Fuck, who is this little bastard, and how could he have the ability to use a saint as a shield in an instant? Could it be that it was taught by the elder himself? Even parent-child, the elder exuded the ultimate combat power of a peak saint. His face was dark as he stared intently at the celestial being he was holding like a chicken, and said coldly, "You're quite brave. That's quite courageous. You dared to attack and kill the holy sons and the holy lord's biological children of the three holy lands of Jushao, Tinshuan, and Zaiwei within 10,000 miles of Tianzhou City. You did a great job. There's probably no one in this world who is braver than you. It's only the first day. This blind rubbish dared to kill right under his nose, and even attack the beloved ones of the 4 holy places. What would happen if the holy lord and the others knew about this?" These words, to the group of people who came to kill Jin Duoduo, were like a hydrogen bomb dropping and exploding. At this moment, their minds were blank, and only one sentence lingered in their hearts. The holy lord's own son Jushao the holy son, his. The news of this series of bombshells caused the pupils of these celestial beings to suddenly dilate, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world, and frightened them to death. The holy lord's own son was attacked and killed by him. It's over. It took him a long time to react, and he was about to speak. Bang! The elder did not give him the chance to continue speaking. He exerted a little force with his palm, and the holy power directly destroyed the soul of this celestial being. With a thought, the human skin mask on the face of the celestial being fell off, revealing his true appearance. Seeing his appearance, Jin Duoduo, who was still in shock, came to his senses and exclaimed, "It's the butcher heavenly man from the blood knife holy land." Hearing Jin Duoduo's words, the elder tapped his finger lightly. The next second, the invisible force in the area tore off the human skin masks on everyone's faces. Looking at these familiar faces, Jin Duoduo's eyes gradually turned cold. Sure enough, it's these holy places and first-class families who mortgage their spiritual vein resources. Okay, when I get back, no one will survive. Since you can't afford it, why borrow the Shushan loan? Fuck that shit. However, the 8th elder said quietly, "Give me a list of the forces they belong to. I will personally handle this matter from the 3 sacred grounds. It seems that my 3 holy places have been isolated from the world for too long. The rule prohibiting fighting within 1,000 miles of Tianzhou City, some people don't take it seriously. Anyone who dares to cause trouble within 1,000 miles of Tianzhou City is guilty of a capital crime. If it was just a minor fight, he, a Saint Realm elder, would not bother to pay attention to it. These bastards attacked and killed the sons and biological parents of the 3 holy places and a holy son with extraordinary talent. If we don't take a tough stance, who knows who will dare to take action in the future. When competing with people of the same realm, the Holy Land will not care about you, and the Son of God will not take the initiative to reveal his identity because he cannot afford to lose face. But if there are old guys who bully the weak, then just wait for the people. Hearing this, Jin Duoduo was stunned at first, then nodded respectfully and said, "Yes, Elder." He is very aware of the current situation. The elders of the Holy Realm have spoken, what else can he say? Moreover, although the Jin family can solve the problem, it will cause some negative impacts on financial promotion. Since the Holy Land is willing to take action, he is naturally happy to see it happen. Upon hearing this, the group of surviving celestial beings in Jiang were frightened half to death and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. However, the elder ignored the group's pleas for mercy. They never thought of letting anyone go before, but now that they are being bullied, they start begging for mercy. Haha, I'm dreaming. Boom. In the Holy Realm, invisible pressure suddenly descended, crushing everyone into pieces. The power of the Holy Realm cannot be touched by mortals. Garbage belongs in the garbage dump, and you are more useful than garbage but only as fertilizer. Chapter 135, Plundering his inheritance might be more suitable for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the eighth elder clenched his hands into fists, and then, the invisible power of Holy Might crushed all the invading Jiang and Tianren into meat paste. Bang, 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 muffled sounds rang out one after another, and those living Jiang and celestial beings were crushed into powder without any resistance. Even under such great power, they couldn't even scream and their souls were completely destroyed. Clear the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Jin Hao, Yu Yan and Zhao Wudi were relatively calm. Their background and experience have long made them accustomed to this kind of scene. But, this strong visual impact was extremely shocking to Suyu and Jin Duoduo. Jin Duoduo was fine, but Suyu had a completely different feeling. What a powerful force. Even those who have not reached the same realm and have passed through the 5 degenerations cannot withstand it for a moment. Suyu couldn't help but sigh. It was not until now that he understood what he had said to the Ninth Elder and how dangerous the step he had chosen was. As long as the Ninth Elder has no regrets about his talent. When he said those words, he believed that he would definitely be crushed to death like these people. He didn't even have time to scream, let alone use the heavenly escape talisman. But, the Eighth Elder's powerful performance at this moment was like a shot of adrenaline to Suyu, making him desire for strength in a higher realm. He really wants to have this kind of combat power as soon as possible. With such combat power, let alone a single-handed challenge to the so-called Holy Land, at least he can protect himself. Even if a great saint wanted to target him, he would have to think twice. After making sure that all the invaders were wiped out, the Eighth Elder retracted the domain power he had released into his body. He turned to look at the others, a trace of shame in his eyes, and said, "It was my negligence that nearly allowed these scum to succeed within the safe confines of Tianzhou City." Fortunately, they met the most noble people in the 3 holy places. If an ordinary elite disciple encountered this, he would probably end up in regret. It seems necessary to make an example of someone and establish a complete defense mechanism for the safety area of Tianzhou City. This group of scum even dared to go against the will of the 3 holy places. If this matter gets out and their holy places don't say anything, more and more ignorant ants will cross the red line. Zhao Wudi shook his head and said, "This matter has nothing to do with you, Eighth Elder. It's the problem of this group of people." The Eighth Elder felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. As the most powerful being at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm, he actually needed the Holy Lord's own son to make excuses for him. I am so ashamed. Thinking of this, the Eighth Elder took out another jade token from his bosom and handed it to Zhao Wudi, saying, "The original jade token has been used and is no longer valid. You should keep this one. When you encounter this situation, don't argue with them, just crush the jade token." The jade token has a teleportation array and a defensive array. It was enough to last him until he could reach any corner of the eastern wasteland. Zhao Wudi didn't hesitate and took the jade token directly. After all, it was a life-saving item. "Thank you, Elder." Seeing him accept the jade token, the Elder nodded and said, "Then you can rest first. I will go back first." "Elder, take care." Several people watched as the figure of the Eighth Elder gradually twisted and then disappeared. After the elders left, the few people did not mind that someone had died here, and continued to spend the night there. "Let's continue on our journey when it gets light." Jin Hao stretched, then jumped onto the tree and lay down on his side. Soon, several people climbed up the tree one after another. Suyu also found a tree and lay down. In a place like the world of immortal cultivation, there is no air pollution, the night sky is clear, the stars are clearly visible, and it is very bright and dazzling, which makes people yearn for it. After traveling through time for a few years, I finally gained a foothold. However, my goal is still a little unclear. Suyu rested his hands on the back of his head, looking at the starry sky, his eyes filled with confusion and emotion. "Climb to the top and make even the Emperor dare not covet you." A bit embarrassed, Suyu took a look and chuckled to himself. Suyu, you are really not satisfied." Lying on the tree, his thoughts were swirling. Unconsciously, the long-lost sleepiness came over him. Then, Suyu fell asleep unknowingly. The monks had actually given up sleep, a low-quality recovery method. After they meditate for a while, their spirits can be instantly restored. Only, he completely relaxed that night, without any defense. Just like that, I fell asleep peacefully. It would be nice if someone could be so reckless as to challenge me as a villain. Or even if someone who is destined to kill me comes along. This way I won't have any psychological burden. Suyu's idea was ridiculous, but that was his true inner thoughts. It is really difficult to ask him to take the initiative to kill the child of destiny, because there is no grudge between them and he has not shown any murderous intention towards you. Just like now, Zhao Wudi, Jin Hao, Yu Yan, Jin Duoduo, Lin Mo, Chu Dian, and Lin Cheng, who all have golden fates, have all become his friends. If he were to treat them as NPCs, the experience points he would gain would be enough for him to reach the same realm. But people just love to be friends with you, what can you do? Everything was going too smoothly. It makes him lose the challenge. When the forest returned to calm, some nocturnal creatures also cautiously came out and began hunting and moving. And in the void where Tianchuan connects to Tianzhou City. There is a warship sailing in the void. Inside the warship, Yu Yao is going out to gain experience, so naturally I can't be too bad. My progress is too slow staying in Tianchuan Holy Land. Dragon Ancestor, next I want to go to the Demon Realm to train and find the Dragon Clan's Holy Land. I want to be promoted. I heard that Yu Yao's brother has become the Holy Son of Jushao Holy Land. His cultivation is already capable of competing with peak Dharma Realm cultivators. I can't fall behind. After all, I offended him before. Yes, I am very pleased that you have this awareness. The Holy Land only needs to serve as a background. What can truly make you stronger is the divine dragon bloodline and dragon body in your body. Besides, I noticed something special about that little fellow back then. Judging from his current achievements, if I'm not mistaken, he must have inherited the immortal heritage. As long as you can reach the Demon Realm, I can take you to the Dragon Clan's Holy Land. I can use the blood pool inside to increase the concentration of your blood and then help you quickly break through the tribulation yin. And then kill him. Plundering his inheritance might be more suitable for you. Hearing the voice of dragon ancestor in his mind, Longfeng was stunned at first, and then a murderous and ferocious look appeared on his face. Good, it's because of him that Niu Yao is so cold to me. Otherwise, I would have activated the indestructible dragon phoenix body long ago. Kill him and there will be no more obstacles. Chapter 136, Jin Family Treasure City. Suyu was stunned, this isn't modern times. The next morning, the sky was just getting light. 5 people jumped down from the tree. After a brief wash at the nearby stream, Jin Hao summoned the flying boat again and flew towards the Ming dynasty with a few people on board. Along the way, several people were chatting. However, the content of the chat eventually ran out, and for a period of time afterwards, everyone was practicing. But, when passing through some cities to rest, Suyu and his friends finally realized what a financial family was and what it meant to have industry spread all over the place. Wherever there is a city, there must be the Jin family's industry. The Jin family is present in every restaurant, bank, or auction house. You can say that, in the world of ordinary people, the reputation of the Jin family is far more useful than that of the Holy Land. Even your Holy Land needs to show its power in front of others. But if you say that you work in the Jin family's business, then you will be the envy of those around you. Because working in the Jin family's business, 1 month is equivalent to a year's work for others. After a few days of traveling, finally, in the territory of the Daijing dynasty, Suyu and his companions had just found a city to settle down. When they went to a restaurant to have something to eat, they heard the discussion in the restaurant. Have you heard that the Yuan dynasty and the Qing dynasty next door were destroyed overnight? I heard that the 3 holy places took action at the same time. What on earth did the Great Yuan and the Qing Wang sect do that angered heaven and man to cause the 3 holy lands to be simultaneously devastated? The capital of the Great Yuan dynasty was destroyed overnight, leaving no one alive. The secret realm of the Qing dynasty and the surrounding area for thousands of miles were directly pierced. Now there is only a deep pit for thousands of miles. I believe it will turn into a lake in the future. Tisk, these forces are courting death. They actually dared to attack the disciples of the Holy Land within the safe zone of Tianjiao City. Several major sects will be massacred. Awesome, he even dared to provoke the 3 masters of the East Wasteland. His death is not unjust. The discussions of the people around were filled with shock and emotion, and at the same time, there was also gloating over the destroyed sects. Because with the fall of a holy place and a dynasty, new forces will rise. For example, those powerful second-rate sects or kingdoms under the dynasty will rise up and swallow up their heritage and be promoted to the new first-rate. Listening to the discussions around them, everyone smiled in tacit understanding. They asked for a private room and sat inside, then they laughed out loud. It's what you deserve. As a vassal, you dare not even abide by the rules set by the master. Destruction is the least of your worries. Although this matter was caused by Jin Duoduo, but the few of them obviously didn't take this to heart. What they were angry about was that the rules set by the Holy Land were violated and disrespected, and even after they revealed their identities as disciples of the 3 major Holy Lands, they still dared to kill them. This is what made Qin Hao, Yu Yun and Zhao Wudi angry. However, this little episode was only mentioned briefly. After all, the life and death of these people had nothing to do with them. Only ordinary people would be shocked. After all, hundreds of thousands or even millions of people were wiped out in one fell swoop. After eating and drinking, after a few days of getting along, Zhao Wudi was fooled by Jin Duoduo and started to call him brother. Zhao Wudi turned to Jin Duoduo and asked, Duoduo, how long will it take to reach your home? This was what interested him most along the way. Because, while stopping and walking along the way, he had already felt the ordinary people's yearning for Jubao City where the Jin family lived. That look of yearning was even stronger than the monks' yearning for the Holy Land. Even Jubao City was once described as a fairyland on earth. Qin Hao and Yu Yun were also a little excited and asked, is this Jubao City really as wonderful as people say it is? Even they were looking forward to this kind of Holy Land in the mortal world. I want to see how prosperous the city is that can cause a monk to fall into depravity. Compared to the 3 people, Suyu seemed much calmer. He was not interested in the city. He was only interested in the line of opportunity above Jin Duoduo's head. Because there is a very special thick golden thread on Jin Duoduo's head that links him to the direction of the Ming dynasty. This opportunity he really wants it. There is an urge to get this opportunity. Seeing how curious they were, Jin Duoduo just laughed innocently and waved his hand, saying, these are just rumors. Don't believe them. Jubao City is just slightly better than other cities. Some of its things are just more novel. But now that we've arrived in Daijing, we'll be almost there in Jubao City in 3 more days. It only took 3 days to travel a distance of tens of thousands of miles. After all, the place where they are now is the edge of the Daijing dynasty, bordering the Ming dynasty. Without further delay, let's set off immediately. It's really boring to travel like this. If it were just the 4 of them on this trip, they would definitely find something to do, but with Jin Duoduo along, it became inconvenient for them. In addition, the time for the Blessed Land to appear is approaching, so they naturally don't want to delay any longer. After staying in Jubao City for half a month, they will leave. Soon, several people set off again. In addition to riding in flying boats, they sometimes fly in the air for a while. If there were not many dynasties in the outside world that possessed teleportation arrays, they would have already traveled to Jubao City through the teleportation array. For the next day and night, they did not stop to see the local customs and people. Now, all they wanted was to get to Jubao City as quickly as possible. Finally, at the evening of the next day, a city covering an area of thousands of miles finally appeared in their sight. Seeing the city appear, Jin Duoduo's heart also became active. He pointed at the city in front of him that was about to fall into darkness and said, Brother Zhao, look, that is the treasure city built by my Jin family. Looking at the city ahead, Zhao Wudi and the others initially thought that the scale was just okay and there was indeed nothing particularly outstanding about it. However, when the last ray of sunset light completely disappears from the earth, buzz, in front of them, the city that originally looked unremarkable was instantly lit up. The light illuminates the sky, creating the most vibrant scenery in this darkness. And, the buildings in the city are high and low, and are very regular. From a distance, it looks like a basin emitting golden light, and the top of the building standing in the middle looks like a gold ingot. The tall buildings stand side by side, and the neon lights illuminate the sky, making it look very dreamy. Seeing this scene, Zhao Wudi and others were a little stunned. They had never seen a city that could burst into such dazzling neon colors when night fell. Is this treasure city? It's so beautiful. However, all these scenes that look very dreamy, as well as those high-rise buildings inlaid with reflective glass, all of this made Suyu stunned for a moment. Looking at the very familiar scene in front of him, Suyu was stunned, his mouth opened so wide that an egg could almost fit in. Isn't this a modern city? At this moment, Suyu's brain was completely shut down. This architectural style. It is obviously a realistic modern city. Hiss. Chapter 137, Baby, you are finally back. I missed you so much. On the flying boat, Suyu stared at the neon lights and the tall buildings in front of him with his eyes wide open. For a moment, he didn't react. Here, there are actually modern cities. This is fucking. Suyu's brain exploded all of a sudden. Doesn't this mean that there are also time travelers like him here? It took a long time for Suyu to calm down. He was a little unsure whether this place was built by modern time travelers. If so, that would be fun, but if it weren't for, that only means that this world also has technological development. So, am I exclusive or an exception? Suyu couldn't help but mutter, this is too modern, the skyscrapers are all made of glass, I don't believe I'm not a time traveler from Blue Star. This style is only loved by those who travel across Blue Star. There's too much overlap, I'll have to ask Jin Duiduo about it later. If it is a time traveler, and he also has some system or cheat code, as long as he can be trusted, we must pull him in to cause trouble together. Compared to Suyu's thoughts, Jinhao and the other two seemed only shocked and emotional. This is the first time I've seen such a dreamy city. Jinhao took in the modern cityscape before him and couldn't help but exclaim, this is too spectacular. Yes, spectacular. The Holy Land pays attention to the harmony between nature and fairyland and has a beautiful environment. Therefore, there are more mountains and caves, or small wooden buildings, or golden palaces. Other cities in the outside world are similar. Most of the buildings in the city are made of wood and stone, and the height will not exceed 5 meters. Even if there are more magnificent buildings, they are only made of stone and the height is at most a few dozen meters. But what about here in front of me? At first glance, there are quite a few buildings that are hundreds of meters high. This may not be surprising, but if it could sparkle, the visual impact would be completely different. Zhao Wudi forced himself to suppress the shock in his eyes and said to Jin Duiduo, Duiduo, your home is so dreamy. It's a new benchmark for urban development. That's awesome. The Jin family's wealth and power were now fully manifested. Financial families with both money and new concepts are truly terrifying. Jin Duiduo couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. No, it just so happened that someone in my Jin family knew something about architecture, and there were also talented people who developed some strange and bizarre things. Together, they formed this Jubao city into what it is today. The changes in Jubao city today originated 20 years ago. Although Jubao city was also very prosperous at that time, it was not much different from other capitals. At most, it had a strong atmosphere of making money, but it did not have the dreamlike feeling it has today. These high-rise buildings and neon lights have a huge visual impact on these semi-ancient cultivators. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go back to my Jin's house and have a seat. He didn't dare to contact his family along the way, for fear that his information would be hijacked by those ignorant people again. Now that they were approaching Jubao city, Jin Duiduo's tense heart began to relax. Because, once they get near Jubao city, his Jin family is invincible. Even if the great sage comes, he has to follow the rules of the Jin family. The Jin family's defense, which cost countless resources to invite a great master of formations from the great sage realm to come out of seclusion to set up, is truly incomparable to that of an ordinary holy land. The flying boat flew towards Jubao city. Not long. They arrived outside Jubao city. After getting off the flying boat, several people walked towards the city gate on foot. Outside the city gate, the line of people waiting to be checked into the city stretched for 3 miles. When Jin Duiduo's unique figure and face appeared in front of the guards, before they could walk over, the city guards were startled when they saw this scene, and then they rolled and crawled towards Jin Duiduo. Young master, you are finally back. A middle-aged guard looked at Jin Duiduo with excitement in his eyes. It's been so long, a whole month. Our young master has been missing for a whole month. Everyone in the Jin family was almost going crazy. They were unable to contact the young master, and no news came. The Jin family was almost about to issue a bounty. This gentleman is the real treasure in the apple of the eye of the Jin family. The moment he lost contact, the Jin family went crazy. The whole family is waiting for you to come back. Seeing the guard so excited, Jin Duiduo also breathed a sigh of relief and said, let's not talk about this for now. Lao Miao, quickly send a car to take me back to the family. Yes, young master, the middle-aged guard immediately straightened his back and saluted. Then the middle-aged guard took out something like a walkie-talkie and shouted. Everyone found this scene somewhat novel. Only Suyu looked more and more familiar the more he looked at him. This is fucking. It really is a modern miniature. They even made a walkie-talkie. Could it be that the person who traveled through time is a science and engineering student? After a while, a bus that Suyu felt familiar with slowly drove over. At this moment, Suyu felt like the sky was falling. This is definitely done by modern people. After the bus arrived, Jin Duiduo smiled at Suyu and the others and said, let's go, let's get on the bus. Get in the car. Suyu finally couldn't help himself and asked, Brother Jin, what is the energy source for your car? Could it be that? Is there anyone in this world of immortal cultivation who has created an industry for refining oil? Tisk tisk, that would be terrible. Upon hearing this, Jin Duiduo explained, this car is built with a flame crystal as its power source. This flame crystal can generate a small explosive force, which is used to propel the car forward. One low-grade spirit stone can bite 10 flame crystals, and one flame crystal can travel 1,000 miles. It's more comfortable to use for commuting in the city. Of course, there are many car models. In my treasure city, there's a no-flying magic circle, and high-speed movement is also prohibited, so cars are the most popular means of transportation in the city. And this little gadget was developed by an interesting craftsman. After hearing this, Zhao Wudi and the others were deeply moved. This treasure city is really interesting. As the bus entered Jubao city, they were shocked again because there were cars of various models on the road. On the buildings on both sides of the street, there's a large screen similar to a projection stone playing new things. Of course, the most important thing is that the city looks like it's daybreak, with streetlights and various colored lights everywhere, which is dazzling. Anyone who sees this scene for the first time feels novel. Soon, after the bus passed through several streets, finally, a super building standing in the center of the city appeared in everyone's sight. This is a super courtyard covering an area of 10 miles. Outside the yard, countless people were looking forward to seeing them. Among them, the most excited was a middle-aged fat man who was in the lead and dressed in very luxurious clothes. When he saw the bus stop and Jin Duiduo walked out of it, the middle-aged fat man could no longer suppress his emotions. Baby, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Chapter 138 When my wealth reaches the sky, I will control 9/10 of the world with my endless wealth. When the middle-aged fat man saw the little fat boy Jin Duiduo getting out of the car, he immediately rushed over and picked up the ladder. Then he put his hands on the little fat boy's shoulders and looked him up and down, fearing that his son had lost weight or was injured. It's okay, it's okay. Seeing that the little fat boy was fine, the middle-aged fat man nodded repeatedly and kept repeating what he said. This is his only son, his golden child. If he dies, it would be like castrating him. After confirming that Jin Duiduo was alright, the middle-aged fat man's gaze fell on Suyu and the others behind Jin Duiduo, and asked, son, who are these people? Based on his many years of business experience and vision, these people are not ordinary people at first glance. Their temperament is too outstanding and their backgrounds are not ordinary. And he is far beyond the reach of any dynasty prince. You can tell at first glance that he is from a prominent family. It is even very likely that he was born in a powerful holy land. Not to mention the 3 major holy lands, at the very least he was born in a top force with a complete saint behind him. Upon hearing this, Jin Duiduo immediately introduced them. Old Dang, let me introduce you. These are the geniuses from the three sacred places of Jushao, Tianchuan, and Zaiwei. The one in white is brother Su Yusu, the new holy son of Jushao. Next to him is Zhao Wudi, the biological son of the holy lord of Jushao. This stern-faced man with a buzz cut is the biological son of Saint Zaiwei, Jinhao, and this one is Saint Tianchuan's legitimate daughter, Yuyun. These are the people I met in Tianzhou City. Hiss. After hearing this introduction, even though the middle-aged fat man was the head of the Jin family, he couldn't help but gasp. Good job. My son has been missing for a while, and I thought he would have a hard time, but who would have known that he would quietly meet such a genius with a top background. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that the three Holy Lands had destroyed several forces at the same time some time ago. The reason was that those people were so reckless as to dare to attack and kill the Holy Land disciples near Tianzhou City. Considering that his son had met them in Tianzhou City. Could it be that it was his son who was attacked by those bastards? If his son hadn't made friends with these people, who knows, he might not have escaped the disaster. His mind worked quickly and he figured things out in no time. After learning the whole story, the middle-aged fat man's eyes suddenly became more enthusiastic. He walked over to the little fat man, shook Su Yu's hand, and said kindly, "Thank you for sending my son back safely. Although my Jin family is nothing special, please stay for a few days and let me show my hospitality." Su Yu heard this and smiled, saying, "Master Jin, there's no need to be so polite. We're also going to Daming, so we're traveling together. Don't think that there's no danger along the way." But in fact, those who coveted Jin Duoduo did not dare to approach rashly after seeing them together. Because the several forces that were destroyed are lessons for us. Do you really think that those first-rate forces in ordinary holy places don't have spies in many cities? Impossible. They had already found out Jin Duoduo's whereabouts a long time ago, but when they thought about the scene of that group of people attacking and killing the disciples of the Holy Land, they knew that they were from the Holy Land, so they did not dare to take action. It is not wrong to say that they sent Jin Duoduo back safely. The middle-aged fat man patted the back of Su Yu's hand, smiling broadly, his eyes narrowed into slits, and said kindly, "No matter what, I should thank you. As for me, I am the head of the Jin family, my name is Jin Yuanbao. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Come, I'd ask the immortal chef at the immortal food house to prepare some rare and precious divine birds. Let's taste them together." Having said that, he took Su Yu's hand and walked in. Looking at his smiling face and his eyes narrowed into slits, Su Yu couldn't help but wonder whether the head of the Jin family had opened his eyes. Several people followed him into the Jin family yard. Only when I walked in did I find that there was a different world inside. Not only are there all kinds of modern technologies that Su Yu had seen in his previous life, but even the decoration has strong Chinese and European styles. So noble, luxurious and pleasing to the eye. After arriving at the restaurant and everyone was seated, the servants came up and poured a glass of fairy wine into the goblets in front of everyone. The scent of this immortal wine alone can make people like Su Yu who are in the Dharma realm feel relaxed and happy. This made Su Yu couldn't help but sigh. Really? No matter where they are, as long as there are such rich people, their enjoyment is definitely better than that of the emperor. Come on, eat, you're welcome. The table was filled with rare delicacies that were hard to come by outside, and they tasted incredibly delicious. After a meal, everyone had finished chatting. Of course, I drank a lot of wine. This kind of immortal wine is not only mellow in flavor, but also strong, which can enhance the spiritual power of cultivators. Of course, it is also easy to get drunk. After drinking it, you can take a nap and wake up to enhance your spiritual power. After 3 rounds of drinks, Su Yu and the other 3 were arranged to go back to their rooms to rest. The fat father and son of the Jin family also came into the study after looking at each other. Close the door and activate the soundproofing array. Jin Yuanbao's smiling face was no longer smiling. His eyes, which were originally narrowed, were now open. He looked serious and had the majesty of a superior. In fact, the aura of the superior is no less than that of the holy lord of a top sect. Duoduo, tell dad what happened this time. Jin Yuanbao poured 2 cups of top-grade spiritual tea with a dense spiritual energy, pushed 1 cup in front of Jin Duoduo, and he picked up the other cup and started to sip. Jin Duoduo also opened his squinting eyes at this time, and his bright big eyes flashed with shrewdness. He also took a sip of tea and sorted out the order before saying, "This is a long story. First of all, there was a problem with the family's assassins. In addition, there are several first-rate forces with overdue loans that have joined forces with ordinary holy places. Of course, the 3 holy places have destroyed quite a few of them. If I hadn't been lucky enough to meet Brother Su and the others this time, I would have been able to escape, but I would never have returned so quickly and smoothly. As for the list of those forces that committed the crime, I have already compiled it." As he spoke, Jin Duoduo took out a piece of paper from his storage ring and placed it on the table. Jin Yuanbao took a quick glance at it, and then the list was picked up by an invisible force and sent out of the study. "Master Mo, erase all the names still on the list. They can set any price they want." "Yes, sir." Outside the study, an old voice sounded. Crunch. The door closed again. Jin Yuanbao put down his teacup and continued quietly, "It's time to put our family's business expansion to the entire Xuanyan on the agenda. After all, over the years we've accumulated almost all the resources and strength." Jin Duoduo's mind moved when he heard this, and he asked, "Have the difficulties of mass cloning Dharma images been overcome?" "Nature. Then let's get started." After saying that, Jin Duoduo stood up, walked to a white wall, and waved his hand. In an instant, the white wall turned into a screen, which showed a map of the entire Xuanyan. Xuanyan people all respect holy places and strength. They believe that as long as one has strength, money and resources can be easily obtained. Everyone in the world yearns for strength, believing that money and power will naturally come with growing strength, and they disdain wealth. However, they never consider that they still need money and resources to pay the way. Ordinary gold and silver are wealth, and spiritual stones and divine sources for cultivation are also wealth. They have no way to deal with stronger ones, but I only need to use endless wealth to drive tigers to devour wolves, and I can also search for all the wealth and resources in the world and hold them in my hands. When my wealth reaches the heavens, I will use this mundane wealth that even the strongest despise. Control 9/10 of the world. Chapter 139, Transformation, evolving everything in the world, everything I see can be evolved. The other side, Su Yu, Jinhao and others were each taken to a separate room. After all, they had been traveling for such a long time. Although it had no impact on them, they still wanted to have a good rest at this moment. After saying goodbye to the 3 of them, Su Yu also came to his room. As soon as he opened the door, the decoration inside immediately made his long-dead memories jump out and attack him again. Crystal chandelier, Simmons mattress, ceiling, background wall. Looking at this decoration style, Su Yu suddenly felt a lot. This is more modern than modern. What's more, the most important thing is that electricity is used as the driving force here. Seeing this, Su Yu didn't know how to express his feelings at the moment because he had already consulted the housekeeper before coming. This is all created by legendary craftsmen, including so-called electricity. They all use thermal power to generate electricity. Of course, the things that can be used for thermal power generation are naturally not the so-called coal mines, but a very common black firestone on the Xuanyan continent. It is a kind of mineral that can continuously generate high temperature. And the temperature is extremely high. It is most suitable for use as thermal power generation. Whoever told me that the craftsman who built all this was not a time traveler, I won't believe it even if you kill me, Suyu couldn't help but say. But, this also brought a long-lost sense of anticipation and excitement to his face. Being able to interact with modern people in another world is something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. I have to find a chance to meet him, soon. After adjusting his mood, Suyu took advantage of this rare opportunity to open the system mall. After all, if you accumulate so much villain points and don't use them to buy something suitable, what's the point of saving them? No matter when, strengthening your own cultivation is the only way to save your life. It's better to avoid relying on others. He no longer wants to rely on others to solve his problems for him, he wants to solve all problems by himself. After Suyu muttered silently and opened it, in an instant. His consciousness sank into his mind, and in his mind, a transparent light blue curtain unfolded. Limited time offer. Reverse yin and yang training method lays the foundation for the yin and yang physical body in the Dharma realm. The yin body corresponds to the Jia yin realm, and you can practice Xiao yin to cultivate the soul, solidifying it to leave the body and kill the enemy soul. From a major immortal sect, this is a first level immortal method. Price, 666,666 villain points. Limited time flash sale. Pai in hand, a physical martial art that uses softness to overcome hardness. Grade, Saint Realm martial arts. Price, 8,888 villain points. Limited time offer. Transformation, transform him, transform things, transform eternity, transform all living things. Past, present, future, everything you see is me. Grade, price, 1 villain value. This time, what caught Suyu's eye were not the goods that he could not afford. But there are 3 limited time flash sale options. Everything was normal with the first 2, but the third one seemed very deliberate. The price is only 1 villain value, which is equivalent to giving it away for free. Looking at this scene, Suyu fell into deep thought. This is, as soon as Suyu expressed his doubts, the cold prompt tone of the system rang in his ears. Ding, this is the mall bonus given after the system upgrade. Bye. Suyu was silent for a long time, then calmly said 2 words. Regardless of whether it was a benefit or a pitfall, he felt that he should buy this technique. He felt this might be his chance to surpass all geniuses, immortals, and emperors. As for relying on this technique to become an immortal, he didn't dare to think about it. He just wanted to stand on the same starting line with that group of people, those emperor's sons and immortals. He didn't believe that the emperor had not left them with extremely precious opportunities. It's possible that it's the immortal emperor scripture or even the immortal scripture. Ding, purchase successful, villain value minus 675,555. The product has been placed in the automatic training column. Transformation, evolve everything in the world. Everything I see can be transformed. I can transform into a peerless emperor to fight, or I can transform into a true immortal to deduce time. The supreme method, the supernatural power is self-enlightened. This short line of words made Suyu silent for the first time. This is definitely a skill that surpasses the immortal level skills and is absolutely incomparable to ordinary immortal scriptures. It's not that he hasn't come into contact with immortal scriptures. For example, he had already mastered 3 of the 9 skies and 9 peaks scriptures. Danshao, Qishao, Bishao. In his eyes, the 9 kinds of scriptures are actually fragments of a method with different characteristics. As long as the complicated parts are removed and the contents that are part of the immortal scriptures are spliced together, and then the corresponding acupoints in the human body are found and operated, the immortal scriptures will appear. He had already understood it, but he had never gone to other peaks to get scriptures. This kind of magic belongs to the top level of immortal scripture in Xuantian, but in Suyu's eyes, he doesn't think this kind of immortal scripture can be that good. At least, that's the case in the legendary world full of immortals. But in the mortal world of Xuantian, this immortal scripture seems extremely profound. Certainly, but in his eyes, it means nothing. It's even not as good as his corpse immortal tribulation. The corpse immortal tribulation heaven can condense the endless corpse chi in the world, transform it into a wisp of yin immortal chi, and can even sow yin immortals. The skills that can even be sown from the corpse of an immortal are definitely not something that ordinary immortal scriptures can match. Jushao's immortal scripture is absolutely impossible to be tampered with. Looking at the annotations of transformation, Suyu was speechless for a long time. He didn't know how long it was before he exited the system space. So am I a clone evolved from someone else, or am I the one who's in control? This technique, it is definitely a proven technique created by the strongest person. Suyu didn't even dare to think about what level of cultivation the person who could create such a heaven-defying technique had reached. Maybe it's just like what's written in the novel. Recite my true name in the cycle of reincarnation and you will be able to see eternal life. Suyu's eyes were very complicated at this time, but gradually, his eyes began to become firm. Whether I am a clone or the master, at this moment, I am a unique individual, and no one can replace me. It's just a set of skills. What good will it do if I practice it? I've traveled through time and space, and I've died once. Why would I be afraid of dying again? After adjusting his state, Suyu took out the cushion he carried with him without any hesitation and sat cross-legged on the wooden floor. When he entered the state of cultivation, his body seemed to be undergoing a transformation. The whole person was like a mirage, and his body even became distorted. It's like he will disappear from this world at any moment. This situation lasted for a week. During this time, Jin Hao, Jin Duoduo and others came to find him, but after sensing that Suyu was practicing in the room, they did not disturb him. Under the leadership of Jin Duoduo, several people also became familiar with everything in Jubao City. On the morning of the 8th day, when the first ray of sunlight fell on the yard, Suyu's eyes slowly opened. Ding, you have entered the Washang stage. Do you want to extract experience points to advance? Extract. Chapter 140. I would like to ask Brother Su to get a treasure for me. Bang. As soon as the word extract came out, a muffled sound came from Suyu's body. After countless times of strengthening, his physical body has now reached a terrifying state. Even though he was not a cultivator who practiced physical training, under the constant burning and tempering of his body by the Great Sun Prison, and with the blessing of many powerful skills, Suyu had already become so invincible that even physical freaks thought he was abnormal. Even Suyu could use his physical body to smash a great master of the 8th level of Dharmakaya to pieces. The physical body is like a furnace. Every breakthrough will cause spiritual power to collide in the body. Most people will use all their strength to break through. Only Suyu needs to be suppressed. This also caused him to feel a muffled sound in his body every time he broke through. This was because the colliding spiritual power was suppressed by him, and when it hit the barrier of his physical body, it made a dull sound like hitting steel. However, this time, even if Suyu tried his best to suppress it, it would be of no avail. Because, the energy of this breakthrough was too terrifying. After just 7 days of simple practice, he could no longer control the state of breakthrough. The 5th level of Dharma realm. The 6th level of Dharma realm. The 7th level of Dharma realm. In just a blink of an eye, Suyu's realm was rising rapidly like a rocket. Even when he tried his best to stop it, the momentum of the breakthrough showed no signs of weakening. Soon, after only 3 seconds of stalemate, his realm completely reached the 8th level of Dharmakaya. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, clearer than before, and then the realm was raised again. Ninth level of Dharma. This momentum was very strong, and Suyu suppressed it with all his strength. After controlling it for half an hour, his breath finally stabilized. However, it also froze at the peak of the Dharmakaya. He is just one step away from reaching the final stage and can enter the realm of robbery at any time. Sitting cross-legged on the cushion, Suyu first stabilized his state after the breakthrough, and the divine light in his eyes dissipated. Call. As his realm reached its peak, the mist he exhaled was no longer impure, but pure spiritual essence. Crackle. After Suyu stood up, all the bones in his body made thunderous movements. Another increase. Is this the speed of cultivation brought by the top-level martial arts? It's really terrifying. For the first time, Suyu directly felt the shock brought by the truly heaven-defying martial arts. After getting started and practicing a little, you can gather endless spiritual energy into your body. Moreover, there seemed to be no limit to the spiritual energy he absorbed. No matter how much came, his meridians could withstand the impact. And after the spiritual energy enters the body, it can be quickly refined into one's own spiritual power. No wonder the cultivation speed of those emperors and immortals is so terrifying. Suyu couldn't help but sigh. The Holy Land's method of selecting geniuses from the outside world is once every 100 years, and anyone over 100 years old can participate. In addition to giving space for geniuses to display their talents, it also gives opportunities to those who are late bloomers. Perhaps people outside think that anyone who can break through to the Dan and Yenshin stages within 100 years is a monster. But in the Holy Land, the criteria they used to evaluate evildoers were not based on age or realm, but on qualifications and foundation. The reason why those immortal species are called immortal species is naturally because their cultivation speed is close to that of immortals. Some immortal species are born with strange phenomena in heaven and earth, and many of them enter the Dharma realm at the age of 18. Some can even reach the peak of the Great Saint realm before the age of 100. This is the ultimate immortal species. The Emperor's son inherited the bloodline of his father, the Great Emperor, and possessed the blood of the Emperor, and also possessed extraordinary understanding. When they embarked on the path of cultivation, their father, the Great Emperor, would prepare the Emperor's scriptures for them to practice. It is not an exaggeration to say that 1 day is for body training, 2 days for meridian solidification, and 3 days for foundation building. It is normal for an Emperor's son to be at the quasi-Emperor level within 100 years old. Because the Emperor is at the pinnacle of the world and a powerful person recognized by the way of heaven, the offspring he gives birth to will naturally be like the darlings of heaven, with aptitude close to that of immortals. Certainly, the bloodline of the Emperor also has many shackles and restrictions. There have been so many great emperors throughout history, but few of their descendants can become great emperors like them. However, there are exceptions. Once the Emperor's son can become the Emperor, he will almost certainly be chosen by the immortal sect. This is the experience summarized over countless eras. Therefore, those great emperor sects and aristocratic families would choose to seal the outstanding and evil emperor's sons in the divine source, and then wait for the golden age and the immortal road to open. Just like this life, what Suyu has to face is a harsh era of competing with countless princes and immortals. So if there is a better option, he will never miss it. Otherwise, he will be the only one who loses in this life. After staying for a few days, it's time to go out. Suyu restrained his outward aura and murmured. Then, he stood up, folded up the futon, and walked out of the room. Crack. When he opened the door, standing outside were Chen Hao, Zhao Wudi, Yu Yun, Jin Duoduo, and Jin Yuanbao, father and son. Seeing this scene, Suyu couldn't help but be stunned, and asked in surprise, why are they all here? Isn't it just a breakthrough? Is it worth so many people watching? Seeing the doubt in his eyes, Chen Hao couldn't help but ask, do you know what you just did? What? Suyu tilted his head, puzzled. Seeing him like this, Chen Hao couldn't hold back any longer and said, in a split second, you've completely drained the spiritual energy from the entire Jin family mansion. Even those priceless spiritual plants planted in the yard have been sucked to death by you. Even those who have broken through the middle stage of Jie Yin can absorb as much as you. Suyu didn't feel anything in the room, but they, outsiders, knew best what was happening. In just a moment, the Jin family's spiritual energy was drained away. Then all the spiritual plants and medicines withered in a few seconds. This terrifying suction force generated instantly is much greater than the force generated when breaking through the middle stage of Jie Yin. There is nothing wrong with spiritual energy, but it is too much to absorb the spiritual plants and medicines that wither. This time alone, the Jin family's loss is worth 100,000 high-quality spirit stones. You'll have to pay for sucking so much out of others. Suyu was stunned when listening to Chen Hao's story. Wasn't it just a breakthrough, but there were such serious consequences. Before Suyu could say anything, Jin Duoduo and his son smiled and said, it's okay, brother Su, just keep inhaling. Breaking through is the top priority. If this thing is broken, it's broken. Don't take it to heart. The father and son saw it very clearly. Suyu's potential for breakthrough is like a gold mine waiting to be mined. They don't even have time to invest, how could they possibly let Suyu lose money? 100,000 high-quality spirit stones. That's nothing. If they serve Suyu well, the rewards they will receive in the future will be tens of millions, hundreds of millions of times. Thinking of this, the father and son looked at Suyu with fiery eyes, as if they were seeing a peerless beauty. At this moment, Jin Duoduo suddenly asked with a smile, Brother Su, I heard from Wudi that you are planning to explore a blessed land, right? Hearing this, Suyu was stunned for a moment. This Zhao Wudi. I was really fooled. I told Jin Duoduo everything. Yes, Suyu nodded and responded. Seeing him admit it, Jin Duoduo was overjoyed. If that's the case, then I'd like to ask Brother Su to get treasure for me. Chapter 141 These good brothers must not break off their relationship. Jin Duoduo's round face was filled with sincerity. He said solemnly, according to the information I've gathered, each of the major blessed lands has a unique medicinal herb. This medicinal material is not classified as high grade because it is too special and the environment in which it grows is extremely dangerous. It's only found in tombs in blessed lands. There's a kind of Ganoderma lucidum that grows on coffins. It's called Yinshin Ganoderma lucidum. It's completely black, and regardless of day or night, it emits a green light visible to the naked eye. As soon as the name of this medicinal herb came out, Chen Hao and the other two frowned instantly. Because they've heard it, Chen Hao looked at Jin Duoduo and said in a deep voice, the Yinshin Lingzi can only be found in blessed lands, that is, in the holy tombs of the mythological era. Apart from that, it can't be found anywhere else. Its effect is to flesh out bones and contain the soul. As long as there's a Yinshen Lingzi, it can stabilize the soul of a saint for 1,000 years without dispersing, and even gather soul power. When refining bones, adding Yinshen Lingzi can make the bones regenerate flesh and blood. It is a first-class treasure of heaven and earth. Every time a blessed land opens, many people come for the Yinshen Lingzi. Because in addition to this, the Yinshen Lingzi has another powerful effect, which is to allow the soul to have the ability to leave the body. It can allow those below the saint realm to master the power of the Yinshen, which is equivalent to having two combat forces in one body. After talking about so many benefits, Chen Hao's eyes became a little heavy. He continued, no matter where the Yinshen Lingzi is found, it will be collected by the top holy lands immediately and will not be leaked to the outside world. Because it's a banned drug. The so-called banned drugs are those whose effects are too strong and uncontrollable, so they are listed as banned drugs. In fact, all the major holy places would let some of the younger generations practice yin spirit in order to do things that could not be done openly. For example, hunting. Yu Yun's expression was also a little gloomy, and she said lightly, "Brother Jin, what do you want the Yin Shen Lingzi for? This is not an ordinary thing, but must be strictly controlled. They won't give it easily." Although the Holy Land would also bestow Yin Shen Ganoderma upon its subordinate forces, that was only when the other party reached the Holy Realm. At the same time, it is also extremely troublesome to pick Yin Shen Ganoderma. A small shovel made of daytime gold is needed to dig it out of the coffin. Otherwise, the effect of the Yin Shen Ganoderma will gradually dissipate within a month and finally turn into the highly poisonous Ming Ganoderma. Daytime gold is a rare metal that can be used to create celestial warriors. It comes from meteorites from outer space. Therefore, only first-rate forces are qualified to collect Yin Shen Lingzi. And it's still very powerful and top-notch. When it comes to the issue of banned drugs in these holy places, even Zhao Wudi, who was on good terms with Jin Duoduo, did not stand on his side but looked at the former in silence. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, even Jin Duoduo and Jin Yuanbao, father and son, could see Yu Yun had quietly put her hands behind her back. Obviously, she had taken out the jade token. As long as their answers are slightly wrong, the other party will crush the jade token and summon a powerful saint to come here. Although Jubao City can make a saint unable to return, even the great sage has to flee in embarrassment. That is used for ordinary great saints and ordinary holy places. If we really have to face a top-level holy land, the saints or even great saints they send will be enough to raise Jubao City to the ground. The kind that won't even leave a trace of powder. This is also the reason why Jubao City is so powerful now, but still dares not provoke the top holy land. It's not that they don't want to, it's that they don't dare. That kind of behemoth level, the great saint realm it pulled out was enough to grind them down, not to mention that there were quasi-emperors buried underground in these top holy places. That is the ultimate person with the ability to know everything. Although Jin Duoduo is very ambitious and wants to expand his business throughout Xuanyan and then use his wealth to become an emperor, he is still just starting out. Seeing how nervous they were, Jin Duoduo was speechless. He gave a wry smile and quickly explained, "You misunderstood me. Listen to me first." Several people were silent, just staring at him with frowns. Jin Duoduo sighed, then said, "What I want is not the ancient Ganoderma, but the coffin lid and a handful of soil underneath the ancient Ganoderma. I have a use for those coffin boards. I want the coffin board that can grow Yin Shen Lingzi to use as the center of the formation, targeting the Yin Shen in the Saint Realm." As he spoke, he couldn't help but say, "We have tried to find people to look for the coffin lid in the underworld soil over the years, but those who were sent were unable to seize the Holy Land. Also there's a dead body under the coffin lid, and it's extremely powerful. I don't bother with the geniuses who can beat the dead, and I can't beat the ones who are willing to find the coffin lid. I am helpless." After hearing this, several people finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were well aware of the value of the Yin Shen Ganoderma, but the major holy places had also long studied the coffin lids in the underworld. Apart from being able to restrain the Yin spirit, it has no value in cultivation. Because the rules of heaven and earth in the blessed land are different from the current rules of heaven and earth. Those coffin boards that can grow Yin Shen Lingzi will never grow Yin Shen Lingzi if they are dug out and brought out into the world. It will be useless even if the dead body and the coffin is brought out together. So, they all gave up their research. Upon hearing this, Yu Yun loosened her grip on the jade token and said, "If it's the coffin lid in the underworld soil, we can help you bring some out. If your target is the Yin Shen Lingzi, we will report it to the Holy Land." Hearing this, Jin Duoduo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "You must be joking. Our Jin family adheres to the principle that we can offend anyone except the Holy Land. We dare not touch anything that is forbidden by the Holy Land. Asking me to covet the Yin Shen Lingzi is like seeking death." He denies this false accusation. He just wants a coffin lid. The coffin lid in the underworld will be of great use to him. Qin Hao's expression also gradually darkened, but now it disappeared, and a smile appeared on his face. He said, "That's good. Isn't it just a coffin lid? We brought it out to you, these are just small problems. You can't bring the Yin Shen Lingzi, but there's no problem bringing him a coffin board. In fact, it is not surprising that they're so nervous. The main reason is that it involves the Yin God. This matter is of great importance and there must not be any mistakes. Okay, let's go." Zhao Wudi also broke his silence, walked up and patted Jin Duoduo on the shoulder. Su Yu didn't say anything, just watched them talking. He didn't say anything until the conversation was over, and followed Qin Hao and others out of the Jin family. The Jin family father and son warmly saw them off all the way and sent them out of the Jin family yard. They did not return to the house until they saw the few people disappear from their sight. It almost made them feel bad about me. Fortunately, my target wasn't the Yin Shen Lingzi. We must never sever our ties with these good brothers. Chapter 142, Attack on the Road. Wrong, now it's just a matter of one punch for me. After leaving the Jin family residence, Su Yu and his companions headed towards the Blessed Land. On the way, Qin Hao couldn't help but ask, "Su Yu, how did you break through again? And you've crossed 5 minor realms in a row. Don't you really feel like your foundation has become weak?" As a contemporary genius who was about to enter the immortal level, he was surprised by Su Yu's breakthrough speed. You know, he had seen Su Yu's information from when he participated in the Tiandao competition. At that time, his registered cultivation level was only the first level of the spiritual sea realm, and he had also been tested in reality. Then after the hunting trial ended, he jumped to the 9th level of the spirit sea realm. Finally, in the 3 months after returning to the Holy Land, he broke into the 4th level of the condensation pill realm in the void. Until now, at the peak of the Dharma. It only took him 6 years. 6 years, from the 1st level of the spirit sea to the 9th level of the Dharmakaya, with Danning and Yunshen in between, there are 4 realms in total and 36 small realms. An average of 1 small realm every 2 months. No, to be more precise, it was a period of silence followed by a series of breakthroughs. Besides, from the beginning till now, they still don't know what kind of god Su Yu condensed. When Su Yu hit him, he just used the Dharma image of the Fire Star Lord. There is no power of gods at all. Su Yu turned his head to look at him and smiled. "No, as long as the foundation is solid enough, improving your realm will be as easy as eating and drinking water. This is the result of my utmost suppression, otherwise I would have already fallen into the calamity of Yin. Now he no longer needs to hide himself. He just needs to show his talent to the fullest, and then countless people will bow down to him. As long as I am strong enough, there will be great scholars to debate for me. What he needs now is to attract firepower. Only if those who target him are talented enough and have a good fate, can he crush them early and advance quickly." As expected, after hearing Su Yu's words, the expressions of Qin Hao, Yu Yun and Zhao Wudi changed. Looking at Su Yu was like looking at a monster, shocking and frightened. Qin Hao couldn't help but say, "You kid really are a monster. But you have to be low-key when you enter the ruins. If you are too high profile, you will be attacked by everyone. The top saintly geniuses from other domains won't give a space." Who knows, someone from the Emperor's tomb might see that you're too strong and want to hunt you down. Not to mention the Emperor's tomb, even the people from other domains might try to kill you if they encounter someone with bad intentions. After all, in the fierce competition for the Emperor's path, one less opponent can increase your chances of becoming an emperor. Stop talking, you're so perverted, I almost want to kill you. After saying that, Jinhao looked at Suyu with a resentful expression. This little expression was simply amazing. Unfortunately, I can't beat him. He couldn't even defeat Suyu, who was at the 4th level of the Dharma realm before, not to mention that he has now reached the limit of the Dharma realm and can enter the Jie Yin realm at any time. Yu Yun standing aside didn't change much, because she had also seen a pervert that was her younger brother Yu Junsheng. Her brother was the most perverted person she had ever met in her life. At such a young age, he was already preparing to be robbed of his life. If he hadn't been in seclusion to break through, he might have met Suyu. To be honest, she was actually quite looking forward to it, wanting to see who was more enchanting, Suyu or her brother. Zhao Wudi kept looking at Suyu. After a long while, he sighed and said, I felt that my decision to refuse to compete with you was the most clear one. If he had chosen to compete with Suyu, there is a high probability that one's faith in Taoism will be broken at that moment, and one will be stuck in a dead end for a long time before coming down, or even develop inner demons. But now, he wouldn't feel that way at all, because the other party had become so perverted that he accepted this fact and even felt fortunate. Jinhao and Yu Yun both looked at him strangely. How do you feel? This guy seems a little relieved. But it is understandable. After all, some people who have been praised as the pride of heaven since childhood will really be broken in their faith if they are defeated by wild people, all of a sudden. Let's go to the blessed land and see how strong the Tianjiao from other domains are. Suyu looked at them and smiled, then waved his hand and galloped away into the distance. Seeing this, the three of them had no choice but to follow. However, before they could catch up with Suyu, a sword beam came down from the clouds and cut a long gully in the earth. Boom, the power of this sword energy is so terrifying that even the space seems to be torn apart. Court death. Then, Suyu's voice suddenly sounded with anger. Dragon Elephant Mountain collapsed fist. A huge fist shadow condensed and slammed towards a cloud above. However, before it touched the cloud, a sword energy fell again. Suyu, you betrayed the holy church and slaughtered the entire Hu family. You must die today. A voice filled with resentment suddenly sounded. Immediately following, the clouds dispersed, and a burly young man in a black and white Taoist robe fell down like a cannonball. The burly young man's eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. He looked at Suyu as if he wanted to eat the latter alive. If I hadn't been on a mission in Jubao City, I might not have met you. It seems that it is God's will that I must kill you and bring you back to the Holy Land. Hearing the other party introduce himself, Suyu immediately understood, is this the Hu family bootlicker? It seems the rumors are not true. This Hu family's bootlicker young master is actually a secret agent for communication between him and the Holy Land. But, why is the other party's cultivation so terrifying? He actually reached the realm of Jie Yin. The burly young man held a sword, his body continued to grow, and in the blink of an eye he was hundreds of meters tall. Now that you are wanted by the Holy Church, if I capture you, my crime of desertion will be forgiven. Moreover, I can use your head in exchange for my future in the Holy Realm. Back then, in order to be your hidden pawn, I, a man over 100 years old, became a little kid's lapdog. I've done so much for you, and yet you betrayed the Holy Church and massacred my Hu family. No matter who comes today, you must die. My level of tribulation yin is the 2nd level, so it's more than enough for me to take down a young man like you. Bang! After saying this, the burly giant who had merged with the Dharmakaya did not hold back at all and charged towards Suyu with his sword. Facing the sudden attack of a giant, Suyu was not at all frightened. If it was before, facing a Jie Yin would still give him a headache, but... Boom! Under the endless pressure of the calamity, Suyu strolled leisurely, with his hands behind his back, taking one step at a time. His body grew larger with each step. The 2nd level of Jie Yin in front of me, you don't have the ability to be arrogant at all. Fire virtue Zhurong body. Bang! 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. 100 meters in one step. This time, Suyu took 7 steps. 700 meters of Dharma body. Follow the laws of heaven and earth. Boom! In an instant, infinite power from heaven and earth began to pour into Suyu's expanded Dharma body. At this moment, his body swelled again. Then, under the horrified and stunned gazes of everyone, the rapidly expanding body reached a length of 1 kilometer. 1,000-meter Dharma body. You who are robbing yin, I can take just one punch. Bang! Cloud hands. Chapter 143. When I become a saint, no matter how many saints come, they are just weeds. The speed at which Suyu's Dharma image's height increased rapidly was extremely outrageous, especially after it merged with the Dharma image of the fire deity Star Lord. Its height suddenly reached 700 meters. Then, when Fa Changdi appeared, Suyu's height almost reached a jaw-dropping height. A full kilometer high. Especially after that power was strengthened, it became even more terrifying. Almost in the blink of an eye, the power overflowing from his body completely surpassed Jie Yin. Now, the Dharma body formed by the Hu family's bootlicker young master stood in front of Suyu like a child. He looked at Suyu, who had changed so much, with a look of horror in his eyes. He said in shock, how is this possible? How could your cultivation level be so? Before he could finish his words, Suyu's giant foot suddenly stomped down on his head. Divine Elephant prison suppressing power. The Divine Elephant steps on the sky. At this moment, the shadow of an ancient mythical beast, the sky-stepping Divine Elephant, suddenly appeared behind Suyu. As he raised his foot, the front paws of the Divine Elephant's shadow were raised high, and under the feet of the Divine Elephant, it seemed as if the sky was stepped down. The Divine Elephant stepping on the sky. A mythical beast that has long been extinct. This race is extremely rare, and every adult giant elephant can rival the Emperor. And this Divine Elephant's power to suppress the prison was naturally created by the ancient great man who observed the Divine Elephant stepping on the sky. The great is even the great Saint Realm martial arts. Bang! With a loud bang, Suyu stomped on the opponent's Dharma body and exploded it. No! Terror-stricken screams resounded through the sky. However, it was soon drowned out by the deafening explosion. When the dust settled, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground, like a footprint. Looking at this scene, Jinhao's eyelids twitched wildly. This guy, really, when competing with himself, he didn't even use his full strength. Of course it could also be because he had broken through to the peak of the Dharma realm, which was why he was able to crush the Jie Yin with 1 foot. Jinhao could only comfort himself in this way. If it is the former situation, then he might really have a mental breakdown. But, no matter which one it is an extremely incredible manifestation. It would be impossible for a powerful person who could crush a 2nd level Jie Yin realm cultivator with 1 foot to do so easily without being at the peak of Jie Yin realm or even Jie Yang realm. It would be fine if this happened to the powerful beings in the 2 realms mentioned above, but the person who crushed the person in the 2nd level of Jie Yin with 1 foot was Suyu, who was at the peak of Dharma realm. Suyu acted very relaxed as he crushed the image of a Jie Yin. This is outrageous. In front of them, Zhurong, the fire god, was 1,000 meters tall, with blazing flames burning on his body. He stood between heaven and earth like the monarch of fire, to whom all other fires had to submit. A divine sun lit up behind the head of Zhurong, the god of fire, like a real god. The temperature of the flame is so high that the space it burns is distorted. Lift your foot. Su Yu looked towards the pit below, his gaze quickly fixed on the blood-soaked young master of the Hu family. With a cold expression, he said, I'm your second-level Jiaying cultivator. Are you worthy enough to speak so arrogantly in front of me? Act recklessly. The people in the Emperor's tomb are really like dog skin plasters, extremely annoying. But there is no way, this troublesome identity is his. Choosing to defend Emperor Tomb now means that he will have to face Emperor Tomb's mad dog-like attacks in the future. The fear in the Hu family's young master's eyes still persisted. He stared at the enormous flaming giant standing before him with his eyes wide open. His heart was filled with hatred and resentment. He said, Su Yu, you can't escape. Betraying the Holy Church, do you really think you can live in peace? Impossible. Next, you can expect endless fighting from the Holy Church. As he spoke, the young master of the Hu family's eyes gradually became crazy, and he roared with a ferocious face. Although I don't know how you escaped the control of the soul, but sooner or later, the Holy Church will find you and kill you. Destroy everything and everyone related to you. Ha ha ha, I'll be waiting for you down here. Seeing his crazy look, Su Yu just laughed contemptuously and said, Don't worry, if you dare to come, I will bury them all in the soil as fertilizer. Emperor's tomb, unless he really dares to show up openly and attack Jushao. Otherwise he's just a rat in the gutter. The great era has not yet arrived, and the road to becoming an emperor has not yet been established. Can the imperial tomb do anything to him? Impossible. They can't even snipe themselves. For what happened in the dream to happen, they would have to have new means to directly block a top holy land from sending out a distress signal. On the Xuantian continent, the emperor's tomb can exist, but the rules cannot be violated. If anyone dares to openly destroy a holy place, the entire Xuantian holy place will be enraged and will collectively take action to dig out the emperor's tomb and destroy it. A rat in the gutter just needs to keep his place. But you won't be able to see that scene. Su Yu changed the subject and then stomped down again. Boom! The violent tremor spread over a radius of 10 miles, as if a major earthquake had occurred, making it impossible for people to stand steadily. As the breath in the deep pit disappeared, Su Yu finally released the fire deity Zhurong's body in the law of heaven and earth. The body gradually returns to normal size. Qin Hao and his companions also rushed over, glanced at the pit, and then asked, Do we need to contact the sect to deal with this matter? The person who spoke was Zhao Wudi. He also knew some inside information, but he completely trusted Su Yu. Because his father had already told him that Su Yu had achieved something that no one had ever achieved since the establishment of Jushao sect. With the terrifying speed of 2 reincarnations, he successfully passed the test of the emperor's ancestors and many heroic spirits of his ancestors. If people like this can't be trusted, then there will be no one in the entire Jushao who can be trusted. Su Yu shook his head and said, In this era, there is no need for the sect to take action yet, unless the golden age arrives and the emperor's tomb reappears. Otherwise, those walking around in the outside world would only be the likes of Robber Yin and Robber Yang. It is possible for quasi-saints and saints to travel together. It just takes a long time to prepare. In addition, they don't have their own positioning, and where they appear is completely random. How can they catch me accurately? Therefore, Su Yu would not be afraid at all. Jie Yang's words. Then use the great summoning technique to summon the elder to appear. Qin Hao looked at Su Yu with pitiful eyes, sighed, and said, If you offend the emperor's tomb, if you fail to ascend to the status of a saint or a quasi-saint before the golden age arrives, you really shouldn't go out casually. That group of mad dogs has saints as numerous as cattle hairs among them. It's as if they are not afraid of the saints dying at all. In those days, a great sage offended Emperor Tomb, who directly sent 10 great sages and 100 saints to assassinate him. This kind of lineup is enough to launch a large-scale war. But just to destroy a great sage, Su Yu just chuckled when he heard this, his eyes gradually deepened, and he said softly, It doesn't matter. As long as I become a saint, then no matter how many saints come, they will be nothing but weeds. Chapter 144 Next, whoever comes to fight, no one will be able to get in. Several people listened to Su Yu's words without any doubt about the authenticity of this sentence, because Su Yu really had this ability. Just based on the combat power and talent he has shown at this moment, it is not impossible for him to become invincible after reaching the Holy Realm. But, this is just the surface. And on a deeper level, Su Yu also mastered 2 of the 9 secrets of the Heavenly Lord. The secrets of the word Do and the secrets of the word Lin. One is invincible in combat and can evolve all martial arts, the other can trigger the forbidden realm of the gods and become directly invincible. What's more, he is now practicing immortal magic. This is Su Yu's trump card. As long as he refines all the opportunities in his body, let alone the Saint Realm, as long as he reaches the peak of the Saint Realm, he will be able to kill the great sage with his sword. The cards have not been revealed and everything is still unknown. Su Yu has been trying his best to hide his trump card in order to catch people off guard. At the same time, in order to hone his basic combat power, as long as the basic combat power is at the monstrous level, then after the multiple terrifying trump cards are superimposed, he will be truly invincible. He even learned from those powerful men recorded in the long river of history, and the quasi-emperor went against the emperor. Let's go, Haozi, to the blessed land. Let us see how powerful the genius is from other domains so that they can make you so serious. Su Yu restrained all his sharpness, turned around and grinned at Qin Hao. Qin Hao got furious when he heard this name, and said with an unhappy look on his face, What rat? The rat in the gutter is the emperor's tomb, what does it have to do with me, Qin Hao? Despite his complaints, he turned serious and said, The geniuses from other domains should not be underestimated. At least, the information we've gathered is that the prodigies from other domains are stronger than ever. Over the years, the eastern wasteland has been suppressed by several other large regions. Apart from the northern region, which is at the bottom, our eastern wasteland is the second to last. My father, Wudi's father, and Yuyan's mother were all defeated by the evildoers from the central region. Having said this, Qin Hao took a deep breath and said solemnly, Now, I want to avenge my previous shame in this Dharma realm. I'm dragging you along this time to save face first in the eastern wasteland. Upon hearing this secret, Su Yu couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on his face. Are you saying that our holy lord was defeated? Our great saint realm saint lord. Have you all been defeated? Yuyan also stood up and nodded, saying, Not bad. Originally, my brother Zhensheng should have gone to the blessed land this time, but he could no longer suppress his power and enter the tribulation yin realm, so I had to go. Qin Hao took over the topic, and a trace of pity appeared on his cold face. He said, If Zhensheng came, we wouldn't have to worry so much. With his fighting prowess, he will surely crush all enemies and redeem himself this time. Listening to their conversation, Su Yu became even more curious and asked, How strong is Yu Zhensheng? Qin Hao, such a proud person, can praise it so highly. This Yu Zhensheng is very charming, but why have I never heard of this person? I even only learned his name recently. Qin Hao's face was solemn, and he said seriously, Very strong. Very strong. Incredibly strong. Let's put it this way, Zhensheng was able to surpass the limit 3 times and defeat the old peak Dharma phase at the first level. When we were both at the peak of the Dharma realm, I was defeated by him after 10 moves. Hearing this, Suyu immediately took a breath of cold air. 10 moves to deal with Qin Hao. The combat power is a bit exaggerated. If he didn't use so many cheats, he wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat Qin Hao within 10 moves. Let's not talk about this pervert. Let's go. Qin Hao shook his head and said. Several people nodded and then followed Qin Hao's footsteps and flew towards the Blessed Land. And shortly after they left, 2 figures appeared from the direction of Jubao City. Looking at the pit in front of him, Jin Yuandao couldn't help but sigh. The explosive power of the 5th level Jie Yin can kill a 2nd level Jie Yin with 1 kick. Incredible fighting power. A genius of this level must not be offended. If you do, you must use all your strength to eliminate him. He knew very well what the consequences would be if he offended such a genius with unlimited potential. If you can't eradicate the problem, then try your best to become friends. Ordinary holy places might choose to eradicate the enemy completely, but for a businessman like him, becoming friends is the real way to make a lot of money. Jin Duoduo narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction where the few people disappeared, saying, becoming friends is real. Just as our ancestors supported the Ming dynasty, we should also devote ourselves to them. Why has the Jin family been able to achieve its current scale? That was naturally because their ancestors had once risked everything to support the other party when the Ming dynasty was conquering the world, which resulted in their current status. Certainly, today's Ming dynasty has long since changed from its former protector to a vassal. The roles have been reversed. Invest in them first. The contact person at Diffin is dead. Lao Dang, please ask Diffin to arrange a new contact person. Of those aristocratic families that attacked me this time, I deliberately spared 2 to help me take revenge. Good. Time flies and a month has passed quickly. The news of the appearance of the Blessed Land spread like wildfire. Because the Blessed Land that was born this time was within the territory of the Great Jin dynasty, many people saw it when it was born. The Great Jin dynasty was located at the junction of the Eastern Wilderness and the other 2 major domains. Therefore, the news of the birth of this blessed land also attracted the geniuses from all the top holy lands, and all the geniuses wanted to find opportunities in the Blessed Land. Searching for the legendary 9 secrets, or the powerful martial arts and techniques from the mythological era. Another blessed land has appeared. It is said that this blessed land can accommodate people at the peak of the Dharma realm, and the Holy Sun is also ready to participate in this competition. That's normal. After all, the Blessed Land appeared at the junction of 3 regions this time. Currently, 4 top-level holy places in our southern wilderness have been dispatched. The 2 top holy places in the northern territory have also sent teams at the peak of the Dharma realm. Where's Dongwang? Eastern Wasteland has fallen into such a state over the years, how dare you send someone to fight for it? Ha ha ha, the 2 bottom kings from the East Wasteland and the North Territory. The news of the birth of the Blessed Land spread throughout Xuanyan within almost half a month, including the Western Buddhist Pure Land and the Central region. All major holy places went out in force, and all were led by contemporary saints at the peak of the Dharma realm. Because the fight for the Blessed Land is not only for resources, but also to see which domain of the Holy Land leader of this generation is stronger. This is about ancient resources, and also about the reputation of the Holy Land. Just as the major holy places began to send out their top Dharma teams to rush to the Great Jin dynasty where the Blessed Land was born. Now, on the outskirts of the Blessed Land, 4 figures arrived quietly. No one has arrived yet. How can we seize the initiative in exploring the Blessed Land? Guarding, great. From now on, whoever comes will be beaten, and no one will be able to get in. Chapter 145, The Blessed Land opens. Follow me closely, don't go messing around with Suyu. He's a dangerous person. Hearing these extremely arrogant words, several people were shocked and looked at him in amazement. After a long while, the usually gentle Yu Yun couldn't help but complain, saying, that's too arrogant. Besides, can you really defeat so many geniuses? These aren't just the prodigies from the Eastern Wasteland, but the prodigies from the entire Xuanyan Holy Land, plus a large group of Dharma Realm Masters will be here. To put it mildly, there must be thousands of people. A person at the peak of Dharmakaya fights against at least 1,000 Dharmakayas. Is this something a human can do? You're thinking too much. Not to mention you, Suyu, even if you count back in time, you have never met such an arrogant person. According to historical records, only the strong ones who practice the Do and Lin secrets have such a glimmer of hope. Qin Hao nodded frantically, agreeing with Yu Yun's point of view. It would be too arrogant to beat everyone. Although we in the Eastern Wasteland were also prevented from entering the Holy Land before, people from other powerful Holy Lands also dared not stop us. Zhao Wudi couldn't help but say, besides, even if you can do it, it will undoubtedly offend all the holy places. No, it's the evildoers who have offended all the holy places. It's no exaggeration to say that I have offended the entire Xuanyan. It's too hateful. Although the higher ups of the Holy Land will not care, those geniuses will definitely remember you forever. Suyu grinned upon hearing this and said, the people who came here are not immortals, but the holy sons and holy daughters of the contemporary Holy Land. What are you afraid of? When the Emperor's road appears, it's not certain whether they are qualified to go up there. What's there to be afraid of if I'm offended? To take the invincible path, isn't it about being invincible in the same realm? Suyu is very open-minded. The holy places will not interfere if it is a child abuse because they don't have the face to do so. Of course, there are some who will only abuse the young to become the old. But there are older people behind him too. If you are timid, then what kind of villain are you? After staying in this kind of atmosphere for a long time, he almost thought of himself as a villain. The more you offend others and the more you bully those chosen ones, the more rewards you will get and the faster you will break through. Others, the sons of great emperors or even the descendants of true immortals, have the cultivation level of quasi-saints from the moment they are born. They can become great saints at the age of 18, and even reach the peak of quasi-emperors at the age of 100. No matter how old I am still at the peak of my Dharma realm. What a look. If he doesn't take advantage of the time when the big shots are unable to move freely to cause trouble, what will he use to cause trouble in the future? Any old man can suppress me. This time, all the opportunities and blessings of this blessed land belong to him. Don't want any of them. Seeing the impatience in Suyu's brows, several people were stunned. For a moment, they all had the urge to keep a certain distance from him. He is so arrogant. If you hang out with him, you'll probably get beaten to death sooner or later. Don't worry, I'm here. Nothing unexpected will happen. Suyu smiled brightly. No hiding this time. Anyway, according to the Holy Lord, it is less than 100 years away from the beginning of the Golden Age. So this 100 years is the capital for his arrogance. A new realm every 10 years. 10 years to become a yin calamity, 20 years to become a yang calamity, 30 years to become a celestial being, 40 years to become a quasi-saint, and 50 years to become a saint. The target is definitely achieved. Therefore, he wants to expose all his current potential. Okay, as long as you're happy. Qin Hao opened his mouth and finally waved his hand weakly when he saw this. That's what I said, but he still took Yu Yun and Zhao Wudi away from this dangerous person. So as to avoid being affected later. Walking to a distance, Qin Hao said to Zhao Wudi, Wudi, you should practice hard during this period. Once you have reached the Dharma realm, you will have better means to protect your life when you enter the Blessed Land. Remember, follow me closely and don't go messing around with Su Yu. He's too dangerous. Yu Yun, who had always held Su Yu in high regard, surprisingly sided with Chen Hao this time and nodded, yes, the three of us can team up together. Even if I saw Su Yu explode the second level of Jie Yin with one kick, what would it matter? This group of holy lords and their children possess much more information than Su Yu. In this generation, peerless monsters who surpassed the previous generation were born in the Central Region, the Southern Wilderness and the Western Region Buddhist Kingdom. Each of them can defeat the holy lord of the same realm in the previous generation. The only one on their side who can compete with this group of peerless monsters is Yu Junsheng. But he has already broken through the calamity and cannot participate in this fight. In his words, at most, he can defeat the people in the Southern Wilderness. As for the Buddhist Kingdom in the Central Region and the Western Region, he has little chance of winning. After all, there are insider information that the peerless monsters in the Central Region and the Western Region are able to fight against the 7th level of Jie Yin and even defeat him. He and Yu Yun could only fight against the 5th level of Jie Yin at most. Jiao Wudi also understood the importance of this incident and replied, okay, I understand. His realm is too low. Although he has a divine thunder body and the appearance of a god in the top 50 of the ages, after entering the Dharma realm, he can at most compete with people at the 7th level of the Dharma realm. Realm is just a standard, not combat power. What they mean by fighting across levels is based on the combat power of the standard realm, which means that the explosive power exceeds this realm. Of course, not everyone can fight against opponents of higher levels. Most cultivators only try to break through with the lowest standards, and have no means to break the upper limit of their combat power. Therefore, these monks became the background for fighting across levels. Soon, Jiao Wudi began to practice and break through on the spot. Beside him, he placed a pile of high-quality spirit stones and 1 or 2 divine sources. At this moment, the spiritual energy of these spirit stones and divine sources was rapidly absorbed and soon dimmed a lot. When practicing in the outside world, if there is no resource supporting you, rely entirely on spiritual energy. If one wants to break through a small realm in the late stage of Yunshin, he must at least absorb the spiritual energy from hundreds of miles away before he can barely break through. Those Dharma images that break through in the outside world have to absorb the spiritual energy day by day and month to accumulate enough spiritual energy required for the breakthrough. Seeing Jiao Wudi entering the state of cultivation, Chen Hao and Yu Yun also began to practice. They have already reached the limit of their Dharmakaya. In order to suppress their breakthrough speed, they are now practicing their own martial arts. As long as you master a complete martial art, your combat power will be greatly improved. On the other side, Su Yu withdrew his gaze from the 3 people who were practicing. He didn't have much intention to practice because he was already suppressing his realm and he might break through if he wasn't careful. This blessed land is not located in some deep mountains or old forests, but on a flat grassland. Looking around, there was not a single mountain within 100 miles, making it impossible for the killer to hide. Places like this, it's best to let go and fight. Although there were many ores lurking in the distance, no one dared to approach here because those people were low-level cultivators in the condensing veins realm and foundation establishment realm. Seeing this, Su Yu also began his first visualization. The method of visualizing the golden crow transforming into yang. Visualize the entire process of the golden crow transforming into yang. As his visualization began, the blazing sun in the sky seemed to grow even hotter. Boom, time flies and 2.5 months have passed. From that day on, the sound of breaking air could be heard continuously from the plain. The blessed land will open. Chapter 146, the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Wudao, has a destiny with a touch of gold and black. It's really tempting. During this half-month, the concentration of spiritual energy on the plain gradually increased, almost catching up with half of the Holy Land. This concentration of spiritual energy is no less than what they call a blessed land in the outside world. Because even the Dharma realm is suitable for living. Even the Jie Yin and Jie Yang can achieve breakthroughs under this concentration of spiritual energy. At this time, there are already quite a few forces rushing to the plains. Although most of them are first-rate forces in ordinary holy places, there are also hundreds of Dharma realm forces gathered here. Since the open area was at the junction of 3 regions, those nearby forces all rushed over. On a suspended purple gold flying boat, several figures of extraordinary presence stood at the bow. Gazing at the cracked space that was gradually forming a vortex ahead, an old man with an extremely terrifying aura slowly said, "In 5 days, the entrance to the blessed land will be completely open." Judging from the spiritual energy emanating from it now, the level of this blessed land cannot be too low. It is probably a blessed land that once produced a great emperor. A blessed land that has produced a great emperor is already an extremely powerful existence and belongs to the top level of Holy Land. And those blessed places of the gods are called Immortal Gate Ruins. Because each of the 9 great celestial masters in the mythological era was an immortal. Only those who surpass the great emperor are worthy of being called the Heavenly Venerable. Not bad. If we can find the great emperor's scriptures in it, this trip will be worthwhile. The old man turned his head to look at the 3 young men beside him. When the young man in the lead, who was dressed in a golden robe, heard this, a smile appeared on his handsome face. It only needs to be a blessed land that has produced a great emperor. If we can obtain a variety of great emperor scriptures, the strength of our great Zhou dynasty will be more solid. Dynasty. This is the ruler above the dynasty and a force unique to the central region. There are top-level holy places in the central region, and at the same time, there are also top-level dynasties. Both are imperial-level forces that have produced great emperors. And the great Zhou is the best among them. The great Zhou dynasty had produced 3 great emperors and was one of the top 6 sects in the central region. The young man in the golden robe in front of him is the current crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty and the most undisputed successor to the throne. Last year, it was even reported that after he broke through the ultimate realm of Dharma, he directly killed a powerful demon who was at the 5th level of Jie Yin, and his name was known throughout the central region. Now that a year has passed, no one knows to what extent his cultivation has improved. The one who overcame all the domains and defeated the 3 heroes of the eastern wilderness in the previous generation was my father. In this generation, it should be me. Zhou Wudao's defiant face was full of confidence and domineering. His father had once crushed the geniuses from various domains and the 3 heroes of the eastern wasteland in the battle for the blessed land. Although he could not rank first, he was also among the top 5. The top 5 heirs to the entire Xuantian top holy land. The Xuantian continent consists of the East Wilderness, the South Wilderness, the Western Buddhist Kingdom, the bare cold land of the North, and the central region located in the center of Xuantian. Of course, there is also the Demon Realm, but the Demon Realm will not appear until the Golden Age. Excluding the Demon Realm, there are a total of 25 top-level holy places in the 5 major human realms, of which 2 are at the bottom in the Northern Realm, 3 in the Eastern Wasteland, 4 in the Southern Wasteland, and the Western Realm Buddhist Kingdom is divided into 7 major Buddhist kingdoms, which are 7 top-level holy places that have produced great emperors. The Central region is the most powerful and also the most conflicted, with 6 holy places and 3 dynasties. Being able to rank in the top 5 is equivalent to standing at the top of Xuantian. Today, the cultivation level of the great Zhou Emperor is beyond measure. It is said that in this era of the Dharma ending age, he has already taken 1 foot into the quasi-emperor stage. And the elegant Saint Lord of Jushao is only in the late stage of the great saint realm. Your Highness the Crown Prince is absolutely right. There are only a handful of people in Xuanyan who can compete with you. The old man next to Zhou Wudao heard this without showing any doubt. Instead, he smiled confidently and was very sure. The great Zhou dynasty had an extremely strong national destiny, and the Crown Prince Zhou Wudao was born with the blessing of infinite dragon energy. A natural-born immortal, such a person, in the environment of the Golden Age, is almost the most promising candidate to compete for the position of the 12 emperors. On the Xuanyan continent, they are naturally a rare existence. Listening to the old man's words, Zhou Wudao had a proud and complacent look on his face. Then he glanced around and finally fixed his gaze on the areas of the three holy places of Jushao, Ziwei and Tianshuan. Suddenly, Zhou Wudao's mouth curled up with a hint of sarcasm. This eastern wasteland is really going backwards. The Dharma realm that came to fight for this time is surprisingly so weak. Only those 3 or 2 can make me take them seriously. How pathetically weak. Is such an unpromising junior even worthy of being ranked among the top holy grounds? The great Zhou dynasty is now at its peak. There are many powerful people in the dynasty, including hundreds of saints and many great saints, not to mention that he also has a father who is an emperor and is about to break through to the quasi-emperor level. Influenced by his surroundings since childhood, he not only inherited the tyranny of the great Zhou emperor but also developed an arrogant character. However, just because he was ignorant didn't mean the old man beside him didn't understand. Upon hearing what he said, the old man's expression changed slightly, and he warned, Your Highness, please be careful with your words. Although the younger generation of the Eastern Wasteland is not very competitive, the foundation of these 3 religions is definitely not something we can easily challenge. As the 3 religions that were formed when the immortal sect split apart, they are still closely connected. At the same time, their secret realms are extremely special. Even the previous emperor who visited the great Zhou 10,000 years ago once sighed with admiration. The combined strength of the 3 religions can compete with half of Xuanyan. If the great Zhou faces this alone, no matter how we deduce it, it will only face the risk of destruction. No matter how weak a branch of a fairy sect in the fairy world is, it should not be shaken by the ruthless forces in the lower world. Not to mention anything else, the fact that the immortal road is opened and the true immortals come down to earth to search for the 3 religions is enough to make everyone drink a pot. This is also the reason why no one has dared to get involved in the eastern wilderness. Apart from the emperor's tomb, no one would take the initiative to provoke the 3 religions. Because there are also true immortals ascending to the emperor's tomb. Hearing this, the young man's expression changed for a moment, and then he sneered, Humph, even if it is a relic of the immortal sect, so what? The 3 sects of the eastern wasteland are still in a period of transition in the cultivation of future generations. Maybe one day we'll have to rely on the old guys to support us. Although he was afraid in his heart, he refused to admit defeat. However, even these blood words were caught by those who were interested. At once, several major forces looked over, and in the place of the 3 religions in the eastern wilderness. The 3 Saint Realm elders simultaneously glanced sideways at the great Zhou. In just a moment, 3 murderous gazes flashed across their faces. The great Zhou is truly arrogant. Sitting opposite the 3 men, Suyu naturally noticed this as well. He also saw a hint of murderous intent in the eyes of the 3 elders. Then he turned his gaze to Zhou Wudao. After the latter noticed his gaze, the domineering dragon energy on his body was revealed unscrupulously. A golden dragon condensed by the national destiny slowly emerged and surrounded him. Suyu withdrew his gaze and looked at the 3 elders, a dangerous smile on his lips. Elder, this guy, can I kill him? His fate of gold with black is really attractive. Chapter 147, Don't dare. If you don't dare, just quit as soon as possible and arrange for some people to come in and pick up the scraps. Suyu stared at the personal information above Zhou Wudao's head, and his eyes lit up. Name, Zhou Wudao, aptitude, monster, fate, gold with a hint of black. Character commentary, born with the aura of a golden dragon, born with the emperor star, he is a domineering figure. If the opportunity is right, he could become an emperor, but his fate is to die young, a destined emperor star who died young. Not only is the character's evaluation so bleak, but even the line of opportunity above his head is black. And the direction of the link is naturally this blessed land. At the same time, the thread of opportunity is golden, but the black thread is closely connected to him. Apparently, this guy is destined to be killed by himself. It's a clear reminder to me that if I don't snatch all his opportunities away, I would be a cruel person. By the way, kill a son of golden luck and see how generous the reward is. So greedy. It's been a long time since I gained any villain value, and I feel insecure now. Elder, this man is so arrogant, can he be killed? Suyu asked with a low laugh. Hearing this, the expressions on the 3 elders' faces changed slightly, but soon, they whispered again, kill, yes, as long as you can be more nimble, killing him is not a bad idea. In the great Zhou dynasty, there were several emperors who really thought they were invincible. Fighting against everything, even the current emperor of the great Zhou wanted to take the opportunity to kill the holy leaders of their 3 religions. This behavior is simply unforgivable. If they had not been stopped in the end, the 3 holy leaders would have been killed. Certainly, that time it wasn't that the holy lords were weak, but that the emperor of the great Zhou was too insidious. Otherwise, with the strength of the great Zhou, how could it defeat the 3 religions? This great Zhou is truly arrogant. They actually dared to project such provocative gazes and undisguised murderous intent towards us. They are simply courting death. Kill him if you dare. Even if the entire great Zhou attacks us, our 3 religions will destroy them all in the eastern wasteland. There are only 2 or 3 old quasi-emperor monsters. Why is he so arrogant? The foundation of the Jushao, Ziwei and Tianshuan religions is not something that the small Dazhou can match. They only have 2 or 3 quasi-emperors to protect the country, but each of the 3 religions has no less than a handful of quasi-emperors. Even a peak quasi-emperor who is about to be buried can be dug out. Hearing these words, Suyu's smile became even brighter, and he said, that's fine, as long as we can kill him. Just in time. He also disliked this guy. This was also the second time since he came to this world that he disliked someone and had the urge to kill him. The first time was Longfeng. Although he didn't know where that guy was now, Longfeng would definitely die if he met him. Boom. In the next period of time, the vortex that was about to break would erupt with a powerful spiritual energy storm from time to time. Every time it erupted, the concentration of spiritual energy on the plane would increase. During this time, 25 top Holy Land forces had arrived. Of course, there are also several major imperial clans. The Emperor's family, also known as the Imperial Clan, is a powerful family that has inherited the bloodline of the Emperor. With the power of the family, it can also sit at the same table with 25 top sects and dynasties. The entire Xuanyan Imperial Clan does not exceed 2 handfuls in number. In this time, there were only 3 imperial families coming. The Ji family, the Qin family and the Yin family. Among them the Imperial Yin family and the Great Zhou have an indelible blood feud. Seeing that there was still one day left for the channel to be formed, more than 20 elders from top forces gathered together. More than 20 elders at the peak of the Holy Realm sat in the clouds discussing the matters concerning this blessed land. And thousands of Dharma images can only look up at this scene. Many people look longingly, because this is the privilege of the Holy Realm. The Dharmakaya can fly in the air, but only below 3,000 meters. If one wants to be like the elders and sit at an altitude of 10,000 meters, it is impossible without the cultivation of the saint realm. Even a quasi-saint can only float at an altitude of 8,000 meters. The limit for celestial beings is 7,000 meters. The robbery of yang is 5,000 meters, and the robbery of yin is only 4,000 meters. In the cloud, nearly 30 powerful saints at the peak of their powers revealed their aura without any concealment. After some elders looked around, they fixed their gaze on the elders of the three sects of the eastern wasteland and said slowly, "Since the blessed land appeared in the eastern wasteland this time, let the three sects of the eastern wasteland speak first." At once, everyone looked over. Being stared at by so many powerful people of the same realm, if it were someone else, they would have been frightened. But who are they? They come from top sects, so they are naturally calm and indifferent in the face of all this. The three elders exchanged glances before the eighth elder of Jushao spoke first, saying leisurely, "It's still the old rules. Don't blame anyone who dies. If you can't afford to play, leave as soon as possible." Which disciple can grab as many opportunities as he wants as his ability? If he can grab them all, it's also their ability. Of course, if there are blind people who want to kill people, that's fine. Let them kill enough this time. The two elders, Qinshuan and Zaiwei, also agreed with a smile. That's right, let's change the rules this time. Kill them if you want. Otherwise, these young people will have no blood. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the elders from other major sects changed slightly. Someone is going to die. Others may die, but those who come from the great sect are all future heirs and the most outstanding disciples of this generation. Upon hearing this, some elders of the major sects that were at odds with the three religions sneered and said sarcastically, "You're so confident, could it be because your generation of saint sons in Jushao isn't from the same lineage as your saint master that you dare to act so arrogantly?" That's right, if they're not family, I won't feel bad if they die. Jushao established a holy son, and it was the first time that a holy son was not from the Holy Lord's lineage. Naturally, this matter spread widely. Seeing that he was a hermaphrodite, the eighth elder didn't hesitate and directly scolded him, "Stupid. Didn't you see that my holy lord and his son are here too? If you have the ability to kill him, then go ahead and kill him. I want to see if the two sects in the Northern Territory have the ability to do so." Upon hearing this, the elders of the two major sects in the Northern Territory couldn't help but show anger on their faces, but they couldn't do anything about it. Seeing that they didn't dare to speak, the eighth elder sneered and continued, "I still say the same thing. This time, if you dare to play, then play big. The golden age is coming, and these little guys will fight sooner or later. Why not take this opportunity to have a fair fight? If they've offended us, then so be it. Otherwise, when the Dharma ending period recedes and all races gather together, will they be able to defeat us? Besides, even if they are dead, I don't believe that your respective sects haven't planted a few immortal seeds in Emperor's sons. Don't dare. If you don't dare, then just withdraw as soon as possible and arrange for some people to come in and pick up the scraps." This statement left many major sects silent. After a long while, someone asked, "Is this what the holy masters of the three religions meant, or do you?" The decision of all the leaders of the three religions in the eastern wasteland. This answer shocked many people. It seems the frustration and scandal suffered by the previous holy lord have made them reflect, and they have started a life and death battle. The courage is really boundless. To show his determination, he even sent his own children over, just to have a good kill. We need to ask the holy son for his opinion. Chapter 148, The Blessed Land is Open. Get in here, I will kill you today. After the elders finished their discussion, the elders of each sect returned to their own warships and flying boats and immediately told their own holy sons about this issue. At the same time, they also conveyed the content of this meeting to the Holy Land through a special communication jade pendant. No limit on death, killing at will. Interesting, this time it's such a big deal. I feel that what the elders of the eastern wasteland said is correct. Only through life and death killing can one arouse one's bloodiness. Otherwise, when the great age arrives, how can we fight against all races? Those from the 10,000 races slaughtered lower races like pigs and dogs. They even dared to kill children. If you want to fight against those killer gods, don't you have to learn how to kill? I agree, many top geniuses agreed, and no one rejected the proposal. In their opinion, the fights our parents had in the past were really too low level. They don't even kill anyone, and they don't even dare to cripple anyone. What's the difference between such a competition and an ordinary exchange? If you can't win, just admit defeat. Where can I hone my killing skills? These geniuses who have been worshipped as gods since childhood will certainly not give up because of something like killing people. On the contrary, what they desire more than anyone else is to kill the holy sons of the Holy Church who are on par with themselves or make them submit to them. This kind of refreshing feeling is what they look forward to most. Because they are already accustomed to flattery, but have no experience of the submission of other chosen ones, so they are more eager to use this method to prove that they are the strongest. After several hours of waiting, the holy lords of the major holy places also responded to these messages. One word reveals the attitude of those in power. They also felt that with the advent of the great era, if they wanted to cultivate an outstanding successor, they would have to go through the baptism of blood. If I can't even survive a fight with an equal, how can you escape the harvest in the restricted area, and how can you win the throne in the competition for the throne? If you die, proof that you don't have enough luck. Anyway, all the major sect leaders are still young and can still have children. Some of them even have hundreds or even thousands of descendants. If the offspring dies, they die. At worst, they can be reborn. Even the three religions of the eastern wilderness, who only give birth to 2 offspring in their lifetime, are not afraid. How could they be afraid? Won't. Even if the descendants are not up to par, there are still people who continue the incense. Anyway, there are many candidates to continue the glory of the second dynasty. Many immortals and emperors are still sleeping in the divine source. Their awakening is the true journey to becoming an emperor. After all the elders received the reply letters from the headmaster, the emperor, and the family heads, they also exchanged opinions. No problem, everything will follow the rules we agreed on earlier. Whose holy son was killed? Don't get angry and go crazy here. If you don't accept it, you can fight in your own name. If you use the entire holy land to intimidate, don't blame them all for joining forces to destroy you first. Agree. After the rules were discussed, the channel was almost formed. It's about time to meet you. Nearly 30 elders at the peak of the Saint Realm simultaneously stood in midair and shouted to a group of younger people at the Dharma realm, the rules of this blessed land competition are different from the past. There's no restriction on killing this time. As long as you want, you can kill anyone. As long as you have the ability, no one will care who you kill. But if you lose because of your inferior skills, don't use the power behind you to suppress others. If you are discovered doing this, don't even think about returning to the Holy Land after you get out. The same is true for the forces outside. If you have the ability to kill and rob, then do it. Holy Son of the Holy Land, anyone can be killed by you. You are able to seize all opportunities, and that is your ability. No one will care about you. Upon hearing the series of rules announced by the elders, all the Dharma images were shocked. No restrictions on killing. Even if the Dharma images of external forces killed people from the Holy Land, it would be okay. After the shock, many people had ecstasy in their eyes. As long as there was no situation of using force to suppress others, this group of Dharma images from the outside world would be a group of hyenas. They are the ones who crawled out from the pile of dead bodies. Certainly, there is still worry in the eyes of more people, because their cultivation is not very high, and if they encounter the top-level Dharma image, they will only die. If you honestly pick up some scraps, you can survive. Because the goal of the geniuses is not the scraps they need. Haha, that's perfect. Finally, I can show off my skills. More than a dozen geniuses at the peak of the Dharma realm, who were only in their 20s, were ready to go, looking extremely excited. These were carefully cultivated by the top universities. At the age of early 20, they have already reached the peak of Dharma. They have been taking top-level medicinal baths and eating top-level elixirs since childhood, and have been trained by top-level masters. Certainly, their talents are also extremely extraordinary. Otherwise, even with so many resources, it would be difficult for them to break through the peak of the Dharmakaya. When a group of geniuses were excited, on the flying boat of the great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Wudao was also stunned after hearing the news. But then, a sinister smile and murderous intent appeared on his face. Zhou Wudao looked towards the east desert, his eyes locked on Yuyun. He said in a gloomy voice, the daughter of the Holy Lord Tianchuan is quite good-looking. However, I also heard that you have a brother with unparalleled talent. Where are the others? Why, don't they dare to come over? That's what these delicate flowers in the Holy Land are like. They send a woman to die. Hearing this, Qinhao and Zhao Wudi immediately became angry. Just as they were about to retort, they were stopped by Yuyun. Yuyun glanced at him with her beautiful eyes and said calmly, my brother has already broken through the tribulation yin and has no time to come to a place like this. Robbery of yin. Zhou Wudao was stunned for a moment, then sneered, you're so young, yet you've already broken through the tribulation yin. It seems your fighting ability isn't that great. Well, since the most gifted person from the Eastern Wasteland didn't come. During this trip to the Blessed Land, I, Zhou Wudao, will continue the power of my father and suppress you, the Eastern Wasteland. Ha ha ha. Zhou Wudao stopped laughing as he spoke. He slid his hand across his neck, making a wiping gesture towards the others, and said fiercely, it's a pity that my father couldn't kill your parents back then, and couldn't continue the legacy of the Overlord. This time, it's the same if I kill them. I was originally worried about not being able to kill people, but now it seems that you are destined to become stepping stones for me to escape from the tyranny. For some reason, the Emperor of the Great Zhou had a deep resentment towards the three religions of the Eastern Wilderness. I have always regretted that I was not able to kill those three people back then. After hearing his words, several people showed angry expressions. Obviously, they also knew the inside story of that year. However, before they could retort to each other, they were interrupted by Suyu who stood beside them. Suyu couldn't help laughing when he saw Zhou Wudao's arrogant and domineering look. You're so arrogant, I love it. I really want to chop off your head and show everyone what a dead turtle looks like. Overlord intention. In his impression, anyone who uses the word, Wang, never has a good ending. Seeing Suyu stand up, Zhou Wudao's smile faded. He stared at Suyu for a while, then sneered, you're such a person that I feel disgusted at first sight. When I go in later, I will kill you first. I hate you from the bottom of my heart. It's disgusting. Boom. As he finished speaking, a psychic storm suddenly erupted in the space passage leading to the Blessed Land in the sky. Immediately afterwards, the space channel was completely formed and stabilized. Seeing this scene, Suyu also smiled brightly. Well, since you're disgusted, I'll dig out your eyes first, and then kill you so you can't see it anymore. Ha ha ha, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the floor beneath Suyu's feet cracked instantly, and he turned into a stream of light and rushed into the space passage. Get in here. Today, I will kill you. Boom. Chapter 149. Even if I dig out all the ancestors of the Zhou family, I, Jushao, can destroy them all by myself. Suyu's arrogant words frightened everyone, especially the Dharma geniuses from the central region, all of whom looked shocked. This man is so arrogant, how dare he provoke Zhou Wudao like this? Who is he? Some well-informed people were the first to explain to those confused geniuses. This person is the newly established holy son of Jushao. That day, with his cultivation level of the 4th level of Dharmakaya, he directly crushed dozens of peak Dharmakaya masters. Nine Heaven's holy son, doesn't that mean he's the biological son of the Nine Heaven's holy lord? Since ancient times, the position of holy son has always been from the lineage of the holy lord. How could the cultivation of the holy lord Jushao's own son be so powerful? If he could break through to the peak of the Dharma realm, he might actually have a chance to kill Zhou Wudao. No, you are wrong. This person is not the biological son of the Jushao Saint Lord, but a saint son from another family. He is the first person that Jushao has made an exception for in countless years. His foreigner was elected as the holy son of the Nine Skies. The descendants of the top sects were even more surprised when they heard the news. Although Dongwang has been hovering between the second to last and the third to last for tens of thousands of years, this does not mean that they are weak. Because the training mechanism of the three religions in the Eastern Wilderness surpasses that of many major religions. They are able to cultivate saints in large quantities, even great saints and quasi-emperors, and there are always a handful of them. It can be said to be extremely powerful. After all, they are the three religions that were split from the immortal sect. If they were allowed to merge, no force in the entire Xuanyan would be able to compete with them. Of course, even now, no one dares to fight except Emperor Toon. Countless people understand the customs of the three religions. The position of the Holy Lord of the three religions has always been inherited by the three lineages chosen by the immortals, including the Holy Son. Even the powerful people who became emperors from the three religions in those years acknowledge the status of the Holy Lord. Because, that is the clan that inherits the will and protection of the immortals. The news that allowed them to establish a saint son from another family was no less than the news that someone had become a quasi-emperor. After seeing Suyu rush into the space channel and disappear, Zhou Wudao's domineering aura was revealed. His eyes burst with murderous intent and he grinned, ha ha ha, how brave. Then watch how I kill you. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Wudao also turned into a dazzling golden light and rushed into the space channel. Seeing this, the others also rushed in. They don't want to miss the start of this great show. Can the first saint from outside the Eastern Wilderness trample Zhou Wudao, the most arrogant and domineering person in the central region, under his feet? In the direction of the Imperial Yin family, a young man with fiery red hair and a face that held a hint of imperial majesty saw this. A flicker of favor flashed in his eyes, and he said with a smile, this saint son of another surname is truly interesting. It's worth making some acquaintance. It's rare to find someone who dares to express his disgust towards the great Zhou like this. The geniuses from other sects smiled when they heard this. Do you really have the ability, or are you just bragging here? We have to go in to find out. After all, according to the rumors about Zhou Wudao, he is said to be able to kill ordinary 5th level Jia Yin powerful demons. Now, I'm afraid he can already fight against 7th level Jia Yin. Can he, a 4th level Dharmakaya cultivator, contend with Zhou Wudao? Let's go in and take a look. One by one, the geniuses turned into streams of light and rushed towards the space channel. Soon, the entire plane became empty. At the same time, the group of elders from the major sects also turned their gazes towards the 8 elders and their 2 companions. Your holy son is so arrogant that he even dares to challenge Zhou Wudao. This is a descendant that even the great Zhou Emperor has praised and has the ability to surpass him. Hearing this, the 8th elder glanced at the speaker and replied calmly, "What does the praise of Emperor Zhou have to do with our 3 religions? I, the Saint of the 9 skies, said I could kill him, so of course there is no problem." Upon hearing this answer, the man was immediately amused and said, "Zhou Wudao was born from 1/10 of the dragon energy of a country. Killing him would probably incur the wrath of the Zhou Emperor. His cultivation has already stepped halfway into the quasi-emperor realm. With an emperor who is halfway to becoming a quasi-emperor and the country's strength always strong, the fortune of the great Zhou can be said to be flourishing. Many major sects would not choose to offend the great Zhou. After all, it was a mad dog. In the past, the great Zhou dynasty overthrew the Shang dynasty of the imperial Yin family with the will of heaven. The 8th elder paused for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and slowly said, "So what if he's a quasi-emperor, so what if he's from the great Zhou? Since he's agreed to the rules this time, he must abide by them." Angry, then give it a try. Let alone his half-baked quasi-emperor, even if all the ancestors of the Zhou family were dug out, I, Zhu Xiao, could destroy them all by myself. When facing the 3 religions of the eastern wasteland, even if he is at the peak of quasi-emperor in the great Zhou, he must bow his head. You admire the great Zhou so much. Could it be that your heavenly sword Holy Land wants to be the first to take action and test the confidence of my 9 skies? Hiss, seeing the 8th elder say these domineering words in such a calm tone, many major sects secretly took a breath. Because this is indeed true, the 3 religions of the eastern wilderness are too unique. There are countless divine sources and many immortal sources. What's more, the secret realm created by the immortals can prolong people's lifespan to the maximum extent. Those old quasi-emperors buried there could delay their death for tens of thousands of years in other holy places, but in the secret realm of the 3 religions, it could delay their death for tens of thousands of years. This is the most terrifying existence. Upon hearing this, the old man carrying the sword from the heavenly sword Holy Land froze his teasing expression, then said with a wry smile, "No, no, no, I'm just asking out of curiosity." Back then, he was defeated by the current Zhu Xiao Qi Xiao peak master with a single sword strike. Now that he saw them confronting the great Zhou, he naturally couldn't help but say a few sarcastic words. As for offending the 3 religions, if this really happened, the heavenly sword saint would probably draw his sword and chop him to pieces, then bring his head to apologize. Hearing this, the 8th elder scoffed and shouted in an extremely domineering tone, "If not, then shut up. If you try to sow discord here, believe it or not, I will kill you with a single blow." The 3 religions will not bring shame to their own sects in public. It's okay to be a little arrogant, but if you show weakness, then you are wrong. The 3 religions emerged at the same time, and even if the emperor came, he would not be able to destroy the 3 religions. This is the foundation of the immortal sect. The old man with the knife on his back turned purple when he heard this, but he really couldn't get angry. There are 28 top forces present. Among them, half are on good terms with the 3 religions of the eastern wilderness, and many holy places have even directly received favors from the former emperors of the 3 religions. There is no way the war will break out. He, an outsider, is chattering here all the time. Doesn't he see that the imperial teacher from the great Zhou is keeping silent? After the atmosphere calmed down, a group of elders began to set up control around them. After all, they also have to prevent the rats in the gutter like the emperor's tomb from suddenly jumping out and doing something bad to these geniuses. Right now, in the blessed land, after being transported through the space channel, Suyu's originally floating feet now stepped on a solid object. Open your eyes. A dark and gloomy sky came into view. The weather was foggy, dark, and frighteningly cold. Heavenly Blessed Land, Chapter 150, Prince of the Great Zhou. Even if you are the son of heaven, if I say to kill you, then no one here can protect you. A blessed land of heaven. On the broken wall ahead, there is a plaque that has lost its divine luster. The eternal plaque that was once made of the world's treasure tree has now lost its divinity and turned into an ordinary piece of wood. However, even so, Suyu could still sense the sharp edge from it. That was left by the person who carved these 4 big characters. If the divinity had not dissipated, I'm afraid one would be able to gain a great understanding just from these 4 big words. The blessed land founded by Tiandao Tianzun. Suyu pondered over these 4 words, and suddenly, he became a little shocked. The name of Tiandao Tianzun is very famous, because he is also one of the heavenly lords who created one of the 9 secrets. He is the founder of the secret of the word, Bing. The secret of the word, Bing, can control all weapons, even the weapons in the hands of the opponent. If you practice it to the extreme, you can even seize the emperor's ultimate weapon with your bare hands and use it for yourself. This is the most outrageous thing. You should know that the ultimate imperial weapon has a weapon spirit, and it is an intelligent weapon spirit that is no less intelligent than that of humans. It has the ability to revive and use the imperial weapon independently. Faced with a fully revived supreme imperial weapon, even a quasi-emperor at the peak would be terrified. Such an imperial weapon standing at the pinnacle can be controlled by the secret of the word, weapon, and even become the master. In other words, there is a high possibility that the secret of the word, Bing, is hidden here. Suyu's pupils trembled when he thought of this. If that's the case, the greatest opportunity in this blessed land is the secret of the word, soldier. Whoever can obtain the secret inheritance of the word, Bing, can basically reserve the position of an emperor. No, in other words, anyone who possesses one of the 9 secrets can reserve the position of emperor. Because the 9 secrets are too mysterious, even though Xuantian possesses so many top-level Taoist sects, there is no guarantee that there is a holy place that masters the 9 secrets. It's like the 9 secrets have spirits that won't allow anyone to dominate the world. Instead, it gave many ordinary people the opportunity to create a holy place or even overthrow the existing holy place system. This is the most outrageous thing. It's as if the heavenly lords have transcended time and seen the future. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but think of the thick opportunity line on Qinhao's body. When he was in the outside world, he had seen the information of all the geniuses. Although they had many opportunity lines above their heads, they were nothing compared to Qinhao's opportunity line, which was as thick as a bucket. Even the crown prince Zhou Wudao of the great Zhou dynasty, who was born from the golden dragon of luck, is the same. His chance line cannot be compared with Qinhao's at all. Haozi has quite a lot of luck. His greatest opportunity is actually the secret of the word, soldier. Suyu couldn't help but sigh. But your chance was great, but now it's mine. Suyu has already mastered 2 of the 9 secrets. If the opportunity is sufficient, it would not be impossible to collect all the 9 secrets. Therefore, he would not let this opportunity go. If it was some other unknown son of luck, I would just rob him without any burden. But the key, he and I are in the same camp, and he's also interesting, so let's grab him. Forget it, I'll just let him understand it when the time comes. Suyu's personality has always been like this. He has no burden when robbing strangers, and he also has no burden when robbing his own people. But he just wants to make up for it. It's nothing. If you are really cold-hearted by nature, then it would be terrible, you will get more. But, at this time, Suyu couldn't help but look back and couldn't help but mutter, why didn't you come for so long? Could it be that this is also a random transmission? It shouldn't be. How could the entrance to a blessed land be randomly teleported? Call. Just then, the dark purple vortex behind Suyu suddenly lit up with white light, and then 3 figures suddenly appeared behind Suyu. Looking closely, it turned out to be Qinhao and the other 2. Finally out, what kind of blessed place is this? After a few people came out, their eyes quickly fixed on the black. Soon, Jinhao's exclamation was heard, Tiandao Futi. This is actually the dojo of Tiandao Tianzun. Looking at the foggy surroundings, the entire blessed land was shrouded in darkness. Several people couldn't help but frown and ask, what on earth has happened here to be destroyed like this? They were all a little shocked. The Tianzun's Taoist temple is reinforced by Tianzun, especially by a top giant of Tiandao Tianzun's level. Even if the emperor wants to break in, it is impossible. But this place was destroyed. Could it be that an immortal took action? Yu Yun walked forward, grabbed a handful of the peculiarly shaped weapons, took a closer look, and then said to the others, the divine substance in the weapons has been worn away. Many combat weapons that were once of extraordinary rank have been reduced to mere mortal weapons, barely stronger than spiritual weapons at best. The value of exploration is not high anymore. There are several key points to look for when exploring a blessed land. One is ancient weapons, the second is skills, martial arts, secret techniques, etc. The third is to see if there are any precious medicines or even holy medicines here. There once was a well-preserved blessed land where a top-grade holy medicine that showed signs of transforming into an elixir of immortality appeared. But here, it is obvious that there is no life. The only good thing is that there is plenty of spiritual energy. It seems that it is maintained by the spiritual energy that escaped from the spiritual stone veins. Although it is not of high value, this is the Taoist temple of Tianzun. There are also techniques in martial arts that you can look for. Maybe you can even find the secret method of the Heavenly Venerable. Let's go inside the temple and explore to see what the situation is. Yu Yun urged. Jinhao and Zhao Wudi nodded and followed Yu Yun's steps. But after taking a few steps, they all stopped because Suyu did not move. Seeing this, Jinhao couldn't help but shout, Suyu, what are you waiting for? Once they come in, the competition will begin. The blessed lands in the past were well preserved and could accommodate many people. But this time, all they left for us are obviously the techniques. By the time everyone arrives, it will be difficult for us to seize the initiative. Obviously, he didn't take Suyu's previous words to heart. After all, blocking everyone is too outrageous. Suyu looked at them, a smile on his face, and said softly, you go in and search, I'll wait here. You don't really want to stop Zhou Wudao here, do you? Suyu shook his head and said nothing. Seeing this, several people finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, before they could continue to urge, Suyu's next words petrified them. No, I want to intercept everyone. This opportunity belongs only to me. The calm words made several people feel like they were struck by lightning. Stop talking about this. There are so many Dharma image peaks, thousands of Dharma images. How can you stop them? However, before Jinhao could finish his words, he was interrupted by a domineering and unquestionable voice. Ha ha ha, how dare a lowly little dog dare to kill me, the crown prince of the great Zhou Wudao. Since you dared to appear before me, then go to hell. Call out. Hearing this voice, Suyu slowly turned around and said to Jinhao and the others, go ahead, go in and search for opportunities. I'm enough here. Boom, the moment he finished speaking, Suyu took a step forward, and his body suddenly grew infinitely larger. The Dharmakaya of the Heavenly Emperor, crown prince of the great Zhou, even if you are the son of heaven, if I say to kill you, then no one here can protect you. Bang, chapter 151. This is a power beyond your reach. What did you say? Suyu no longer had any concealment, nor would he hold back. Since there was no restriction on killing here, he would kill all those who were blind. Follow the laws of heaven and earth. After fusing with the Dharmakaya of the Dharma Emperor, Suyu's physical body expanded rapidly, and was then blessed with the Dharma of heaven and earth. In an instant, his body was no longer the same as before, but instantly reached 1,200 meters. The height of this Dharma image has far surpassed the robbery of yin and is comparable to the robbery of yang. The Dharma body can burst out several times the basic strength, and the Dharma heaven and earth changes with the height. The strength of the physical body grows exponentially and is not an empty shell. With one punch, the entire surface of the ground cracked instantly, and a piece of the earth was almost sunk. Zhou Wudao, who had just walked out of the space channel, saw this powerful punch and his face change drastically. Despite his best efforts to resist, Suyu still punched him away for countless miles. Even the air wall was broken. Seeing this, those peak Dharma image masters who followed closely behind all turned pale and quickly dodged in all directions. Are you crazy? Why would the feud between you and Zhou Wudao affect us? Do you know how many people this punch can kill? Someone barely dodged it, with a lingering fear on his face, and then roared at Suyu at the top of his lungs. Madman, if someone fails to dodge this punch, even a peak Dharmakaya cultivator will be killed instantly. The kind that can't even escape the robbery. Looking at these thousands of people roaring at him, Suyu's expression remained unchanged. After a faint glance, he said calmly, this is what I, Donwang, want. If you want it, try to kill me. Otherwise, all the weaklings should get out and stop being an eyesore here. From the Holy Land and the Imperial Clan, one person can pass through. Except for the Great Zhou and its friendly forces, all other forces can send one person. If you don't agree, you can attack together. Hiss. Hearing these words, everyone took a deep breath. Too arrogant. Although we gave face to the top holy places, but what's the difference between going there alone and stopping them? Upon hearing this, the holy son of the Imperial Clan Yin family's eyes changed for a moment, and then he laughed heartily, ha ha ha, okay, then I can go alone. After saying that, after the holy son of the Yin family gave some instructions, he decisively flew out of the battlefield and then stopped in a safe area to watch. Once one person spoke up, soon 20 people from top holy places and Imperial clans also agreed. Apart from those from the Eastern Wilderness, the only ones present at the scene at this moment were the holy places that were on good terms with the Great Zhou and those Dharma images from the external world. Looking at the flickering eyes of the group of external Dharma images, Suyu continued to speak, saying coldly, apart from the Holy Land, others can enter other parts of the Blessed Land to explore, but entering the core area is prohibited. There are also many opportunities in the outer areas. If these Dharma images are sensible, let them have some soup. If you don't know what's best for you, then just kill you and be done with it. Anyway, they are all from all over Xuantian, not all of them are from the Eastern Wilderness. Suyu's words caused the external Dharma images in the Eastern Wasteland to give up resistance and fly towards the safe zone. Because they are in the Eastern Wilderness, even if Suyu is killed, there will be no benefit at all. It is better to just drink some soup on the periphery. Upon hearing this, the people from other regions hesitated for a moment and then quickly evacuated. Soon, the team, which originally consisted of thousands of people, was now polarized. Those who were unwilling to hang around on the periphery chose to stand still and compete with Suyu. Of course, the main reason was that they saw that the 5 major holy places still remained in place. They didn't believe that even if the 5 holy sons of the Holy Land attacked at the same time, they still couldn't take him down alone. The number of people who chose to settle for second best was more than 400. Nearly 600 people chose to face Suyu, and the peak Dharma images of 20 holy places, under the arrangement of their own holy sons, withdrew from the space channel. Bang! Just then, Zhou Wudao, who was knocked far away, smashed the huge rock on his body with an angry look on his face. After flying back to the battlefield, he looked at Suyu's abnormal Dharmakaya height, his unruly eyes flashing with murderous intent and anger. He said in a low voice, okay, you don't take me seriously. When I peel your soul out, I will burn you for 1,000 years to appease my anger. What a shitty branch of the immortal sect. Anyone who dares to hit me, even if he is the holy son of a branch of the immortal sect, will be killed without mercy. The Dharma image of the son of heaven and king of martial arts. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, endless dragon energy suddenly surged around Zhou Wudao's body. That was the energy of the son of heaven, the Dharma body of the founding emperor of the great Zhou dynasty. It was formed by the destiny of the great Zhou dynasty. Possess a trace of heaven's luck. With the appearance of 9 golden dragons of luck, they intertwined and climbed behind Zhou Wudao, finally outlining the majestic figure. As soon as this Dharma image took shape, an infinite imperial aura swept over it. Majestic and strong, great and boundless. Melt. Zhou Wudao stomped his foot and his whole body shot up, then slowly merged with the Dharma image of the Emperor Wuwang. As he merged, the height of the Dharmakaya continued to increase rapidly. Soon it reached a height of 450 meters, far exceeding the ordinary Dharma peak. Compared with Su Yu's height of 1,200 meters, he was as short as a child. Let's go together. He is so arrogant. Let's kill him first. Upon seeing this scene, the saints of several holy lands that were on good terms with the great Zhou also shouted loudly. However, just as they were about to summon their own Dharma images, they were ruthlessly stopped by Zhou Wudao. Stop it right there, Zhou Wudao roared, I can kill him by myself. A piece of trash dares to challenge me. Today, I will let him see the power of the invincible Dharma image that once defeated the holy lord of the 3 religions of the eastern wasteland. This is a power beyond his reach. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the Dharma image of the Emperor Wuwang, who was Zhou Wudao's incarnation, instantly shattered the space. The shockwave generated even made a group of Dharma images solemn. This kind of power was far beyond their comprehension. Even Jie Yin might not be as powerful as him. Chengqian Yu, King Wu clasped his hands forward. In an instant, a long-handled axe shining with golden divine light appeared in his hand. The axe is the ceremonial weapon of the Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. At the same time, it is also a weapon of conquest and a war weapon for the descendants of the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty. This Chengqian Yu was given to Zhou Wudao by the Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. These were the weapons used by the Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty back then, and they were also of the rank of celestial war weapons. When Zhou Wudao breaks through the Jie Yin, this Chengqian Yu will automatically release the seal and transform into a true holy weapon. The moment they saw Zhou Wudao take out the Chengqian axe, many Dharma image great venerables in the central region exclaimed, it's the Chengqian axe. Last year, Zhou Wudao used this axe to split a powerful demonic Jie Yin in half. Take out the Chengqian Yu, and Zhou Wudao can at least face the 7th level of Jie Yin. The voices of the people around him penetrated Zhou Wudao's ears, causing his eyes to flash with crazy murderous intent. I used it to split the demonic tribulation Yin that day. Today, I will use it to split you, the holy son of the eastern wasteland. Split the sky. Snap. A crisp sound of space tearing suddenly rang out, and Chengqian Yu flashed with a cold light and chopped straight towards Su Yu's head. Bang. What? Chapter 152 People like you are only worthy of looking up at my back. Clang. The sound of metal colliding was heard, and a violent shockwave swept outward with Su Yu as the center, like the shockwave generated by the explosion of high explosives directly expanding a circular air wall. At this moment, everyone's eyes were bloodshot and almost popped out. Looking at the scene happening in front of me, I almost doubt whether there is something wrong with my eyes. I saw Su Yu in front of me raise a hand, like an iron clamp, firmly holding Chengqian Yu. Take on the full force of the celestial warrior with your bare hands. What a joke. Is he still a Dharmadhatu? Even someone in the late Jie Yin stage wouldn't dare to say they can withstand that attack head-on, right? Just how perverted is his body? The Dharma images that thought they were already geniuses, all felt their Dao hearts somewhat shattered when they saw the scene. It is absolutely beyond human power to withstand the full force of a celestial warrior. At least, it shouldn't appear on someone in the Dharma realm. In midair, there was an expression of disbelief on the face of Zhou Wudao's incarnation, the Emperor Wuwang. He knew best how powerful this attack was. When sparring in the palace, even the centurion of the Imperial Guard who was in the late stage of the Jie Yin realm once said that no one could compete with him in the early and middle stages of the Jie Yin realm. Even the centurion himself was extremely afraid, let alone taking this attack head-on. But in this scene, Su Yu not only withstood his full-strength attack, but his expression did not even change at all, as if he was very relaxed. Impossible, how could your body be so abnormal? Zhou Wudao became a little out of control. He didn't believe that someone could be so evil. His father once said that he had the potential to challenge the throne, and even ordinary immortals could not be compared with him. Only the Emperor's son and those immortals born with immortal bones can suppress him. But, in this day and age, where does the Emperor's son come from? Where does the immortal seed born with immortal bones come from? He, Su Yu, was just an ordinary mortal who had some talent and was admitted to the Holy Land. Even if he is talented, at best, he is just an immortal, how can he compare with me? Su Yu heard this, a hint of sarcasm flashed across his eyes, and he said lightly, a frog in the well, maybe because you have been flattered too much, you have forgotten the saying that there are people out there. Among all the races in the world, who dares to claim to be undefeated, who dares to claim to be invincible, except me? You are just a piece of trash that was nurtured by luck. How can you compare with me? Click. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yu suddenly exerted force on the hand that was holding Chengqian Yu, his veins bulging, and then he swung it hard, directly throwing Chengqian Yu and Zhou Wudao out. When this force exploded, Zhou Wudao felt as if billions of tons of force were exploding on him. Boom. The body was thrown out for hundreds of meters, and when it hit the ground, it created a deep pit. Absolute crushing power. Zhou Wudao quickly climbed out of the pit, his face flushed red and gloomy as water. He stared at Su Yu intently, and the horror in his eyes could not be wiped away. He simply couldn't imagine how this person practiced. Why can it be so strong? He is countless times more powerful than him, the crown prince of the dynasty who has received the best education since childhood. Su Yu watched him crawl out of the pit with a smile on his face, a smile of contempt. How dare you, a mere ant like you, threaten to kill me? You all, come together, I will let you know what it means to be invincible. People like you are only worthy of looking up at my back. Boom. These extremely arrogant words made Zhou Wudao's brain buzz. Hateful. Too arrogant. Ding. Congratulations to the host for destroying the Dao hearts of multiple destiny children, plus 66600 villain value. Hearing the system prompt coming from his mind, Su Yu's body couldn't help but tremble, and he suddenly felt refreshed. That's right. It's this feeling, the feeling of being invincible, the feeling of crushing, that makes the heads of these destined sons of heaven buzz. Cool. The invincible road, this is indeed the way to go. So what if they are all enemies? As long as I am invincible, all enemies are nothing but ants. As long as I can keep reaching the top, then, what I do will not be called darkness in the future, but will be called decisiveness and killing and being invincible all the way to becoming an emperor. Thinking of this, Su Yu couldn't help but laugh. Let's go together. You bunch of trash. If you don't dare to come forward, then wait for me to kill you one by one. Hiss. Everyone gasped, so arrogant. But, after seeing Su Yu's previous battle record, they suddenly felt that this was not arrogance but strength. Opposite Su Yu, the Holy Land Saint who was on good terms with the great Zhou could not help but say, Zhou Wudao, why don't you quickly show your true strength and deal with him? We won't take action. Zhou Wudao is so arrogant, he must have his own trump card, right? It might be better to let him consume a wave of Su Yu first, and then they rush forward. After all, after seeing Zhou Wudao's outburst, they calculated their true combat power themselves and found that without using their trump cards, it was almost the same as Zhou Wudao's. What's the use of this? Didn't you see that when they faced this kind of combat power, they beat Zhou Wudao like a chick? Hearing this, Zhou Wudao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. I pushed you too much before, and now it's backfiring on me. Can he win? I can't beat him. However, now that the threat has been made, it would be unreasonable not to show our true strength at this time. Don't be so arrogant, bastard. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Boom, the image of the Emperor Wuwang leapt up instantly and rushed into the air. Only when he was several hundred meters in the air could he look Su Yu in the eye. Otherwise, standing in front of Su Yu, he could only look up to the former. With a wave of his hand, the Chengxian Yu that had been thrown away flew back into his hand. The moment he grasped the Chengxian Yu, violent spiritual energy suddenly surged throughout Zhou Wudao's body, and the aura of destruction rose rapidly. Click, two golden dragons formed by spiritual power slowly emerged and surrounded the Chengxian Yu in his hand. At this moment, the sky of Tianbao Blessed Land suddenly sounded like it was being torn apart. When everyone looked up, they immediately discovered that several cracks had appeared in the sky. Sky-splitting strike, crack, a flash of dragon energy flashed across Zhou Wudao's eyes, and then he suddenly shouted loudly. The domineering and boundless aura of the Emperor rose into the sky, and the sharp edge of the Chengxian Yu even shook the sky into several cracks. This axe seemed to split the sky in half. Snap! As the sound of shattering suddenly rang out, Zhou Wudao chopped down again with the golden battle axe in his hand. If the previous attack was just tearing the air, then this blow, it has the terrifying power to tear the sky apart. Boom! Looking at Zhou Wudao who was slashing towards him, a purple black light flashed in Su Yu's eyes. This blow caused the crack in the sky to expand instantly. Unparalleled dragon catching hand. Catch the dragon. Tier, Chapter 153. Come on, next, please go all out. In terms of volume, Su Yu is 2/3 the size of Zhou Wudao. With this palm strike, you can directly grab the opponent in your hand. The unparalleled dragon catching hand, a holy martial art, can reach the sky and pick stars and can catch real dragons. The shadow of this palm has the potential to cover the sky. Boom, the resistance of the air seemed so fragile in the face of this terrifying force. With a slap of the palm, the shadow directly covered the sky. The collision of two extremely terrifying forces blew away the ordinary Dharma phase peaks around them. The spreading shockwave was exactly like a nuclear bomb explosion. At this moment, space became distorted. Swish. After throwing a palm strike, Su Yu threw another punch. Dragon Elephant Mountain Collapse Fist. Martial arts of the heavenly body. One punch can unleash the power of a dragon and an elephant, and can collapse 100,000 mountains. Puff. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Zhou Wudao, who originally exuded the aura of an emperor, that domineering aura that was so strong that even Jie Yin was afraid of it, was now like a deflated ball, and his strength continued to leak out. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Zhou Wudao's body flew backwards violently. His unruly eyes were now filled with confusion. I have no idea where he failed. However, Su Yu did not give him any chance to breathe. After Zhou Wudao flew backwards, Su Yu bent his knees, and then the 1,000-meter-tall giant instantly broke through the sound barrier and came in front of Zhou Wudao. Grabbing the other person, Su Yu's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Bang! Pressing the opponent to the ground, the terrifying force poured down, shaking Zhou Wudao so much that he felt as if his bones were about to break. One punch, two punches. Su Yu used one hand to repeatedly punch Zhou Wudao's image of the Emperor Wuwang in the face. Every punch he landed showed signs of collapse on the opponent's Dharma image. You are such a wretch, and you dare to act so arrogant in front of me. How dare you look at me with murderous eyes? Su Yu pinched the neck of the Emperor Wuwang Dharma image with one hand, and kept hitting the latter's face with the other hand. How dare a little dog like you show murderous intent towards me? Su Yu hates this kind of loser the most. I didn't provoke you in the first place, but you're looking at me with murderous eyes. Are you looking for death? When encountering this kind of guy, Su Yu would not have the slightest chance to ease the tension with him. If he dared to show his murderous intention, it would prove that the other party disliked him. Even if he did not show it now, he would stab him in the back one day in the future. So, in order to avoid being stabbed by others, it is better to stab the knife into his body first. Bang! In the last punch, Su Yu used only 1/4 of his strength. When he punched down, the ground shook as if a major earthquake had occurred. The head of the Emperor Wuwang Dharma image was smashed by him and turned into light and dissipated. Just 5 moves, directly shattered the opponent's Dharma body. Rubbish. Su Yu took advantage of the opponent's Dharma image not yet completely dissipated and kicked him directly into the crowd on the opposite side. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully destroyed the Tao Heart of the Golden Sun of Luck, and received a reward of plus 16666 villain points, 1 realm upgrade card, and 1 Great Sumeru Sealing Heaven Demon Pillar Fragment. The Great Sumeru Sealing Heaven Pillar, a supreme imperial weapon from the immortal realm, it's a pillar that can hold up the sky and break any seal. Gather 10 fragments to redeem the complete supreme imperial weapon. Su Yu couldn't help but shudder as he heard the system prompt in his mind. The ultimate imperial weapon, is it finally refreshing? If he had an extremely powerful imperial weapon in his hand, he could single-handedly support the entire Su family. The fully revived Jidao Emperor's weapon would have to avoid the sharp edge even if a quasi-emperor peak came. Compared to Su Yu's surprise, the 600 Dharma images who had previously chosen to stand against Su Yu were not in such a good mood at this time. Your Highness, how are you? Wudao, wake up. When Zhou Wudao's men saw him being kicked back, they turned pale with fright. After the image of Emperor Wuwang completely dissipated, they hurried over to check on the other party's injuries. At this moment, his entire face was covered with blood, and he looked hideous, miserable, and very funny. The breath became weaker and weaker. Although he did not lose consciousness, in this situation, Zhou Wudao would rather be beaten unconscious. He has been strong all his life and has been extremely domineering from birth to now. When have I ever been beaten so badly? When others saw this scene, their eyelids twitched wildly and their hearts beat fast. Oh my god, 5 moves, just 5 moves, and the arrogant Zhou Wudao was beaten into a pulp. How can we fight this? Even if the 4 saints attack together, it would be difficult to gain an advantage, right? We are a group of ordinary Dharma images. Even if there are hundreds of us, it will be useless against Su Yu who can unleash the power of the late Jie Yin realm. No matter how many more we have, we will just be sending ourselves to die. How about we retreat too? Why retreat? I don't believe he really dares to kill so many of us. Some people have already started to back out. Of course, some people are unwilling to give up. They didn't believe that Su Yu could really maintain this peak combat power for a long time. To be able to unleash the power of the late Jian stage at the peak of the Dharma phase must have involved the use of some very costly secret technique. As long as enough time is lost, the opponent will definitely become weak. They didn't believe that this was the combat power that a peak Dharmakaya could possess. It's too outrageous. It was like using the legendary Lindsay secret, stepping into the forbidden realm of the gods and being able to cross the border and kill the enemy. That's ridiculous. Behind Su Yu, the group of people who chose to agree with Su Yu's proposal were even more grateful after seeing this scene. Fortunately, they were tactful and chose to drink some soup outside. If I were as stubborn as them, it's really possible that he didn't even drink the soup. The holy son of the Yin family was even more dumbfounded after watching Su Yu violently beat Zhou Wudao. Fuck, this big brother is so fierce. As the sons of the Holy Land, why do we feel like ordinary people in front of him? Previously, he had thought about teaming up with Su Yu to deal with Zhou Wudao. After all, the enemy of his enemy is his best friend. But now it seems that I am redundant. The kind that is both delicious and redundant. Is it teaming up with him? No, that's called lowering the average score. Not just him. At this time, those saints who had initially thought that less trouble was better than more were now secretly rejoicing. If I really don't know what's good for me, I might be the one lying there later. Su Yu didn't want to know what they thought. At this moment, he was just immersed in the joy of harvesting the sons of destiny, looking at the 600 people in front of him, who also had 6 golden lights and dozens of red destinies. Su Yu couldn't help laughing. This is all your own food, fat sheep. If all of this is harvested, how rich will the harvest be? I can't even imagine it. Clang. Thinking of this, Su Yu directly drew out a magic sword with a red glow. The sharp sound of it being unsheathed made everyone's eardrums hurt, because this sound had the effect of attacking the soul. Pointing the tip of the knife at the group of Dharma images, Su Yu grinned and said, "Come on, next, please give it your all." Chapter 154. Don't say your father is only half a step away, even if he is a quasi-emperor, you will die today. When they saw the tip of the knife pointing at them, emitting a red glow, for a moment, hundreds of people in the Dharma realm felt a breath of corpses and blood coming towards them at the same time. It seemed that Su Yu was not the only one standing in front of them at this moment, but a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. At this moment, the blood and murderous intent emanating from Su Yu's body almost made many people feel a tingling sensation in their souls. The fear from the depths of my soul skyrocketed. Gurgle. Many people swallowed their saliva secretly. There was fear in his eyes. That is the fear of death. They are able to break through the Dharmakaya, so they are naturally not mediocre people and can understand what the breath of death is. Now, this atmosphere that could threaten their lives is spreading. Be afraid. What are you afraid of? He's just one person. If we attack him together, I don't believe he really dares to kill us all. After someone realized what was happening, he felt annoyed at himself for taking a step back. There were so many of them, yet they were frightened by one person and retreated collectively. It's such a shame and humiliation. Although they are not top-level geniuses, they are able to break through the Dharma realm and can be regarded as outstanding people. That's right, don't be scared, come together. He's just one person. If we attack together, I don't believe he can kill us all. Someone roared in a timid manner, as if roaring like this could give him courage. The 4 saints were much calmer at this moment. They looked at Su Yu solemnly, as if facing a formidable enemy. Their bodies tensed, they said in a deep voice, "Su Yu, why make things so awkward? We are all human beings, and descendants of top-level holy lands. Offending us will do you and Jushao no good. If they kill us, even Jushao will not be able to withstand the pressure from so many holy places." Among them was a hot woman with a hint of hatred in her eyes, but she concealed it very well. She stood out and showed off her proud figure. "Su Yu, Wudao has been defeated by you, it's time for you to calm down. The blessed land is so big, you can't take it all in by yourself, get out of the way. She is Zhou Wudao's fiancée and also the holy maiden of the Miaoyan holy sect in the central region. Miaoyan holy sect is also one of the top holy places in the central region, but it is at the bottom. Because the purpose of the Miaoyan holy sect is to cultivate outstanding female disciples, and then marry them into major holy places, dynasties, and imperial families in order to seek protection. Of course, in order to maintain the status of a top-level holy land, the Miaoyan holy sect naturally has its own ways of becoming a strong one. However, there are only 1 or 2 quasi-emperors in the Miaoyan holy sect, and its saints are even less than those in other holy places. For a long time, the female disciples of Miaoyan holy sect have been the Taoist companions desired by many people. Because of the Miaoyan holy sect skills, Taoist companions who combine with them can increase the cultivation of both of them. For example, the holy lady of the Miaoyan holy sect in front of him is Zhou Wudao's future Taoist partner and will also be the future empress of the great Zhou dynasty. If Zhou Wudao could be bound to her, then when Zhou Wudao broke through to the great saint realm, she would also be able to break through. This is the wonder of the Miaoyan holy sect. Looking at their faces at this moment, Su Yu couldn't help laughing, especially after catching the hatred in the woman's eyes, he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, the blessed land is indeed huge, but how can you see that I want to take it all for myself? Could it be that you think these Taoist friends behind me are not human? Upon hearing this, the holy maiden of the Miaoyan holy sect's face immediately darkened and she retorted, "That's not what I meant." Joke, the saints of the 20 top holy places are all here. Does she dare to admit this? That would kill people. What I mean is, we didn't offend you, and we didn't attack you, so why are you holding on to us? Your grudge with Wudao has been settled, what else do you want? Seeing her unreasonable look, Su Yu shook his head lightly and said calmly, "What do I want? I've already given you a chance to choose your side, but you all chose Zhou Wudao. So, I'll assume you're all in the same group. As for the grudge between him and me," at this point, Su Yu paused for a moment, then grinned and said faintly, "Of course it will end only after killing him." Are you serious? Saint Miaoyan couldn't help but scream when she heard that. Kill Zhou Wudao. How dare he do that? This is the most beloved person of the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty, and also the future heir to the throne chosen by him. Killing him is no less than pulling out the reverse scale of the emperor of the great Zhou. When the others heard this, their expressions changed drastically as well. At first, they thought Su Yu was just talking, but now it seems he is serious. Su Yu, you killed Zhou Wudao, the great Zhou emperor will definitely hold a grudge against you. Although there are restrictions this time and I can kill freely, but some people don't dare to say anything more after saying this. Because the sentence after that is, but this is with respect to the Dharma image of the outside world. How can the son of God of the Holy Land be killed at will? If you do this, when the great age arrives in the future, the great Zhou emperor will definitely come in person and may even attack you. His cultivation has already reached the level of a half-step quasi-emperor. As long as the great era arrives, we will definitely be able to break through within 100 years. Someone sincerely warned Su Yu about the pros and cons. I hope he can understand the pros and cons. However, Su Yu burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, half-step to quasi-emperor. Don't even mention he's halfway to becoming an emperor. Even if he's a quasi-emperor, I will kill his son today. So what if he is half a step away from being an emperor? who has no one behind him, not to mention whether the three religions behind him would sit idly by and watch, as long as the Golden Age really came. Within a few years, his first master, Duty and Quasi-Emperor, would also fully recover. The peak Quasi-Emperor who has mastered the secret of fighting really wants to fight with all his strength. The Emperor will also have a chance to show you his strength. However, they don't understand the power behind Su Yu. They only know that Su Yu is really arrogant to the extreme. He even dared to kill the Crown Prince of Zhou. While they were still in shock, Su Yu swung the blood-red devil knife in his hand. In an instant, the aura of a sea of blood and corpses surged, as if the sea of blood was surging with huge waves of blood. The pungent fishy smell made everyone feel extremely uncomfortable. Stop talking nonsense and take action. Don't let me look down on you. Su Yu glanced at the group of people. The disdain in his words was evident. Certainly. He really disdains it. This group of people were so sure that they would die that they easily stood on Zhou Wudao's side. Now that they saw that the situation was different from what they expected, they started to reason again. It's true he bullies the weak and fears the strong. If you don't take action then clean your necks and let me kill you one by one. Su Yu's eyes flashed bloodshot and he sneered. This killing knife is enough to kill 100 Dharma images. So many Dharma images. Isn't it prepared for him? Just as the atmosphere became increasingly tense, Zhou Wudao, who was lying behind the crowd, suddenly opened his eyes and a golden light brighter than before burst out. Arrogant. Su Yu, do you really think I can be defeated so easily? You forced me to do this. Golden Dragon of Luck, melted for me. Boom. Chapter 155 today, use your blood to feed this killing knife of mine. Zhou Wudao's voice, filled with endless suppression and brutality, rang out, and the next second, Zhou Wudao's body soared into the sky. Compared with Su Yu, his tiny body at this moment exuded an extremely strong aura of oppression. If an ordinary soul were here, he would probably be forced to kneel on the ground. Zhou Wudao's eyes were filled with murderous intent so strong that it almost turned into substance. He stared at Su Yu intently, as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. You bastard, do you really think I can't deal with you? After he finished speaking, Zhou Wudao pinched his hands together to form a magic formula, and then, it was as if a switch was turned on in his body. The dragon energy of national destiny surged out like a tsunami. Zhou Wudao shouted sternly, if you believe me, then attack together and kill this bastard first. Although his great Zhou is domineering, there are many forces that want to make friends with them. Especially the forces in the central region. Everyone in the central region knows the great Zhou. The country is strong and has the momentum to become one of the top 2 powers in the central region. Why not first? Because the number 1 in the central region is undisputed, and no one dares to challenge the power of the Tianyan Holy Land. As the saying goes, heaven has 49, the Great Way has 50, and man escapes 1. And the one that this person was talking about was the Tianyan Holy Land, the most powerful force of the human race. The immortal sect of the upper realm. It is also the only immortal gate that still exists in Xuanyan today. Although the Tianji Tower also comes from the upper realm and belongs to the same sect, this Tianyan Holy Land is the true orthodox immortal sect. Just like this time, the behemoth Tianyan Holy Land also did not send anyone here. Because they look down on the so-called blessed land inheritance. They have their own immortal scriptures, so why do they need scriptures from the lower world? But it is different for others. They cannot make friends with the Tianyan Holy Land, but they can make friends with the powerful Dazhou. Therefore, after hearing Zhou Wudao's call, many people responded to his call. For a while, hundreds of streams of light rushed into the air at the same time, transforming into Dharma images one by one. 400 giants hundreds of meters tall stood between heaven and earth. The 4 saints from the Holy Lands who were on good terms with the great Zhou shouted at Zhou Wudao, you owe us a favor for this. Although they wanted to explore the blessed land, they could not avoid Su Yu. But they still have a way out. They can leave the blessed land and not fight. So it would be great if you could win a favor. Zhou Wudao naturally understood, and without any hesitation, he shouted, yes. Let's attack together. Don't hold back, just use your trump card. The others nodded when they heard this. Even if Zhou Wudao didn't say it, they wouldn't be so stupid as to hold back. After all, they had all witnessed the terrifying fighting power that Su Yu had displayed before. The words fell. Zhou Wudao's eyes suddenly focused, and his eyes, as sharp as an eagle's, suddenly flashed with golden light. The next moment, he directly grabbed the 2 golden dragons transformed from luck. No matter how the golden dragons struggled and roared, he remained unmoved and forcibly refined the 2 golden dragons of luck. This is the trump card his father gave him. It contains 1/10,000th of the national destiny of the great Zhou dynasty. When encountering danger, it swallows 2 golden dragons and can trigger the protection of heaven. Doing so will not only gain a bit of heaven's luck and protect you from death. It can also greatly improve combat power. Before this, he was able to kill a 5th level Jiayin cultivator, but after swallowing this 1/10,000th of the national destiny, he could kill even a 7th level Jiayin cultivator. Use the power of national destiny to stimulate combat power that breaks the limit 3 times. Breaking the limit 3 times can fight against the late stage of Jiayin. Combined with the effect of heaven's luck, he even has a chance to kill the 7th level of Jiayin. Boom. After Zhou Wudao refined the 2 golden dragons of luck, he summoned the Dharma image of the Emperor Wuan again. The moment the Dharma images merged, he rushed out directly. At this moment, the crack in space widened further. If only it were more powerful. I'm afraid it can directly break through the space. Seeing this, the others no longer hesitated and followed Zhou Wudao's footsteps, summoning their soldiers and unleashing their strongest killing moves together, slashing towards Su Yu from all directions. Seeing the scene of giants besieging Su Yu, the group of people in the safe area all had solemn and frightened expressions on their faces. The Yin family's saint son swallowed his saliva and said blankly, among the hundreds of peak Dharma phases, there are still many who can rival the fighting power of Jiayin, not to mention that the leaders are 4 saint son level figures who can fight against the middle stage of Jiayin, and 1 Zhou Wudao who can kill the middle stage of Jiayin. In this kind of situation, even if Jiayin Ba Chong came, he would be scared and run away, right? My scalp was tingling. Not only him, but others also felt the same way. A person in the Dharma realm actually forced Zhou Wudao and the others to disregard their dignity and attack together to kill him. Qin Hao and the other 2 didn't say anything, but there was worry in their eyes. To have achieved this by himself, Su Yu is definitely one of the most extraordinary geniuses and the undisputed number 1 in the contemporary world. But that's all right, if Su Yu could really survive the siege of so many people and fight back. No one dared to think about this outcome, because it was too shocking and outrageous. Because that is the realm that completely breaks the limit-breaking combat power and belongs to the divine forbidden realm. God's forbidden territory, cross the realm and kill the enemy. If the forbidden realm of the gods can be broken, then when the golden age comes and the immortal road is open, when the immortals descend into the world, the people in the forbidden realm of the gods will directly cross the realm of the emperor and be chosen by the immortals to be taken away. Yes, as long as the forbidden area of the gods is broken during or after the formation of the gods, they are all immortal species with the greatest potential. No, or rather, it is the true talent of an immortal. Can he do it? Although, throughout the ages, only the Lord of Destruction who created the secret of the word, Lin, and the Emperor of Heaven who created the prosperous era of the heavenly court have achieved it. But, after all, someone really broke through the forbidden area of God. Although they didn't believe it, they also hoped in their hearts that Suyu could break the forbidden area of God. Boom. Now, the sky was filled with the figures of Dharma images, the flashes of swords and the shadows of sabers intertwined, and the sharp and boundless momentum combined together to further expand the space cracks that had already reached their limit. If it were a little stronger, it might be able to completely cause the space to shatter. Suyu looked around, looking at this group of Dharma images who broke the sound barrier and controlled the war soldiers to kill him. Deep in Suyu's eyes, there was an extremely surging fighting spirit and madness. Ha ha ha, just in time, Suyu raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar, which shattered the dark fog that covered 100 miles. Today, use your blood to feed this killing knife of mine. Click, Suyu twisted his wrist, and the killing knife flipped, instantly releasing a terrifying murderous intent and a terrifying bloody aura. Buzz buzz buzz, the moment Suyu tightly grasped the killing knife, the entire space seemed to begin to tremble. Next second, the moment Suyu raised the bloody giant knife. The third form of the void sword technique, cut the void. The moment this sword was swung out, the void that was on the verge of breaking. Crack, boom, chapter 156 Suyu, I will remember this grudge. The void sword technique was the first Saint Realm martial art that Suyu acquired, and it was also the sword technique that he had practiced the most deeply. You can say that, with his current combat power, another burst of this sword is enough to split the void. Boom, he slashed with the holy level killing sword, and even a strand of the void was cut off by the sword. Even though it's just a crack. However, being able to create a crack in the void is already a manifestation of the strongest power. A knife that touches the power of Jiang. No one can stop this knife. There were hundreds of Dharma images in the sky, and 90% of the weapons in their hands were broken in the instant the sword light passed by. The deafening explosion in space shattered people's eardrums. The broken fragments of weapons now turned into the sharpest weapons, cutting towards the Dharma images one by one. Countless Dharma images disappeared in an instant. The screams echoed endlessly in the blessed land. This strike was surprisingly effective in clearing out the miscellaneous soldiers. Those who were not strong enough to fight but still wanted to get beaten were seriously injured by this knife. Those whose bodies were not strong enough or who had just broken through the 9th level of Dharmakaya would be cut in half. Not to mention these miscellaneous soldiers. Even Zhou Wudao and the four saints had their offensive interrupted by this sword. Seeing those Dharma images floating away like kites with broken strings, the four of them suppressed the spiritual power running wild in their bodies, their eyes full of horror. How could this be? With so many people unleashing their full strength, they couldn't even block a single blow. Is he really in the Dharma realm? If Suyu's realm was not indeed the Dharmakaya, they would have suspected that it was a powerful person at the peak of the tribulation yin realm who took action. Suyu does not have the unique characteristics of Jie Yin. In other words, it was by relying on his cultivation in the Dharma realm that he was able to unleash such terrifying and incredible combat power. Swish, before they could react, Suyu's huge body in front of them suddenly disappeared. Boom, then, a sonic boom sounded suddenly, like a fighter jet flying at supersonic speed overhead. The next second, Suyu appeared in front of the three saints. A dragon and an elephant collapsing the mountain. When Suyu threw a punch, extremely terrifying physical strength poured out and hit the three people's Dharma images. Wherever the fist wind reached, they felt as if their bodies were being trampled by countless dragon elephants. The three of them vomited blood instantly and were knocked away. After beating the three men to the point where they had no fighting power, Suyu flashed and instantly appeared in front of Saint Miaoyan. Looking at the giant who suddenly appeared in front of her, the charming face of the holy maiden Miaoyan turned pale and she screamed, "You, don't come over here." Although she is a genius, she is also the saint of a top holy land and her combat power is equally extraordinary. But, her combat power is much weaker than Zhou Wudao and others, and she only has the combat power to defeat the third level of Jie Yin. Moreover, the physical body is much weaker. The holy maiden Miaoyan turned around and used the Miaoyan sect's body skills to try to escape, but Suyu would never let her do as she wished. Suyu's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he grinned, "You dare to show me hatred and murderous intent. Do you think I really don't dare to hit you?" Die. He could kill someone who was only able to fight against the third level of Jie Yin with just 3 punches, even if he hadn't broken through to the peak of Dharma realm. And, compare speed with him, God speed. Suyu moved his feet, and in an instant, a very faint force of space covered his feet. Holy realm martial arts, divine movement. In just a blink of an eye, Suyu caught up with the holy maiden Miaoyan. After grabbing her feet, Suyu threw her to the ground without any hesitation. The recoil force covered with spiritual power, coupled with the hard ground of this blessed land, almost caused her internal organs to bleed. Ahem, spare me, spare my life, I can be your servant. Looking at Suyu who was so close to her, the holy maiden Miaoyan was so scared that she became incontinent and begged for mercy again and again. However, before she could finish her begging for mercy, Suyu punched her in the face. A vixen like you can smell that vixen stench from a distance. Bang, one punch after another, until Suyu threw the third punch. The struggling hands of the holy maiden Miaoyan fell down weakly, and her breath was rapidly decreasing. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Red Fate's child of luck. Rewards, plus 180,000 villain value, Yellow Spring Palm, Nether Spring Spiritual Fluid. Wangquan Palm, a holy physical martial art, created by the great sage Wangquan, a palm technique that unleashes ultimate power with the spiritual energy of the underworld. Nether Spring Spiritual Liquid, tempers the arms so that they can withstand the backlash of the netherworld power when performing the Yellow Spring Palm. If you do not have the netherworld spiritual power and forcibly use the Yellow Spring Palm, even a saint will have his arms crippled. Suyu left after hearing the system prompt in his mind. The system said she was dead, so she definitely couldn't survive. How can you live with your head smashed? However, Suyu left so calmly, but the expressions of those holy sons of the Holy Land suddenly changed drastically. Some people even exclaimed, Saint Miaoyan's life-saving trump card has not been activated. Oh my god, what's going on? Could it be that this blessed land is the same as the one 1,000 years ago? Once you enter here, any life-saving trump card will be invalid. Saint Miaoyan is the legitimate daughter of the Holy Lord of the Miaoyan Holy Sect. It's impossible that she didn't have the great sage's restrictions to protect her life. But she was beaten to death like this. It must be the work of this blessed land. So, we don't have any last resort here. Seeing this scene, many people panicked. Isn't the reason why they dare to act so recklessly because they have life-saving restrictions bestowed by Saint Realm Elders or even great Saint Realm powerhouses? As long as they don't meet anyone above the great sage, they can be teleported out after the ban is triggered. But, the fate of Saint Miaoyan tells them that their trump cards are useless. This time I'm really going to die. Seeing the holy maiden Miaoyan's head smashed by a hammer, Zhou Wudao's face turned even more madly in the distance, and he roared, Yuan Yuan. If ordinary people saw this scene, they would definitely think that Zhou Wudao was sad about the death of his fiancée. However, Zhou Wudao was in fear. Because his fiancée died, he didn't trigger the Great Sage's restriction, nor did he trigger any passive life-saving means, so he was beaten to death by Su Yu. In other words, as long as he loses to Su Yu, he will be beaten to death next. The life-saving restriction bestowed upon him by his father. It will be useless. Thinking of this, Zhou Wudao felt truly terrified, because he really couldn't beat Su Yu. No, I'm Zhou Wudao, the future emperor of the Great Zhou. I can't die here. Thinking of this, Zhou Wudao, who had originally planned to rely on his immortality to fight Su Yu, suddenly lost his fighting spirit. The next second, before anyone could react. Swish. Su Yu, I'll remember this grudge. When I get out, I'll cut you into pieces. Seeing this scene, everyone was petrified on the spot. Zhou Wudao. Escape, escape. Chapter 157. Ask me to kill him. Okay, then let me kill him here. No, your fiancé was killed by a blow to the head in public, and you just said such a cruel word, and then just escaped like that. Seeing Zhou Wudao's bold move, everyone was petrified on the spot. They never expected that the once strong and domineering Zhou Wudao would one day choose to escape. It seems, this guy is still afraid of death. After realizing what was happening, the geniuses cursed inwardly. This Zhou Wudao truly lives up to his great reputation. He has great fighting ability, but he is still a coward. Even the battles between the same realms are fleeing. Bah, I'm ashamed to be associated with this person. The son of God of a top holy land would despise such behavior. Not only did your fiancé get beaten to death, but so many people died in response to your call. Result, you see that your life-saving trump card can't save your life, so you run away alone. Are you human? Zhou Wudao's behavior made a group of proud saints feel ashamed. This guy is totally unworthy of his title as the heir to a top power. When the holy son of the Yin family saw this scene, he burst into laughter, and the sound was so loud that it reached everyone's ears. Ha 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 ha, see, the people of the Great Zhou are so greedy for life and afraid of death. Once something goes against them, they will abandon everything to survive without hesitation. No wonder the Great Zhou is not worthy of the title of human emperor, but only the title of son of heaven. That's the reason, you treacherous villain, ha 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 ha. When the holy son of the Yin family saw this, he laughed so hard that tears were about to fall. So cool, it feels so good. Seeing Zhou Wudao being so cowardly, he felt more comfortable than taking top-level elixir. Everyone had a strange look on their face, because they also felt that what the holy son of the Yin family said made sense, and that the reputation of the crown prince of the Great Zhou was really undeserved. Even this kind of hatred can be let go, just to survive. He summoned so many Dharma images to attack Su Yu together with him, but hundreds of them died and his fiancé's head was smashed by 3 punches. Not only did he not make any response, he even ran away. You said you would just run away. The key point is that this guy was uttering harsh words while escaping. Isn't this ridiculous? You are so strong, just do it here. However, Zhou Wudao didn't care what these people said about him. In his opinion, he has a bright future. He is the crown prince of the Great Zhou and the future emperor of the Great Zhou. He has the opportunity to become the emperor. Why should he die here? Invincible. Throughout history, how many emperors have been invincible all the way to the pinnacle? Who hasn't lost? There's nothing shameful about him admitting defeat. Is your fiancé dead? So what? He is the crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. He can find any crown princess he wants. Many Holy Land families are willing to marry into his family. It's better to have a fiancé die than to die here too. Bah, what a cowardly prince. Fuck, being killed isn't scary. What's scary is being sold out by a villain like this. Brothers, we're going to die anyway. Stop him and don't let him get away. Yes, we can't let Zhou Wudao leave alive so easily. Let's stop him together and use him as a scapegoat. When those Dharma phase peak masters who were knocked away and injured saw this scene, they were so angry that the blood rushed to their brains, their eyes turned red, and they roared and rushed towards Zhou Wudao. They want to stop this villain. Even if I die, I will drag him down with me. Seeing them all rushing up, Zhou Wudao's face changed slightly and he shouted, "Get out of my way." Boom, Zhou Wudao swung his axe at the Dharma image that was blocking him in front of him, without any intention of holding back, with an attitude of killing anyone who stood in his way. However, it was this action of his that made everyone completely angry. We sniped Su Yu for you, but you turned against us. Is this fucking reasonable? If you say that Su Yu did this, they can understand it. After all, he is an enemy. But what right do you, Zhou Wudao, have? We followed you to deal with Su Yu, but when you saw your fiancé's head being smashed by his 3 punches, you chose to abandon us and run away. Damn it, Zhou Wudao, don't even think about escaping so easily. Let's do this together and don't let this beast get away. The next moment, hundreds of Dharma images rose into the sky at the same time and rushed towards Zhou Wudao. The flashes of swords and sabers intertwined and continuously bombarded Zhou Wudao's body, trying to stop him and prevent him from escaping. What do you want to do? You want to die. Feeling the sudden murderous intent coming from behind him, Zhou Wudao's hair stood on end. These hundreds of angry attacks made his scalp tingle even though he had the combat power to kill someone at the 5th level of the Jie Yin realm. We're looking for death. That's right, we are. We believed your lies and actually followed someone like you to attack. It's really not worth it. Even if we die today, we will drag you down with us. Someone snorted coldly, then raised the sword in his hand and slashed towards Zhou Wudao. Seeing Zhou Wudao being intercepted by this group of external Dharma images, the faces of the 3 remaining Holy Land saints changed slightly, but they did not try to stop them. Because Zhou Wudao's behavior was really too much and too hurtful to people's hearts. If you lose people's hearts, who will help you? Looking at this dramatic scene, the expressions on the faces of those saints who had previously chosen to remain neutral now looked particularly funny because they had not expected such a scene to happen. Zhou Wudao doesn't seem to be as evil as the rumors say. In fact, his behavior is even worse than that of some geniuses in the outside world. He called on others to fight him, but when he saw that he couldn't defeat Su Yu, he turned around and abandoned everyone and ran away. It's simply despicable. There are some saint-level figures who look down upon his behavior. Because this is really a disgrace to their reputation as evildoers, they even feel that such people are not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath with them. When the holy son of the Yin family saw this scene, he felt very happy. Ha ha ha, I told you guys a long time ago that no one in the Great Zhou can be trusted, even if he's the crown prince of the Great Zhou. Their inherent meanness and cowardice are etched into their blood. At this moment, more and more Dharma appearance great masters joined the team to intercept Zhou Wudao, because they could die, but they absolutely could not die in such a miserable way, and even if they died, they would drag Zhou Wudao with them. Damn it, you bunch of lunatics, get out of here. Zhou Wudao was extremely crazy at this time. He waved the long axe in his hand and kept chopping at the hundreds of Dharma image masters. Looking at this group of fearless Dharma masters, Zhou Wudao felt a trace of fear in his heart. He didn't understand why these ants were so persistent and crazy that they were willing to die to keep him. I just want to stay alive and then find an opportunity to kill Su Yu. Is there anything wrong with that? He was clearly losing the fight, so why was he still trying to continue? Wasn't that courting death? He didn't want to die here. Get out of my way. Get out of my way, you bunch of ants. Looking at the frantic Zhou Wudao, one of the Dharma appearance great masters who were desperately trying to block his path turned to Su Yu and shouted with determination in his eyes, Su Yu, we'll help you stop Zhou Wudao. We don't ask you to let us go, but we hope you can kill him here. That's enough. Not far away, Su Yu looked at their expressions and couldn't help laughing. He replied softly, okay. Then let me kill him here. Snap. Chapter 158 Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the son of Golden Destiny for the first time. I am really charming. Look, I was about to become the villain who slaughtered hundreds of Dharma appearance great lords, but now this happens. Zhou Wudao escaped first. As a result, I have to respond to people's requests and kill the devil. Boom. Su Yu took a step forward. At that moment, the ground shook, and an aura far more powerful than before suddenly burst out. It was as if a god had descended from the sky and was walking towards them step by step. Crash. The next second, divine consciousness is surging as a tsunami swept across the entire place, covering an area of 100 miles. When Su Yu's mind reached Zhou Wudao, who was constantly swinging a long axe to chop people. In an instant, Zhou Wudao felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. His whole body stiffened and his hair stood on end. This is the breath of death. After feeling the gaze from hell, Zhou Wudao became even more crazy and roared, get out of my way, you bastards. You're blocking my way. Do you want to die? Get out of my way. An extremely strong pressure burst out from Zhou Wudao's body, and he tried to break through the blockade with brute force. But this group of Dharma images had already been blinded by anger. Because Su Yu is too strong, even if all 600 of them attacked together, they were unable to cause any harm to them. In fact, more than 100 of them were killed in a single encounter. Originally they were thinking of fighting to the death. However, Zhou Wudao, the instigator, wanted to escape. How can they accept this? They can die, but it can't be such a cowardly death. One by one, the Dharma masters rushed forward fearlessly just to delay Zhou Wudao's progress. However, facing the completely mad Zhou Wudao, their strength was still as small as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Just when Zhou Wudao was about to break through the blockade. Suddenly, darkness looms overhead. Zhou Wudao looked up suddenly, and then saw a giant hand grabbing towards him. Seeing this scene, Zhou Wudao was so scared that his scalp went numb. Get out of my way. I am the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty. If you dare to kill me, my father will surely slaughter your entire family. He was really scared. If the life-saving restriction was still effective, he would not do this at all. But now, all his means of survival are gone. A saintly approach. He couldn't use it at all, only passive triggering. But here, the use of saintly methods is clearly prohibited. Didn't you see that Saint Miaoyan had her head blown up with 3 punches just now? Even after blowing his head off, the saint's restriction was not triggered. Come here. Su Yu grabbed it with one hand and threw it behind him. You've come here and you still want to escape. There was a hint of sneer on Su Yu's lips. He said that today, he must kill Zhou Wudao. Boom. Zhou Wudao was thrown out and crashed into the ruins, raising a cloud of dust. Ahem. He felt the pain in his internal organs sweeping through his brain. At this moment, he no longer had a trace of arrogance and defiance, only the fear of death. He has used up all his means and trump cards, and at this moment, he has no stronger means. Even if it is the golden dragon of luck. It only strengthened the attack after swallowing it, but that attack was easily resolved by Su Yu. This was simply beyond his comprehension. He is now. There is only a trace of protection from heaven's left, but this protection seems to be useless. I don't know if it's Fudi's problem or Su Yu's. I will fight you. Zhou Wudao grabbed the golden axe, then soared into the sky, still aiming at Su Yu's eyebrows and chopped it down. With such a huge body, it is generally just a sitting duck. But for Su Yu, this Dharma body, blessed by the laws of heaven and earth, is one of his strongest forms. The Dharma body of the Emperor of Heaven plus the Dharma of heaven and earth. He almost broke through the forbidden realm of God. Ants, do you still want to rebel against heaven? Seeing him rushing towards him, Su Yu sneered and then slapped him with one hand. Bang! Zhou Wudao's body was instantly blown away like a bullet. At this moment, his strength has already surpassed the 8th level of Jie Yin, and he even has a chance to crush the 9th level of Jie Yin, or even reach the peak. Touching the threshold of the forbidden realm of God. Boom, boom, boom. Su Yu walked slowly towards the direction where Zhou Wudao flew. His expression was calm, and no emotion could be seen. Walking up to Zhou Wudao, Su Yu looked down at him, looking at him lying in the ruins, covered in blood. Su Yu said calmly, do you know why I want to kill you? Zhou Wudao's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the 1,000-meter giant and said in a lost voice, I don't know. He just glanced at the other person at that time. Without even saying a word. Instead, it was Su Yu who first said he wanted to kill him. Su Yu raised a sarcastic smile and said, I don't know. The moment you glanced at me, I sense your murderous intent. It was the look of someone who wanted to rise to fame by stepping on the head of the holy son of the 3 Eastern Wastelands religions. You want to emulate your father and fight 3 holy sons alone. Oh, Su Yu's last sneer contained almost all the sarcasm. Zhou Wudao's expression kept changing, but he said nothing. Good, he had this idea in mind, but he never expected that Su Yu would be so powerful. This was not at all what he had expected. In his opinion, the reason why his father was able to almost kill the contemporary holy lord of the 3 religions was naturally because the other party was weak enough. It also proved that the domineering intention of his Zhou family was strong enough. He also wants to follow suit. Seeing that he was silent, Su Yu continued, although I have never met your father, but... Su Yu changed the subject and grinned, my brother, the holy lord, is definitely not as weak as you say. He would be single-handedly challenged by your father to fight 3 people. Who has seen your brother Shangju? At first glance, he looks like a shady guy, and he is definitely not a weakling. Can Zhou Wudao be evaluated by his father as the next emperor and be more qualified to compete for the emperor? Oh, then the combat power of the emperor of the great Zhou might be a little exaggerated. Okay, we've talked so much, it's time to send you on your way. Su Yu looked at him and smiled brightly. A destiny with a touch of gold and black. What kind of reward will you get if you kill such a lucky child? Just try it and you'll know. Hearing Su Yu's words, Zhou Wudao's pupils trembled, and he shouted hurriedly, no, you can't kill me. I can give you a lot of resources, I can give you holy weapons, please don't kill me. Ah, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Wudao screamed in pain. Bang, with one punch, Su Yu smashed his head. However, Su Yu did not stop, and his fists continued to rain down on Zhou Wudao, smashing him from head to toe bit by bit. Intel. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the son of Golden Fate for the first time. You have received a reward. As the system prompt sounded in Su Yu's mind, the outside world. On the plain, on the purple gold flying boat of the great Zhou dynasty, an old man in Taoist robe sitting cross-legged on the deck suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp light flashed from them, and then his face changed drastically. He shouted in a broken voice, Prince. Late at night, Central Region, the originally peaceful and harmonious palace of the great Zhou dynasty. Boom, my son, who killed my son Wu Dao? Chapter 159. Such a spirited young man cannot be bullied. In the imperial palace of the great Zhou dynasty, inside the function hall, a middle-aged man wearing imperial robes, with a dignified face and a domineering aura all over his body, opened his eyes, and horror and heartache flashed in his eyes. My son is dead. Boom. The next moment, the terrifying aura of the great sage at its peak level rose into the sky, shaking the entire palace like an earthquake. Under the impact of this air wave, the defense array of the entire imperial city was activated, and ripples appeared on a light curtain. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately afterwards, figures exuding the aura of the great saint appeared outside the Fengxian palace. The 10 great saints bowed simultaneously and saluted, saying respectfully, Emperor. The domineering and resolute middle-aged man ignored them. In less than a moment, another aura of a saint appeared in the Fengxian hall. After this elegant figure appeared, the sharp voice resounded in the Fengxian hall. Your Majesty, my son's soul tablet is broken. Who did it? Who did it? A middle-aged noble lady with excellent temperament walked in. This person was the current queen of the great Zhou dynasty and the biological mother of Zhou Wudao. When she sensed that Zhou Wudao's aura had disappeared, she immediately lost her previous dignity. Now, she looks more like a crazy woman. After all, anyone would go crazy if they lost their most outstanding son. Upon hearing this, the emperor of the great Zhou closed his eyes, but the aura surging around him proved that he was not calm at this moment. On the contrary, there is a strong sense of oppression as if a rainstorm is coming. Eastern wasteland, blessed land. The great Zhou emperor opened his eyes, and within those ruthless and sharp eyes, a fierce murderous intent blossomed. Who on earth dared to attack my son? Boom, Lei Zhu, you and the others follow me to the eastern wasteland. I want to see who dares to kill my son Wu Dao. Bang. The next second, the floor of Fengxian hall cracked instantly, and the figure of the emperor of great Zhou disappeared from the spot. Your Majesty's order. The 10 powerful saints lowered their heads and shouted loudly. Watching them disappear into Fengxian hall, the Empress of Great Zhou, standing there, also had an expression of boundless rage and actual murderous intent on her face. She gritted her teeth and roared, who on earth dares to attack my son? No matter who you are, you don't want to live. She is not a weak person without any background. If she wants to sit on the throne of the queen of the great Zhou dynasty, she needs an extremely strong background. And her background naturally comes from the Miaoyan holy sect. She is the former saint of the Miaoyan holy sect. The queen of great Zhou took out the sound transmission jade pendant, then injected a trace of spiritual energy into it, activating the jade pendant's sound transmission function. She immediately said, dispatch 3 great saints to follow his majesty and I to the eastern wasteland. Wu Dao is dead. After the jade pendant was silent for a moment, a suppressed voice responded to her. Yun Yuan is also dead. It seems that the murderer is the same person. Buzz. When Queen Dazhou heard the reply from the other side, her mind went blank. Yun Yuan is dead too. That was the best Taoist partner she had carefully chosen for her son Zhou Wu Dao. Let's go immediately. I want to rush to the eastern wilderness right away. After coming to her senses, the extremely charming face of the queen of the great Zhou became extremely distorted. From the central region to the eastern wasteland, blessed land, adding the time it takes for saints and great saints to adapt to the external rules, even with the help of a treasure to accelerate the defense against the rules of heaven, it will still take 7 days. That's enough. Boom. From this night on, the central region was shaken violently, because the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty and the contemporary saint of the Miaoyan holy sect had fallen. More than 10 great saints took out the treasure and were determined to get there quickly at all costs. Generally speaking, unless there is an emergency, the great sage will not choose to go out into the world. Because he didn't have enough time to adapt to the outside world, if he forced his way out, even if he had a treasure to resist the erosion of the rules, the lifespan he would consume would be hundreds or even thousands of times. If you take action, you may lose hundreds or even thousands of years of lifespan in the outside world for one day. However, this sudden accident made this group of strong men no longer have any concerns. So what if you live for thousands of years? If they do nothing, how will outsiders view them? A huge earthquake in the central region, and at this moment, at the edge of the eastern wilderness, on the plain outside the blessed land. In the purple gold flying boat of the great Zhou dynasty, the old man stood up, his eyes sharp and filled with sorrow. He said in a low voice, the crown prince of our dynasty has fallen. He is the imperial teacher of the great Zhou dynasty and has reached the peak of the holy realm. The reason why he could serve as the imperial teacher of an empire at the peak of the holy realm was that he had his own outstanding qualities. He has incredible abilities in teaching his disciples and making decisions on national policies. At the same time, he is also good at divination. Many times, even the emperor of the great Zhou would consult him when he encountered some issues concerning the enhancement of national fortune and how to strengthen national strength, and he would even ask him questions about spiritual practice. It can be said that the title of great Zhou state master is not inferior to that of the great saint. Seeing him stand up and say this short sentence, all the forces present were in an uproar. Many powerful people from the Holy Land looked horrified. The crown prince of the great Zhou is dead. That monstrous Dharmakaya who could kill a 5th level Jie demon with a single axe strike, entered the blessed land for only an hour and was already killed. How is it possible? Who could be such a monster? Could it be that Zhou Wudao doesn't have any life-saving restrictions left by the great sage? At this moment, everyone was shocked. Of course, there were also external forces who responded with grief after hearing the news. The Dharma image of our sect is also dead. So do we. From a scattered perspective, it seemed that dozens of forces spoke out at the same time. At this moment, everyone was silent. So many people died in just 1 hour. Could it be that this blessed land has turned into a desolate place? No, this is man-made. The old state teacher of the great Zhou dynasty closed his eyes slightly, then opened them and said in a deep voice. Man-made. As soon as the 2 words came out, the whole audience fell silent. This moment, they all turned their gazes towards the direction of the 3 religions of the eastern wasteland. Facing the gazes of this group of people, the 3 elders did not feel guilty at all and just let them look at them. Similarly, the great Zhou state master also looked at them deeply, but did not speak. Forget it, let me tell you the fortune first and see how this matter will develop. The great Zhou imperial master rushed into the clouds and disappeared. Then, a breath that disturbed the secrets of heaven burst out from above the clouds. Watching this scene, the 8th elder and the 2 elders from Qianchuan and Zaiwei exchanged a glance before whispering, I'm afraid this was Suyu's doing. Is this kid a monster? He killed Zhou Wudao in just 1 hour. Heavenly talent, no, this is the reincarnation of an immortal. Several elders sighed for a moment, then calmly said, the great Zhou emperor treats the crown prince as a treasure. I'm afraid this guy will come over and cause trouble. Let's contact the Holy Land first. Good. After finishing the voice transmission, the 3 elders took out the voice transmission jade pendants at the same time, activated them, and directly told the matter. Inside the Jushao Holy Land. In the Jushao ancestral tomb, a series of old voices were heard leisurely. Xiao Zhao, take some people out to calm the situation down. Such a spirited young man cannot be bullied. Yes. Swish. As the news spread, major earthquakes occurred in all 5 regions of the Xuantian human race. Hurry to the eastern wasteland. Chapter 160 Xuantian is shocked, and the top forces move together. The news of the death of Crown Prince Zhou Wudao of the Great Zhou spread rapidly like a plague, and soon all the top forces in Xuan'an received the news. All of a sudden, all the holy places sent people to the eastern wilderness. They want to see, will the furious emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty kill the murderer at all costs? Right now, in the Jushao Holy Land, Zhao Hongjun was leisurely arranging people to prepare the warships, while he came to the main hall and took out a specially made sound transmitting jade pendant to contact the holy leaders of the Tianxuan and Zaiwei sects. Ha ha ha, brother Zhao, your saint son is truly extraordinary. They killed him without even waiting for the next day. Zhao Hongjun sat on the throne, tapping his fingers lightly with a smile on his face. This is him. However, I wonder if this little guy's killing ability can be restrained a little. After all, if we kill all these saints it will be difficult to end it. He was not worried that Su Yu would kill someone, but he was afraid that he would become too bloodthirsty. Although Zhao Hongjun didn't have much contact with Su Yu, his eyes could see through people's souls. Su Yu actually has a strong desire to kill, but it was very orderly and didn't reach the point of killing people indiscriminately. But this time, I don't know. The cheerful voice of the Purple Star Saint Lord came from the sound transmission jade pendant. Ha ha ha, we'll know when we go over and take a look. We're ready to leave too. How's Xiao Yu doing? Soon, the gentle voice of Tianxuan Saint Lord sounded. We are ready to set off. Don't worry, no one can move. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yu is right. With us here, no one dares to touch him. A smile appeared on Zhao Hongjun's elegant and easygoing face. Then see you in 7 days. After cutting off the voice transmission, Zhao Hongjun slowly stood up. The elegant and easygoing aura that always lingered around him gradually faded away. Instead, there was an aura rising like the thunder of destruction. It was only after he became the Holy Lord that he began to cultivate his body and mind. In the past, above Xuantian, there was only one title of Divine Thunder Saint. And he was the Divine Thunder that amazed Xuantian back then. Back then, I let you take advantage of a loophole and publicize it for so many years. This time, if you dare to act rashly again, you will die in the eastern wasteland. Swish, as the soft murmur fell, Zhao Hongjun's figure suddenly disappeared in the sect hall. When he disappeared, on the Jushao Shenshao peak, a purple divine thunder as thick as a bucket struck down, and a purple divine light flashed by. Feeling this creepy aura, many elders looked up. Is the Holy Lord going to take action? Boom, Jushao's warship floated in the air and instantly disappeared into the teleportation formation. Also leaving with the warship were more than 10 elders of the Great Saint Realm, as well as several peak Great Saints, the supreme elders who had just been dug out from the underworld. This time, it is destined to be a fierce battle. The people in Tianbao Blessed Land had no idea what was happening in Xuantian. Because, at this moment, they were still immersed in the shock of Su Yu killing Zhou Wudao. Now, looking at the 1,000-meter-tall giant standing high above and the calm and indifferent expression on his face, for a moment, a trace of awe emerged in everyone's heart. Even if they are geniuses or monsters. But in front of Su Yu, he didn't even have the capital to be proud. Su Yu also has the combat power they have, and is countless times stronger than them. Background. Su Yu also has a powerful background that is not inferior to theirs. He is the first saint son from another family in the history of Jushao. This value is enough to prove that Jushao is determined to devote all his efforts to training him. They are even more untouchable. Oh my god, he actually dared to kill Zhou Wudao. The world has changed, the world has changed. We are not much stronger than Zhou Wudao. He was able to kill Zhou Wudao so easily. Doesn't that mean that even if we attack together, it will be useless? That's true. At most, it can only disturb him for a while. Fortunately, we were smart and chose to remain neutral. In the past, they would feel a little unhappy about avoiding war, but now they are actually a little relieved. Because even if they survive by chance, their faith will collapse. Now that I see the difference, I feel relieved. Moreover, it is easier to set a goal, which is to catch up with Su Yu. The geniuses and evildoers who chose to remain neutral were rejoicing, while those who had followed Zhou Wudao to surround and kill Su Yu were all looking dejected. After everyone released the Dharma image Great Venerable, they looked at Su Yu standing at the exit and said, we keep our word. Now, you can kill me or chop me up as you wish. They said that as long as they killed Zhou Wudao, they would be fulfilling their wish to die. Su Yu is too strong, so strong that they have no thought of resisting at all. Hundreds of people went up together, including several top saints, but they were unable to shake Su Yu at all. What can they do now? Seeing them half kneeling in front of Su Yu with their heads bowed, the geniuses who were originally discussing it heatedly now held their breath and concentrated. Everyone turned their eyes to Su Yu. I wonder what Su Yu would do. However, judging by the ferocity of Su Yu's previous attack, he hated to see anyone showing murderous intent towards him. This group of people attacked him, Su Yu might kill them. In front of this group of people, the 3 surviving saints had uncertain expressions. They wanted to say something, such as their own background, but after thinking about it, Su Yu even killed Zhou Wudao, would he still care about background? Although kneeling down and surrendering might help you survive. This is not what they want. They would rather die than live in disgrace. They are different from Zhou Wudao. They have their own dignity. At this moment, the whole place fell silent, all waiting for the result of Su Yu's trial. For a long time, Su Yu stared at them for a while, then slowly said, get up. I can let this matter go without you. Hearing Su Yu's words, the group of Dharma image geniuses who had already accepted their fate and were waiting to be slaughtered instantly looked up and looked at him in astonishment. Let us go. Did you hear that right? Is this how this god of death should behave? In fact, Su Yu was already very satisfied with this harvest, and there were still a lot of system rewards waiting to be settled in his mind. At the same time, the power of the killing sword, nurtured by the blood of 100 Dharmakayas, has been accumulated. Although there is a holy land to protect us, we cannot be too reckless. We can kill them slowly in the future. This time I killed a lot of people and offended a lot of people, which is enough capital. But, Su Yu changed the subject and said slowly, I want 90% of what you have gained here. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, the group of Dharma image geniuses who had managed to survive immediately agreed. No problem. Are you kidding? It's good enough to be alive, especially to live with dignity. What else can I object to? As this group of geniuses breathed a sigh of relief, a system prompt rang in Su Yu's mind. A series of prompt sounds rang out, almost drowning Su Yu's brain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission and receiving the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first kill mission and receiving the reward. Byte. Chapter 161 Ah, my treasure hunting mice, you are indeed people with great opportunities. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the rewards, plus 660,000 villain value, Mirage Dragon Transformation, 1 Great Sumeru Ceiling Heavenly Pillar Fragment, 2 Realm Upgrade Cards, and the Sky Splitting Sword. Mirage Dragon Transformation, the art of illusion, the divine power of Tiangong, can transform into thousands of forms. If you want to see through the art of illusion, you need to be 1 level stronger than the illusionist himself and advance magical power. Sky Splitting Sword, I have a sword that can split the sky, split the earth, and kill all enemies in the world. Saintly Sword Martial Arts. Looking at the information constantly refreshing in his mind, Suyu was in a very happy mood. It's this feeling of constantly getting stronger. This feeling is really too good. In addition to the constant accumulation of villain value, his own martial arts foundation is also increasing, and his combat soldiers can support him even until he reaches the Great Saint realm without being barren. Even if you continue to accumulate, you can even unlock the ultimate Emperor soldier yourself. By then, as long as he breaks through the Great Saint realm, he will be able to barely use the ultimate Imperial weapon. Who can stop the might of the Supreme Imperial Army? What, they also have the ultimate Imperial weapon? Excuse me, I can carry my ultimate Imperial weapon with me, and it is mine alone. Can you do that? Sure enough, only by gaining experience in the outside world can we gain greater benefits. Suyu couldn't help but sigh. His personal charm is so great that in the Holy Land, even the child of destiny who disliked him in the early stage can slowly become his friend, and it is not easy for him to cause trouble. But it's different in the outside world. There will always be people who look down on you or even be hostile to you because of your villain aura. Just like Zhou Wudao, he is the best example. As for the saints who were on good terms with him, the reason why Suyu didn't kill them was naturally because someone had to go out and publicize Zhou Wudao's actions. Otherwise, what if the Emperor of the Great Zhou comes out to cause trouble? Now I have every excuse to take the moral high ground. A villain needs an excuse. In fact, this was also Suyu's helpless move. After all, I am still too weak now. I haven't even broken through the Jiayin realm. Facing that half-step quasi-emperor standing in the clouds, what is the difference between me and an ant? He died with just one breath. If you don't find a good excuse, it will be difficult for others to help you. If you are already a strong person, why would you need such an excuse? If he has the cultivation level of a great saint, what does it matter if the Emperor of the Great Zhou comes to cause trouble? If he dares to come, he will be killed. Shaking off these worries, Suyu looked at everyone and said, now that the trouble is over, you can move freely. Remember, follow my rules. If not, no matter who it is, I will kill them all. When these words were spoken, everyone felt a murderous aura spreading. Apparently, Suyu has already regarded this place as his back garden. Even if some people feel uncomfortable, so what? Zhou Wudao was easily killed by Suyu, so what can they do if they attack together? Can he kill Suyu, or can he die? Impossible. Those saints were all smart people, and they all calculated Suyu's combat power. Comparing it with his own limit, he found that even if 10 of them came together, they would not be able to do anything to Suyu. It has completely exceeded the limit. They even thought that Suyu might have the combat power to touch the forbidden realm of the gods as a trump card. Otherwise, there are more than 20 Saint Sun level figures present, plus 1,000 Dharma phase peak level figures. If they attack together, how can they not be defeated? Even if you are at the peak of the Jiayin realm, you will still be scared. After all, there are more than 20 saints, and they are all strong men who can at least unleash the 4th level of robbery and yin power. We'll follow the rules. It doesn't matter if there are external Dharma images. Anyway, they come here to eat some soup, and it doesn't matter whether there is too much or too little soup. Just a little chance will do. Those who feel aggrieved are naturally the geniuses from other domains. They all came here for the secret treasure of the Blessed Land. Now, but we have to separate a part of it. No matter how I comfort myself, I still feel suffocated. In order to break this curse, one of them must find the control core of the Blessed Land and then use the core to kill Suyu or drive him out. Otherwise they will not be able to turn things around. After reaching an agreement, everyone dispersed. Places like Blessed Lands are very large, and like the top holy lands, they have secret spaces of tens of thousands of miles. Tianbao Fudi is the dojo of Tianbao Tianzun. According to records, all the disciples of Tianbao Fudi are masters who are familiar with refining equipment. At that time, with Tianbao Tianzun in charge, Tianbao Fudi was responsible for refining almost 80% of the heavenly soldiers and higher-level holy soldiers and a series of combat weapons in the entire universe. Anyone with a little background will come to Tianbao Blessed Land to train more weapons. Because the combat soldiers they refined had some special enhancements, some of which were attribute powers and some were enhancements of the soul. If they could get a, that will fill you up. Seeing that the dispute was over, the group of geniuses who had initially agreed to Suyu's request looked relieved. Fortunately, we chose the principle of less trouble is worse than more, so we don't have to hand over our profits. That's right, even though I can only hang around on the periphery, I can still pick up a lot of good treasures. Let's go and find the disciple refining dojo in Fudi first. After some discussion, those peak Dharma phase masters who did not have top-level backgrounds headed to the outer core area. They can't go to the elders area, but they can still set foot in the cave area of core disciples. Even if he is just a core disciple, it proves that he at least has the combat power of Jiang. An outstanding weapon refiner who has the cultivation level of Jiang realm can start to refine heavenly soldiers and quasi-holy soldiers. After the Dharma images of ordinary forces have dissipated. At this time, there were only more than 20 Saint Sun level figures left on the field. Suyu's body began to shrink, the Dharma image left his body, and the Dharma of heaven and earth was lifted. After returning to normal human size, Suyu walked in front of the crowd, nodded to the saints, and said, everyone, let's go explore the treasure area of the Blessed Land together. Everyone nodded, and then headed towards the center of the Blessed Land together. Although it is a storage area for treasures, if the disciples of Tianbao Fudi do not enter, it is still possible to trigger the remaining defensive arrays in the treasure house. Although weathered by time, the defensive formation that could resist the invasion of the Emperor has long been ineffective. But the remaining residual power is beyond the ability of the Dharma to resist. Su Shengxi is still decent in his actions, unlike Zhou Wudao, who is too overbearing. Yes, this is the pattern that the Holy Sun should have. Strong but not ostentatious, the saints of the Holy Lands who were on good terms with the three religions of the Eastern Wasteland did not hide their praise while on their journey and praised them out loud. When the others heard this, they compared the two people in their minds and found that it was true. So they nodded in agreement. Suyu and Qinhao were walking behind the crowd. After hearing these words, Suyu's mouth corner slightly raised. Qinhao, Yuyan and Zhao Wudi, who saw this scene, couldn't help but say in their hearts, you flatterers, Suyu's tail is about to be lifted up by you. Seeing Suyu smile, they thought Suyu was enjoying the praise. However, in Suyu's eyes, the heads of the 20 or so saints in front of him were all flashing with rich red and golden light. Those thick lines of chance. It's so tempting. My treasure hunting rats are indeed people with great opportunities. Although their opportunities are good, but, from now on, all the treasure hunting opportunities belong to me. Chapter 162 Entering the treasure house, the opportunity of treasure hunting rats. The luck of all the people in front is golden, and only a few are red. Even if they are red, they are so red that they glow with gold. Everyone has his or her own line of opportunity above his or her head. Moreover, the direction it connects to is right at the depths of Tianbao Blessed Land. Obviously, their opportunities are all in the treasure house of Tianbao Blessed Land. I just wonder if anyone can find the ultimate Imperial weapon. Even if it's a broken, incomplete Imperial weapon, it's still stronger than the Great Sage weapon. Suyu's eyes were filled with anticipation. I really like this feeling, following the treasure hunting mouse to find treasures. As they chatted, they quickly crossed the outer area of Tiandal Blessed Land. Along the way, they never saw a complete building. Everywhere you look, there are ruins. It was as if an almighty power struck down from the sky with a palm, destroying all the buildings. No one survived. The further they went in, the more they could feel the residual power. This unconscious and drifting pressure could still make these saint-level figures feel suffocated even after countless epochs. Even breathing became much more difficult. After going deeper inside, they finally saw the first jade-colored skeleton. The jade bone is complete, and the holy power is revealed. Furthermore, this skeleton has begun to transform from jade to gold. This person was actually a half-step quasi-emperor in his lifetime. Seeing the extent of the broken jade bones, everyone was so shocked that their pupils were shaking. Judging from his death, this half-step quasi-emperor was caught in a sudden attack before he could even prepare or notice anything. His soul was shattered and all his willpower was wiped out. There's no chance of survival. His jade bones were broken in multiple places, and even divine matter couldn't repair them. The saint of the southern wilds could not help but exclaim, "Oh my god, what kind of powerful being could be able to wipe it out in an instant? What kind of top-level power destroyed Tiandal Blessed Land?" The holy son of the Yin family said solemnly, looking at the extent of the destruction all around, "This is an act of annihilation of the Taoist lineage." However, the other party did not move their treasure trove. Obviously the other party doesn't like this place. Could it be a fairy? As soon as the word, Xian, came out, everyone fell silent. Immortality is the highest peak that practitioners aspire to. It is said that the fighting power of immortals is unfathomable, but what is certain is that if immortals take action, the universe will collapse and all living things will be extinct. If the immortals were targeting Tiandal Blessed Land, it would not be surprising that such a situation would occur. Be careful with your words. We shouldn't speculate on the methods of the immortals. The Son of God gave serious advice in a low voice. The holy son of the Yin family did not refute, and was obviously aware of the taboos. No one spoke, but they were all wondering why the immortals would attack Tiandal Blessed Land. Could it be that Tiandao Tianzun ascended to the immortal world and offended the powerful immortals above? Let's go check out the treasury first. We can grab something and leave. Don't continue searching for the core control module here. Even if you find it, don't try to control Tiandao Fudi. That's right, so as not to provoke the hatred of the immortals. There was no objection to this proposal. If you find control of a place where even the immortals are about to be destroyed, it will be difficult for the immortals not to think that you're the heir chosen by Tiandal Blessed Land. In that case, the hatred of the immortals would be transferred to himself, and even the forces behind him would be affected. There are not many forces here that are capable of controlling Tiandal Blessed Land. Only the three religions of the Eastern Wasteland may have a chance of being mastered. But they dare not. After all, no one knows whether the immortal that Tiandao Tianzun offended is more advanced than the immortal sect behind him. Now that the road to immortality is about to open, no one will increase the cause and effect for these things. As they approached the treasure house, the number of jade bones and corpses along the way increased. They even saw a ray of golden light shining in the sky in the distance. Obviously, a quasi-emperor died there. Tiandal Blessed Land was truly powerful back then. We've seen at least 400 saint skeletons along the way. It's comparable to the foundation of the three holy places. This is just the situation around the treasure house. If you look at the entire Tiandal Blessed Land, there are definitely saintly skeletons in some caves. After all, Tiandao Tianzun was a mortal immortal in the past, and was the strongest among the mortals who ascended to immortality. A blessed land ruled by a mortal immortal will naturally attract the world's geniuses to join. Some saints think this is as it should be. If Tiandao Fudi is very weak, then wouldn't the title of Tianzun be just for show? We're here. Just after everyone had traveled thousands of miles, the fluctuations of the formation finally appeared in front of them. Looking up, I saw a bloated building that was 1,000 meters high and covered an area of dozens of miles. Someone tried to release his spiritual power, however, as soon as he passed through the empty area of the magic circle and came into contact with the bloated building, his face turned pale in an instant and he screamed and fainted. Looking at his severed soul, everyone's faces changed drastically. This treasure is actually a magical weapon, and it can damage the soul. For a moment, I even felt the power of destruction. This is a top-level treasure that combines offense and defense. Someone took out a pill and fed it into the mouth of the unconscious son of God. When he woke up, he said these words in a weak voice. After hearing this extremely important information, no one dared to act rashly. How do I get in? Do I need the token of the elders of Tiandao Fudi to open the treasure house? After hearing this, those who were knowledgeable fell into deep thought, and soon they found a clue from the history books they had read. Hurry, if you want to enter without being killed by the formations of the treasure house's spirits, go find the skeletons of the great saint realm or above and search for the token on them. Only high-ranking figures can freely enter and exit the treasury. Hearing this, everyone rushed towards the corpse that was glowing with rich golden and emerald green light. Since the elders of Tiandao Fudi were killed in an instant, their tokens were also found next to their corpses. After a while, they collected enough tokens. This is because the Tiandao Blessed Land has been destroyed for too long, and the corpses have lost the ability to unleash their holy power on their own. Otherwise, with their Dharma realm, if they were to touch the corpses, they would probably be instantly annihilated by the holy power. After all, saints cannot be humiliated. After getting the token, more than 20 saints looked at each other, and finally, the saint of the Yin family took the lead and stepped into the treasure house formation first. As ripples of light appeared on the curtain of water, the holy son of the Yin family stepped into it safely. Seeing this, all the saints and saintesses followed. After everyone entered the formation, they walked together towards the area where the treasure house was located. Boom. As they approached, the door to the treasure house slowly opened. Boom. When the door was fully opened, the scene that came into view made everyone gasp. Hiss. Even with their knowledge, they couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, there are only 3 words lingering in their minds. I'm rich. Chapter 163. Next I will test the successors of all the geniuses. Get rich. These 3 words were the only words echoing in everyone's mind. Because when the door of the treasure house was opened, what was displayed inside were rows of soldiers, as well as countless fairy gold and magic stones. They are all excellent materials for refining weapons. Not to mention how big the treasure house is, just what you can see in front of you is enough to build a quasi-imperial holy land. What if the entire treasure house was emptied? Then, creating another top-level holy land, or even 2, is not a problem. Hiss. After everyone reacted, they gasped and even their breathing became heavier. So rich. Is this the Tianzun's dojo? This kind of wealth accumulation is even greater than that of our holy land. Even the great emperor level forces can't compare to it, right? Even if this many people divided equally, we can still get the resources of a quasi-emperor level holy land, right? As they spoke, everyone's eyes became hot, even greedy. Faced with such a wealthy man so close, even a quasi-emperor wouldn't be able to remain calm, right? The items in this treasury haven't lost much of their divinity. Apparently, the treasury has a spirit-gathering effect, allowing the items here to be preserved intact. At this time, they had realized why the spiritual veins outside were so exhausted. It turned out that it was absorbed by the treasure house. How do we divide it here? After calming down, someone said this, and then they all looked at Suyu at the same time. Because, here, only Suyu is the absolute top combat force. He agreed so they could eat the stuff safely. If he doesn't agree, then we can only decide after a battle. Seeing everyone's eyes turn to him, Suyu smiled slightly, then walked up slowly and said leisurely, anyone who sees the treasure house shall have a share. I will take 50% for myself, and you can divide the remaining 50% among yourselves. As he spoke, a suffocating pressure surged around Suyu. If anyone disagrees with this arrangement, I don't mind fighting with you fellow Taoists. In the face of such wealth, it was extremely rare for him to remain rational and only eat 50% of it. This was also due to the fact that if he killed all these geniuses, he would really have a mortal enemy with the entire Xuanian. Therefore, before his strength reached a level to ignore the Holy Land, he could only spit out half of it. Certainly, if they were not convinced, Suyu would not mind killing a few of them. At worst, he hid himself in the Dudian quasi-emperor secret realm and practiced in seclusion for 100 years, waiting for the arrival of the Golden Age and then rushed directly to the path of becoming an emperor. 50%. When they heard this number, everyone's expression changed slightly, except for the Holy Son of the Yin family and Qin Hao. The three religions share the same origin, so it is good for whoever benefits. The Holy Son of the Yin family felt that he was the descendant of a great imperial family. Although the wealth here was astonishing, it was not something he could not give up. Anyway, he has a good impression of Suyu, who made Suyu help him kill Zhou Wudao. Even if he had to give up the profit distribution, he would be happy to do so. Thinking of this, the Holy Son of the Yin family smiled and spread out his hands, saying, I have no objection, Brother Su. I support your decision. Seeing this, the others also regained some of their sanity. There were several holy lands that were on very good terms with the Eastern Wasteland. After weighing the pros and cons of the distribution, they found that even if 50% of the wealth was divided among 20 people, they could still distribute the wealth of a quasi-emperor level holy land. That's enough. Anyway, everything here is private to them. Except for those skills and top-level ancient holy weapons that need to be handed in, all the weapons below the holy weapons are theirs. After thinking about it, they all nodded and said, we have no objection either. Joke. Judging from the fighting ability and potential that Suyu showed today, he will definitely be able to become an emperor in the future. If people like this can't become emperors, can they? Obviously a dream. Therefore, making friends with a future emperor is a price worth paying. For a moment, only 15 saints from top holy places and imperial clans had not expressed their opinions. After some ideological struggle and weighing of the pros and cons, they nodded in unison. Okay, then divide it up like this. Without so many people, it would be impossible for them to capture Suyu. If the other party and Suyu stood together to fight, as long as a few of the 15 of them were held back, Suyu would be absolutely sure to pierce them all. Instead of this, it would be better to just share some of the meat soup. Seeing that no one had any objections, Suyu suppressed the sharp aura emanating from him and said with a smile, then let's go in and divide the treasure house. These saints are all wealthy and powerful, so they can still make concessions even if it's just a small amount of money. I am different. I am just an ordinary young master of a first-rate force. He is not short of resources, but to develop the Su family, it still depends on the efforts of him and his family. Now that he can have such a reward, of course he has to strive for it. Since these wealthy people did not agree, he could only chop off a few of their heads to show off his power and then consider taking 90% of the profits. But they agreed. Then let's go with 50%. Having made up their minds, the group marched through the treasury door and headed towards the area where the treasures were stored. The closer they got to the treasure house, the more they smelled the charming scent emanating from these soldiers and resources. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Many of these resources are already scarce or even extinct in the outside world. Moreover, this is only the outer area of the treasure house. If these were the resources in the inner area, how rich would they be? I don't even dare to think about it. Gurgle, if we were to sell the resources displayed within this mile, we could fetch over 1,000 kilograms of divine essence. Even a high-quality spiritual vein mine couldn't be exchanged for the resources within this mile. Remember, this is just 1 mile of resources. The area of this treasure house is dozens of miles long and thousands of meters high. How good is the stuff stored inside? It's simply unimaginable. Who knows, there might be a few supreme imperial weapons here. After all, according to the legend of Tiandao Tianzun, he alone wields 12 supreme imperial weapons and even plundered many inherited imperial weapons from blessed lands. Some people dream of finding the ultimate emperor's soldiers and sharing them equally. But, the moment they all stepped into the treasury, the door slammed shut. Bang! The loud noise made everyone shudder. Looking back, they saw the door was closed and a golden wall of light suddenly rose up, blocking everyone's retreat. What's going on? Is this a trap? Some saint-level figures suddenly panicked. If it was a trap in the blessed land treasure house, then they would definitely die here. In this strange and blessed land, just as they were looking for a solution, suddenly, a figure gradually appeared not far in front of them. Hee. Welcome everyone to the Tiandao Treasury. Next I will give you a presentation. The test of succession. Boom. Chapter 164. The test of the successor of the secret method of the Heavenly Lord. The secret of the word, soldier, cannot be passed on to mediocre people. Successor. Looking at the illusory old man who appeared in front of them, everyone's eyes froze when they saw the smile on the other's face. Who is this person? Suyu stared at his old face and asked in a deep voice, who are you? What does the successor inherit? Generally speaking, old guys like this who take the initiative to come forward and say that their tests have bad things in their hearts. It's definitely not something good. The old man was dressed in coarse linen and looked very peaceful, like a kind-hearted old grandfather. He squinted his eyes and chuckled softly, my friend, I am the spirit of the treasure house of the heavenly treasures. My lord, Tiandao Tianzun, has personally enlightened my spiritual wisdom and protected this endless wealth. However, today Tiandao Fudi has been destroyed. So, I have activated this final successor mode, in order to inherit my lord's secret method of choosing a master. Boom, these words resonated like a dull bell in everyone's heart. Secret method. If the secret method is worth the great effort of Tiandao Tianzun to arrange, then. The secret of the word, Bing. Someone blurted out. The old man in coarse linen clothes also nodded with a smile, without denying it, and replied, yes, this is the method created by my master. The most powerful secret method that can control all weapons in the world, one of the 9 secrets, the secret of weapon. As he spoke, the old man turned around and walked to the pile of refining materials with his hands behind his back. He placed his hands on the materials and said calmly, in addition to being able to control weapons and revive the Supreme Emperor's weapons, the soldier's secret can also forcibly seize the weapons in the hands of the enemy and use them for oneself. Besides this, the Bing character secret has another function, which is refining weapons. Melting the characteristics of all the weapons in the world, combining them into one, and creating the 10,000 Dao soldiers. If one can refine the 10,000 Dao soldiers and strike with all their might using the red dust immortal cultivation, one can split the universe and force a path to immortality and ascent. Back then, my lord used the 10,000 Dao soldiers to forcibly open up a passage to ascension even when the immortal path was closed. Boom, this secret message exploded in everyone's mind like a death bomb. Everyone was shocked and lost their minds. Force opened the immortal road. Well deserved of the name of Heavenly Venerable. These brief words caused all the saints present who claimed to be top demons to fall into deadly silence. But, it's more about excitement and passion. When they looked at the old man, they couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, senior, what is the content of your assessment?" We are ready. At this moment, no one could suppress their inner emotions. They all want to compete to obtain the secret of the word, Bing. In this way, not only can one be invincible against enemies in the same realm, but one can even enhance one's own combat power. In a battle between people of the same realm, once the secret of the word, soldier, is released, the soldiers in your hand will instantly turn against their master and devour him. No one can react in such a sudden and unprepared situation. Suyu, who was standing at the front, did not speak. He just looked at the old man quietly. Because, he didn't think the secret of the word, Bing, would be so easy to inherit. Because during the time he was practicing in the Dudian secret realm, Dudian Quasi-Emperor also told him some stories from the past. After discovering the secret of the word Do, Quasi-Emperor Dudian initially thought that he only needed to complete the test and inherit the inheritance, but who knew that there was an even deeper horror waiting for him behind that. That means the Heavenly Venerable has some remaining thoughts and is trying to take over his body. Fortunately, that was the most serious period of the Dharma ending age. He was able to escape death and avoid being possessed by another body by relying on his extraordinary spiritual strength. That is a method that cannot be replicated. If this military secret is also a hook to screen those who want to take over the body, doesn't that prove that the remaining soul of Tianzun is here? Or, is the spirit in front of me trying to repair a human body? Either way, it's extremely deadly. But, Suyu glanced at Qinhao beside him. After seeing the fate information and opportunity line above Qinhao's head, he felt relieved. Because Qinhao's opportunity line is connected to the old man himself. And he didn't look dead. It seems that this opportunity belongs to Qinhao. Suyu thought to himself. I'm so envious. Each of these sons of destiny has his own opportunity. Suyu's face was almost filled with envy. The secret of the military belonged to Qinhao, so could he also get a piece of it? Forget it, let's see what the test is first. Suyu shook his head and then turned his attention back to the old man. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, the old man also showed a bright smile and said softly, it's a test. Of course, we refine these materials into combat weapons. But you must follow the refining method step by step. If you can fully comprehend the hidden principles, then you will be qualified to inherit this unparalleled secret technique. Crash. As the old man's voice fell, the pile of materials instantly glowed and then fell in front of everyone. In front of each person, there's a yellowed bamboo slip floating. This was something used to record things in mythological times, when paper had not yet been invented. Looking at the object in front of him, the Holy Sun reached out and grabbed the bamboo slips. In an instant, countless pieces of information flooded into his mind. When he digested the contents, his eyes sparkled. This weapon refining method is so mysterious. Even if I don't obtain the military secret, this weapon refining method alone is still a great fortune. Some people were shocked when they heard this, and then they also held the bamboo slips to understand the mystery. The weapon refining method created by the ancestor of military power in the world is still far ahead even after countless epochs. Let's do it. Some people rolled up their sleeves and prepared to start refining weapons. Seeing this, the others also tacitly took the materials and walked away. After all, refining weapons was not a joke. The quality of the war weapons refined by the old man for them was not low, and they were also at the level of Earth soldiers. Almost all human cultivators can refine weapons, except for those who practice physical cultivation. After all, if they don't understand some weapon refining techniques, they won't be able to create their own unique weapons. Except for the Supreme Imperial weapon, the rest of the combat weapons can be refined by outsiders. Only the Emperor's weapons can be refined by the Emperor himself. Therefore, this also highlights how powerful Tianzun is, who was able to forcibly seize the Jidao Emperor's weapon. Boom, the sounds of burning flames came one after another, and for a moment the temperature nearby began to soar. Suyu also took the bamboo slips, absorbed the information inside, nodded to Qinhao and the others, and said, let's get started. Qinhao, Yuyan and Zhao Wudi also nodded in response. Several people found a place each, and then took out the things needed for refining in an orderly manner. After adjusting the order, he began to summon extremely hot divine flames. Watching everyone start refining weapons, the old man with a hunchback and dressed in coarse linen clothes never lost his smile, and his eyes swept over everyone. Only when it came to Qinhao, it paused for a long time. I hope you little guys can discover the rules in the weapon refining method. This military secret is not to be passed on to mediocre people. Chapter 165 is an invincible warrior that can kill enemies, and it can also be a space that integrates all things. Because this was about the inheritance of the secret of the word, Bing, the 27 holy sons and holy daughters present were all extremely alert and prepared to fight for the right to inherit the secret of the word, Bing. Originally, there were 29 sun-level figures and 28 top-level Holy Land forces. Zhu Xiao dispatched Suyu and Zhao Wudi, so there was one more person. Now that Zhou Wudao and the Holy Maiden Yuan of Miaoyan Holy Sect are dead, there are still as many as 27 people. After Suyu found a seat and sat down, his eyes swept back and forth among the people. Seeing them all immersed in refining weapons, he suddenly felt a headache. I'm not good at refining weapons. He traveled through time and space, but didn't inherit much memory. The skills he is practicing now are all replaced by himself and are his familiar memories. But regarding those methods of mastering the refining techniques before, he knows nothing. Looking at the materials on the ground, he couldn't help but pinch his brows and whispered, how should I refine the weapon? Said, he picked up the bamboo slips and looked at the ancient characters written on them, feeling confused. Although I understand a little bit, but he didn't understand many key points. For example, what does it mean to use divine fire to burn the space that contains the spiritual intelligence of the vessel? I don't understand at all. However, he was still comforted by one thing. At least the moment he held the bamboo slips, the basic knowledge and theories about refining weapons entered his mind. If you take it easy, you can still refine it. In my previous life, I did read a lot of technical books on smelting, but now this is a world of immortal cultivation. Suyu couldn't help but complain. But no matter how much we complain, we still have to do what we should do. Forget it. Let's follow the theory of the bamboo slips and proceed step by step. If we really don't understand, we can just use a fierce fire to force infuse them. What Suyu advocated was nonviolent non-cooperation. The method of refining combat soldiers by fusing materials like this is nothing more than making the materials blend perfectly. If they don't blend, it means that they have not been burned to the atomic level. If we disrupt them at the atomic level and then reassemble them, there will definitely be no problem. It's like friction welding. Boom. Suyu threw away his messy thoughts and directly mobilized the pure young holy body energy that had been dormant in his body for a long time. This is a seed that the immortal ancestor of Jushao asked for from the upper realm. According to the flame level, it should be the strongest in this universe. The moment the blazing and dazzling flames rose from his palms, the saints who were immersed in refining weapons around him suddenly woke up. because they discovered that the flames they had created were actually trembling, flickering, and the temperature was fluctuating, extremely unstable. What's going on? Everyone was shocked and started looking for the source of the problem. When they saw the flame in Suyu's palm, they were all stunned. Immortal flame. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Why the hell are you here if you have immortal flame? No, this power is even weaker than the immortal flame. It seems to be the seed of the immortal flame. The seed of fairy flame. That is to say, it is a spark of the complete immortal flame. As long as it can be refined, it can take root in the dantian, grow step by step with its own nourishment, and finally turn into a complete immortal flame. During this process, as the fairy flame seed grows stronger, one's own physique will gradually adapt to the fairy flame. Finally transformed into a pure young holy body. Depend on. A group of people stared at Suyu blankly. After they came to their senses, they couldn't help but curse inwardly, and then quickly moved to keep a certain distance from Suyu. The appearance of the immortal flame had a huge impact on them. There is no need to bake the forged weapons. Unstable temperature will cause the quality of the forged weapons to decline or even explode directly. This is the most deadly thing. There is only one chance to use this pile of materials, and there is no room for trial and error. Suyu's transformation naturally attracted the old man's attention. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, and he thought to himself, this little guy is a bit unexpected. Possessing immortal flame is the fundamental requirement for creating the 10,000 Dao soldiers. I never thought he could actually find a trace of immortal flame. He can be listed as one of the successors. His task is not as simple as selecting an heir, but to cast a wide net. Teach the secrets of military affairs to all suitable geniuses. Whoever can grow to the end will be qualified to come into contact with the secret of forging one Dao soldiers. That is a heaven-defying immortal weapon with the power to devour immortals. Even the true immortals who came down to earth at that time would be drooling over it. Suyu had no time to guess what they were thinking, because he had already used the temperature of the immortal flame to refine the materials in front of him into liquid according to the steps given in the bamboo slips. Over time, the hundreds of metal ores that were originally piled at Suyu's feet had completely disappeared. Instead, there were hundreds of metallic liquids surrounding him. After refining the ore in divine gold, Suyu's eyes flickered with excitement as he murmured, next, we need to fuse these melted metal liquids in order according to their properties. There is naturally a saying that metals can counteract or complement each other. Especially when the metal is of a higher grade, the difficulty of fusing it will naturally be greater. Why is the forging method of the Supreme Emperor's weapon still the same? That is naturally because the properties of this kind of fairy golden magic stone that transcends nature are extremely complex and extremely rare. If you want to innovate, almost no one can try, not even the Emperor dares. With a mature and stable solution available, they will naturally not change it easily. That is, only a powerful person who has mastered the secret of the word, Bing, can do this. The secret of the word, Bing, can decompose thousands of weapons, and can also restore the materials used for war weapons into liquid metal. So, the reason why imperial weapons that were stronger than ordinary imperial weapons could appear was because of the secret of the word, weapon, by Tian Dao Tianzun. That is a heaven-defying secret method that can ignore the risk of fusion failure and restore the properties of the materials. First, the liquid of Aoki gold and the liquid of diamond ore will fuse together. Combine the most compatible attributes first to create a stable foundation. Crash. As Suyu controlled his mind, the liquids with green and yellowish-brown luster began to come into contact, and finally, began to connect closely. It's done. Watching the liquid merge step by step and gradually stabilize, Suyu's face showed a hint of joy. However, when his divine consciousness was about to withdraw, the smile that had finally appeared on Suyu's face suddenly stopped. Wrong. He glanced around and found that most of the saints were integrated like him. But when he thought of what the old man said, he suddenly realized that something was wrong, and then he began to recall the contents of the bamboo slips that came into his mind. Create a space to accommodate the spirit's intelligence. Isn't the weapon spirit attached to the weapon? Why did he mention it specifically? Etc. It's space. Suyu's eyes lit up instantly, and he murmured, in that case, let's give it a try. After all, we have Chen Hao to back us up. I want to refine all the metal liquids to a deeper level and make them blend perfectly. It is an invincible warrior that can kill enemies, and it can also be a space that integrates all things. Chapter 166. It can be a knife or a sword. There was a glint of madness in Suyu's eyes. No matter whether his guess was right or wrong, it was worth a try. Xuantian, no, in the entire universe, all combat soldiers do not have storage functions, they are mainly based on combat power and hardness. Since the bamboo slips provide such an idea, so it's worth a try. If a war weapon can be made into a weapon that can nourish the soul, nourish the spirit of the weapon, and store items, then it will definitely be an epic-making war weapon. It can even be said that this level of combat weapon will be an advanced weapon. This is the characteristic that my destiny warrior should have. Thinking of this, Suyu's eyes became more fanatical. Since he started practicing, he has been using different weapons. He can use any weapon, but none of them can bring out his full combat power. Once, his idea was successfully verified, and in the future he must create a weapon that can change its shape freely. Soldiers that can be continuously upgraded like playing games. This is the best way to practice. Boom. Thinking of this, Suyu no longer had any reservations and used all his strength to activate the immortal flame seed, bringing its temperature to its peak.